Chapter 251. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Tachyon weapons were immediately mass-produced and installed on the existing warp warships in service. Over the years, the Blue Star civilization has not given in blindly, but has continued to strengthen in secret and increase the number of warp warships. From less than 3 ships at the beginning, their number of warp warships has now increased to 10, and it is estimated that the Pleiades has 3 times as many as them. The gap in resources, population, and labor force is difficult to make up in a short time, so even if they counterattack, they must make good use of the mobility of their weapons. On the other hand, the next target of the Pleiades has been determined. That is the Alpha Centauri star system, which is the star system where Proxima Centauri is located. The Alpha Centauri star system is the closest to the solar system. The Blue Star civilization has built it into a space military fortress and an important base for the Blue Star civilization's external expansion. The military expert of the Pleiades Society is analyzing the war situation. He said, in the past few decades, we have occupied 4 star systems within the scope of the Blue Star civilization. The sphere of influence of the Blue Star civilization has shrunk by half. The resources they can use are getting fewer and fewer, and our warships are far superior to them in terms of performance and quantity. If the Alpha Centauri star system is removed, the Blue Star civilization will only have an isolated island in the solar system. According to our intelligence, they do not have strong enough military forces in other star systems. If they capture Alpha Centauri, the Blue Star civilization can only shrink in the solar system and wait for death. Very good. Dongjin looked at everyone and said, now everyone is clear, right? In the past, the Blue Star civilization was a first-level civilization, and it could still develop with the resources in the solar system. Now they are already a 2.5 level civilization. The resources of a star system are not enough for their internal development, let alone further development. Our action this time is to knock down the shield in front of the Blue Star civilization and expose them completely to our troops. Sir, our Goya civilization requests to take the lead. The Archon of the Goya civilization volunteered. They had suffered heavy losses before, but with the help of the Pleiades civilization, their strength not only did not retreat, but was greatly enhanced. Our civilization is stronger, so we should be the first to go. We have 2 more warp ships than you. We also have a level 4 warp ship. Do you have one? The commanders have already started arguing, vying to be the first to go. This is completely different from the scene of mutual shirking a responsibility decades ago. Their morale has soared after several victories in battle. Dongjin is very satisfied with this situation. After swallowing up the Blue Star civilization, the strength of the Pleiades civilization will increase again, and then they will plot against the Black Sea civilization. And there is hope that they will become a level 4 civilization in the future, and he will be the leader in this. Okay, Dongjin scolded. You are thinking about competing for credit before you win? In any case, we still have to be cautious. Blue Star civilization often has unexpected weapons. So when fighting, all your civilization's fleets must obey unified deployment. Don't be greedy and reckless in fighting. Test their strength first, and then make plans. Yes, everyone naturally understood this truth. So, they reorganized the fleet and fought again. This time, the number of warp warships attacking the Alpha Centauri star system was 5 more than the previous battle. A total of 20 warp warships. This strength can almost destroy 99% of civilizations below level 3. A few months later, the detector detected abnormal space distortion outside the Alpha Centauri star system. This situation will occur when a warp warship is sailing. A warp warship is approaching the Alpha Centauri star system. The warning system notified the Blue Star civilization command. The enemy fleet is coming. This situation is not the first time they have discovered it, so they already have experience. In the Alpha Centauri star system, everyone immediately prepared for war warning. Proxima B, a once barren planet, has long been built into a vibrant and habitable planet, and various weapons have been built on it. For example, the superstar ring is different from the superstar ring of the Blue Star. The superstar ring here is mainly an antimatter refinery with antimatter cannons that can deal with the attacks of several warp warships. There is also Proxima C, which is also an industrial planet transformed from a wild planet, with human interstellar military factories on it. Everyone immediately enters space to hide. On the 2 planets, people boarded spaceships and warships and immediately attacked the surface of the planet. In the war of the 2nd level civilization, it is not too easy to destroy the surface of the planet. Once the defense is broken, staying on it is waiting for death. Antimatter weapons are ready. Tachyon weapons are ready. Proxima 1 warp battleship is in place. Proxima 2 warp battleship is in place. Proxima 3 warp battleship is in place. In the Proxima region, there are a total of 3 warp battleships. In addition, He Xingzhou has 3 warp warships available from the solar system to the Proxima star system, and another 4 in other star systems. Sun number 1 is stationed in the solar system, and Sun number 2 and Sun number 3 warp warships are going to Proxima for support, He Xingzhou commanded. While they were mobilizing warships, the space defense system of the Proxima star system had already begun to fire planetary orbital cannons in the direction where the warp warships might appear. This large mass kinetic cannon cannot harm the opponent, but it can affect the opponent's warp navigation, forcing the opponent to withdraw from the warp navigation and enter the sublight speed navigation state, giving them enough time to prepare for war. As warp warships appeared one after another, the intelligence gradually became clear. 20 warp warships. The Pleiades are really rich, He Xingzhou sighed. The number of warships attacking the Proxima star system this time is more than double their total warships. They must have warp warships in other star systems. There are too few resources on our territory. The commanders were envious. How should we fight this time? Let's test their strength first, a second-level commander asked. No, He Xingzhou denied his idea. He had fought against other second-level civilizations in the virtual universe and had some experience. He said, our warp warships are generally inferior to the opponent. While we are testing our opponents, we also know our trump cards. In this case, we must attack them by surprise, directly increase the firepower to the maximum, and start with a big bomb. Don't fight before the 6 warp battleships converge. After the convergence, fight as a whole and fight a blitzkrieg, Commander-in-Chief. In this case, why not transfer the battleships from other star systems? Huang Shen said. If our tachyon weapons can gain an advantage, the enemy will upgrade their weapons and defenses again after this battle. We still have 4 warp battleships in other star systems. Send them directly to the 4 surrounding star systems to take back all the territory we have lost. If the war on Proxima Centauri is not going well, these battleships will not launch an attack. If everything goes well, we will start the war immediately and expand the results. You are really brave, fighting in 5 star systems at once, and the number of warships is far less than that of the enemy, He Xingzhou said. This idea is very bold, but I think it is feasible. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. As long as everything goes well, we will take back all the ground in one wave. I request a fight. Huang Sheng couldn't wait any longer. He was not in the solar system at the moment, but in the Barnard star system 5.9 light-years away from the solar system. This star system is not rich in resources, and Huang Sheng has long wanted to change places. Approved, He Xingzhou said decisively. I will command the Battle of Proxima Centauri, and you will command the battles of other star systems. Okay. Everyone took up their posts and began to dispatch warships from various star systems. After the Proxima star system entered sublight speed navigation, the speed of the Pleiades fleet approaching the 2 important planets Proxima B and Proxima C slowed down a lot, and it would take at least 3 or 4 months to arrive. This was also thanks to the Blue Star civilization's early discovery and interference with the warp navigation. Otherwise, they would have flown directly to the vicinity of the planet. This time gave the warships enough time for support. The Blue Star civilization's most advanced warp warship, at a warp speed of about 3.5. At full speed, it only takes less than 3 months to fly from the solar system to the Proxima star system. 3 months later, the support fleet had arrived at the outskirts of the Proxima star system, while the Pleiades fleet had arrived near the mining planet Proxima C. The enemy's space fortress has been discovered. On their reconnaissance screen, the space fortress of the Blue Star civilization was attacking them beyond visual range. Blow it up. Dongjin had no expression on his face. The small space fortress could not stop their offensive. After several antimatter cannon bombardments, part of the mass of this space fortress, which was as massive as the moon, was annihilated, and the rest was directly blown into rock and metal fragments, becoming space junk. During this period, the Blue Star civilization made some counterattacks. But in the face of their powerful firepower, these counterattacks had no effect. The enemy is still approaching. The observer has been reporting the situation. It is expected that Proxima C will be completely exposed to enemy fire in 10 minutes. Almost, He Xingzhou was reluctant to let this mining planet be destroyed by the enemy. In order to build it, the Blue Star civilization spent a lot of effort. Sun number 2. Number 3. Proxima number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Attack at the same time. And give priority to attacking the enemy's command ship and ship reactor. He Xingzhou ordered. Yes. On the 5 warp warships, the captains acted synchronously, and they emerged from hiding and appeared in the space battlefield. And on the Pleiades fleet, after easily destroying a space fortress of the Blue Star civilization, the captains of the Pleiades looked even more relaxed. Just like the previous battles, the Blue Star civilization had no power to fight back. And this time it must be the same. After occupying this place, who will this star system be assigned to? Last time a star system was assigned to the Vassal civilization. This time it's our turn. Right? No. Your military exploits are not enough. This star system is the star system that the Blue Star civilization focuses on building. And there are many engineering buildings on it. This is all wealth. The geographical location here is important. And the main civilization is expected to directly bring it under its jurisdiction. They have already started discussing the distribution of Proxima Centauri. And at this moment, the reconnaissance ship issued a warning. Warning. The Blue Star civilization's warp warships are approaching. A total of 5 ships. And the coordinates have been locked. On the star map, they saw 5 warp ships flying around them. Only 5? A commander was stunned and laughed randomly. Only a quarter of our strength. Do they want to repeat the previous battle where they defeated the enemy with fewer ships? It's just wishful thinking. At that time, it was because we didn't have warp ships. Now we have more warp ships and stronger performance. What level of warp ship is the enemy? Dongjin still remained cautious. It should be level 3 warp. The reconnaissance ship judged by detecting energy radiation and flight speed. Level 3 warp? Dongjin was a little confused. They were level 4 warp. And their performance was more than 3 times that of level 3 warp ships. The enemy will come to die? It's unlikely. The enemy can't be so stupid. He immediately shouted, all warships, hold up the energy shield and destroy them remotely. Don't let them get close. Yes. The captains joked. But they didn't dare to be careless in the fight. After all, this was a matter of life and death. They had already turned on the energy shield. And at this time, they launched antimatter weapons to attack the Blue Star civilization fleet. However, they found something wrong just after their weapons were launched. The energy shield is being reduced. The strength is 90%, 80%, 70%. The intelligence systems of these warships issued warnings at the same time. The speed of energy shield reduction is comparable to a countdown, which is too outrageous. What's going on? The captains were all shocked. It was less than a second since they discovered the enemy warship. The distance between them was such that even light would take more than 10 minutes to travel. How could the Blue Star civilization attack so quickly? Warp weapons. Do they have warp weapons? Some people panicked. If it was a warp weapon, it would be a blow from a level 3 civilization to a level 2 civilization. They would die without a burial place. No, it's not a warp weapon. As someone from a level 3 civilization, Dongjin naturally knew what a real warp weapon was. If it was a warp weapon, we wouldn't even have a chance to discover them, and would be destroyed. This is another weapon that exceeds the speed of light. It should be a tachyon weapon. The Pleiades civilization knew about tachyon technology, but they did not develop it. They were a 3rd-level civilization that followed the routine and studied warp speed and warp weapon upgrades. Tachyon weapons. This attack is too fast, and it reduces the energy shield. We have no time to react. The captains urgently asked for help. But Dongjin had no way at this time. Their attack would take more than 10 minutes to hit the opponent. And the opponent was already attacking them continuously. It was like a group of strong men attacking a group of elementary school students. Although they crushed their opponents in strength, they could only fight in close combat, while the opponent had long-range weapons. Within 10 minutes, they could only be beaten. During this time, they could be killed by stones. Sir, we can't hold on. Some captains were already calling for help. The energy shield is less than 10%, and it will soon hit our ship armor. Chapter 252, is the 3rd-level civilization going to end? Captains are asking for help one by one. What can Dongjin do? He wants to fight back and defend. But he can't. When their attacks hit the other side, I don't know how many times they will die. Retreat. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Dongjin hurriedly ordered. Don't just use energy shields for defense. Use subatomic rays and destructive death rays to annihilate these tachyons for defense. Retreat quickly. The captains followed the order while defending with offensive weapons. Subatomic particle beams and antimatter clusters collided with tachyons, weakening their power. And the defense pressure was reduced a lot. But even so, it was only a stopgap measure, and they were still being attacked. In this state, they cannot enter the warp speed state, and their energy consumption is extremely high. If they continue to pull, they will still be attacked by the enemy. In the battlefield of the Proxima star system, a strange situation occurred. The Pleiades fleet, which was originally aggressive, was about to approach Proxima C, but was forced back by warp warships with only a quarter of their number, and fled in panic. No, we can't hold on. Because a warp warship was not well defended at the beginning. Its antimatter reactor was penetrated, and it exploded in self-annihilation and disappeared without a trace. In less than 10 minutes, a warp warship that cost a lot of resources and effort to build was destroyed. Dongjin's heart was bleeding. But this was just the beginning. Damn it! Dongjin said angrily. Star Trade Group must have given them new technology. Otherwise, we can't lose. Sir, this won't work. They are still chasing us. And our energy is being consumed at a high speed. This is their star system. They have antimatter refining plants to replenish energy. But we don't. We will be exhausted sooner or later. The subordinate reminded. Sir, ask for support. The crowd begged. Dongjin hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, I'll try. He knew that at this time, the only civilization that could support them was the Pleiades civilization. And the star-level warships could come to support them quickly. But once the star-level warships were involved, it would be the start of a war between the third-level civilizations. And the war would expand rapidly. The Archons might not be willing to accept this consequence. He turned on the subspace communicator and contacted the Archon. Zigu, the war is not going well. Before Dongjin finished speaking, Zigu said, I already know that the Blue Star civilization has tachyon weapons. And you have no countermeasures. Yes. Dongjin had to admit this. He said, we are being kited by them. In close combat, they are no match for us. But at a long distance, their tachyon weapons are faster. In the case of controlling the plot, we are just targets to be hit, and there is no room to fight back. If this goes on, we will be annihilated. Request support from the main civilization. Zigu was silent for a while. The Pleiades civilization is now unwilling to raise the war level to the third level of civilization. If it were someone else, she would have refused directly. The Pleiades civilization could not afford to lose a warp warship. They have more than 100 star systems and dozens of affiliated civilizations. And they will be able to manufacture one soon. But the commander Dongjin, who led the command this time, also has another identity. That is, her husband. We need to discuss, Zigu said. Dongjin opened the communication channel and waited anxiously. The captains and military experts of the Pleiades Society thought of various ways to deal with the tachyon weapons of the Blue Star civilization, but with little effect. Now they can only use the method of dumping antimatter to annihilate the tachyon beam. The energy is continuously overconsumed, and the pressure is huge. We don't have enough energy. On the warship of Blue Star civilization, the captains were also changing their tactics. He Xingzhou said, keep the kite distance and use intermittent attacks. The transport ship has been dispatched to provide you with enough antimatter. Received. The captains began to change their attack methods. They gave up the continuous attack and attacked in a surprise attack. The target of the attack was not fixed on a certain warship. Anyway, with the tachyon weapons, all local targets were within their attack range. In this way, the energy consumption was reduced by half. But the attack effect was not weakened, because the captains of the Pleiades did not know when and who the Blue Star civilization would attack. The almost instantaneous attack characteristics of tachyon weapons made them dare not release the energy shield, nor stop the high-power operation of the antimatter reactor. Despicable. Treacherous. Some people cursed. But they could not think of a solution. If they turned off the energy shield to save energy, they would be destroyed immediately. And the initiative of the war would be completely controlled by the other side. Masters of the main civilization, you must be more decisive. We can't let the Blue Star civilization develop like this. Otherwise we will be destroyed by them sooner or later. The captains lamented. The 7 archons of the Pleiades civilization began to discuss this issue. If we don't rescue, Dongzhen's fleet will be wiped out, Zigu emphasized. It is because we have given experience to the Blue Star civilization time and time again that they have become stronger and stronger. In just a few hundred years, they have become a huge threat to us. Zigu, this is an event related to the future of civilization. Don't be emotional just because Dongzhen is your husband, Jianggu reminded. Qinggu spoke slowly. It's not that we let the Blue Star civilization grow, but they are protected by the Black Sea civilization in front and the Pleiades in the back. Once we dispatch the Star Domain fleet, the war of the third-level civilization will be inevitable. We, the Pleiades civilization, cannot become cannon fodder for the Pleiades to fight against the Orion Royal Court. Even if we sacrifice 20 warp battleships, it's still the same. Yugu, another Archon, said, although Zigu is a little emotional. Her words are not without reason. The Blue Star civilization now has a third-level warp battleship, which is considered a 2.7-level civilization. Give them a few hundred more years, and they may become a third-level civilization. The Black Sea civilization is now busy with its own affairs. So why not take this opportunity to test the Black Sea civilization and the Pleiades to see if they are willing to go to war with us for the Blue Star civilization? If they go to war, we will withdraw our troops. If they don't go to war, we will destroy the Blue Star civilization in one go. Once the war starts, it will no longer be under our control, Miaogu said. Jianggu thought carefully and said, it's okay to test it. Send a fleet to eliminate the pirates. Zigu, you will command it. Yes. Zigu was overjoyed. She finally had the opportunity to save her husband and eliminate the threat of the Blue Star civilization in one fell swoop. So, a star-level battleship set out from the space base of the Pleiades civilization and headed for the Proxima star system. The Black Sea civilization and the Star Trade Group have deployed reconnaissance ships and warp reconnaissance equipment near their territories. The movement of their warships alarmed both sides. Bai Ningxiang immediately sent a message to Yixingzhou. The Pleiades civilization has dispatched star-level warships and is heading towards you. We are mobilizing star-level warships, but the number may not be large. Only about 1/5 of theirs. I know. Yixingzhou became serious. This was the situation they were most worried about. He immediately contacted Huasen. Mr. Huasen, the Pleiades civilization is attacking us. Please ask the Star Trade Group's fleet to support us immediately. Mr. He, please be patient. We are mobilizing the fleet. Support will take 2 months. Huasen replied. Yixingzhou asked other commanders to continue communicating with him. He knew that this matter had a great impact and might turn into a war between the Star Trade Group and the Pleiades civilization. In space, the Star Trade Group's Star Domain fleet was traveling at a warp speed higher than 5 times. Star Domain class warships are at least level 6 warp warships, and the lowest level warships have a speed of 392.5 times the speed of light. The warships of the Pleiades Society are obviously not the lowest level. The warp warships of the Black Sea civilization rushed to intercept, and Bai Shurza personally commanded. He shouted through the subspace communication, commanders of the Pleiades civilization, you are about to enter the territory of the Pleiades. Return home immediately. Otherwise we will regard it as the beginning of a war. Zigu's voice entered the communication channel, and she said disdainfully, war? Bai Shurza, can you represent the Black Sea civilization? You are not even an elder of the Black Sea Civilization Council. Bai Shurza was very upset. And the other party was telling the truth. He said angrily, you will cause a war if you do this. If you continue to move forward, we will attack. Then you can try it. Zigu said disdainfully. Your warships are all antiques from 1,000 years ago, and I will help you scrap them. She was not afraid of the intercepting fleet at all, because the warships that Bai Shurza could mobilize were all old warships. He was not qualified to mobilize the real main battleships of the Black Sea civilization. Attack! Bai Shurza no longer hesitated. Their warships launched warp-class antimatter missiles. Warp bubbles formed around the antimatter missiles, attacking the target at warp speed level 6. The fleet of the Pleiades civilization was not to be outdone. They intercepted all of these warp antimatter missiles, and also launched a cannonball. This cannonball also traveled at warp speed. The warships of the Black Sea civilization intercepted it, but the effect was not ideal. This cannonball did stop, but it was not destroyed. It split into 8 pieces and flew around the warships, forming an encirclement. Then, these 8 weapon parts connected with each other and began to play their role. The ship's gravity system is unbalanced, and strong gravity is pulling the ship. Our speed has dropped to less than 10% of the speed of light. On the ship, the crew immediately found something wrong. It's a gravity weapon. The Pleiades civilization has developed a gravity weapon, and we are covered by the gravity field. The captain hurriedly reported to Baishurza. As former members of the 4th level civilization, they naturally knew about gravity weapons. The 3rd level civilization has been able to unify the 4 fundamental forces in the universe and create and use gravity. Gravity weapons are developed on the basis of this technology. The Black Sea civilization also has gravity weapons, and even more advanced technology. But those were lost in the war with the Zerg and internal struggles within 1,000 years. The warships sent by Baishurza were all private property of the Iceberg Investigation Committee, and had nothing to do with the Black Sea civilization. Old man, Zigu spoke again, saying, although you cannot represent the Black Sea civilization, we don't want to go to war with you now, so we won't destroy your warships this time. Just watch carefully. The Blue Star civilization will definitely be destroyed this time. After that, she asked the fleet to continue moving forward. Baishurzu's warp warships were restricted by gravity weapons, and could not even intercept. Baishurza was full of bitterness. The former Black Sea civilization could not even touch the high-level galaxy-level warships, let alone the star domain-level warships. Now several gravity weapons have restrained him. Hey, the elders of the Civilization Council are still watching and arguing. Today's incident will become the fuse for the destruction of the Black Sea civilization. He had no choice but to send a letter to Ishingjo, saying, I have tried my best. Find the Star Trade Group. The Iceberg Investigation Committee did not stop him. The commander of the Blue Star civilization also became anxious when he heard the news. They have made the worst plan. Ishingjo said, the other party is about 80 light years away from us, and the current sailing speed is about 6.7 warp speed, which is about 500 times the speed of light. That is to say, they will be able to come here and attack us in about 2 months. And the fleet of the Pleiades station 50 light years away can arrive and support in just 1 month. Wilson replied that it would take 2 months, which shows that they do not firmly support us and are still waiting and watching. It's really annoying, He Hongwei said. It is clear that an agreement has been reached, but without the guarantee of strength, it becomes a piece of waste paper. If the Pleiades hesitated a little longer, our losses would be terrible. We can't count on the Xingmao group. We have to make plans for both, He Xingzhou said. Since the Pleiades civilization and the Xingmao group are both testing, then we should be more ruthless. Continue with the previous plan, and take down all their attack fleets and 4-star systems during this period of time. If the Xingmao group comes to support and stop the Pleiades civilization, everything will be fine. If they go back on their word, we will take as many resources as possible and leave here. As the commander of the civilization, He Xingzhou cannot bet all his hopes on the Xingmao group to fulfill its promise. Yes, it's best if we can stay. Even if we have to leave, we must bite off a piece of meat from the Pleiades. Everyone agreed, and they began to make their own arrangements. Blue Star civilization has encountered similar crises many times, so it is very skilled in handling them. Proxima 1, 2, 3. Sun 2, 3. Speed up the attack. Target. Destroy the enemy within a month, He Xingzhou ordered. Received. In the Proxima star system, the 5 warp warships had already replenished a round of antimatter, so they strengthened their firepower output again and began to attack a certain ship, using tachyon weapons to quickly destroy it. On the other side, commanders such as Huang Sheng also learned the latest instructions from the headquarters. Speed up. We must also take down these 4-star systems within a month. Let the Pleiades civilization know that our Blue Star civilization is not easy to mess with. At this time, the leaders of the Star Trade Group were observing the battle situation. Several warships of the Black Sea civilization were dispatched to intercept, but they were actually restricted by a few gravity weapons. They are too weak now. After this time, their position as the leader of the civilization will be officially cancelled, said a leader. Do we really want to go to war with the Pleiades civilization? Behind them is the Orion Royal Court. Didn't we go to war a long time ago? Why wait until now? Has the fleet been dispatched? It has been dispatched. If we intercept, we can catch up with the fleet of the Pleiades civilization within a month. No rush. Even if we intercept this time, there will be a next time. The Blue Star civilization must at least prove that they can defend this star field and have the possibility of competing with the Pleiades civilization in the near future. Otherwise, our investment in combat power will be wasted. The people in charge have their own ideas and understandings. They only help valuable civilizations. Chapter 253 Counterattack. In the Proxima star system. After receiving the command from the headquarters, the 5 warp warships of the Blue Star civilization began to speed up their firepower output, use other weapons as well, and attack together. In addition to the existing tachyon weapons, antimatter cannons, destructive death rays, phase rays, sublight speed kinetic cannons, and resonance torpedoes on the warships were all turned on and attacked the enemy. These attacks were not random bombings, but were launched after the tachyon weapons consumed the opponent's energy shield. In this way, even if they were not antimatter weapons, they could cause great damage to these warp warships. The E4 warp warship was seriously damaged. We don't have enough energy, and the energy shield can only be maintained for 3 days at most. We are being targeted. Request support. Dongjin heard the captain's cries for help, but he was powerless. It was difficult for the command ship to protect itself. So how could there be any spare energy to support? The war was still going on. Every 24 hours, a Pleiades warp warship would be destroyed. At this rate, they would be wiped out within a month. The Star Domain class warships of Pleiades could not catch up. At the same time, the other 4 warp warships equipped with tachyon weapons of the Blue Star civilization had also rushed to other star systems. After the Pleiades took over the Rakai star system, they sent warp warships to guard it. There were 2 level 4 warp warships and several sublight speed warships. The Blue Star civilization only had 1 level 3 warp warship, and it was discovered by the enemy as soon as it entered the outer periphery of the Rakai star system. You dare to invade us with a level 3 warp warship. You really underestimate our Pleiades. The commander of the Pleiades in the Rakai star system just ordered, send out the fleet and surround them. As soon as he finished speaking, a warning sounded around. The space fortress is under attack and is about to explode. Please evacuate as soon as possible. What's going on? The commander of the Rakai star system was stunned. The enemy was clearly outside the star system, at least 0.8 light years away from them. The enemy launched weapons 0.8 light years away. And now they have been hit? How can they not be stopped from such a distance? The commander asked. There are too many tachyon particles. The subordinate replied. Sir, let's retreat quickly. As long as they board the ship, they are no match for us. However, before they could get on the warp battleship, the space fortress could not hold on. The energy shield has been pierced. The antimatter reactor is faulty. The AI intelligent reminder had not yet ended, and the space fortress where he was located had a violent explosion. And the warp battleship that was parked outside the fortress also disappeared due to the annihilation reaction caused by the explosion of the antimatter reactor. For a war on the scale of a star system, all this happened too fast. So fast that everyone in the Pleiades society in the Rakai star system was stunned. Is this a war between level 2 civilizations? This is comparable to a level 3 civilization war. And it started at a distance of light years. Can tachyon weapons reach such a long distance? These people realized that tachyon weapons not only have a fast attack speed, but also a very long attack distance. Not good. The Blue Star civilization has been operating here for many years before, and they know the situation of this star system very well. There may be many spies. It is equivalent to us being completely exposed to their guns. If we don't leave, we will only wait for death. These people guessed correctly. Every time He Xingzhou ordered a retreat, he left a backup plan. The reconnaissance satellites in the star system are one aspect, and there are also many spies. Some of these spies are artificial life on planets, and some are a meteorite floating in space. In fact, it is a trajectory life created by the Blue Star civilization. And there are also various robots. He Xingzhou has sent spies not only to the star systems that the Blue Star civilization had occupied, but also to all the star systems within the Pleiades territory. Even if the other party discovered some, they could not completely eliminate them. The Rakai star system is still under attack, and those targets with slower moving speeds, such as space fortresses, space military bases, and buildings on the surface of planets, have become targets of tachyon weapons. The warships of the Blue Star civilization opened fire at will at a distance that they could not attack. The Pleiades warships in the Rakai star system were destroyed before they could even organize a proper defense. The remaining warp warship had no intention of guarding here at all, and its captain directly ordered to flee the star system because he was not aware that the Blue Star civilization had not yet sent a warp warship to attack. The battle for the Rakai star system lasted only a week. It is normal for wars between civilizations of the same level to last for hundreds or thousands of years. This quick way of ending the war has made the Archons of the Pleiades civilization wary. But things are far from over. My lord, this is the Rutan 72-6 star system. We are under attack by the Blue Star civilization. A starport has just been destroyed. We can't attack them. The Tiansong 5 star system has also been attacked. The number of enemies is still unclear. We are organizing defense. Sirius. This is the Sirius star system. We are under attack. Jean Yi, the commander of the Sirius star system, and the current leader of the Sirius civilization, reported the situation to the Pleiades civilization. How dare the Blue Star civilization attack the Sirius civilization? Zigu asked in surprise. Did a star-level warship appear? No. Only warp warships, which are also tachyon weapons. They just attacked one of our space fortresses, and now the fortress has been destroyed. We are looking for their location. Genie said. Actively fight back. The Sirius star system cannot be lost before we arrive. Zigu ordered. Yes. Genie is still relatively well informed, because the Sirius star system has been built into their bridgehead, and there are 5 level 4 warp warships stationed here, together with other warships and various weapons. They are not afraid even if the Blue Star civilization goes all out. Although tachyon weapons are troublesome, as long as we are well prepared for defense, the loss will not be that great. All military bases immediately enter the highest alert state. Just as Genie spoke, intelligence came. The enemy attacked one of our antimatter refining plants. The antimatter refining plant exploded. A space industrial base was destroyed, and at least 3 million people died. Damn it. Find him out quickly, Genie said coldly. The antimatter refining plant is not suitable for construction, and the loss of it is more painful for the Sirius civilization than the loss of an ordinary warp battleship. Haha. Another target destroyed. The one attacking the Sirius civilization was the 3rd level warp battleship that Huang Sheng was riding. Other captains chose to attack the lost territory, but he chose this hardest bone. The enemy's reconnaissance ship has been dispatched and will find us soon. Xiong Mani has been looking at the star map, and there are traces of reconnaissance ships nearby. The enemy's warships are more powerful and numerous than ours. If we are surrounded, we will be in great danger. Huang Sheng is also looking at the star map, and he has already known the enemy's movements. They are coming out in full force, Huang Sheng said. The 5 level 4 warp warships stationed here, as well as other warp warships, are all dispatched. What are you going to do? They have already started to defend. If we continue to fire tachyon weapons, our position will soon be exposed. Xiong Mani analyzed. They had attacked unexpectedly before, and the enemy could judge their approximate position based on the direction of the tachyon particles. Now the enemy is on alert, and if they attack again, their position will be exposed. Huang Sheng thought about it, and suddenly showed an excited look, saying, in this case, don't launch it. Fly in this direction. The direction he pointed to was the location of Sirius C. Sirius A and B are the 2 main stars in this star system, and C is the mother star of the Sirius civilization, their most important planet. What do you want to do? Xiong Mani probably guessed that he wanted to take a risk again. Hee. You know, teach them a lesson. If Sirius C is destroyed, the Sirius civilization will have no choice but to surrender. Anyway, they have surrendered many times. Huang Sheng laughed. Too risky. Xiong Mani worried. Fortune comes in danger. Huang Sheng had already decided on the target and ordered, change the route and head to Sirius C. Their warships began to adjust their direction, bypassing the reconnaissance ship and heading towards Sirius C. At this point, Xiong Mani could only cooperate with his plan. She said, when we get close to Sirius C, we will definitely be discovered. According to the position of the enemy warships, they can bring us into the attack range within 3 minutes. 3 minutes is enough, Huang Sheng said. There is a weapon that has not been used. If it is not used now, it will not be used in the future weapon upgrade. If it is not a war, it is better not to use this weapon. Xiong Mani sighed. They sent the plan back to the headquarters. He Xingzhou already understood and said, okay. We will execute it according to your plan. If you succeed, our fleet will continue to rush to the aid of the Sirius star system. Half a month has passed. At this time, In the Proxima star system, the warp warships led by Dongjin, including his command ship, only have the last 3 left. E-49? What are you doing? Dongjin found that one of the warships had turned off the energy shield and gave up the weapon defense. At the same time, the Blue Star civilization did not attack them again. I'm sorry, sir. We don't want to die in vain. The captain immediately closed the communication. Dongjin knew that he had surrendered. Asshole. If I catch you, I will tear you traitors into pieces. Dongjin cursed. We can't wait for the support of the main civilization. Or maybe the main civilization doesn't support us at all. We won't fight. Another warp warship also chose to surrender. They all came from the subsidiary civilization and had no awareness of sacrificing their lives for the Pleiades civilization. 2 teammates surrendered at once, and Dongjin was left alone. The 5 warships of the Blue Star civilization all besieged him. The energy consumption of the command ship was completely overdrawn. Sir, the adjutant hesitated. Dongjin asked, do you want to surrender? The adjutant hesitated for a while and said, we can't wait for support. Very good. Dongjin nodded, and then shot him to death with a laser weapon he carried with him. He gritted his teeth and said, we come from the Pleiades civilization. A noble civilization. We should be aware of sacrificing our lives for civilization. If we die here today, the main civilization will definitely avenge us. When we die, the flag of the Pleiades civilization will fly in the solar system. Long live the Pleiades civilization! Long live the Pleiades civilization! Everyone shouted together. Give up defense and attack the enemy with all your strength. Dongjin ordered. They gave up defense on their own initiative and poured out all the weapons on the warship. Although this did not have any effect, the Blue Star civilization warp warship had always maintained a distance of about 10 light minutes. When the weapons hit, their defense system had already destroyed it. Without defense, the tachyon weapon easily penetrated the command ship. Dongjin, as well as everyone on the warship, completely disappeared in the explosion of the warship. Report to the headquarters. We have completely defeated the Pleiades invasion fleet, destroyed 18 level 4 warp warships, and captured 2 level 4 warp warships. The news of the victory came, and the commanders were greatly encouraged. Well done. Even if we have to evacuate, it's worth it. 20 level 4 warp warships were destroyed by 5 level 3 warp warships, and the dignity of the Pleiades civilization has been destroyed. Chui Weiman laughed. Hurry up and spread this news in the virtual universe. Now the subordinate civilizations of the Pleiades civilization will think carefully about whether to continue to be loyal to their master. How much damage did the 5 warships suffer? He Xingzhou asked. Except for energy consumption. There is no loss. The captains replied. Completely intact. He Xingzhou was also very happy. The weak defeated the strong and were unscathed. The Pleiades civilization lost face this time. He said, replenish energy immediately and go to the Sirius star system to prepare to cooperate with Huangsheng's actions. Yes. 5 warp warships replenished their energy and set off again. The news that the Pleiades expeditionary fleet was annihilated has spread. Dongjin. Zigu was heartbroken when she heard the news. She was full of hatred and said, keep accelerating to reward our soldiers. Destroy the Blue Star civilization and never accept surrender. The leaders of the Star Trade Group also learned the news. The Blue Star civilization is really not simple. It actually wiped out the enemy without any injuries. We must protect the Blue Star civilization. They will become the vanguard civilization in our battle with the Orion Royal Court. The garrison fleet accelerates and intercepts the star-level fleet of the Pleiades civilization. In their minds, the weight of Blue Star civilization has greatly increased, and they decided to invest more resources. Originally, one of their starfield fleets was stationed 50 light-years away from the solar system. When it entered the 6th warp, it could intercept the Pleiades civilization fleet before it entered the solar system or the Proxima star system. The war is still going on. The Pleiades civilization is paying attention to the actions of the Star Trade Group, and the attack of Blue Star civilization has not yet ended. In the Sirius civilization, a warp warship is very close to Proxima C, and the Sirius civilization seems to have discovered some clues. Abnormalities have occurred in the nearby space area, and it is suspected that a warp warship is approaching our home planet. The Sirius civilization star system outpost issued a reminder while launching a reconnaissance ship and a reconnaissance satellite to locate their position. Chapter 254 Neutron Annihilation. They are about to find us. Xiong Mani reminded. There is still an hour's sailing distance from Sirius C. Almost. Even if we are discovered at this time, we are capable of dealing with it. After Huang Sheng finished speaking, he sent a message to Yi Xingzhou, Commander-in-Chief. We are close to Sirius C, and it is expected that we can launch an attack within an hour. Okay. Waiting for instructions. Yi Xingzhou responded. At this time, Yi Xingzhou entered the virtual universe, returned to the initial city from the Milky Way city, and contacted Jin Yi, the current leader of the Sirius civilization. A few minutes later, Jin Yi entered the virtual universe and saw Yi Xingzhou. His first words were, Yi Xingzhou, we will find your Blue Star Civilization's warships soon and destroy them. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do it. Yi Xingzhou saw his arrogant attitude and said, I contacted you to remind you. Your Tianlang civilization once invaded us. And for hundreds of years, you have been at the mercy of the Pleiades civilization and against us. So what? Jin Yi said arrogantly. The Blue Star civilization will be destroyed soon. Our Tianlang civilization will replace it. Stop dreaming. Yi Xingzhou ruthlessly exposed his arrogance and said, Do you have any control over the weapons of the Tianlang civilization? Even if we kill Dongshan, they will send a new commander. I won't talk nonsense with you. Yi Xingzhou said, I demand that the Sirius civilization surrender to us immediately. After surrendering, our Blue Star civilization can guarantee your safety. You are wishful thinking. Jin Yi was about to refute, but Yi Xingzhou interrupted him and said, Our warships are approaching Sirius C. In 55 minutes, super weapons will be launched to destroy all organic life on this planet. You only have 55 minutes to choose to surrender or go to war. I will stop here. You have to think carefully about what to choose. Sirius C is your home planet, where tens of billions of people live. If you don't want them to lose their lives, just surrender honestly. Are you threatening me? Jin Yi was shocked, but he still refused to lower his attitude. I am threatening you. Yi Xingzhou did not deny it. You only have 54 minutes left. Jin Yi immediately contacted other senior executives. Quick! Find the battleship of the Blue Star civilization and destroy it. Yi Xingzhou's words were also known by the senior executives. He is too arrogant. This is our territory. Impregnable. Even if he launches tachyon weapons and antimatter weapons, it is impossible to destroy Sirius C. Someone said indignantly. Yi Xingzhou is playing tricks. How can our Sirius civilization surrender just because of his words? Some people also expressed their concerns. What if what he said is true? Blue Star civilization has never played by the rules. Sirius C is our most important planet, and most of our elites live on Sirius C. It's better to be careful. Evacuate the people. Evacuate? We flee our home planet because of an unsubstantiated statement by the enemy? That's ridiculous. The hardliners firmly opposed it. If there really is such a weapon, can you be responsible? The Sirius civilization should have the courage and strength to defeat the Blue Star civilization and not fear death and sacrifice. The two sides argued endlessly, and time passed gradually. At this time, someone reported, the warships of the Blue Star civilization were found. They are approaching Sirius C. It is a third-level warp warship. We have launched weapons to force them to exit the warp navigation. They are approaching Sirius C at a sublight speed. How long will it take to defeat them? Jin Yi asked. It will take at least an hour. Our warp warships are on their way. They had previously sent all the warp warships out for expeditions or patrols, because they believed that even if a warp warship approached, the space military fortress near Sirius C alone could withstand the enemy's attack. However, the moment they discovered the warships of the Blue Star civilization, the tachyon weapons had already reached the space fortress and destroyed it. The Star Destroyer has the ability to destroy the surface of a planet. This is a star system warp warship. If it fires at full speed, the surface of our planet will be severely damaged. A senior official reminded. Jin Yi was still hesitating. Retreating at this time would be a huge blow to his prestige and the dignity and confidence of the Sirius civilization. However, before he made a decision, the Blue Star civilization had already helped them with propaganda. On Sirius C, the robot spy of the Blue Star civilization took the initiative to show up and shouted on the news, Listen, people of the Sirius civilization. We are the battleships of the Blue Star civilization. We will destroy all life on this planet in half an hour. If you are willing to surrender, please leave this planet immediately. Those who are unwilling to surrender will be buried here forever. As soon as this news came out, Sirius C and the Sirius civilization as a whole were in chaos. Blue Star civilization is coming? They are going to exterminate all life on this planet. Get out of here! On the planet, a large number of people took spaceships to leave the planet. As a key civilization supported by the Pleiades civilization, it only takes less than 10 minutes for the people of Sirius C to leave the planet. And quite a few people expressed doubt and opposition. This is a lie. Why are they coming here? Don't be afraid. We will defeat the Blue Star civilization. Escape. How can our Sirius civilization escape? Let them come. I will fight in person. A general took a warship and shouted that he would teach the Blue Star civilization a lesson. There were also quite a few people who came out. The Sirius civilization is doing very well, and will never fail. Don't believe the enemy. We must believe in our own civilization. We will attack the solar system and occupy the Blue Star. These people shouted on the internet, and took to the streets together to appeal in the city. Genie has been observing the attitude of the people. Big data shows that more than 80% of the people are unwilling to leave Sirius C. And they said they would fight to the end with the Blue Star civilization and destroy their civilization. Seeing this, Genie already knew how to make a decision. He immediately announced, "We have discovered the warships of the Blue Star civilization and will definitely sink them. Please rest assured. Our strength is far stronger than theirs." Genie's call made some people who originally wanted to escape choose to stay in Sirius C. At this time, their intercepting warships and weapons were approaching the warp warship where Huang Sheng was. The warp warship's energy shield was fully activated, so there was no problem for the time being. "My lord, Sirius C has a planetary weapon response system. We can deal with their missiles, weapons, and rays," the commander in charge of defense said confidently. "Even if they use tachyon weapons, they can only destroy some fixed targets. This planet is so big that they will be destroyed before they can destroy it." Okay. Genie was confident in his heart. Yes, tachyon weapons are powerful. But can they attack an entire planet? If the Blue Star civilization had tachyon weapons of that technology, it would have been a level 3 civilization or above. Only a few left. He Xingzhou has already heard the news. If we launch that weapon, this planet will be barren. We have given them a chance to escape. Since they don't cherish it, there is no need for us to be merciful. He Xingzhou ordered Huang Sheng, "Permit the use of that weapon." Received. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the moment it was launched. If it was against the Zerg, they would not have any psychological burden to destroy 10 billion intelligent life forms at a time. This time, they were dealing with human-like intelligent life forms, and the commander still had some pressure in their hearts. But everyone knew that being kind to the enemy was cruel to oneself. In war, there is no right or wrong, only winners and losers. Time continued to pass, and every minute and every second seemed to pass very slowly. Not only for the people of the Blue Star civilization, but even more so for the people of the Sirius civilization. Why haven't they been destroyed yet? Genie looked at the time, already anxious. They used various defensive weapons, but the warp warship was still approaching Sirius C. The commander said awkwardly, "It is difficult to destroy it before the warp warship arrives. Its energy shield and weapon defense system are very powerful." What a waste! Genie cursed. How could such a warship be allowed to penetrate so deep into our hinterland? "Sir, some people on the planet have already evacuated," someone reported. Although Genie called on everyone not to be afraid, he still arranged for some important people to leave Sirius C and go into space for refuge. It's time. All the high-level officials of the Sirius civilization became nervous. It would be a lie to say that they were not worried. They didn't know what weapons the other side would launch. On the warp battleship, Huang Sheng also saw that the time was up. Launch. Huang Sheng gave the order. Neutron launcher. Start. On the battleship, a phase weapon main gun was started. At this time, neutrons were being generated rapidly in the battleship. Then, the main gun fired these neutrons at Sirius C. The number and density of neutrons are enough to cover the entire planet. The neutron killer, although not as powerful as the Dyson ray, can blow up the planet. But it has another effect. What did they launch? Genie hid in a command ship and asked the commander of Sirius C. However, at this time, the communication was interrupted, and the commanders in other places sent a message. They did not launch solid weapons, but launched a large number of neutrons at Sirius C. In 3 minutes, these neutrons will cover the entire planet. What will happen? Genie asked. The commander's voice trembled and said, "This planet will be barren. Whether it is organic life or electronic equipment. It will be completely destroyed by the neutron flow." What? Genie couldn't believe it and asked quickly, "Don't we have any way to resist it?" At present, there is indeed no way. Unless we can install a protective cover for the entire planet. All the senior officials of the Sirius civilization were silent. They realized that they had made a huge mistake. 3 minutes later, the neutron stream came to Sirius C. It first passed through the outer space of Sirius C. And those orbiting satellites were destroyed at the first time. When the neutron stream passed through the electronic equipment, it would destroy their internal parts. The satellites crashed one after another. They still maintained their complete appearance, but the internal parts were scrapped. Then came the large space creations. The 2 spaceports lost power and slowly fell into the atmosphere under the action of gravity. Then, there were flying spaceships and unmanned warships. After their interiors were destroyed and they had no power, they were attracted by the gravity of the planets and fell into the atmosphere. At this time, a wonderful scene was playing out in the atmosphere of Sirius C. Countless flames appeared, and there were also various colors of light produced when the neutron flow passed through the atmosphere, just like the beautiful aurora on the blue planet. However, the intelligent life on Sirius C could no longer appreciate this beautiful scenery. The neutron flow passed through the atmosphere and came to the ground. Under normal circumstances, microscopic particles can pass through electronic equipment and human bodies and cause no harm to them. But when their number reaches a certain level, the result will change. On the blue planet, there used to be neutron weapons, which also have another nickname, which makes people extremely scared: radiation bombs. Strong radiation will instantly destroy life and electronic equipment. At this time, it is super radiation covering the entire planet. On the street, some members of the Sirius civilization are still marching, calling for resistance to the Blue Star civilization. Suddenly, they fell to the ground one after another, foaming at the mouth, and in severe cases, their bodies even ulcerated and died immediately. The radiation ionizes organic biological molecules, including proteins, DNA, and RNA, destroying the molecular structure of these organic molecules. If the radiation intensity is sufficient, organic life will even collapse directly. A city instantly became a purgatory on Earth, and any tangible organic life was dying and collapsing. This speed is still spreading, and animals and plants are not spared. Even electronic equipment began to malfunction due to the excessive neutron flow, and there were constant sounds of mechanical equipment exploding on the planet's surface. Transmission towers, nuclear power plants, and military bases were all exploding. The intelligent life here could no longer feel this kind of pain. The moment the neutron flow passed through them, they were already dead. The coverage of the neutron flow was the entire planet. The vitality of this planet was dying at a speed visible to the naked eye, but its surface and buildings remained intact. The neutron flow had no effect on the landforms and solid buildings. Only the life forms and mechanical equipment here were destroyed. Those members of the Sirius civilization in outer space already knew what was happening on the planet. They were extremely terrified and mentally collapsed. How could this happen? Hundreds of billions of people died just like that. Silently? No resistance. No shouting. Just like that? Our home planet has become a super tomb. Why? Our enemies are too cruel. Why? They don't want to leave. It's all Genius' fault. He told us to fight to the end. He didn't stop the enemy at all. He deceived us. At this time, the anger of the members of the Sirius civilization could no longer be concealed, and Gene Yi became their target of attack. Gene Yi is the center of civilization, because his wrong decision caused the death of a planet of people. We shouldn't have provoked the Blue Star civilization. Dead. Dead. All dead. Chapter 255: Sirius civilization collapses. Since Sirius C was attacked, Sirius civilization is in chaos. Conflicts also arose among the top leaders. Some accused Gene Yi. Hundreds of billions of people died just like that. And our home planet has become a cemetery. You have committed an unforgivable sin. Gene Yi was powerless to defend himself. How could he know that the enemy could destroy all the life forms and mechanical creations on the entire planet in such a short time? Everyone, now that it has come to this, we can only try our best to destroy the enemy. Someone said. Destroy? What to destroy? The Blue Star civilization only dispatched one warp warship to beat us like this. According to intelligence, 5 more warp warships are flying towards Sirius from the Proxima Centauri star system. Once they arrive, we will be the only ones to be destroyed. If we continue to fight, we will die. The Neutron killer has made most members of the Sirius civilization lose the courage to continue fighting. In fact, if they work harder, Wang Sheng and others' warp warships will definitely not be able to leave. But at this time, the chaos within the civilization also caused problems in military command. The captains of several warp warships were considering whether to continue fighting or evacuate. We can't succumb to the Blue Star civilization. Without Sirius C, we still have more planets and star systems. We can fight again. There are also many courageous people in the Sirius civilization. But compared with the panic of most people, the few rational people can't hold up the situation at all. We can't fight anymore. Sirius C has been destroyed, and those powerful people have fled into space. We are the civilians who died. Yes, those shameless people let us fight, and they are running for their lives. Why not surrender? Anyway, we were also a subordinate civilization of the Pleiades civilization before, and now it's okay to become a subordinate civilization of the Blue Star civilization. At this time, a large number of surrenderists appeared in the Sirius civilization, and their voices were growing. Keep the propaganda and make them surrender. Chui Weiman ordered the intelligence department to publicize in the territory of the Sirius civilization. Another spy stood up and appealed to the Sirius civilization. Our enemy is the Pleiades civilization, not you. As long as you surrender, we can guarantee that you will have the same life as before. Our warships are coming soon, and all those who resist will have only one way to go. The Pleiades civilization has no ability to protect you, and their fleet is being intercepted by the fleet of the Star Trade Group. The robot spy who shouted before was destroyed by the angry people. Some people want to destroy the spy that appears now, but are stopped by others. Are you going to bury our entire civilization? He is right. This is a war between the Blue Star civilization and the Pleiades civilization, and we don't need to sacrifice for it. Surrender. Don't fight anymore. Those who prevent us from surrendering are all spies of the Pleiades civilization. We were attacked, but they were at ease and ran away in advance. These voices became more and more intense. So much so that when Jin Yi ordered the captains of the warp warships to attack Wang Sheng, 2 captains openly disobeyed the order. They responded, in order to protect the safety of the people. We decided not to attack the Blue Star civilization anymore. Asshole. We can still fight. No matter how Jin Yi cursed. The other party ignored him. It's useless. A senior executive sighed. If we unite and fight, the Blue Star civilization can't cause us more harm. But as a subordinate civilization for more than 1,000 years, the people have long lost their sense of civilization identity and blood. The elites among us all regard joining the Pleiades civilization as a lifelong goal. And the rest are just a group of rabble. They destroyed not only Sirius C, but also our last psychological defense line. Surrender? Everyone lamented. Some high-level officials had disappeared. Everyone knew that they had fled on warships to other civilizations in the Pleiades. If the high-level officials were like this, could we still expect the unarmed ordinary people to resist the Blue Star civilization? They don't attack. Wang Sheng had noticed that the enemy's desire to attack had decreased, and reported the intelligence to the headquarters. It seems that we have shocked them. He Xingzhou entered the virtual universe again, and contacted the Sirius civilization. When he saw Genie this time, the pride and arrogance on his face had completely disappeared, leaving only anxiety and uneasiness. How is it? Have you thought it through? He Xingzhou asked. We only lost 1 planet, and our military strength is still intact. Genie tried to quibble. He Xingzhou smiled and said, Really? This is different from what I know. Didn't the Tianlang civilization lose its morale and run away? You don't have to tell me that, He Xingzhou said. This is the last time I will contact you. If you are determined not to surrender, then continue to fight. Neutron annihilation is just the beginning. His words made Jin Yi even more terrified. Could it be that the Blue Star civilization has some terrifying weapons? After thinking for a moment, Jin Yi said helplessly, We can surrender, but there are a few conditions. That's right. He Xingzhou smiled. And then it was the turn of the negotiation experts. During the negotiation, the 2 sides temporarily ceased fighting, and Wang Sheng and others were able to escape from the heartland of the Sirius civilization. Support warships were also coming. The negotiation experts of the Blue Star civilization negotiated with the Sirius civilization, and the other party did not have many conditions. Their senior management did not care how the Blue Star civilization would treat ordinary people of the Sirius civilization. Their only request was that the Blue Star civilization give them enough time to evacuate. You managers can evacuate, but the scientists and some elites of your civilization are not allowed to be taken away, the negotiation experts of the Blue Star civilization demanded. When leaving, do not destroy industrial equipment, civilization buildings and resource planets. Except for the warships you evacuate, all other military weapons must be left behind. In this way, we can ensure your safe departure. Otherwise our warships will pursue you. Don't think you can escape our luck. The entire Sirius civilization is within the range of our tachyon weapons. The top leaders of the Sirius civilization were extremely frustrated. But they were not qualified to bargain. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. When the army is demoralized, they are doomed to fail. They agreed to this condition. Internally, the top leaders appeased the people, saying that they were negotiating with the Blue Star civilization and did not mention surrender. As for themselves, they were packing up their belongings and preparing to leave. If the main civilization knows that we surrender, they will definitely not spare us. Someone worried. Then leave the area of the Pleiades society and go to other civilizations under the command of Marquis Shao. Even the Pleiades civilization dare not trouble us. They took their accumulated wealth and went to other civilizations for refuge. In this regard, the Blue Star civilization turned a blind eye and pretended not to know. After all, the Sirius civilization still has strong military strength, and it would be best to accept them directly. When these fugitive high-level officials leave, these things will be exposed, and the hatred of the Sirius civilization will be transferred to these fugitives, which will also be easier to govern and govern. A week later, the top leaders of the Sirius civilization had basically fled in panic. Wang Sheng drove a warship and sent soldiers to take over various military bases. He Xingzhou appeared in the news broadcast of the Sirius civilization, and he announced, all members of the Sirius civilization, I am He Xingzhou, the supreme commander of the Blue Star civilization. The former ruler of the Sirius civilization has surrendered to us unconditionally, and we will accept all the territory, assets and population of the Sirius civilization. Please everyone stay calm and continue to live normally. We will ensure your safety. During the takeover period, everything will be temporarily carried out in accordance with the laws and regulations of the former civilization. After He Xingzhou's announcement, the top leaders who had not escaped came out to appease the people. Unexpectedly, when the people of the Sirius civilization learned the news, they did not panic or cause chaos everywhere. More people felt relieved. Those bastards really escaped by themselves. It's good that they surrendered. The war is over. Yes, even if the Sirius civilization is no longer viable, we still have a chance to escape to the Pleiades civilization or other civilizations. As long as the Blue Star civilization does not continue to attack us, it is not unacceptable. Of course, there are also people who hate the Blue Star civilization. For example, their relatives were killed by the Blue Star civilization, or they have a strong sense of civilization identity and want to revive the Sirius civilization. It is not difficult to deal with them. Without the support of high-tech weapons, all the unrest is not worth mentioning. I never thought that we could defeat the Sirius civilization so easily. The commanders of the Blue Star civilization thought about it and found it incredible. The fighting spirit of the Sirius civilization is too weak. Su Jilan commented, they have been colonized by the Pleiades civilization for too long, and the civilization has completely lost its cohesion. So once they encounter a crisis, they immediately fall apart. We have gained a lot this time. He Xingzhou smiled. After taking down the Sirius civilization, the bridgehead that the Pleiades civilization has worked so hard to build is gone. In the future, all the territories of the Pleiades will be open to us. This time we seized several level 4 warp battleships. After reverse research, we will also be able to obtain level 4 warp battleships soon, which will be enough to become a level 2.9 civilization. Greatly increased strength. There are 3 other star systems that are basically under our control. As long as the Star Trade Group's fleet can intercept the Pleiades civilization fleet, we will have a firm foothold in this star field. They are still waiting for news from the Star Trade Group. The Pleiades civilization also learned about the surrender of the Sirius civilization, which made the Archons furious. These useless things. We gave them so much support, but they all ran away before the battle even started. We should have destroyed the Sirius civilization directly. In this battle, we not only lost the warp warships we built, but also lost 4 star systems. The Sirius civilization's behavior is too bad. If they run away today, other affiliated civilizations will run away tomorrow. Or even betray us and become spies for the Blue Star civilization and the Star Trade group. Jiang said coldly. Send out the reconnaissance ship immediately. Catch all the fugitives. And bring them back to the Pleiades civilization for trial. We must not let them escape so easily. Yes. Someone immediately went to make arrangements. Zigu, how are you doing? They asked Zigu, who was already close to the Sirius star system and the Proxima star system. Only 10 days away. Zigu was in a worse mood. Not only was her husband killed by the Blue Star civilization, but now she was stopped when she rushed to seek revenge. 1 light year away. The Star Trade Group's fleet was warning her. Listen, the Pleiades civilization fleet. You have violated the agreement of the Galaxy Light Organization that advanced civilizations cannot wage war against lower civilizations. Stop advancing immediately, or we will attack. Zigu responded, what a bullshit agreement. Is there any civilization in the Galaxy Light that abides by it? Attacking the Blue Star civilization will be considered an attack on our Star Trade group. Wasen's voice appeared in the subspace communicator, and he emphasized, Zigu, if you are ready for a total war, then continue to act. If not, I advise you to retreat. Once a total war begins, your Pleiades civilization will be the first to become cannon fodder. Wasen is from a level 4 civilization, which is still very intimidating to Zigu. My lord, what should we do? The subordinate asked. Zigu did not reply. At this time, Jianggu and other archons began to contact her and said, Zigu, withdraw? We have lost so much. Are we just going to let it go? Zigu was very dissatisfied and said, if we retreat today, the Blue Star civilization will reach our territory tomorrow. Jianggu said, don't worry. We have a new countermeasure. We don't need to take action ourselves to deal with the Blue Star civilization. Let them fight it out. At this time, we are not the opponent of the Xingmao group. They are right. Once the war starts, although we are a third-level civilization, we will become cannon fodder in the war between the two major forces of the Orion arm. Be patient for a while. The time will come soon. Zigu wanted to refuse the order, but reason told her that she could not drag down the entire civilization because of personal feelings. Okay, I'll retreat. Zigu took a deep breath and said. The fleet of the Pleiades civilization retreated. Seeing this, Wasen sent a message to Yixingzhou, saying, the Pleiades civilization has retreated, and the war is over. Thank you very much. Yixingzhou thanked. Wasen smiled and said, it is indeed your strength. Otherwise the group of leaders would not necessarily agree to send out the fleet. You will have a golden period of development next. I suggest that you do not provoke the Pleiades civilization for the time being. Its affiliated civilization should not be considered the Pleiades civilization. Yixingzhou said. Wasen smiled, and did not respond directly. After a brief chat, Wasen reminded, while you develop, you should also pay attention to the Black Sea civilization. Black Sea civilization? Yixingzhou was somewhat puzzled. Wasen said, Black Sea civilization has already shown a trend of being unable to resist the Zerg's attack. I think the situation will change again soon. We are worried that Black Sea civilization will turn to the Orion royal court because of the Zerg invasion. In addition, the spread of the Zerg is also increasing. It is only a matter of time before it reaches your territory. I understand. Yixingzhou remembered this, and planned to have a good chat with Bai Ningxiang later. After the communication was cut off, everyone in the Blue Star civilization breathed a sigh of relief. Without the third-level civilization taking action, they had already won. Everyone, it's time to go to Sirius to welcome our new golden period of development. Yixingzhou shouted loudly. Chapter 256 Zerg Threat Returns. The victory of the war allowed the Blue Star civilization to recover the territory lost in the previous decades and conquer the Sirius civilization. And this was just the beginning. As the bridgehead of the Pleiades against the Blue Star civilization. After the surrender of the Sirius civilization, the surrounding Kinha civilization and other civilizations were also in a panic. The civilizations personally supported by the Pleiades civilization, which had more than 24th level warp warships, were no match for the Blue Star civilization. Once the Blue Star civilization caught its breath and attacked them, what should they do? The surrounding civilizations were already considering peace talks with the Blue Star civilization or relocation. The upper class of their civilizations went to other star regions for refuge. Of course, Yixingzhou didn't have the energy to attack them at this time. having just experienced the war. The Blue Star civilization had to digest the results of the war, develop the 4th level warp warship, and stabilize the newly occupied territory. How to stabilize the Syria civilization and govern the surrounding territories is naturally the responsibility of professional commanders. What He Xingzhou is most concerned about is the construction of the star furnace. He came to the Interstellar Construction Department again and planned with a group of interstellar builders. The main design of the star furnace is to extract stellar matter and energy to generate antimatter, He Xingzhou said. Its design concept is similar to that of the Dyson sphere. The Dyson sphere is to build countless solar sails, wrap around stars, and convert stellar energy. The star furnace needs to build countless antimatter refiners to convert star energy. Now we have enough technology to make antimatter refiners. You need to explore Sirius A in the shortest time and come up with a design plan. Dean, we can complete the exploration in 3 years, Interstellar Builders and Wayhouse said. As one of the main designers of Dyson Cloud, he has now grown into the top interstellar builder of Blue Star civilization. This time, he is also one of the main persons in charge of the star furnace. In addition to him, there are hundreds of top interstellar builders here. Okay. After completing the exploration, we must quickly improve the design drawings and then start construction, He Xingzhou said. When the star furnace is completed, it will be the time for our Blue Star civilization to start large-scale external expansion. As long as the superstructure of the stellar furnace is completed, the Blue Star civilization will have inexhaustible antimatter in the 2nd level civilization stage. So much energy is enough for them to sweep the civilization of the same level. In addition, He Xingzhou also paid special attention to their planet cooling plan and artificial planet plan. After hundreds of years of cooling, the surface of Mars and Mercury, which were originally molten planets, has completely cooled and reformed rocks and continental shelves. Humans have rebuilt their homes on them and moved them into the habitable zone of the solar system. In this way, humans have 3 planets in the habitable zone of the solar system as living planets. The artificial core of Venus, which was beaten into gas, has also been completed. Through the energy output by the Dyson cloud, a strong magnetic field is constantly created to absorb matter. In addition, a large number of engineering ships are capturing and compressing gas. A planet is gradually taking shape. During the formation process, Builder Fang Hong reserved space for transformation and design according to the requirements put forward by He Xingzhou. In this way, when they are strong enough, they will have the opportunity to transform it into a super weapon. After doing this, He Xingzhou contacted Bai Ningxiang to inquire about the situation of the Black Sea civilization. In the virtual universe, He Xingzhou and Bai Ningxiang sat opposite each other. Bai Ningxiang first said, this time you repelled the attack of the Pleiades civilization. And with the protection of the Star Trade Group, you should be very safe within a few hundred years. Yeah. He Xingzhou nodded and asked, how is the situation over there? When it comes to this, Bai Ningxiang's pretty face showed some melancholy. She sighed and said, I estimate that within 100 years, the Black Sea civilization will split. So soon. He Xingzhou was surprised. Although the Black Sea civilization is in decline, it was once a 4th level civilization, and one of the 3 main civilizations of the Star Trade Group. Now it is actually splitting. Moreover, the existence of the Black Sea civilization made the Pleiades civilization very wary, and dared not to start a war casually. If they split, this threat will no longer exist, and the Pleiades civilization will become the most powerful civilization in this star field. At that time, the restrictions of the Star Trade Group can also be ignored by them. No way, Bai Ningxiang said faintly. We have tried our best, and the civilization has already been torn apart. In the past few hundred years, several elders have been transferring resources from the main civilization to strengthen the subsidiary civilization. Now the 4 subsidiary civilizations are all above level 2.5, and the main civilization is now an empty shell. Last time you asked us to help intercept the star-level warships of the Pleiades civilization. We didn't even have a decent warship. That's why. After listening to Bai Ningxiang's explanation, He Xingzhou also became worried. The Black Sea civilization collapsed so quickly, which must have a great impact on the Blue Star civilization. He thought for a while and said, what are you going to do with the Iceberg Investigation Association? What about you? I am also conflicted, Bai Ningxiang said. Although I knew this would happen, I still find it hard to accept it when it really comes. If possible, I would like to take some of our civilization to build a small civilization and join the Blue Star civilization. Okay, He Xingzhou said without hesitation. As he had promised by Yue a long time ago. He said, "The Blue Star Civilization will protect you." Bai Ningxiang smiled and said, "I never thought that the weak Blue Star Civilization back then has become so powerful now." After saying this, the two talked about the situation of the Zerg again. Bai Ningxiang said, "The Black Sea Civilization originally had more than 3,000 star systems, and 80% of them have been occupied by the Zerg for thousands of years. This is too difficult." He Xingzhou sighed. "The difficulty of dealing with the Zerg in one solar system has brought their civilization to the brink of extinction several times. And the Zerg has actually occupied more than 2,000 star systems in their territory." When mentioning this, Bai Ningxiang was also full of emotion and said, "In the era of my parents, the Black Sea Civilization prospered and reached the 4th level of civilization, becoming one of the 3 major civilizations of the Star Trade Group. At that time, everyone thought we could become stronger and expand our territory to the Star Cluster. After that, the Zerg appeared in our territory. At the beginning, only a few remote star systems were occupied, and we thought we could deal with it. But the truth was much more cruel than we imagined. The Zerg evolved too fast. From planetary behemoths, planetary overlords, planet devourers, and finally even star behemoths and space behemoths. The star system behemoth is the next stage of the evolution of the complete planet devourer. It can devour the energy and mass of stars, enough to sweep the 2nd level civilization. When the star behemoth devours a star, it can grow into a space behemoth. The Starfield-class battleships of the 3rd level civilization are just toys in front of them, and the Galaxy-class battleships of the 4th level civilization may not be their opponents. In the first few hundred years, we relied on the weapon advantages of the 4th level civilization to gain the upper hand. After a few hundred years, our losses increased. The Zerg was like an indestructible cockroach. After we eliminated one wave, another wave appeared, exhausting us. Finally, the Zerg disaster broke out in our territory. After thousands of years of fighting, our territory has been shrinking, and the contradictions within the civilization have become increasingly serious. In the end, we could only hide in the corner. When my mother died, the Civilization Council believed that we could not resist the Zerg, so they proposed a branch civilization plan, which is the 4 branch civilizations you saw. You know everything that happened later." He Xingzhou was silent for a long time, and said, "How did this Zerg appear?" The Blue Star Civilization was the same at the beginning. It suddenly appeared in the solar system. Is it their own spread? Or is it someone who deliberately did it? Bai Ningxiang analyzed. Our Iceberg Investigation Society has investigated for thousands of years. At the beginning, we also thought that this was the spread of the Zerg themselves. Later, some clues made us change our minds. It might be the work of other civilizations. We once paid a heavy price and killed a space beast. Some information was found in the life core of the space beast. There are photon information groups that do not belong to the space beast interfering with its thinking. You think someone can control the Zerg? He Xingzhou asked. We are not sure, because that technology has exceeded our civilization level, Bai Ningxiang said. But someone must be trying to control the Zerg. This is the most powerful biological weapon in the universe. He Xingzhou also understood that the Zerg is so powerful that even if the Order Alliance orders to prohibit the use of Zerg as a weapon, it cannot stop the ambitious people from using it to achieve their goals. If there is a hidden hand behind this, it must be watching us, He Xingzhou said. It must be a huge conspiracy. Bai Ningxiang was terrified. But such an existence could not be found by their imagination and guesswork. Let's talk about the imminent problem. Bai Ningxiang retracted her thoughts and said, once the Black Sea civilization splits, the forces resisting the Zerg will withdraw. The Zerg will inevitably spread to the Blue Star civilization and the Pleiades civilization. It's really tiring, He Xingzhou said helplessly. The Blue Star civilization resisted the Zerg for so long. But in the end, they still had to encounter them. This is not an ordinary Zerg, Bai Ningxiang reminded. There are star beasts and star beasts among them. It's easy for a star beast to destroy a planet, and a star beast has the ability to destroy an entire star system. He Xingzhou just felt overwhelmed. The Black Sea civilization, the Zerg, the Pleiades civilization, and the Star Trade Group, the Orion Royal Court, and the Zerg behind the scenes, etc. With so many forces intertwined, there is only one result. That is, war. He Xingzhou can only say, I know. If you are in danger, you must contact me. Yes. Bai Ningxiang nodded gently. He Xingzhou exited the virtual universe, and was still thinking about this matter. According to Bai Ningxiang's description, the collapse of the Black Sea civilization is imminent. By then, both the Zerg and the Pleiades civilization will take action. I'm afraid that relying on the 4th level warp warship alone can't solve the problem. Warp weapons cannot reach the 3rd level civilization, and cannot break through. He Xingzhou thought that if he wanted to strengthen the strength of Blue Star civilization in a short period of time, there was only one choice. That is, to create the ultimate weapon of the star system. Building a star furnace can unlock the ultimate weapon of the star system. The quantum optical brain had told He Xingzhou this a long time ago. But he had never had the energy to pay attention. In this case, let's start with the star furnace. He Xingzhou went to the interstellar construction meeting to communicate with the interstellar builders of alien civilizations. The process of exploring Sirius A took 2 years and 8 months. And it took another 2 years to modify and improve the drawings of the star furnace. Then, they started to work. After hundreds of years of development, the Blue Star civilization already has a sufficiently professional interstellar construction team. Space robots that can withstand the high temperature of stars work on the surface of stars. And humans can also operate in space armor. The number of their engineering ships has reached tens of billions. The energy required for construction is collected directly from the stars. And various resources come from the various star systems of the Blue Star civilization, as well as their trade with other civilizations of the Star Trade Group. The construction speed is maximized. 60 years later, Black Sea civilization. A certain star field. The swarm is coming. Outside the star field, the fleet assembled. And in space, countless Zergs were flying here. Attack! Attack! Don't let them get close to the star system. The warship has launched weapons. Various antimatter weapons. And warp weapons. Warp weapons exceed the speed of light, and come to the Zerg swarm, attacking the Zerg at a fixed point. The energy shields of some Zergs are penetrated and killed by weapons. But more Zergs are rushing towards the space defense line. And some of them can even fly at warp speed. A level 7 warp warship is launching an attack. And energy fluctuations appear on its reconnaissance device. Then, a giant beast emerges from the warp bubble. Its size is only as big as a dwarf planet. But its mass is comparable to that of a planet. Delicious. The giant beast opened its mouth and swallowed the warp warship in one gulp. Those antimatter weapons annihilated in its mouth. And it didn't care at all. Children, charge in. This star will become our delicious meal. More behemoths passed through the space defense line and began to slaughter. It is completely unstoppable. The number of star behemoths exceeds 100. There may be space behemoths. The defense line is broken. The star system is lost. The fleet's disintegration speed is beyond imagination. In less than a month, the star system completely fell into the control of the Zerg. And this star system is an important defense position of the Black Sea civilization. It is only 100 light-years away from the main area of the Black Sea civilization. The entire Black Sea civilization was shocked. And the Civilization Council held an emergency meeting. The 5 elders gathered again. And Bai Yue also attended the meeting. Everyone knows the situation. The great elder Bai Jia said in a heavy voice, "The Zerg has conquered our defense line, and is only 100 light-years away from us. At their spreading speed, they will be able to attack our hinterland and mother star system within 100 years. We must have a response to this matter. Otherwise, the destruction of civilization is not an exaggeration." Chapter 257 Disintegration of Civilization. Respond? Respond? What's the use of responding for so long? The speech of the second elder Baisha changed the atmosphere of the entire meeting. Baisha, what do you mean by this? Baijia asked. Baisha snorted coldly. I want everyone to face the reality. Our Black Sea civilization was a level 4 civilization at its peak. We once built a galaxy-class battleship. We even tried to build a Stargate. Today, after more than 1,000 years of development, where have we reached? Not only did we not build a Stargate, my galaxy-class battleship was destroyed long ago. And the technology was lost. A large number of Star Domain-class battleships were also destroyed. The territory was reduced by 80%. The technology was regressed. And the population was sharply reduced. The Black Sea civilization 1,000 years ago was no match for the Zerg. And it is even more impossible for us today to defeat the Zerg. Baisha's words made Baijia furious. And he scolded, as an elder of the Civilization Council, "You don't try to solve the problem for civilization, But you still say some discouraging words here. What do you want to do? The other elders looked at Baisha. And Baisha said fearlessly, Grand Elder, since the words have come to this, I might as well say it directly. The Black Sea civilization has reached the end of the road. If we continue to hold on here and fight against the Zerg, we will eventually be destroyed. It is better to migrate to the branch civilization and seek other development, so that we can preserve the vitality and fire of civilization and make a comeback one day. As for the Zerg, the Order Alliance will naturally deal with them. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. We have been holding it up for more than 1,000 years. It's time. After Baisha finished speaking, the whole audience was silent. Do you want to be a center of civilization? Baijia was so angry that he couldn't speak fluently. But Baisha said, What center of civilization? Great Elder. Go ask those people. Who wants to die in the mouth of the Zerg? We are not afraid of war. But we can't fight a war without hope. Ask others. They all have the same idea. He pointed to the elders of other civilization councils. Baijia looked at them and asked, Do you think so too? The third elder, Lanjiao, said, Great Elder. The second elder is right. More than 1,000 years ago, as a fourth-level civilization, we were no match for the Zerg. And the star beasts caused us heavy losses. Now that we have declined to this point, continuing is just suicide. It is better to part ways in peace and seek survival and development on our own. The fourth elder, Lan Long, also held the same view. It is not that we want to split the Black Sea civilization, but that we have lost the cohesion as a whole civilization. Everyone is looking for hope of survival. The fifth elder, Hong Lin, said, Great Elder, our strength is the weakest, and our people have suffered the most sacrifices. No one wants to die again. It's time. Bai Ningxiang and Bai Shizhao did not speak at this time, because they knew very well that the situation had come to this point, and the Great Elder was helpless. So what else could they do? Bai Jia also knew in his heart that this day would come sooner or later. But when the day of the disintegration of the Black Sea civilization really came, he still found it hard to accept. He had lived for thousands of years and witnessed the rise and fall of the Black Sea civilization. He missed that time very much, when the entire civilization was full of hope, and new technologies and new things emerged in an endless stream. But now, civilization is declining. People's fighting spirit is sluggish, and the lack of resources has caused internal conflicts to continue to intensify. The Zerg's attack has become the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter how hard he tries to save it, he is powerless at this time. Seeing that the elder did not speak, Baisha continued, The Civilization Council of the Black Sea Civilization can be disbanded. From now on, we are no longer the Black Sea Civilization, but a member of the former Black Sea Civilization. Now we exist as the Sea Beast Civilization, the Fishman Civilization, the Conch Civilization, and the Siren Civilization. As former peers, we can form an alliance, but we can no longer fight for the Black Sea Civilization. Is there really no other way? Baijia asked at last. No more. Everyone answered together. At this moment, Baijia looked extremely haggard, and his spirit and faith collapsed. He was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, Forget it. Forget it. The Black Sea civilization will become history. Let's disband. I'm tired. You can discuss the next thing by yourselves. Baijia said, and left the meeting room. Everyone knew that he would not live long. Although the members of the Black Sea civilization have a long lifespan, if a person's faith and spirit collapse, no matter how advanced the biotechnology is, it will be difficult to save his life, unless he is willing to become a robot. In the meeting room, everyone began to discuss what would happen after the disintegration of the Black Sea civilization. After the disintegration of the Black Sea civilization, the first fleet will belong to our Sea Beast civilization. Baisha first said that they were dividing the property of the main civilization. As the most powerful branch civilization, he proposed this condition and no one objected. The second fleet is ours, said Blue Shark. The defense fleet of this star region belongs to us, said Blue Dragon. Our territory is too small, and we don't have many resources, Hong Lin said. Those interstellar construction engineering equipment should be left to us. Several elders? No. Several leaders of branch civilizations. Bai Ningxiang said to them. Since you have already divided it, then move your things and leave. The territory, property, and people who are unwilling to leave left by the main civilization will be preserved as the last Black Sea civilization. When you leave us a way out. This is our request. By Ningxiang. The power of the Iceberg Investigation Society should be divided among us. Bai Sha reminded. He had a hint of threat. Although the resources of the Iceberg Investigation Society were not much. Who wouldn't want more? Second Elder. There's no need for that. Bai Ningxiang said. You have emptied all the valuable things. If you force us to take them, we will resist. There will be unnecessary sacrifices and losses at that time. Besides, we have formed an alliance with the Blue Star Civilization and will continue to protect this star field. I think your civilization needs to develop vigorously now, and don't want to be involved in war again. It's ridiculous. Lan Jia said disdainfully. The Blue Star Civilization is just a second-level civilization, and it can be your backer. You are really embarrassing the Black Sea Civilization. Who emptied the Black Sea Civilization? You know it yourself. You are not qualified to stand on the moral high ground to accuse us. Bai Ningxiang said coldly. In short, if you want to leave, do it quickly. You can't take away any military defense forces or weapons within the existing territory. Otherwise there will be war. Those of us who stay are not afraid of death. If you want to start a war, just declare war. You dare to threaten us. Little girl. Lan Long scolded. When we became elders of the Civilization Council, you were not born yet. The Civilization Council has been disbanded. And you are still using your seniority to suppress others? Bai Ningxiang retorted. It's really interesting. Hong Lin said. Do you really think that the Blue Star Civilization is our opponent? You have to judge for yourself. Bai Ningxiang showed no fear. Although you have star-level warships, your branch civilizations have not yet become third-level civilizations. Right? You are also aware of the record of the Blue Star Civilization against the Pleiades Society. I believe you understand the pros and cons better than me. After she said this, several elders did start to weigh the pros and cons. They originally wanted to divide up all the remaining resources of the Black Sea Civilization. But now Bai Ningxiang and the others have formed an alliance with the Blue Star Civilization. If they want to rob, it is not a wise choice to go to war with the Blue Star Civilization. They disdain the Blue Star Civilization, but they know it very well in their hearts. If the branch civilization really fights with the Blue Star Civilization, it may not be able to gain an advantage. If it capsizes in the gutter, it will be finished. Bai Sha said, it's a pile of junk. Since you want it, I'll leave it to you. Then you will be buried with the Black Sea Civilization. When you die, I will set up a major festival in the Sea Beast Civilization to commemorate you. Seeing that Bai Sha, the strongest one, chose not to clash with the Blue Star Civilization, the other elders naturally did not want to be the first to stand out. They said, since you insist on waiting to die, we have nothing to say. I wish you can repel the Zerg. They said this, but they naturally did not believe it in their hearts. For the Blue Star Civilization, it is very important to preserve the existing defense force of the Black Sea Civilization, because the Black Sea Civilization is very close to them. Once the Zerg completely occupies their territory, the Blue Star Civilization is also within the Zerg's attack range and will inevitably be attacked. Since we have to face it eventually, we might as well prepare in advance. They discussed for a month. And finally, the Great Elder Bai Jia appeared and announced this matter. On the news, the haggard and old Bai Jia announced to the entire Black Sea Civilization, we, the Black Sea Civilization, have experienced more than 1,000 years of war against the Zerg. Civilization decline, territory loss, population decline, economic crisis. We have gone through so many years of hardship. But today, I have to announce something with a heavy heart. The existing military force of the Black Sea Civilization is no longer sufficient to protect the security of civilization and guard our territory. The Zerg will soon completely conquer us. In order to continue the fire of our civilization, the Black Sea Civilization Council has unanimously decided. From today, the Black Sea Civilization will officially disintegrate. All people and things will migrate to 4 branch civilizations. The Sea Beast Civilization, the Fishman Civilization, the Conch Civilization, and the Siren Civilization. If you don't want to migrate and leave your homeland, you will be managed and protected by the original Iceberg Investigation Committee and survive in your homeland. What Bai Jia announced caused the entire Black Sea Civilization to collapse. Although everyone knew that it would not last long. When their civilization really disintegrated, countless people collapsed. We are finished. The glory is in the past. And now we have become stray dogs. The universe is so big. Is there really a home for us to survive? The civilization I fought for hundreds of years no longer exists. So what is the meaning of my existence? Finally, this day has come. Alas, child, leave. This is not a paradise, but a hell. The chaos of civilization is inevitable. Several leaders of affiliated civilizations have come forward and called on everyone to join them and build a new era with them. Bai Ningxiang and others were also very busy, and they came forward and called on everyone to stay and defend their homes in the media. But only a few were willing to stay. Most members still did not believe that they could defend their territory, and went to the four-branch civilizations. The news of the disintegration of the Black Sea civilization quickly spread throughout the Orion arm of the Milky Way, and countless civilizations were saddened. The Black Sea civilization had the potential to impact the fifth-level civilization. What a pity! A powerful and prosperous civilization has declined to this point in just 1,000 years. The Zerg is the real terror. The Black Sea civilization disintegrates. Who will contain these Zerg? They will spread to the surrounding star fields. And we, the weak civilizations, will become food for the Zerg. The Black Sea civilization is a major force of the Star Trade Group. Now without them, the Star Trade Group's strength has weakened again. It seems that the time for the Orion Royal Court to launch a war and unify the Orion arm is not far away. The Pleiades civilization was extremely excited when they heard the news. The Black Sea civilization has disintegrated, and the territories they left behind are all ours. Without the constraints of the Black Sea civilization, we are the most powerful in this area. There are Zerg in the Black Sea civilization area, and we must also prepare quickly. He Xingzhou had already learned the news when the Civilization Council was convened, and he immediately made preparations. The Black Sea civilization has disintegrated, and the Pleiades civilization may attack us. The branch civilizations of the Black Sea civilization may also create unrest. All star systems are on full alert. Also, send 10 warp warships to the Black Sea civilization area to help them maintain order. Because of the joining of Bai Ningxiang and others, the remaining territory of the Black Sea civilization is now equivalent to being directly taken over by them. Although most of their resources have been taken away by several branch civilizations, they were once a fourth-level civilization after all, and some of the remaining wealth is enough to make the Blue Star civilization stronger. Moreover, He Xingzhou believes that the Blue Star civilization must defend the star field to prevent the Zerg from spreading rapidly to their territory. There are only two directions for the Blue Star civilization to expand outward now. One is to attack the Pleiades civilization, which is a huge risk and not strong enough. The other is to accept the territory of the Black Sea civilization and clean up the Zerg. He Xingzhou temporarily chose the second one. Although there are star beasts and star beasts here, they will not attack for a while. And the Blue Star civilization still has enough time to build defenses and develop weapons. The disintegration of the Black Sea civilization was accompanied by chaos. Various forces were still robbing resources openly or secretly, and small-scale wars would break out from time to time. During this chaotic period, the stellar furnace of the Blue Star civilization in the Sirius star system was being built at a rapid pace. A large number of plasma control devices and antimatter refiners were installed above the stars, and these hot energies were converted and stored more efficiently. As time passed year after year, the scale of the stellar furnace became larger and larger, until 100 years later, the Interstellar Construction Department finally announced that the construction of the first phase of the stellar furnace had been completed, similar to the Dyson cloud built before, which was only a part of the Dyson sphere. A complete stellar furnace requires too many resources and a long construction period. It is difficult to complete it in 100 years, so it is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is enough to refine a large amount of antimatter for the entire civilization. Chapter 258 Unlock. Death Planet. Sirius A. This blue-white main sequence star has a much weaker light, because a large number of industrial equipment have been built on its outer layer. They are all made of special materials that can withstand temperatures of tens of millions of degrees Celsius. The energy and mass from the star are not only converted into antimatter here. In order to preserve the antimatter here, a stellar-level antimatter magnetic storage device has also been built here. It uses a strong magnetic field to bind the antimatter in an absolute vacuum to ensure that it will not annihilate with positive matter. Dean, look! In the warp battleship, Zheng Weihao pointed to the light spots on the detector and said, "These are all warp ships that transport antimatter. The antimatter extracted from the star furnace will be transported from here to various star systems of the Blue Star civilization, and to other civilizations in the Orion Arm. With the completion of the first phase of the star furnace alone, our Blue Star civilization has become the richest secondary civilization in the Orion Arm. Antimatter is the currency used by the Star Trade Group and the Galaxy Light Organization for transactions, calculated by mass. With so much antimatter, the Blue Star civilization can buy a large amount of resources. It is not an exaggeration to call it the richest secondary civilization in this spiral arm. Other civilizations, even if they know about interstellar giant structures such as the star furnace, do not have the ability to design and manufacture them. At this time, the quantum optical brain gave He Xingzhou a new prompt. The construction of the star furnace has been completed, and the ultimate star-level weapon, the Death Planet, has been unlocked. He Xingzhou's mind was filled with the introduction of the Death Planet. This is an artificial planet that uses antimatter as energy and a planet-level warp engine as power, and can travel at warp speed. Because of its huge mass, ordinary attacks cannot harm it. Its weapon system is composed of supergiant antimatter cannons, which fire the antimatter stored inside the planet in a torrent, and can destroy a planet in a very short time. It is the ultimate star-level weapon that surpasses the destroyer battleship. The most advanced star-level battleship becomes the destroyer battleship. The destroyer battleship is second only to the star-level battleship, often with a level 5 warp speed and a powerful weapon. Because the warships of the Blue Star civilization have tachyon weapons, they can become destroyer warships as long as they are upgraded to the 5th warp speed. And this ultimate star-level weapon is the counterpart of Dyson rays. The planet-destroying cannon of the Death Planet can completely annihilate a planet without the help of external forces. Such power is far inferior to that of ordinary star-level warships. Death Planet, Death Star. He Xingzhou was attracted by this introduction and thought to himself, if we can create a Death Planet, even if the Pleiades civilization attacks, we have a chance to defend it. The Pleiades civilization has star-level warships, warp weapons, and gravity weapons. Even if they send out destroyer warships, they are still not good enough in front of warp weapons and gravity weapons. But the Death Star is different. In terms of its mass, ordinary gravity weapons have no effect on it, and ordinary warp weapons are also difficult to affect it. And its planet destroyer cannon, with one shot, the energy shield of the star-level battleship will be destroyed instantly, and no weapon can resist it. Most importantly, this Death Planet can be upgraded, and warp weapons and gravity weapons can be installed, and then it can be upgraded to star-level weapons. Let the star furnace continue to produce, He Xingzhou said. I will send a warp fleet to guard here. This is our gold mine. Everyone agreed and continued to improve the star furnace, and He Xingzhou himself began to lead the construction of Death Planet. He returned to the solar system and found Fang Hong and others. He Xingzhou said, 4 artificial planets. We now have a new plan. That is to transform it into a death planet. Death means bringing death to the enemy. When He Xingzhou told Fang Hong about the design of the Death Star, he immediately exclaimed, a planet-scale warship? It can crush the enemy with kinetic energy alone. Yes, this antimatter cannon can kill the enemy with mass alone. Other military experts exclaimed, this challenge is much greater than an artificial planet. Indeed, this is a technological creation that is no less than a stellar furnace, He Xingzhou said. But for our Blue Star civilization, isn't this what we are good at? Hearing his words, everyone smiled and encouraged. The Dean is right. We just want to challenge the impossible and create miracles. We can do what others can't do. Isn't it just a death planet? We were able to build a Dyson sphere when we were weak, and now we are already a 2.8 civilization. So we can definitely do it. With the Dean here, what are you afraid of? Okay, everyone, He Xingzhou said. I will personally design and lead the construction of the Death Planet. Let's complete the design drawings now. Designing an entire planet, and requiring it to be a precision high-tech weapon, is an extremely heavy workload. Lumi began to help He Xingzhou mobilize personnel and resources, and their team quickly increased to hundreds of millions of people. While He Xingzhou was busy building the Death Planet, other commanders were not idle either. Since the construction of the Star Furnace, the Blue Star civilization has never stopped its external wars. The original territories of the Tianhe civilization and Tianyuan civilization have all been conquered by the Blue Star civilization, because the Pleiades civilization did not participate in the war. These civilizations were no match for the Blue Star civilization, and they had no intention of resisting, so it was very easy to defeat them. Su Jilan led the warp fleet and was heading to the Pleiades to attack another civilization. Chui Weiman expanded the intelligence department and trained spies of various races, trying to spread the intelligence network from them to the Star Trade Group, the Orion Royal Court, and even other spiral arms of the Milky Way. Lu Mei presided over the resource exploitation and galaxy development work of various star systems. Song Jinghong and Jiang Chan have already gone to the former Black Sea civilization territory, and together with Bai Yue and others, they are studying star beasts and space beasts. He Hongwei is stationed in the star system bordering the Pleiades civilization, ready to respond to their attacks at any time. Luan, Qiu Hong, Huang Sheng, Meng Hai, Ding Yu, Xia Wu, etc. Now the number of first-level commanders of the Blue Star civilization has exceeded 20, and they are stationed in different star systems, with the solar system as the center. More than half of the 113 stars within 20 light-years are controlled by the Blue Star civilization. If it weren't for the limited speed of warp battleship construction and the limited population, these star systems would all be ruled by the Blue Star civilization. Because of the rapid expansion of territory, Blue Star civilization began to face a new problem. That is, the issue of alien races joining Blue Star civilization. For example, after the surrender of the previous Sirius civilization, they accepted more than 100 billion people. The rebels must be dealt with naturally, and the Blue Star civilization still guarantees the safety of ordinary people and elite talents. After research by the headquarters, they temporarily implemented the Alliance civilization method. These civilizations belong to the allies of the Blue Star Alliance. Of course, they are still under their overall control, but the system is relatively looser than that of affiliated civilizations. For example, they can be allowed to develop their own technology without technological blockades, and they can also be allowed to have their own means of foreign trade. Blue Star civilization provides transportation and navigation protection, etc. Of course, corresponding fees must be charged, etc. The civilizations in the Pleiades society found that joining the Blue Star Alliance gave them better treatment than being a subordinate civilization of the Pleiades civilization, and naturally they had less resistance. Their only worry was that the Blue Star civilization would not be able to defeat the Pleiades civilization, and the Pleiades civilization would settle accounts with them later. The Black Sea civilization, now the ISC civilization, changed its name to the ISC civilization after the Iceberg Investigation Society took over the remaining population, and distinguished it from the original. In the ISC civilization, Bai Ningxiang, Jiang Chan, Song Jinghong, Bai Shizhou, and Bai Yu were watching a war in a star system called Lugia next to their territory. The Zerg was approaching there. More than 100 years before the disintegration of the Black Sea civilization, they had 3 more star systems occupied by Zerg. The reconnaissance screen showed that more than 100 star beasts were moving this time. This should be a migrating Zerg, Song Jinghong judged. It turns out that the resources of the star system have been occupied by more powerful Zerg, so they have to leave and find their own territory. Based on the flight trajectory, it is indeed the case. They may have flown from a star system with star beasts. Bai Shizhou analyzed. Is there still power to defend the Luju star system? Song Jinghong asked. When it comes to this, Bai Yu looked embarrassed and said, the Starfield level battleship is gone, and the 3rd level warp battleship can still be mobilized. After the disintegration of the original Black Sea civilization, all that was left to them were a pile of rubbish and a few star level warships, all defending the border. Then we can only rely on ourselves, Song Jinghong said, and contacted Ouyang Bo, the commander of the Blue Star civilization fleet stationed here. Captain Ouyang, take your fleet to the Deerhorn star system. There are more than 100 star beasts approaching the Deerhorn star system. Received. Ouyang Bo immediately ordered the fleet to set off. Their fleet had a total of 5 level 4 warp warships, all of which were built and put into service by the Blue Star civilization within the past 100 years. Level 4 warp speed, more than 100 times the speed of light. So in less than a month, they arrived at the Deerhorn star system. At this time, the Zerg had also arrived at the edge of the star system and occupied an ice giant at the edge of the star system. This place belongs to us. Some star beasts devoured the matter on the planet. They traveled in space and consumed a lot of energy. No future. Their leader was called Lord of Light, a star beast with radiance and radiation all over his body. The Lord of Light ordered, the planets in this star system will be divided among you, and the stars are mine. The beasts looked greedily at the stars, which were the source of energy and resources. But now they did not dare to compete with the Lord of Light, and were forced to agree. Wait until we replenish our strength. Sooner or later we will grab this star, the bugs thought. Even a star beast cannot devour an entire star. So they all have a chance. They will continue to grow and become star devourers. If they can devour a quarter or an entire low-mass star, these Zerg will have the opportunity to evolve into star beasts. At that time, only a level 4 civilization will be able to deal with it. There are still more than 10 billion people living in the Deerhorn star system, all of whom are members of the Ice Sea civilization. They are unwilling to leave the Black Sea civilization, so they stay here and join the Ice Sea civilization to resist the Zerg. But their most advanced weapon is only a level 3 warp battleship, the Deerhorn. On the Antler, Captain Whisper Squid looked at the scene in the reconnaissance screen and was almost desperate. More than 100 star beasts. At least 100 warp warships are needed. How can we fight 1 against 100? Whisper Squid is more than 1,800 years old this year, and has rich experience in fighting against the Zerg. He deeply understands that if they go there, they will die. We should have evacuated earlier and went to the branch civilization. Some people regretted and wanted to leave. If we leave, our relatives will die. They are still living in this star system. We will just be a mantis trying to stop a chariot if we go. Without a star-level warship, how can we deal with so many star beasts? The crew quarreled endlessly. If this continued, a rebellion would happen sooner or later. At this time, a message was transmitted to them. This is the Blue Star Civilization fleet. We have arrived at the Deerhorn star system. Deerhorn, you immediately evacuate the people. We will take over the defense here. At this time, Yang Bo's voice. It is the Blue Star Civilization fleet. Everyone was delighted. They actually waited for support. It was a miracle. The Blue Star Civilization fleet may not be the opponent of the Zerg. Anyway, let's evacuate first. Shuguai was worried and said, these Zergs are very scary and have rich combat experience. You should be careful. At this time, the Blue Star Civilization warships had already started fighting. The tachyon weapons started firing at a distance of 1 light year, and within a minute, they had hit the star beasts. Who is attacking me? A star beast roared. Half of its body was just knocked off. I was attacked too. Where is the enemy? Because they were too far away. The insects didn't even know who the enemy was. The attack was too fast. I couldn't react at all. A star beast was unable to dodge, and was pierced by the tachyon light spear. The energy of the explosion shattered the crystalline core, and it died in the vacuum. The nearby fellows immediately dismembered it. And they also felt fear. Where did the enemy come from? It's the tachyon weapon of the Blue Star Civilization, the Lord of Light judged. After the disintegration of the Black Sea Civilization, this is the territory of the Blue Star Civilization. I heard that these guys are difficult to deal with. They once wiped out one of our branches. That's just the devourer of planets. We are all star beasts. What are we afraid of? Tachyon weapons? It's enough to support the plasma protection layer throughout the process. My probe bugs have found them. Let's go and meet them. When the Lord of Light attacked, he deployed space insect nests. And the insect nests hatched reconnaissance bugs to scout the situation. At this time, the probe bugs had already discovered the location of the Blue Star Civilization fleet. Some star beasts began to enter warp speed and headed towards the fleet. The bugs are coming. This is one of their territories. The movements of the Zerg are under the control of the human captain. I really miss it. It has been hundreds of years since the last time I fought the bugs, Yang Bo said with emotion. Chapter 259 completed. Golden Battle Star. Everyone ready. 5 level 4 warp warships were all ready. Lock on the target. Attack! Yang Bo shouted. At his command, the 5 warp warships simultaneously increased their firepower. First with tachyon weapons, for ultra-long-range strikes. At this distance, the bugs could only respond passively, and some star beasts were injured or severely damaged. Battleship. My delicacy. A star beast that was good at warp flight first came to a warp warship, stretched out its claws, and was about to tear the warship apart. An antimatter cannon directly penetrated the plasma protective layer on its body surface, followed by the cooperation of the destructive death ray and the resonance torpedo. The destructive death light annihilated its extremely thick surface, and the resonance torpedoes hit its body directly. In 1/10,000th of a second, Millions of resonance torpedoes were planted in its body. The electromagnetic resonance wave and the resonance torpedoes acted together, and the body of this star beast immediately began to turbulent. Antimatter weapons and tachyon weapons were all output, and the firepower was so fierce that the claws of this star beast were melted and annihilated. My body? This star beast was terrified. In a short time, it had already felt the threat of death. The firepower of the warp battleship of the Blue Star civilization is much stronger than that of the IC civilization. Half of its body was annihilated, and half collapsed until it died completely. A star beast that was more terrifying than the devourer of planets was destroyed. The crew of the IC civilization on the Deerhorn was stunned when they saw this scene. Is this the strength of the Blue Star civilization? If it was face to face, our former star-level battleships would not have as strong firepower as theirs. No wonder the Blue Star civilization can win battles again and again. It turns out that their strength is so strong. 5 level 4 warp battleships faced more than 100 star beasts, and they were able to stop them. This is a miracle in itself. Keep attacking. Don't be stingy with energy. We have enough energy this time, Ouyang Bo shouted. While they attacked, the supply ship delivered antimatter to them. With a stellar furnace, the Blue Star civilization fought like an unlimited ammunition plug-in, without worrying about energy supply. Blue Star civilization? The Lord of Light was also approaching the warp warship. It could condense a layer of light shield, which could not be penetrated even by tachyon weapons and antimatter weapons. Try this. The Lord of Light had already approached one of the warp warships. It opened its mouth, and at this moment, a strong energy fluctuation appeared. Maximum energy shield. On the warship, Ouyang Bo hurriedly raised the energy shield to the highest value. The next second, countless rays gathered together, forming a terrifying ray storm that enveloped the warp warship. The energy shield completely disappeared in just a few seconds. Tachyon shield. Ouyang Bo was not helpless, but activated the second shield. This is a shield formed by tachyon particles, which is almost instantaneous in formation, and the protection is stronger than the previous plasma energy shield. The tachyon shield blocked the attack, and the analysis instrument has analyzed the attack method of the Lord of Light. Gamma rays. What attacked us just now was strong gamma rays. Gamma rays are rays released when the energy level of the atomic nucleus transitions and de-excites, with strong penetrating power and energy. Generally, gamma rays in nature are produced by nuclear fusion in the core of stars. They are a group of electromagnetic wave photons with a frequency higher than 1.5 trillion Hz. The gamma rays emitted by the Lord of Light are more powerful than their existing destructive death rays. The tachyon shield was also wearing out, and the AI warned, the tachyon shield can last for 30 seconds, and the battleship will be penetrated in 30 seconds. Rescue the command ship. The surrounding battleships were not idle either. They gave up attacking the surrounding Zerg and began to attack the Lord of Light. This forced the Lord of Light to defend and stop attacking. The commander immediately pulled away, and everyone saved their lives. If we continue to fight, we will suffer heavy losses. The human captains also became worried. These star beasts are indeed very strong, and the star beasts are also hesitant. The strength of the warships of the Blue Star civilization is higher than they imagined. At this time, the Lord of Light said, "Let them go today." Before we came to the Deerhorn star system, we had experienced a war between our own kind, which consumed a lot of energy and mass. The warp speed travel across more than 10 light years also consumes our energy. We must replenish our energy first and then destroy them. After saying that, the Lord of Light was the first to turn around and leave, flying towards the huge star in the Deerhorn star system. It wants to devour this star to replenish its energy. Other star beasts also left after seeing this. Let you go first, when we are full. Not only this star system, but also the surrounding star systems will be ours. Just a star-class battleship. You will soon know the horror of our Zerg. The insects also flew towards the Deerhorn star, and this time, the Lord of Light did not stop them, because it needs these fellows to fight for it in the future and become its cannon fodder. Tachyon weapons. Long-range attack. Ouyang Bo did not dare to chase too close. If the opponent fought hard, they would not be a match. So the 5 warp warships switched to using tachyon weapons for ultra-long-range attacks, and injured many Zerg. After a week of pulling like this, the Zerg finally arrived at the Antler Star. The Lord of Light plunged into the plasma ocean of tens of millions of degrees Celsius, swallowed up the plasma containing huge energy, and then sank into it and disappeared. Other star beasts also hid in the stars. We can't lock their position. At this time, human detectors could no longer detect their situation. Although they have detection equipment that can withstand the high temperature of stars. The size of stars is too huge. The temperature of this plasma world is too high. And the radiation is extremely strong. It is 100 million times more difficult to locate the position of the Zerg than to find a needle in a haystack. Let's stop here. Deploy reconnaissance satellites on the periphery of Deerhorn Star. And arrange warp warships to patrol. After Ouyang Bo finished speaking, he reported the matter to the Blue Star Alliance Command. The Star Beast, gamma rays, hid in the star. He Xingzhou already knew the whole story. And he thought, it seems that they are not going to come out in a short time. And we can't kill them. Then keep an eye on them first. These guys are always a hidden danger. Jiang Chan sent a message. They may evolve into star devourers within 100 years. If time is longer, they may evolve into star beasts. Then kill them within 100 years. He Xingzhou said. We can't lose any of this star field. The war on Deerhorn Star. The Conch civilization and the Siren civilization hundreds of light years away are also watching the war. Although they have evacuated the IC civilization, they still have spy machines in these territories. Although they can't sneak into the upper level, they can still observe the war situation. The Blue Star civilization is really powerful. In the Siren civilization, Han Lin said to Siren, their level 4 warp battleship can actually resist the Star Beast. This is something I didn't expect. Siren said, I think, if they are given a few hundred years, these Zergs may not be their opponents. How is it possible? Han Lin snorted coldly. What the Black Sea civilization couldn't do back then, can they do? Siren smiled slightly and said, my lord, who can predict the future? I think we should make preparations early and communicate more with the Blue Star civilization. Although they fled here, it is not peaceful here. This place is hundreds of light years away from the territory where the Zerg spread. But it is less than 100 light years away from the territory of the Pleiades civilization. With the strength of the Pleiades civilization, if they want to invade here, they really can't resist. The Conch civilization is about 50 light years away from them. They actually held on. Luo Yin was a little surprised. He thought that the Deerhorn star system would be directly occupied by the Zerg. It should be said that the Zerg let them go. Blue Dragon said. If the Zerg fight desperately, it is impossible to stop them with just 5 level 4 warp warships. These Zergs have serious energy consumption and are now eating. When the Zergs finish eating, it will be their death. Blue Dragon sneered. The Blue Star civilization is also stupid. They actually took over the territory of the IC civilization. They could have developed peacefully for hundreds of years. But now they are caught in a war with the Zerg. In the future, they will be defeated by the Zerg like the Black Sea civilization. Don't worry about them, Blue Dragon said. We just develop our own civilization. When we become strong, we will swallow up the nearby Siren civilization. Your Excellency is right, Luo Yin said respectfully. Among the 4 branch civilizations of the Black Sea civilization, the Siren civilization is the weakest. Although they have separated, the leaders of the major branch civilizations all want to take these civilizations back. The Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization are farther away from here, and they don't care about what happened in the Deerhorn star system. He Xingzhou is still continuing to research and manufacture the Death Star. This huge project is being carried out near the Blue Star. The solar system has the most mature industrial system of the Blue Star civilization. Every day, countless engineering teams are carrying out construction. In addition, ships transporting various resources continuously enter and exit the solar system. And this place has become the most prosperous star field. At this time, many aliens can be seen in the solar system. Some of them are allied civilizations, and some are civilizations of the Star Trade Group, coming here to trade or exchange and learn. The construction of the Death Planet lasted for a full 80 years. If the previous artificial planet is counted, the process of solidifying the gaseous planet into a solid state. This time scale is as long as more than 200 years. Even so, this is an extremely great feat, relying solely on human power to create a high-tech planet that can travel at warp speed. This was something that was unthinkable in the past. But today, it has been realized. Venus, reborn. He Xingzhou, wearing a space armor, floated outside the planet and observed it from the perspective of space. Its shell is the same as the mechanical planet, which is a full metal shell. After the camouflage is turned on, The shell can absorb 100% of radiation and light, and travel in space in secret. Inside the planet, there is a huge control space and living space. The core of Venus is a military stronghold with warp engines and arsenals. Outside the core circle is the internal ecosystem of the planet, using the energy generated by the antimatter reactor. They built a city inside the planet that can accommodate tens of billions of people. People can survive inside the planet. Of course, its most powerful feature is the planet-destroying cannon made with a planet-scale supermagnetic field. According to estimates, the power of the planet-destroying cannon will be stronger than the previous Dyson ray, because it is an antimatter cannon. It directly annihilates matter, while the Dyson ray uses strong energy to vaporize all matter. The name Venus is outdated, and calling it the Death Planet now seems a bit unlucky, He Xingzhou said to a group of interstellar builders around him. It is a planet used for war, so let's call it the Golden War Star. The War Star will become a new weapon for our Blue Star civilization. It is not only limited to this Golden War Star, but may also be upgraded to become stronger. Hearing his words, Fang Hong said excitedly, Dean, I heard about it in the virtual universe. Advanced civilizations have weapons such as war stars. The Galactic Empire once had war stars made of white dwarfs. It is even said that there are civilizations that can use neutron stars to make war stars. Its gravity alone can tear and destroy the enemy. You can work towards this direction. He Xingzhou smiled and said, You see, the Zerg can move freely in the stars, and we must be able to do it. Control the stars. The eyes of the people ignited with blazing flames, and ambitions ignited in their hearts. The Golden War Star is just the beginning of the War Star weapon. The construction of the Golden War Star was successful, but the civilization and the allied civilization were not notified. Now everyone only knows that this planet is an artificial planet plan, intending to create a mechanical planet for trade and defense, and did not expect it to have such a powerful attack capability. He Xingzhou ordered to move the Golden War Star away from the solar system and go to the area where the ISC civilization is located. Now that the Golden Battle Star has been completed, it should be put to use instead of being left in the solar system to gather dust. Nearly 90 years have passed since the last Zerg invasion of the Deer Horn star system. The star beasts are devouring stars, which makes the residents here even more uneasy. They either move to nearby star systems or leave the ISC civilization and go to the branch civilization of the Black Sea civilization. The original population of tens of billions is now less than 1 billion. The Blue Star civilization has not developed this place because they are also worried that the Zerg will destroy industrial facilities. During this period, warp battleships and reconnaissance satellites have been patrolling around the Deer Horn Star, and the Deer Horn Star has become very different from before. First of all, its mass. It has been reduced by 1%, although its overall mass has not decreased. That is because the Zerg still lives in it. Remove the mass of the bugs, a star, and reduce the mass by 1%. That is a huge change. You can imagine how many resources the bugs have obtained to evolve. Jiang Chan estimated that the bugs may have evolved to the level of the original Lord of Light at least, and can release strong gamma rays, and the Lord of Light may have evolved to the level of Star Devourer, which is even more terrifying. Chapter 260 Wandering Planet. An interstellar exploration ship plunged into the plasma ocean. This is a stellar probe specially developed by humans to find traces of the Zerg. It has a repulsive magnetic field, forming a vacuum protection cover to separate the high-temperature plasma. The stellar exploration ship is submerged in the sea of fire. This kind of voyage consumes huge energy every moment. If humans have not been able to use antimatter reactors, which are more advanced energy sources than nuclear fusion reactors, this ship will not last for more than 10 minutes. Zerg target found. Soon, the exploration ship found a stellar behemoth. The radiation and heat emitted by these stellar behemoths are more intense than plasma. Deploy resonance weapons. After discovering the target, the star probe ship deployed resonance weapons. These resonance weapons cannot kill the opponent, because the star is too large. The resonance weapons have limited impact, and the probe ship cannot form an effective attack inside the star. The purpose of using resonance weapons is to interfere with the opponent's absorption of stellar matter. Resonance will cause a certain scale of plasma energy explosion. In this environment, the star beast cannot evolve peacefully, and can only choose to leave. Another human interference device. The evolution process of this star beast was interrupted. It swam over angrily and destroyed the probe ship. But the resonance continued. The energy here was exploding, and it had to leave. Similar situations have been happening all the time. Although humans cannot kill them here, they have been harassing them, making the star beasts restless. Found it. The radiation intensity is comparable to that of the core of a star. When a star exploration ship dived to a deep enough distance, it found a star beast. Its energy is so strong that the plasma ocean is covered by its energy fluctuations. The plasma forms a huge vortex, which is constantly absorbed and compressed by it, and the mass of its crystal nucleus is increasing rapidly. And around it, there are light cocoons, which are all cocoons formed by plasma clusters. These light cocoons expand and contract, just like breathing. As it breathes, the matter and energy of the star are also absorbed by it. At this energy level, it must be the Lord of Light. Song Jinghong, from the Biological Research Institute, judged. It may have evolved into a star devourer. Jiang Chan worried. Bai Ningxiang said, a star devourer needs thousands or even tens of thousands of years to devour the mass of stars. When it reaches a certain level, it can evolve into a star beast. Even if it doesn't continue to evolve, it is a huge threat to us. Zhu Wei said, according to our experience, these Zergs will not evolve honestly. Bai Shirza said to everyone, there is still a problem of fighting for territory among Zergs. Just like the fight for territory among our civilizations. Once these guys have strength, they will quickly expand their territory. Star beasts can also speed up their evolution by splitting themselves and swallowing and evolving multiple splits together. We have observed that a star devourer split itself into a dozen separate individuals and swallowed them separately. After reaching a certain level, they devoured each other, shortening the time to evolve into a star beast by hundreds of times. The cocoons around the Lord of Light should be its splits. It needs to occupy more territory to supply its splits for swallowing and evolution. Does this mean that this guy is about to come out? Song Jinghong immediately sent this message to He Xingzhou. Star devourer. Split. Merge and evolve? He Xingzhou opened the star map and observed the situation. The star system of Deerhorn Star is the hinterland of the former Black Sea civilization, and now the Ice Sea civilization. If the Lord of Light chooses to spread its split body, it will directly occupy the hinterland of the Ice Sea civilization, which is less than 100 light years away from the Blue Star civilization. When it was just a second-level civilization, a distance of 100 light years was still very far for the Blue Star civilization. But now, the Blue Star civilization has a 4th-level warp, and even a 5th-level warp warship. For a 5th-level warp warship, a distance of 100 light years can be reached in less than a year. This is even more true for the Star Devourer. It must be killed, He Xingzhou said. Destroy the Lord of Light before it spreads its split body outward. Destroy the Star Devourer? Everyone began to think about it. This is undoubtedly a very difficult task. He Xingzhou convened a meeting of the Blue Star Alliance Command. In addition to their first-level commanders, Bai Ningxiang, Bai Shirzu, and Bai Yu also joined this pre-war meeting. With our weapons, we can't attack the enemy inside the star. Tachyon weapons can pass through the plasma ocean, but they are not as lethal as Star Devourer, He Hongwei said first. So, if you want to kill the Lord of Light, you have to lure it out. This is easy, Bai Ningxiang said. You have resonance weapons. The Lord of Light can resist a certain degree of resonance, but its light cocoon cannot. The light cocoon itself is difficult to move. You only need to use resonance weapons to deal with the light cocoon, and the Lord of Light will definitely appear. Bai Shirza agreed. These bugs never take other civilizations seriously. If they are bad-tempered Zerg, they will even launch an active attack. How to kill it after luring it out? Bai Yu asked. Let's not talk about the Lord of Light. There are at least 100 star beasts in this star. Each one requires at least a warship with a warp speed of 3 or above, which requires 100 ships. Our warships, with the assistance of other weapons, can fight 3 to 1. Luan said. The main fleet built in recent years will be sent over to fight a star system battle. Okay, White Ray continued. Then the problem is how to deal with the Lord of Light. You have never fought against the Star Devourer. I must emphasize its strength, he said with a serious expression. We used the destroyer to fight against the Star Devourer. A total of 5 ships were dispatched, and they were all destroyed by the Star Devourer, while it itself was almost unharmed. Hearing him say this, the commanders also looked solemn. The destroyer is the most advanced star-class battleship, which must have at least level 5 warp speed and a super weapon. We have also used star-level battleships and level 6 warp battleships. Using warp weapons, we can only injure them. If we really fight, We can't beat them. There must be more than 10 level 7 and 8 warp warships to fight against a Star Devourer. What if it is a star-level ultimate weapon? He Xingzhou said. Stellar ultimate weapon? Bai Yu was stunned. The ultimate weapon is the synonym of the most powerful weapon of this level. Its power and destructive power are even higher than the weapons of the previous civilization. Just like the Dyson Ray. Although it is a planetary-level ultimate weapon, even a warp warship or even a destroyer warship dare not confront it head-on, and can only use the speed advantage or weapon difference to attack. It is difficult for this star-level weapon to evaporate a planet at a time. Similarly, the ultimate star-level weapon will be much more powerful than some star-level warships. Do you have the ultimate star-level weapon? Bai Shirza asked. Now, He Xingzhou does not need to hide it. The battle is about to begin. They must know enough intelligence to formulate a battle plan. That's right. He Xingzhou called Xuanwu and said, Xuanwu, show the golden battle star. Xuanwu put out the information of the golden battle star. When Bai Shizhao and Bai Yu saw the golden battle star, the two old men who were over 1,000 years old exclaimed, It's a battle star. How can you make a battle star? This is at least a 3rd level or even 4th level civilization. Bai Shizhao asked in surprise. It's a primary version, without gravity weapons. Bai Yu said after seeing the information clearly. You scared me. I thought you could even make a complete version of the War Star. That kind of weapon is enough to deal with the giant beasts in the starry sky. It turns out there are no gravity weapons. Bai Shizhao said. Even so, the power of this War Star is huge enough to be called a star-level ultimate weapon. No problem at all. He Xingzhou introduced. Its main weapon is still the antimatter cannon, which we call the planet-destroying cannon, with a large mass of antimatter. It is enough to annihilate the entire planet. If it can hit the Star Devourer, the Star Devourer will definitely not be able to bear it. Bai Ningxiang said immediately. The key is that you don't have gravity weapons, and can't restrict the Lord of Light. This problem is not the first time that the Blue Star civilization has encountered. They encountered it when they first dealt with the Devourer of Planets. At that time, they used the gravity of 3 planets, and the Sun to slow down the Devourer of Planets' flight speed, and then killed it with Dyson rays. The Lord of Light, who can create warp bubbles, advances by distorting time and space. This restriction is meaningless, unless they have gravitational weapons and create gravitational cages to trap it. The Lord of Light will not be stupid enough to resist the planet-destroying cannon. We have lost the gravitational weapon technology, Bai Ningxiang said helplessly. These technologies are all controlled by the forces of several elders. When they left, they also took away all the related technologies and equipment. Then we can change our thinking. Su Jilan said. We know that this planet is a war planet, but the Lord of Light doesn't know it. If we disguise it as an ordinary planet, lure the Lord of Light, and then sneak attack it, as long as the distance is close enough, it can't react. This idea is feasible, Bai Shizhao praised. The Black Sea civilization did not have any war planets before, and no one knew that the Blue Star civilization had war planets. The bugs would never have thought that you, as a 2nd-level civilization, could actually create a war planet. If you attack it by surprise, you may kill the Lord of Light directly. Everyone started discussing the plan. Disguise is simple. The outer shell of the Golden War Star already has planetary surface camouflage. The key is how to move it to the right place. The movement of a planet within a star system will inevitably attract the attention of the bugs. So the Golden War Star needs a suitable reason to go to the Deer Horn star system. Bai Ningxiang suggested, disguise it as a wandering planet. There are some wandering planets in the universe. They originally revolved around their own stars, but because of the gravitational influence of other celestial bodies, they were thrown out of their original star systems and became orphans in the universe, wandering in the vast space until they were captured by new massive celestial bodies. In addition, there are also civilizations that build planetary engines on planets for various reasons, heading for new homes and becoming wandering planets. The idea of a wandering planet is good, Bai Shizhao thought, and said, after the Black Sea civilization split, some tribesmen in some places had such ideas and took action. They built planetary engines on their own planets and tried to take their own planets away. We can completely fake such an event and let the wandering planet pass through the Deer Horn star system. The Lord of Light just needs to let his cocoon devour mass to grow. Maybe we don't even need to lure it. It will come to capture this planet by itself. We can give it a try. The commanders of the Blue Star civilization were not afraid to try. If they tried this right, they would make a lot of money. Even if the Lord of Light saw through it, he couldn't do anything to the golden battle star. They immediately began to prepare. The amount of work required to disguise a planet was a piece of cake for the current blue star civilization. They could perform star furnace engineering and create artificial planets. What was this? Outside the golden battle star, countless robots and engineering ships were working simultaneously to dress the planet in a planetary surface coat, including mountains, plains, rivers, oceans, volcanoes, rifts, etc. In addition to these, a large number of camouflaged buildings were built on it, all of which were built in the style of the Black Sea civilization. They had nothing inside except an outer shell. In addition, the robot factory also manufactured 10 billion bionic robots, all of which looked like people from the Black Sea civilization. These bionic people were controlled by programs and lived on the surface of this planet in a predetermined way. Even if an alien came to visit, they would probably think that this was a real-life planet, not a super weapon. After doing all this, they built a real planetary engine on the surface of the planet. The entire transformation process took only 3 years. After the transformation was completed, the Golden War planet had been completely disguised as a civilized planet of the Black Sea civilization. Even if we ourselves could not recognize it, this is a fake civilized planet. Bai Ningxiang went up and took a look. If you don't live with these bionic people, you won't be able to detect it. The Zerg don't have this patience. Very good. Then it can set off. He Xingzhou has already planned the route. They will first travel at warp speed to the Deerhorn star system 100 light-years away. After arriving nearby, turn off the warp engine. Use the planetary engine, disguise as a wandering planet, and pass through the Deerhorn star system. The purpose of this wandering planet approaching the Deerhorn star system is to replenish matter and energy, and at the same time pick up other residents of this star system. Everything is ready. After the planet-level warp engine is started, the Golden War star disappears from people's sight. It has entered the warp bubble and started warp travel. Chapter 261 The Lord of Light appears. Because of its huge mass, the Golden War star can only travel at a level 3 warp speed, which is about 40 times the speed of light. It takes about 3 years to travel from the solar system to the Deerhorn star system. In addition, when it approaches the Deerhorn star system, it will shut down the warp engine and use the planetary engine as a disguise. So it will take about a year to actually reach the Deerhorn star system. 4 years later, the Deerhorn star system, Deertail star. This is the only place in the Deerhorn star system where the residents of the Ice Sea civilization live. Those planets close to the Deerhorn star had to evacuate because of the threat of the Zerg, and they struggled to survive here. There are still 3 billion people on Deertail star. At its peak, this star system was home to more than 300 billion people. During the decline of the Black Sea civilization, the population dropped sharply to 100 billion. Later, the Black Sea civilization split, and more than 90% of the population migrated with the branch civilizations. After the Star Beast occupied Deerhorn star, more and more people migrated away. And now only these are left. Recently, the frequency of Zerg appearing in outer space has increased, which has caused panic among the remaining population. I heard that many Zerg have appeared on other planets. In this star system, only this planet is safe. That's only for now. The Zerg will soon attack. Doesn't the army go to encircle and suppress them every year? How effective is that? One of my relatives is serving in the Space Force. He has informed me to leave here as soon as possible. The Zerg cannot be completely eliminated? Why? Because the root cause is not on the planet, but in the star, the man said. You think the Zerg on the planet can be wiped out with our military strength? But the Zerg continues to spread here, because the Zerg has been breeding in the Antler star. Those Zerg were driven away by the advanced Zerg and had to survive on nearby planets. Can the Zerg in the star be solved? No. If it could be solved, the Black Sea civilization would not be so miserable and become what it is now. Hearing his words, everyone was even more terrified. When the Zerg crisis first broke out in the Black Sea civilization, no one took it seriously. Everyone thought that with their military strength, they could quickly eliminate the Zerg. However, in fact, they did have the upper hand at the beginning. But the Zerg escaped in every battle, hiding in various places and evolving in the wild star systems. When they appeared again, they were much stronger in both strength and number. After 1,000 years of war, they not only failed to eliminate the Zerg, but were defeated and disintegrated. We can't stay here anymore. People began to realize that staying here would mean death. We want to leave Deer Tail Star and the Deer Horn Star system. I see civilization should send ships to help us leave. Ordinary ships can't leave here at all, because all warp warships are now under the control of Blue Star Civilization. Their sublight speed ships are targets of Zerg in the universe. Blue Star Civilization responded to them at first. Please rest assured. We will eliminate the Zerg here and ensure everyone's safety. This statement did not satisfy the residents here. They continued to protest and took to the streets. Blue Star Civilization should send warp warships to help us evacuate. On Deer Tail Star, people shouted. They also have relatives and friends in other star systems. And these people are also calling for it. Even the Sea Beast Civilization, the Fishman Civilization, the Conch Civilization, and the Sea Monster Civilization sent messages to the Blue Star Civilization, asking them to help their former tribesmen transfer. So, the Blue Star Civilization announced again. We have made a transfer plan a long time ago. There is a wandering planet that is about to pass through the Deer Horn star system. All residents will leave together on this planet and become residents of this planet and go to their new home. They also announced the time and place of the transfer, including the location of the wandering planet. The residents of Deer Tail Star saw that the wandering planet had indeed arrived at the edge of the star system. The protests gradually disappeared, and everyone was ready to migrate with the wandering planet. The news here can't be hidden from the Zerg. Just as humans have been detecting the intelligence of the Zerg are also detecting their intelligence. They have various disguised Zerg spies, such as Zergmen, or directly let special queens hatch Zergs with the same biological characteristics as them to spy on intelligence. The wandering planet came to the Deer Horn star system and planned to take away everyone here. The star beasts of the Deer Horn star system have already known it. Are they going to escape? How can we let them escape so easily? We must destroy them. That's right. Our mission is not only to devour the star system, but also to eliminate all intelligent creatures. This is a mission engraved in the genes of the Zerg, and every Zerg will work hard for it. This is why the Zerg did not hide and develop in remote galaxies, but had to fight with civilizations one by one. Wandering planet? The Lord of Light woke up from his slumber. Very good. Each of my split bodies needs a planet to feed. The wandering planet and everyone here belong to me. It continued to lie dormant inside the star, waiting for an opportunity. And the wandering planet disguised as the Golden War Star finally entered the range of the Antler star system. Zerg spies flew to outer space for observation. From outer space, the mass and volume of this planet are not large. Its surface has tens of thousands of towering planetary engines, spewing plasma flames. There are also residents of the Ice Sea civilization living on the planet, some on the surface and some underground, because this planet is far away from the star. The surface ocean has long been frozen, so these people live in underground cities under the planetary engine, using the heat energy of the planetary engine to survive. No matter from which angle you look at it, this is a wandering planet. The wandering planet has arrived. The Zerg spy sent the information back, and all the Zergs were in a commotion. It's our turn to appear. Over the years, our energy has been replenished, and we can take this opportunity to eliminate all intelligent life in this star system. When it gets closer, we will attack. The Zerg did not rush to move out, fearing that they would scare away humans. It seems that this wandering planet can only fly at sublight speed at present. When it gets closer, the Zerg will use warp speed to travel, and it will not be able to escape even if it wants to. On Lue Star, the residents heard that the wandering planet was approaching, and they could not wait any longer. They observed its distance every day. Some people even prepared spaceships and moved there as soon as the wandering planet got closer. After about 3 months of flight, the wandering planet finally approached Lue Star. The Blue Star Civilization announced that it would carry out migration activities in half a month. Just as the residents of Lue Star were rejoicing, a change occurred. The star beasts sleeping on the Deer Horn Star woke up one after another, flew out of the star, and headed for the wandering planet. The Zerg are out. The reconnaissance department reported the news immediately. They are finally out. He Xingzhou was relieved to hear this information. He was really worried that the Zerg would sit back and do nothing, and then they would have to find a new excuse to keep the planet in this star system. Where is the Lord of Light? He Xingzhou asked. They have been using star detectors to locate the Lord of Light. The Lord of Light has also awakened, and it is about to fly out of the star. But this guy flew out cunningly and let his subordinates take the lead, the scout said. In that case, He Xingzhou ordered, If the Lord of Light does not appear, our fleet is not afraid of him. Let the Blue Star Civilization Guard fleet attack. Attack other star beasts first. Once the Lord of Light appears, immediately evacuate to the vicinity of the Golden War Star. In addition, immediately arrange for the residents of Deer Tail Star to evacuate, so as to prevent the Lord of Light from playing cards out of the routine. Yes. The subordinates immediately began to implement the plan. The Zerg has been watching them. Once they have an evacuation, the Zerg will come to harass and attack. This time, the Zerg did the same, but they miscalculated. Several planet devourers approached Deer Tail Star, trying to melt the bottom crust of the planet, but several tachyon weapons hit them from a light year away. The resonance torpedoes combined with kinetic weapons directly hit their crystal cores. These planet devourers were smashed to pieces before they even approached Deer Tail Star. Kill! 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 The star beasts were dispatched. They were extremely fast, and soon arrived near Deer Tail Star and the wandering planets. The human fleet was already prepared. The Blue Star Civilization Guardian fleet had a total of nearly 80 warp warships. Although most of them were warp warships below level 2, their weapon systems were not low level, and could be compared with level 4 warp warships. In frontal combat, the speed of the warp did not affect the power of the warship. At the same time, the Blue Star Civilization also built a level 5 warp warship. That is, a destruction warship. The Guardian fleet is the fleet of the Blue Star Civilization to protect its allies. Currently, there are 2 destruction warships in service. A star beast was about to approach the Deer Tail Star, and was intercepted by the destroyer. The target has entered the attack range. Attack! The destroyer launched an attack immediately, with the main gun and secondary guns attacking at the same time. The main gun is a tachyon weapon, an evolution of the tachyon light spear, the tachyon torrent. The tachyon torrent has more tachyons, and its lethality is naturally greater. Countless tachyons came to the star beast in an instant, and the star beast's protective layer was penetrated by the tachyons in an instant, and a big hole was punched in its huge body surface. Another tachyon weapon. The star beast was very annoyed. The tachyon weapon attacked it, and it could only passively take the beating. Fortunately, it is a stronger star beast than the devourer of planets. It can recover immediately after losing this bit of mass. Human warships can attack me with tachyon weapons from a distance, and I can't catch them. In this case, let's attack the planet directly. Unless they abandon their planet, they must come close to rescue, and then we will catch them all in one fell swoop, said a bug. At this time, the bugs had been hit by tachyon weapons, and even 2 star beasts were killed. They changed their strategy, and no longer looked for the location of the human fleet, but attacked the planet directly. More than 30 star beasts went to Deer Horn Star, and the others went to the wandering planet. The enemy wants to surround the point and attack the reinforcements, He Xingzhou said. According to the original plan, we will be divided into 3 teams. The main force, Team 1, went to Deer Horn Star to cut off the insects' retreat. Team 2 went to Deer Tail Star to protect the planet and assist the residents in evacuating. Team 3 went to the wandering planet and pretended to attack. Received. The fleet was immediately divided into 3 parts, with Team 1 being the strongest and Team 2 barely able to defend. As for Team 3, it was just a bluff. All the low-level warp warships were in Team 3. Although they had the largest number of warships, their combat effectiveness was not as good as Team 1 and Team 2. In the space battlefield near Deer Tail Star, the Star Beast and Team 2 had already started fighting. The 2 sides attacked each other. The gamma rays of the Star Beast were extremely lethal, and the various weapons of the warp warships were also extremely powerful. Because both sides have high energy characteristics, the war will not be decided for a while. The Lord of Light is observing the battle from behind. The number of human warships heading to the wandering planet is more than that heading to Deer Tail Star. So, the defense of the wandering planet is weaker, or this planet is more important. In that case, I will destroy your hope first and let you feel despair. The Lord of Light flew to the wandering planet. The 3rd team also started a war with the Star Beast, but their strength was obviously insufficient, and they kept retreating. Is this the Blue Star Civilization? It's just like this. The insects pressed forward step by step, and they swallowed the destroyed warships alive and turned them into their own mass and energy. The human fleet was defeated and had retreated to the defense circle of the wandering planet. We're almost there. The insects' attack became more and more fierce. This planet is mine. Get out of here. The Lord of Light emerged from the warp bubble and drove away the other insects. Damn it. We're almost there. We can't afford to offend it. It's now a star devourer. This guy. I guess he's going to use this planet to hatch his split body. Working for nothing. Although the insects were very unhappy. They didn't dare to disobey the Lord of Light's orders. Some of them went to Deer Tail Star. And some went to other planets. Now humans don't have the energy to estimate other planets. So they just occupy them together. The Lord of Light appeared near the wandering planet. The energy in its body was too hot. And its size was larger than that of the planet. So when it appeared, it was like a new sun appeared in the sky. From the planet, its light was brighter than that of a star. Before it launched an attack, the temperature it emitted had already raised the temperature of the entire wandering planet's atmosphere by more than 100 degrees Celsius. The frozen seawater not only melted, but also evaporated into water vapor. Some substances with low ignition points began to burn, and even the planetary engine malfunctioned, causing a huge explosion. The explosion was as powerful as an asteroid impact. In addition, the Lord of Light's own mass was also exerting gravity on the planet. All these changes caused the surface of the wandering planet to be completely destroyed before it launched an attack. Chapter 262: A War of Inhumanity. The Lord of Light fired thermal rays at the wandering planet. These thermal rays heated the surface of the planet again, melting the planetary engine, melting the mountains and rocks into magma. On the wandering planet, countless lives were wailing, and finally they all died in the sea of magma. Looking at his masterpiece, the Lord of Light was very satisfied. Next, he only needed to parasitize one of his split bodies on the core of this planet. It would devour the energy of the core of the planet and grow. When it broke out of the cocoon, it would directly surpass the stage of the devourer of planets and become a stellar behemoth. The Lord of Light attacked the wandering planet. The people evacuated from Deer Tail Star also saw the changes in the wandering planet, and their hopes that had just risen were shattered again. Deer Tail Star is being attacked. The wandering planets are also being destroyed, and there are Zerg ravaging space. We are done. We should have evacuated earlier. This star system will become our graveyard. Despair and pessimism spread among the crowd. They could not think of any way to repel or destroy these Zerg. At this moment, inside the wandering planet, Commander Ming Hai was checking the situation inside the planet. The temperature on the surface of the planet has risen, and all our bionic robots have been destroyed. The planet's intelligent core reported its own situation. At present, the thermal energy rays have not penetrated our heat-insulating shell, so it is safe for the time being. This is an artificial planet and a war star weapon, so relevant issues were considered during the design. The Lord of Light did not expect that although he destroyed the surface of the planet was hollow. The fleet evacuated and avoided the Lord of Light. He Xingzhou issued an order at the same time. The purpose of the third team has been achieved. That is, to lure the Lord of Light over. Retreat. Go to Lue Star to support the second team. The ships of the third team evacuated one after another, as if avoiding the Lord of Light. Humans are already scared. The Lord of Light did not chase and kill, but ordered other star beasts to chase and kill. It began to enjoy the fruits of its victory. A big hole appeared in the body of the Lord of Light, and a light cocoon slipped out of it and flew towards the wandering planet. It's getting closer. Ming Hai observed the distance. The light cocoon was about to reach the golden battle star, and the distance between the Lord of Light and the golden battle star was also very close. It's time. In the Blue Star Alliance command, the commander's nerves were tense. They had been pretending for all these years, and they were waiting for this moment. Launch the attack and annihilate the Lord of Light. He Xingzhou shouted. Ming Hai received the order and ordered, open the main gun of the planet-destroying cannon and aim at the Lord of Light. The secondary gun uses the energy cannon to attack the light cocoon. Don't break the light cocoon. This is our important research goal. The main gun is starting. The secondary gun is on. The main gun of the planet destroyer takes a while to start because it is too large. The secondary gun attacks first, and the energy weapon bombards the light cocoon, continuously wearing away the light cocoon's protective shield. Huh? Is there anyone still alive? The Lord of Light noticed that there were still people attacking its light cocoon. It was about to lock on to the other party and destroy it, but found something wrong. The magma surface of the wandering planet suddenly cracked, and somewhere, a huge hole opened in the earth. But the magma ocean did not pour in, but was blocked on both sides by the strong magnetic field. The dark crack seemed to lead directly to the core of the planet. Is this a human weapon? The Lord of Light sensed a strong energy reaction, which was the result of the full power of the planet-level antimatter reactor. War Star. This is a War Star weapon. The Lord of Light realized that he seemed to have been fooled. This planet was not a wandering planet, but a War Star. How could it be? How could the Blue Star civilization have a War Star? Could it be that the advanced civilization of the Order Alliance has come? The Lord of Light was extremely terrified. It decisively gave up protecting the light cocoon and attacking the target and planned to escape. In its memory, the War Star was enough to deal with the Star Beast. It was the Star Devourer and could not compete with it. What weapon is that? The residents of the IC civilization watched this scene through the battlefield news, and they were extremely horrified. Originally, they thought that this wandering planet had been destroyed, but who knew that there was something else inside it? The Lord of Light fled quickly, and it noticed that the other party did not lock itself with gravity weapons. What's going on? The Lord of Light observed while running away. It saw that in the crack, there was an absolutely dark area. It's antimatter. This scale is not good. The Lord of Light realized that the light had annihilated with the reactants, so it did not receive any information about the light, and the mass of antimatter has exceeded the limit it can bear. Planet Destroyer Cannon. Fire! On the Golden War Star, the Planet Destroyer Cannon finally launched an attack. Countless antimatter was accelerated by the magnetic field barrel and shot towards the Lord of Light. At this time, the Lord of Light had no time to escape at warp speed. Helplessly, it released the energy in its body and condensed a planet-sized light shield in the direction of the planet-destroying cannon. These are all high-temperature plasmas. If used to attack, they can have the power of Dyson rays and evaporate a planet into gas. Under normal circumstances, the Lord of Light would never be willing to release so much energy to attack. It would take it many years just to devour this mass and energy. Now, it has been forced into a desperate situation and can no longer care about these things. All the light shields are to protect its crystal core from harm. The confrontation between the planet-destroying cannon and the super light shield has begun. This is not a process that happens in an instant. The antimatter and the plasma in the light shield undergo annihilation reactions. Wherever they collide, energy explodes all the time. The energy generated is so large that if there are warships, Zerg, or even planets around, they will be evaporated. Keep your distance. Not only did the Lord of Light want to keep his distance, Menghai also ordered to evacuate. If the distance is too close, the Golden War Star itself cannot withstand such an energy explosion. The volume and mass of the light shield are constantly shrinking, and the mass of the antimatter is also decreasing. 50%. The light shield has shrunk by half. We still have 60% of antimatter. 30%. The light shield is the size of a dwarf planet, and inside it is the crystal core of the Lord of Light. Only 28% of antimatter is left. The planetary intelligence reminded in the Golden War Star. Shoot out all the antimatter. Menghai gritted his teeth and said, "Don't leave any. If the Lord of Light is not killed with this shot, they will die. Not to mention that the Lord of Light will fight back. Other star beasts will also attack. If you fail, you will die." The Golden War Star dumped out the antimatter accumulated in the star furnace for decades, and the size and mass of the light shield were further reduced. Finally, the light shield condensed by the Lord of Light was completely destroyed, and the antimatter and its crystal core wanted to contact and continue to undergo annihilation reaction. No. How can there be so much antimatter? The Lord of Light was already filled with fear. At first, it didn't care, thinking it could easily destroy humans. When the War Star appeared, it was indeed a little panicked. But when it found that this War Star seemed to be a castrated version, it felt relieved. And now, the appearance of the planet-destroying cannon has made it completely miscalculated. Even if it is a planet-level antimatter cannon, it can't last so long. How can they have so much antimatter? Does this planet store the antimatter of an entire planet? Crazy. This is a crazy civilization. Even crazier than our Zerg. The Lord of Light was very unwilling. Which second-level civilization can create a War Star? It's outrageous. Even the Black Sea civilization, which was once a fourth-level civilization, can't create one. It's okay if they can create it, but the mass of antimatter is too much. How much wealth is a planet with so much antimatter in the universe? If you trade with those second-level or third-level civilizations, it's enough to buy a star system. The Golden War Star spent the universe currency of a star system in one shot. This can no longer be described as rich and powerful. Ordinary civilizations will go bankrupt if they fire this shot. For the Blue Star civilization, the star furnace is still refining antimatter. As long as the Lord of Light can be eliminated, all these costs are worth it. The Lord of Light is moving rapidly, but the planet-destroying cannon is also adjusting its position and locking its position. It has nowhere to hide. The crystal core was also shrinking. Shrinking from the size of a dwarf planet to the size of the moon. And then it completely disappeared in the antimatter. In space, only a strong energy storm was left raging everywhere. This energy storm will sweep the entire star system and blow to all the planets. The Lord of Light's induction disappeared. Those star beasts noticed this. The Lord of Light was destroyed by the Blue Star civilization. It's the War Star. They used the War Star to destroy the Lord of Light. We want to take revenge? Go. Go. Everyone go. Haha. Only fools will go. The Lord of Light is dead. We will die if we go. We can't get close to that energy storm. We were all deceived by the Blue Star civilization this time. This civilization is too cunning. It's more difficult to deal with than the Black Sea civilization. The star beasts have already felt fear. The death of the Lord of Light has made them want to retreat. At this time, the guard fleet of Blue Star Women has also rushed to various places and launched attacks. Slip away. Slip away. I'm no match for them now. Wait until I evolve into a star beast, and then come back for revenge. Without the Lord of Light, Deerhorn Star is ours. There are also light cocoons of the Lord of Light on Deerhorn Star. If I devour those light cocoons, I can evolve into a star devourer. In the space of the Deerhorn Star system, on various planets, the star beasts began to retreat collectively. They were trying to escape for their lives and to fight for the light cocoon of the Lord of Light. When the Lord of Light was alive, they didn't dare to have any ideas. Now that the Lord of Light has been killed, they have always enjoyed devouring their own kind. The Zerg have retreated. Ming Hai and others were relieved to hear the news. The energy of the Golden Battle Star was almost completely exhausted, and the little energy that was promoted now had to support the planet's protective shield to avoid being injured by the energy storm. If the star beasts continue to attack, the Golden Battle Star will definitely be damaged. Attention! The bugs retreated to the Deerhorn Star and prepared to intercept the attack. He Xingzhou notified the fleet. The first squad has arrived around the star and arranged defenses, while the second and third squads are also chasing the retreating star beasts and attacking them. Escape means being beaten. Even the powerful star beasts are no different. In the process of chasing, not only star beasts were killed, their number dropped sharply from more than 100 to about 70. When they arrived at the Deerhorn Star, there were only 50 star beasts left. Here, the human fleet was waiting for the opportunity and began a fierce attack. If we rush into the star, humans will have no way to deal with us. The insects could no longer escape at this time. They are now facing the same dilemma as the residents of this star system before. If they escape from this star system, they will definitely die of exhaustion while being chased. If they don't escape, they will be slaughtered. Faced with this dilemma, they choose to rush into the star. As long as they hide inside the star, they still have a chance to survive. This tactic is not the first time they have used it. The Black Sea civilization has not been able to wipe out the Zerg before because they are very good at hiding. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes will bring them back to life. We must destroy them all, He Xingzhou reminded. The Black Sea civilization's previous experience is right in front of us. Yes. The captains launched the attack with all their strength. This time, they are fully prepared. In addition to the warp warships, there are more than 10 transport fleets here. These transport fleets are full of antimatter to provide energy replenishment for the warships. In the short battle, they were like turning on the unlimited firepower plug-in, and the output never stopped for a second. There were even 5 or 6 supply ships replenishing energy for a main battleship while launching attacks at the same time. This intensity of firepower can grind the Zerg to death even if it is grinding. Seeing this scene, Bai Shirzhou and Bai Yu were stunned inside. This is really the fighting method of the rich. With this kind of energy consumption, other civilizations would collapse before reaching the enemy. They didn't dare to fight like this at the beginning. War is about burning money and resources. If a captain dared to fight like this in the past, his position would definitely be revoked. But the captain of the Blue Star civilization was just so tough, and he used firepower to kill his opponent. This is the power of the star furnace. He Xingzhou laughed. The star furnace is not a weapon, but it can multiply the strength of civilization countless times. no matter what level of civilization. Resources symbolize strength. The strength of developing and utilizing resources can be transformed into other hard power under their output regardless of consumption. Star beasts were killed one after another, and some even had difficulty in preserving their entire corpses, and their entire bodies were evaporated or annihilated. The residents of the IC civilization were stunned. Is this called war? In their impression, the war with the Zerg has never been like this. And the Blue Star civilization fought a Tycoon's war. First, they used antimatter worth a star system to annihilate the Lord of Light alive. And then they used unlimited output to kill more than 100 star beasts. The energy consumed in this war is enough for them to use for hundreds of years. Rich and inhumane. Chapter 263. The Fall of the Conch Civilization. The Blue Star civilization can actually destroy the Star Devourer. Why do we always underestimate them? Several branch civilizations of the original Black Sea civilization are paying attention to this war. And they also have their spies in the Deer Horn star system. Alas, maybe we should choose to stay in our hometown. Someone sighed. If the Blue Star civilization can upgrade their war stars, they can walk sideways even in the third level civilization. We should form an alliance with the Blue Star civilization. And we should not make enemies. Several branch civilizations were discussing this matter. And another unexpected incident occurred. While they were all paying attention to the war between the Blue Star civilization and the Lord of Light in the Deer Horn star system, a star domain level fleet sailed at warp speed and arrived in the territory of the Conch civilization. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The reconnaissance device of the Conch civilization detected the fluctuation of space. But the next second, they were destroyed by the warp weapon. And they didn't even have time to defend. It's the Pleiades civilization. The Pleiades civilization is attacking us. The information was transmitted back to the current leader of the Conch civilization. Blue Dragon. Damn it. Why is it us? Blue Dragon was anxious. Among the several branch civilizations, their strength ranked third. And they didn't control much technology. At present, they have just broken through to the third level civilization. It will take at least 200 years to recover. How many warships does the enemy have? Blue Dragon asked the front line. It has been found that there are 5-star level warships, all of which are level 7 warp warships. What? Warp speed 7? Blue Dragon was shocked. This means that the Pleiades civilization has the strength of a 3.2 level civilization. The higher the level of civilization, the harder it is to achieve technological breakthroughs. The speed of technological breakthroughs of the Pleiades civilization is as amazing as that of the Blue Star civilization. It must have received support from Marquis Yishao. 5 warp speed 7 ships. Immediately send the guard fleet to defend. Blue Dragon mobilized the fleet. They should be able to stop this attack. No. More than 5. Luo Yin, who is in another star system, sent a message. My lord, the enemy starfield level battleships are more than 20. And they appeared in 5-star systems at the same time. We have discovered a warp speed 8 battleship. One of our star systems has fallen. The commander has betrayed us. Bad news broke out at the same time. And Blue Dragon was horrified. 8th level warp warships appeared, which was more than 1,000 times the speed of light. Even if this level of warp warships attacked their hinterland and core star system, they would hardly detect it. Luin, you arrange defense immediately. I will go to other civilizations for help. Blue Dragon immediately realized that they could not resist the invaders with their strength alone. He first found the governor of the Pleiades civilization. Jianggu. Jianggu, are you going to have a full-scale war with our Xingmao group? Withdraw the fleet immediately, and we can forgive the past. Blue Dragon knew that their civilization was not important enough, so he deliberately brought out the Xingmao group to deter the other party. However, Jianggu didn't buy it. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. She said, Blue Dragon, the war in the Orion Arm has already begun. Today we are just accelerating the process. In the past few hundred years, we have given you enough time to think about whether to join the Pleiades. You have always refused. My last patience is worn out. Blue Dragon scolded. The Pleiades civilization is not qualified for us to join. In his opinion, how can the people of the Black Sea civilization join the once-weak Pleiades civilization? Jianggu snorted coldly. You, an old antique, should perish with the Black Sea civilization. Your glory is a thing of the past. I'll give you 3 days to consider whether to surrender or go to war. If you choose war, we can destroy the Conch civilization in less than a year. You will pay the price. Blue Dragon said harshly. and then quickly contacted the person in charge of the Star Trade Group. We asked for help, and the Pleiades civilization is about to launch a full-scale attack on us, Blue Dragon said anxiously. In front of him was a person in charge of the Night Owl civilization, Black Crow. Black Crow looked at the anxious Blue Dragon and felt quite regretful. Blue Dragon used to have the same status as him, and was also one of the people in charge of the Star Trade Group. With the decline of the Black Sea civilization and the invasion of a third-level civilization, Blue Dragon had to ask them for help. Old friend, Black Crow said, I want to help you very much, but we don't have extra troops to reinforce. You don't know? We are already at war with Marquis and Shao in the M35 star cluster, and the current situation is tense. The Orion Arm has dozens of star clusters, each of which has dozens to tens of thousands of stars. Each of these level 4 civilizations occupies the territory of several star clusters. The star cluster where the Blue Star civilization is located is the M45 Pleiades, which has more than 3,000 stars. In other words, the Blue Star civilization must occupy at least 3,000 star systems to become a level 4 civilization. But once we lose, the Pleiades civilization will directly attack the heartland of the Star Trade Group. Blue Dragon still did not give up, and said, Didn't you station a star domain fleet nearby? They can support. I'm sorry, Black Crow said. That fleet belongs to the Ptolemaic civilization, and we don't have the right to mobilize it. Then I'll go find Hwison. Blue Dragon immediately contacted Hwison. However, he hit a wall again. Hwison said, We have issued a severe warning to the Pleiades civilization, and our garrison fleets are on patrol. According to the time, it will take us at least 3 months to reach your territory. We will do our best to support you. 3 months? Blue Dragon was anxious and said, Didn't you support the Blue Star civilization very quickly before? Hwison explained, Last time, the Pleiades civilization only dispatched a 6th level warp battleship. But this time there were 7th and 8th level warp battleships, which shows that their civilization strength has been greatly improved again. One of the reasons they dare to attack you is because Marquis and Shao is restricting us, and we don't have a higher level star level fleet to send to support us. Obviously, the other party has made preparations, and is sure that the Conch civilization will not find any support during this period. Blue Dragon has no choice but to ask for help from other brother civilizations. But there is no positive response. Red Scale of the Siren civilization replied, We also want to support, but we are the weakest. We are only a 2.9 level civilization now, and have no means to compete with them. Blue Shark of the Fishman civilization replied, We have sent a warp fleet to go there, and it is expected to arrive in 2 months. Baisha of the Sea Beast civilization also knew the truth that the lips and teeth are cold, and immediately replied, You must hold on. Our support fleet has set off. Although they all wanted to rescue, they had time problems because the territory was too far away. 1 day passed, and within this day, another star system fell, and 5 warp warships were destroyed. What is the current defense situation? Lon Long asked Luin. Luin said tiredly, The enemy attacked multiple star systems at the same time, and its strength far exceeded ours. Now we can only tear down the east wall to repair the west wall, and give up some marginal star systems. He said it was just a matter of words. But behind it, countless residents died or became prisoners of war. Can we really hold out for 3 months? Blue Dragon muttered to himself. I'm afraid it's difficult, Luoyin said truthfully. Blue Dragon took a deep breath and said, It seems we have to prepare for the worst. I understand, Luoyin said. 1 day later, if the war is still unfavorable, we will start the refuge plan. They had planned this situation long ago. If they really can't win, they will continue to move and become a wandering civilization. This is the worst plan. For the residents of the Conch civilization, they are absolutely unwilling to be a subsidiary civilization of the Pleiades civilization, because they have the technology of the third-level civilization. They will naturally not be willing to be colonized by the third-level civilization. The Conch civilization sent a letter for help not only to the Star Trade Group and their fellow civilizations, but also to the Blue Star civilization. We just finished fighting the Star Devourer, and the Pleiades civilization attacked the Conch civilization. The timing was tricky, and we don't have the spare energy to support, Luin said. The warships are overused and need to be repaired. It will take several years to repair the Golden Battle Star alone. Even if we support them, we can't beat the Pleiades civilization, He Hongwei said. The other side has gravity weapons and warp weapons. Our tachyon weapons have no advantage in front of them. The Conch civilization is 100 light-years away from our territory. And then, there is the Siren civilization. He Xingzhou looked at the star map and said, "We have almost no defense in these areas. If the Pleiades civilization breaks through all the way, it will be easier than directly attacking the vicinity of the solar system. We can't stop the fall of the Conch civilization unless a more advanced civilization takes action," Lei Yuanfeng said. "It's too late in time. We can't let the Pleiades civilization take advantage of us." Su Zhilan pointed to the star map. When the branch civilizations of the Black Sea civilization are looking for a home, they all choose resource-rich star fields. The territories of the Conch civilization and the Siren civilization are rich in resources and vast in area. The Conch civilization alone occupies more than 40 star systems, plus the 30 star systems of the Siren civilization. Once the Pleiades civilization occupies their strength will be directly doubled. They are now estimated to be above level 3.4 civilization. If they double their level and break through level 3.5 civilization, it will be our doomsday. He Xingzhou agreed. Xilan is right. We can't just sit there and do nothing. Since we can't support them, we can't just watch. He Xingzhou looked at Bai Ningxiang and said, "Ningxiang, you send out rescue warships in the name of Ice Sea civilization to accept refugees from Conch civilization. There are many elites with high IQ among these refugees. Absorbing them can strengthen the strength of civilization. In addition, we must contact them and the Siren and tell them not to surrender." "Okay, I'll do it now." Bai Ningxiang was very concerned. After all, those people were once her people. "Commanders," He Xingzhou said to the fleet commanders, "the Pleiades civilization must be weak in its internal strength when it attacks the Conch civilization this time. We are not strong enough to save Jiao from Wei, but we can take advantage of the opportunity to occupy more territory, attack their subordinate civilizations, and fight all the way to the border of the Pleiades civilization. The star field of the Pleiades civilization is surrounded by their subordinate civilizations, which form a circle to protect them. When the Pleiades civilization expands, it either directly annexes the corresponding subordinate civilizations or makes them relocate. In this way, they expand their core circle step by step. If they had conquered the solar system back then, it is estimated that their core circle would have spread to the solar system. The commanders immediately mobilized their forces and began to attack the subordinate civilizations of the Pleiades civilization, which also put a lot of pressure on the Pleiades civilization to a certain extent, because there is no starfield fleet of the Pleiades civilization. All their subordinate civilizations are no match for the Blue Star civilization. This is because the Golden War Star has temporarily lost its combat effectiveness. Otherwise it would have crushed it all the way. The war is still going on. The 3-day deadline has expired. Seeing that the Conch civilization has no intention of surrendering, Jiang Gu directly ordered to increase the intensity of the attack and strive to eliminate the Conch civilization as soon as possible. The Conch civilization is unable to do so, so it has to actively shrink its territory, abandon the star systems in the marginal areas, and shrink it to the core circle. Even so, they still found it difficult to resist the attack of the Pleiades civilization. On average, one star system fell every 10 days. 2 months later, the territory of the Conch civilization had shrunk by half. This was shorter than the 3 years of resistance they expected. At this time, the support fleets of various civilizations also arrived one after another, and the attack speed of the Pleiades civilization slowed down. But this did not stop the collapse of the Conch civilization. The collapse continued. Half a year later, the territory of the Conch civilization had less than 10 star systems. Another star system was lost. The support fleet was no match for them. Blue Dragon was exhausted. "My lord, we have transferred half of the residents. Some have gone to other civilizations, and some plan to wander with us," Luo Yin said. "Drifting?" Blue Dragon smiled bitterly and said, "We wandered here from the Black Sea civilization, and then continue to wander. We are like dogs that have lost their homes, being chased by people." Luo Yin was silent, and everyone had a deep understanding of the hardships. "We can't escape." Blue Dragon sighed and said, "The entire Orion arm is at war. The war launched by the Orion Royal Court has swept across every star cluster. Other spiral arms have already had owners. We don't even have a few star-level battleships. Can we still escape from the Milky Way? Then, my lord, what should we do?" Luo Yin asked for his opinion. "Self-disintegration and joining other civilizations." Blue Dragon's voice was full of helplessness. "Whether it's the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, or even the Blue Star civilization. If we join them, we still have a chance to survive. As for the Siren civilization, don't consider it. They are weaker. After we are destroyed, they will be the next. After saying this, Blue Dragon said, I'm tired. You can discuss this matter. I understand. Lu'in felt bitter. They finally came to this step. At this time, the Blue Star civilization was sweeping the subordinate civilizations of the Pleiades civilization while carrying out interstellar construction. He Xingzhou's quantum optical brain was upgraded again because the stellar furnace was completely completed. Chapter 264 Technology Tree Growth. The technology tree of the quantum optical brain grew upward again, and many new scientific and technological technologies appeared that He Xingzhou had never seen before. For example, the warp weapons of the third-level civilization and gravity-related weapons are all on it. Going further up, even technologies related to the fourth-level civilization appeared. The quantum optical brain reminded, the energy point mechanism has been modified. One energy point is currently equivalent to the antimatter energy that a star furnace can collect in a month. The antimatter that a star furnace can collect in a month is enough for an ordinary second-level civilization to use for 10 years. The Blue Star civilization has been waging wars, and the energy consumption is huge. He Xingzhou does not have enough energy points to unlock the latest technology. It seems that we need to build more star furnaces. He Xingzhou thought. One star furnace is not enough. At least 10 or more must be built. Are there any other changes? He Xingzhou asked the quantum optical brain. The quantum optical brain said, the Blue Star civilization is about to break through the third-level civilization, and the star furnace has been completed. So a new technological giant construction task has emerged. After it is built, the ultimate galaxy-level weapon can be unlocked. He Xingzhou immediately checked that the technological giant to be built by the third-level civilization is a hyperspace station, also called a multidirectional Stargate. Stargate is another name for an artificial stable wormhole, which can connect distant time and space. After entering the Stargate, you can temporarily enter high-dimensional space and shuttle, achieving the purpose of crossing thousands or tens of thousands of light years in a short time. An advanced civilization must have its own Stargate, so that they can control a large enough star field. A multidirectional Stargate is a Stargate that can connect to multiple destinations at the same time. It can be used as an interstellar transportation hub, also known as a hyperspace station. He Xingzhou has seen it in the Milky Way city. The Galactic Empire built many Stargates and multidirectional Stargates. The territory of the Galactic Empire was not limited to the Milky Way, but also included the local galaxy group, the galaxy group where the Milky Way is located, and more than 10 other galaxies. Through these hyperspace stations, they can travel to other galaxies at will. It is said that the farthest Stargate can directly leave the local galaxy group. He Xingzhou left to check the technology tree related to the hyperspace station. If you want to build a hyperspace station, you must master the hyperspace jump technology. And this technology can only be mastered by civilizations above level 3.5. In order to master the hyperspace jump technology, it is necessary to establish a unified model of the four fundamental forces. That is, to have the conversion technology of strong force, weak force, gravity and electromagnetic force. This is also a necessary condition for controlling gravity. At the same time, he must continue to improve the warp technology, increase the power of the antimatter reactor, and let the warp engine reach a warp speed of 9.99, which is about 199,516 times the speed of light. In fact, at a warp speed of 9.99, any civilization has the ability to leave the Milky Way, because the diameter of the Milky Way's disk is only 200,000 light years. If it is just for exploration, for a level 3 civilization, this level of warp warship is enough for them to explore the galaxy outside the Milky Way, when the Milky Way was still wild. As long as the civilization had a warp warship, it could expand its territory at will and go to other Milky Way galaxies. But it is not possible now, because of the problem mentioned by Ningxiang, that a certain advanced civilization sowed seeds everywhere, which greatly increased the number of civilizations in the Milky Way. Even if there is a level 9.9 warp warship, it dare not fly everywhere, lest it be shot down by other civilizations. Let's start with level 6 warp. He Xingzhou spent 2 energy points to unlock the antimatter reactor refining technology and enhance warp bubble technology respectively. As long as it breaks through the 6th warp speed, the Blue Star civilization will officially become a 3rd level civilization. 1 year later. The core star system of the Conch civilization. My lord. The enemy has come in. It's too late if we don't leave now. Luoyin urged Blue Dragon to leave. We still have a 6th level warp warship to pick us up, which can carry 100 billion people. These huge warp warships are themselves a mobile super space city. Many wandering civilizations live in warships. The warships not only have necessary living facilities, but also have natural scenery such as mountains and rivers. For those civilizations that are unable to build war stars, this migration method is also the best choice. Lon Long looked at their star map, which was already a Red Sea. Only 1 year had passed, and the entire Conch civilization had fallen under the attack of the Pleiades civilization. They were defeated step by step, and they had hardly won any battles, which made him exhausted. You go. Lon Long sighed. Sir? Luoyin looked at him, and Lon Long said with the vicissitudes of life, I have been hiding for 1,000 years. Where else can I hide? Take our people to a safe place. I have given you the highest authority. Sir, take care. Luoyin bowed to him, and then left with the remaining people. Most of them have evacuated in the past year. Most of them went to the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization. After all, they were of the same race, and the other side was willing to accept them. Some people decided to leave this star field, boarded the warp battleship, became interstellar wanderers, and looked for a new home. Another part of the elite came to the IC civilization and joined the Blue Star Alliance. A week later, Zigu, the Archon of the Pleiades civilization and the military commander, boarded the main star of the Conch civilization. The planet was deserted, because they fled in such a hurry. They didn't even have time to take away their supplies and destroy the buildings here. The buildings on the planet were basically intact. The various facilities that the Conch civilization spent hundreds of years to build now belong to them. Zigu contacted the administrative office of the Pleiades civilization. We have taken down the Conch civilization. The leader of the Conch civilization, Blue Dragon, committed suicide, and some people escaped. Congratulations to us. The Archons congratulated. Zigu, you have made a great contribution this time. Jianggu praised. This victory in the war has greatly boosted our morale. I will immediately inform the entire civilization. This is the strength we should have. The Archons were all holding their breath. Before, they had been restricted by the Blue Star civilization, which made them feel very aggrieved. Now that the Conch civilization has been destroyed in one go, it is only a matter of time before the Blue Star civilization is destroyed. After destroying the Conch civilization, the next one will be the Siren civilization and the Blue Star civilization. Zigu suggested. I suggest that we attack the Blue Star civilization directly next. She still holds a grudge against the Blue Star civilization for killing her husband. Jianggu said, of course we have to fight the Blue Star civilization. You should reorganize your military first. We have also consumed a lot in this battle. The next step is to wait for the instructions of Yu Xiaoho. It is very easy to fight the Blue Star civilization. The key lies in how many troops the Star Trade Group behind them will send to support. Only when Yu Xiaoho can contain the troops of the Star Trade Group in other battlefields can they start the war with confidence. The two main civilizations of the Star Trade Group, the Night Owl civilization and the Ptolemy civilization, are both level 4 civilizations. Fighting them is also a dimensionality reduction attack. The Conch civilization is destroyed. Hong Lin was worried in the Siren civilization. The next one is us. After the Pleiades civilization has rested for a while, we will not be able to escape the clutches. Sir, we must consider this early, Siren said. We now have 6 choices. The first is to fight to the end. But our strength is not even as good as that of the Conch civilization. To fight the Pleiades civilization is like hitting a rock with an egg, which will lead to our own destruction. The second is to ask for support. To ask for help from the surrounding civilizations and the Star Trade Group. But our civilization status is not high, and the Star Trade Group will not send a high-level fleet to protect us. And the risk is also very high. The third is to surrender. But the reputation of the Pleiades civilization is not good. It treats subordinate civilizations like pigs and dogs, and plunders resources without restraint, which is no different from a defeat. The fourth is to flee and become a wandering civilization. The fifth is also to leave here and join the Sea Beast civilization or the Fishman civilization. Their territory is the farthest from the Pleiades civilization, and there is also the Blue Star civilization in between. So it is relatively safe. Hong Lin rejected all of the 5 options she proposed. The first, second, and third options don't need to be considered, Hong Lin said. As for fleeing, those who want to flee have already started fleeing, and there is no need to wait until now. After the fall of the Conch civilization, some people in their civilization have already left here. Joining the sea beast civilization and the fishman civilization makes me feel worse than killing me, Hong Lin said. We all choose to become different branch civilizations because of different ideas and other factors. To survive, we have to rely on them. Why did we let the Black Sea civilization disintegrate in the first place? Siren said helplessly. That leaves only one option. Go ahead. Hong Lin had already guessed what she was going to say. Siren said, join the Blue Star Alliance and fight against the Pleiades civilization with them. Do you really think they can stop the Pleiades civilization? Or are they willing to help us resist the Pleiades civilization? Hong Lin asked. Siren said seriously, my lord, I have been observing He Xingzhou and the Blue Star civilization since I met him in the virtual universe. Hundreds of years ago. The Blue Star civilization was a primitive civilization to us. Our technology far exceeds theirs. It's only been a few hundred years. And you've seen what happened. They wiped out the Zerg in the solar system, repelled the attacks of the Pleiades civilization several times, and recently created a war star to kill the Star Devourer. Siren said, the strength of the Blue Star civilization is obvious to all. No matter what the reason for this civilization, whether it is supported by advanced civilizations or has obtained the technological heritage of the Galactic Empire. In short, their growth rate and potential are very terrifying. It's only a matter of time before they surpass the Pleiades civilization and the Black Sea civilization of the past. The premise is that the Pleiades civilization and Marquis Yunxiao are willing to let them continue to develop, Hong Lin said. At the last welcome party of the Light of the Galaxy, Marquis Yunxiao clearly stated that he wanted to destroy them. They are too far away to reach them, Hong Lin said. Marquis Yunxiao is currently fighting with the Xingmao group in the M35 star cluster. How can he spare the energy to come here? The Pleiades civilization is the vanguard general of Marquis Yunxiao. Marquis Yunxiao is giving them technology. From a strategic point of view, the Xingmao group must also protect the Blue Star civilization and let them grow. The fact that the Xingmao group sent a fleet to intercept the Pleiades civilization fleet is proof of this. Hong Lin understood all these reasons, but she needed someone to say them. Because these words were not only for her, but also for other people in the civilization. Siren continued, it goes without saying that the Blue Star Alliance has the intention to fight against the Pleiades civilization. During the time when the Pleiades civilization attacked the Conch civilization, the Blue Star civilization conquered 10 of their affiliated civilizations in a row. Before the Blue Star civilization appeared, the Pleiades civilization had one subordinate civilization every 30 years. But now, their subordinate civilizations are less than half of those years ago. Some subordinate civilizations surrendered directly when they heard that the Blue Star civilization was attacking them, even if they didn't fight at all. Now that we join them, our geographical location will be directly adjacent to theirs and the Pleiades civilization, and will become their strategic stronghold and be protected. Hong Lin worriedly said, joining the Blue Star Alliance may not be better than joining our fellow civilization. That's not necessarily true. The people who are cruel to their own people are still their own people, Siren said. Our spies said that most of the people from the Conch civilization who joined the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization became interstellar refugees. Even the elites have become their workers. On the contrary, the Blue Star Alliance treats the civilizations within its jurisdiction more kindly. They provide protection, collect taxes, and support the development of civilization technology within their jurisdiction. This is the courage that other civilizations have never had. Most civilizations, because they are worried that other civilizations will surpass their own strength, will impose technological restrictions on civilizations within the Alliance or affiliated civilizations. And the Blue Star civilization, because there is the Starship. No civilization can surpass them in technological breakthrough speed, but is the most relaxed about this rule. Say these words at the Civilization Council, Hong Lin said. I hope I can convince them. I understand. Sire already understood that Hong Lin supported her opinion, and now she needed to convince other senior officials. 3 years later, the Siren civilization launched several debates on the future of civilization. The Siren civilization was divided into several factions, arguing endlessly. Some elites believed that the Siren civilization had no future, and chose to leave, which further weakened their strength. Everyone, It's time to make a decision, Siren said at the high-level council. If this continues, we will perish before the Pleiades civilization attacks us. She looked at everyone and saw that everyone was excited. If nothing unexpected happened, today would be another futile debate, and no one could say who could pay. She had no choice but to use her ultimate move, saying, in the past, we have contacted Baisha, the leader of the Seed Beast civilization, and Lanjiao, the leader of the Fishman civilization. Everyone knows their conditions, but many people are still unwilling to accept them. Today we have invited a distinguished guest. He is the Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Civilization, Mr. Yixingzhou. So today's meeting will be held in the virtual universe. Everyone enter the virtual universe conference hall first. Yixingzhou? Hearing this name, some opponents have begun to prepare to speak. Chapter 265, an offer that is hard to refuse. Hello everyone. I am Yixingzhou, the Commander-in-Chief of the Blue Star Civilization. Yixingzhou's figure appeared in the conference hall of the virtual universe. Everyone has known him for a long time. As early as when the Black Sea civilization had not yet disintegrated, they had known Yixingzhou many times. And now it is even more so. Welcome Mr. He to our meeting. Hong Lin and Siren came forward together to express their welcome. A few hundred years ago, Hong Lin's attitude towards the Blue Star civilization was not so friendly. Now that the situation is pressing, she has become enthusiastic. We are discussing whether to join the Blue Star Alliance, Hong Lin introduced. If we join the Blue Star Alliance, the specific situation still needs Mr. He's explanation. Yixingzhou nodded slightly. If the Siren civilization could be directly accepted, it would be a very cost-effective choice for the Blue Star civilization. First of all, the Siren civilization still has some of the heritage of the Black Sea civilization, including talents, resources and science and technology. Secondly, the territory of the Siren civilization is 1/3 of the current Blue Star civilization. Without spending a single soldier, the jurisdiction can be expanded so much, which means that they can have a lot more resources. The only consequence is that they will become hostile to the Pleiades civilization, and the Blue Star civilization has been hostile to them for a long time. So there is no need to worry about this. We can't join the Blue Star civilization. Before Yixingzhou spoke, a person stood up to oppose it first. His attitude was clear and strong, saying, the Blue Star civilization itself is only a 2.9 level civilization, which is comparable to our strength. Joining the Blue Star Alliance, you can't stop the offensive of the Pleiades civilization. This is just jumping from one pit to another. Siren introduced Yixingzhou. This is Otis, the Archon of the Siren civilization. Siren had explained the situation before coming. Otis was the opposition among them. The group of people standing behind him were all his supporters, and their power was not small. Yixingzhou did not refute directly, but asked, then Mr. Otis, standing in the force field of your Siren civilization, what do you think you should do? Otis was a strong man. He said, of course, we should form an alliance with the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization to resist the Pleiades civilization together. Ha ha ha. Yixingzhou laughed and said, hundreds of years ago, when the Black Sea civilization had not yet split, your combined strength was still suppressed by the Pleiades civilization. Now you have disintegrated, and your strength is weaker than before. The Pleiades civilization has doubled its strength, and they can unite to expand outward. You don't even think about uniting. Just fighting internally consumes a lot of energy. How can you say you can compete with him? You? Odysseus wanted to say a few words to him, but he knew very well that what Yixingzhou said was the truth. Yixingzhou continued, if you unite, can you really trust them? You also saw when the Conch civilization was attacked. Both the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization sent support fleets, but the support warships were just going through the motions. When it came to the tough battle, they would just slack off and run away in advance. The repeated escapes not only did not slow down the speed of the Conch civilization's fall, but it even accelerated it. Do you want the Siren civilization to fall to this fate? Now you can still communicate with all parties as a civilization as a whole. That's because you still have a certain value. If the Siren civilization is really shattered one day, then even if you surrender and become a prisoner of war, no one else will want you. Yixingzhou's ruthless criticism hurt their self-esteem. Odysseus angrily scolded on the spot, Yixingzhou, don't be too proud. Our Siren civilization can still fight. Several high-level officials behind him also shouted angrily, we are no worse than the Conch civilization. We have other choices. Other choices? Yixingzhou asked. Choose to flee? Given the current situation in the Orion Arm, all the star clusters are at war. It is a promising future for us to become a wandering civilization. Maybe one day, we will break into the territory of other civilizations and be expelled, or directly destroyed by advanced civilizations. He Xingzhou once again blocked their rebuttals. Seeing this, Siren eased the atmosphere and said, Mr. He Xingzhou's words are sharp, but they are not unreasonable. This time he also brought favorable conditions, so everyone should calm down and listen. Being able to become the governor of a civilization is not a simple role. Odysseus and others were refuting, while also putting on a show for He Xingzhou to prove that their civilization was quite strong and had many choices to increase their bargaining chips. Everyone knew it well, so the scene was quiet at this time. Odysseus said, Then Mr. He, please let us see what joining the Blue Star Alliance can bring us. He Xingzhou raised 2 fingers and said, The 2 things you want most. Security and development. Security and development? Everyone was immediately attracted when they heard his words. This is indeed what their civilization needs most urgently. Safety first, He Xingzhou said. After the Pleiades civilization conquered the Conch civilization, they were almost at the gates of your city. It only takes 1 month for a level 7 warp battleship or a level 8 warp battleship to attack us. And you don't have the ability to manufacture a level 6 warp battleship yet. A senior executive interrupted. We have the technology to manufacture a level 6 warp battleship, but we don't have the manufacturing capability, He Xingzhou emphasized. I know that you still have some manufacturing technology for high-end weapons, but such high-end weapons cannot be manufactured just by having the technology. Manufacturing requires various related factories. For a warp battleship, just a nano-level part requires thousands of different industrial manufacturing industries. Do you still have a complete industrial system? His words made the high-level officials of the Siren civilization speechless again. This is a fact. Everyone knows the principle of the warp engine, but manufacturing it is a problem. The Siren civilization has lost this ability. It will take at least hundreds of years to perfect it again, and the enemy will not give them so much time. He Xingzhou said, Join the Blue Star Alliance. Our Guardian fleet can provide you with security guarantees. What confidence do you have to make such a guarantee? Odysseus asked. Just rely on our warp warships. He Xingzhou moved his fingers, and many warships appeared in the virtual conference room. These are the warships of our Blue Star Alliance. Warp warships of all levels. And the number of first-level warp warships is more than 100. The number of second-level warp warships exceeds 50. And the number of third-level warp warships exceeds 20. When he said this, everyone was just a little surprised, but not shocked, because the military strength of the Black Sea civilization, when it was strong, was much stronger than this. This is a level 6 warp battleship. Siren found a bright spot. A level 6 warp battleship appeared in the picture shown by He Xingzhou. That's right. He Xingzhou admitted directly and said, Not long ago, we have successfully broken through the warp engine to level 6 warp. Blue Star civilization has become a level 3 civilization. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Blue Star civilization has secretly become a level 3 civilization. Even if the Pleiades civilization knew it, it would be shocked. Level 6 warp battleships are only entry-level warships of star-level warships. The Pleiades civilization has level 7, and even level 8 warp battleships. Odysseus emphasized. How can this entry-level star-level warship fight against them? He Xingzhou said, The speed of warp represents the mobility of combat units. If you only attack defense stations, this mobility cannot gain much advantage. To be honest, in addition to having level 6 warp warships, we have also developed warp weapons. Warp weapons are weapons equipped with warp engines, which require the control of antimatter reactors and energy output technology to be improved. This has been solved by He Xingzhou. They are both warp weapons, but they do not have an advantage in real battles. He Xingzhou continued. In addition, in defensive battles, our tachyon weapons are not weaker than warp weapons. You should all know that our current tachyon weapons can instantly strike local targets within 1 light year. From a certain perspective, within this distance, even a level 9.99 warp weapon is not as fast as it. As long as we send a guard fleet to defend the Pleiades civilization, we can completely deal with their attacks. Mr. He is very confident. But the enemy's means are more than that, Odysseus said. Don't forget, they also have gravity weapons. He Xingzhou said, The Pleiades civilization is also our enemy, so we are naturally prepared. We have another weapon. Everyone should know it. He Xingzhou showed the golden battle star. And everyone was even more amazed when they saw its phantom. Hong Lin sighed. Back then, the Black Sea civilization also had a plan to build a battle star. But it was shelved for various reasons. Ordinary gravity weapons have no effect on battle stars, Siren said. He Xingzhou added. The Golden War Star is still being upgraded. When its functions are more complete, even the Pleiades civilization will be afraid when they see it. He Xingzhou has already shown his muscles. And the opposition of these senior officials has obviously weakened. It seems that, not to mention offense, just relying on defense, the Blue Star civilization is indeed more reliable than themselves and several other Black Sea civilization branches. What about development? Odysseus's attitude seems to have changed a little, and his tone is much more relaxed. He still has questions. The Blue Star civilization is currently in a period of rapid development. It should be very nervous just to develop itself. So how can it take care of us? You are wrong, He Xingzhou said. Our own development is not tight, but more than enough. You will know after reading this. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, he projected again. He waved his hand, and the scene of the virtual conference room changed completely. At this time, they appeared in the Sirius star system. This is the Sirius star system. As soon as He Xingzhou said this, everyone understood that the Sirius civilization was the first civilization to surrender to the Blue Star civilization. After that, 6 or 7 affiliated civilizations of the Pleiades society surrendered one after another. Now they are all part of the Blue Star Alliance. Because they are surrendered civilizations, their treatment is one level higher than that of normal allied civilizations. That's Sirius A. He Xingzhou pointed to the distance. The star, which was once the brightest in the night sky, now looked dim. This was not because it had reached the end of its life, but because humans had built a magnificent space structure that blocked its light. Dyson Sphere? Odysseus asked in confusion. They had naturally observed the changes in Sirius a long time ago and had sent people to investigate. But the entire Sirius star system was listed as a military stronghold by the Blue Star civilization and was heavily guarded. These investigators only found that humans built a space structure on Sirius A to collect its energy, recalling the previous construction of the Dyson Cloud by the Blue Star civilization in the solar system. They naturally believed that the Blue Star civilization had built another Dyson Sphere this time. This time, the Dyson Sphere is obviously more technologically mature, with a larger area and more energy. Such a large Dyson Sphere is indeed enough to provide energy for a civilization. Someone commented. No, it's not a Dyson Sphere. He Xingzhou pulled closer, and everyone saw that what was built outside Sirius A was indeed not a Dyson Sphere, nor a solar sail. Instead, it was countless magnetic pipes, each of which was more than 1,000,000 times larger than the super ring of the Blue Star. These magnetic pipes are so dense that particle collision reactions are taking place inside them all the time. The antimatter produced is collected by the antimatter magnetic trap, transported to the antimatter storage device, and transported to various star systems. The energy that accelerates particles comes directly from the stars themselves. This is... A senior executive seemed to have recognized it. He was shocked and said, I have seen it in interstellar construction. This is a stellar furnace. This is the pinnacle creation of the second level and third level civilizations. Ordinary third level civilizations can't make it. But you can make it? Even in the third level civilization, the energy used is still antimatter. So the stellar furnace is also a giant wonder in the third level civilization. Stellar furnace. Everyone thought it was a Dyson Sphere at first. They were not surprised by the Dyson Sphere. It was just an inefficient way of using energy in low-level civilizations. The star furnace is different. This huge antimatter refining plant can produce antimatter that can supply the second-level and third-level civilizations. No wonder, Hong Lin exclaimed. No wonder you guys are burning money in wars. It turns out that you have a star furnace. I heard from the Star Trade Group that the Blue Star civilization is very rich. They bought a lot of materials from the Star Trade Group. It turns out that they have a star furnace. Your space construction is really amazing. Siren was also amazed. Seeing the star furnace, Odysseus and others were speechless. The Black Sea civilization at its peak had built a star furnace after entering the fourth-level civilization. But the Blue Star civilization has done it now, according to the calculation of its completion time. When it was built, the Blue Star civilization was only a second-level civilization. This is already a feat beyond the civilization level. He Xingzhou said, this is only the first star furnace of our Blue Star Alliance. In the next 500 years, We will build more than 10 star furnaces. If the Siren civilization joins the Blue Star Alliance, there may be a star furnace in your territory. Do I need to say more about the development of your civilization at that time? He Xingzhou's words lifted the spirits of the people in the Siren civilization. Just thinking about it made them excited. Chapter 266 Planet Factory. If they have a star furnace, wouldn't it be unlimited wealth for them at this stage? This wealth will allow their various technologies to reappear in the shortest time and move towards glory. Isn't this much better than becoming a vassal of others, or becoming a wandering civilization? Moreover, in the Orion Arm, there are only a few civilizations capable of building a star furnace. If they are given it, they may not be able to complete this giant structure in another 500 years. Maybe their civilization will have perished by then. Thinking of this, Odysseus no longer hesitated and said immediately, if the Blue Star civilization can guarantee protection and build a star furnace in our Siren civilization star domain, I will never object to joining the Blue Star Alliance, as long as peace and development can be guaranteed. We agree. The opposition also agreed. Whether from the perspective of civilization's interests and development, or for them personally, this is a matter of great benefit without any harm. For He Xingzhou, building this stellar furnace is of course also for the consumption of Blue Star civilization and quantum optical brain. Just a little bit of antimatter is enough for the development of the Siren civilization. As a third-level civilization, Blue Star civilization can get a 2.9 level civilization as a vassal for free, which is a big profit. Seeing this, Hong Lin and Siren knew that the biggest opposition force in the civilization had been convinced after He Xingzhou showed his strength. So they quickly said, this is the best. Mr. He, let's discuss how to join the Blue Star Alliance. Okay. He Xingzhou brought 2 more commanders. One was Lu Mei, and the other was the Blue Star Alliance's foreign ambassador, Wen Heng, to discuss specific matters with these Siren civilization archons. Although there were some minor disagreements between the two sides, it was generally very smooth. Just 3 months later, the two sides reached an agreement. The Siren civilization joined the Blue Star Alliance as a whole and became a part of the Blue Star Alliance. It needed to open free trade, exchanges, and pay alliance fees to the Blue Star Alliance. The Blue Star Alliance provided military protection and built a star furnace in the Siren civilization star domain within 100 years. The Siren civilization has joined the Blue Star Alliance. This news immediately spread to the surrounding civilizations. In the Sea Beast civilization, Vassal was a little worried. How come this red scale has no bottom line at all? Now that they have joined the Blue Star Alliance, the power of the Blue Star Alliance has surpassed ours. If this continues, we will soon face the threat of the Blue Star Alliance. Sir, they still have the threat of the Zerg and Pleiades civilizations, so we don't have to worry for the time being. Duvong said. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Vassal said. The Blue Star Alliance cannot be ignored, and we must also improve our military strength. In the next few hundred years, the military budget will be greatly increased. In the Fishman civilization, Blue Shark also issued the same order. The Pleiades civilization, which received the news, was discussing internally. The Blue Star civilization took advantage of our attack on the Conch civilization to conquer many of our subordinate civilizations. This time, it annexed the Siren civilization and has grown into our #1 enemy. Zigu said. Their #1 enemy before was the Black Sea civilization, and now it is the Blue Star civilization. How can we allow others to snore beside our bed? We must eliminate the Blue Star civilization. Jianggu said. We all know that we must destroy the Blue Star civilization. The Star Trade Group also knows that they must protect the Blue Star civilization. Their garrison fleet has not left, and we are not absolutely sure yet. The Blue Star civilization already has the ability to build star furnaces and war stars. If we delay any further, they will be even more difficult to deal with, said Yungu. Don't worry, Jianggu said. The Blue Star civilization has helpers, and so do we. Yuan Xiaohou is trying to win over the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization. If successful, we will have surrounded the Blue Star civilization. At that time, even with the help of the Star Trade Group's fleet, the Blue Star civilization will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. If this is true, then our battle will be much smoother, Zigu said. But the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization are not trustworthy. We still have to prepare ourselves. Expand the fleet, Jianggu decided. No matter what choice the CB civilization and the Fishman civilization make, we will go all out to attack the Blue Star civilization. After the Blue Star Alliance incorporated the Siren civilization, many civilizations in the Star Trade group sent congratulatory messages. The Blue Star civilization has become an emerging force in the Star Trade group. In the Star Trade group, except for the two main civilizations, which are level 4 civilizations, the others are level 2 or 3 civilizations. And the strength of the Blue Star civilization is enough to rank among the top among these civilizations. Therefore, the business of the Blue Star civilization has also increased. Civilizations that were worried about the lack of strength of the Blue Star civilization and did not trade with it before are now coming one after another. Our level 6 warp warships and warp weapons are not enough to face the threat of the Pleiades civilization and the Star Beasts. In the headquarters meeting, He Xingzhou formulated a new phase of the plan. In the past few hundred years, we built the Star Furnace, killed the Star Devourer Lord of Light, and developed the level 6 warp warships and the Golden War Star. These are already in the past. As our civilization is promoted to level 3.0 civilization and the star field expands, these strengths are no longer enough to maintain the security of the entire star field. In the next stage, our main goal is to expand the army and study the Grand Unified Theory of the 4 fundamental forces. We are studying the Grand Unified Model of the 4 fundamental forces. Su Tingbin said, we are currently building a model for the mutual conversion of electromagnetic force and gravity. As long as this breakthrough is achieved, the conversion of the other 2 fundamental forces will be much easier. We have been expanding our military, He Hongwei said. Now, in addition to the arms of our civilization, we have also recruited soldiers from other civilizations in the alliance. The biggest problem is still the problem of weapons. The manufacture of warp warships is too difficult. To manufacture a level 6 warp warship, we have mobilized the resources of several star system shipyards. At this rate, it will take us at least 30 years to manufacture a star-level warship. He Xingzhou nodded and said, today's meeting is to solve this problem. When everyone heard this, they looked at him intently. Su Jilan asked, what does the Commander-in-Chief have in mind? He Xingzhou said, of course, we should build a mechanical planet and a battleship factory. He Xingzhou had seen a mechanical planet before. Yuan Xiaohou had destroyed a mechanical planet of the Xingmao group before. But that mechanical planet was not used to manufacture weapons, but an interstellar logistics transfer station. He Xingzhou was inspired by this. The scale of the warp battleship factory is also very large, and an interstellar industrial group is needed to ensure the production of various parts and the assembly of battleships. In this case, it is better to directly build a supergiant battleship factory, using the mechanical planet as a prototype, transform it into a supergiant battleship factory, and realize the large-scale production of warp battleships. This mechanical planet is built next to the Star Furnace. He Xingzhou continued to explain his ideas. The Star Furnace can provide it with enough energy. In addition, a special interstellar transportation station is built to mobilize mineral resources from all over our Blue Star Alliance area and use the Star Furnace to smelt them together. The mechanical planet itself is a super-industrial cluster that can produce all the parts needed for warp battleships and assemble them directly in the mechanical planet. If all goes well, we can achieve mass production of warp battleships in a very short time. I roughly understand, Luan said. This is an artificial industrial planet, similar to a warp planet. Yes, He Xingzhou nodded. We already have the Golden War planet, and have similar experience in artificial planets. It is not difficult to create a mechanical planet. This plan is named the Planet Factory Plan. Start from now on. Everyone naturally agreed with this. The location of the planet factory was set in the Sirius star system, because this is where humans first built a star furnace and has the most convenient and abundant energy. The next step is to design the planet factory and design a Blue Star Alliance interstellar logistics plan. In order to increase the speed of logistics, He Xingzhou ordered that the warp warships used for military purposes should also undertake the logistics transportation plan. He Xingzhou himself invested in the design of the planetary factory. He first unlocked the corresponding technology on the quantum optical brain. Spend 2 energy points to unlock the nano furnace technology. The nano furnace is an ultra-precision part smelting furnace that can automatically smelt. Spend 3 energy points to unlock the giant mechanical control system. Spend 5 energy points to unlock the mechanical core technology. Spend 6 energy points to unlock the silicon-based life transformer technology. The Blue Star civilization has already mastered some of the technologies related to the manufacture of silicon-based life. This time, He Xingzhou unlocked an automated machine that can automatically transform mechanical bodies into silicon-based life. He named it the Mechanical Heart, which can create a large number of robots to work on the mechanical planet. In this way, the mechanical planet can achieve the most efficient automated production. With the experience of making the Golden War Star, He Xingzhou directly handed over the work of designing the mechanical planet to the Interstellar Construction Department. He himself concentrated on studying the Mechanical Heart. In the Sirius star system, the construction of the planet factory has begun. In order to build this mechanical planet, the Blue Star Alliance not only collected a large amount of resources from its own territory, but also purchased many rare resources from the Star Trade Group and the Order Alliance. Although these actions were concealed, the surrounding civilizations could still detect them. The Blue Star civilization accelerated production and manufacturing. In the virtual universe, under the throne of the galaxy noble Yu Xiaohou, Bai Sha, the leader of the Sea Beast civilization, and Lan Jiao, the leader of the Fishman civilization, both stood here. Two old friends. Yu Xiaohou said, "This is not the first time we have met. The power of Yu Xiaohou is also a fourth-level civilization. There are 3 galaxy nobles in the Orion royal court, all of whom are fourth-level civilizations. The previous Xingmao group was also like this. The 3 main civilizations were also fourth-level civilizations. When the two sides were evenly matched, they could still live in peace. Now that the Xingmao group has declined, the war has broken out. Things have changed." Mr. Yushao smiled. "Although we were enemies before, I still admire you very much. To be able to lead civilization to become a level 4 civilization step by step with your own strength. This kind of wisdom and ability can only be found in a few people in the Milky Way. Mr. Yushao, you don't need to praise me," Bai Sha said. "We are all losers and don't deserve such praise. The invasion of the Zerg is something that cannot be controlled," Mr. Yushao said regretfully. "You don't have to blame yourself for it. The collapse of the Galactic Empire was also due to the war with the Zerg, which seriously damaged its vitality." The two were shocked. They didn't know this. These galactic nobles, who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, know more secrets. Lan Jiao said, "Marquis Yushao, let's get to the point." Yu Xiaohou said, "Okay." Bai Sha, Lan Jiao, your Sea Beast civilization and Fishman civilization are both near the territory of Blue Star civilization, very close to my jurisdiction. You may not know that in the war of M35 star cluster in recent years, the Night Owl civilization has been defeated. Soon, I will be able to spare some strength to deal with the affairs of M45 star cluster. The Pleiades civilization under my command is already fighting for me. In the near future, I will unify the M45 star cluster. At that time, where will your civilization go? Have you two thought it through?" Bai Sha said, "The Pleiades civilization doesn't seem to be going so smoothly. They haven't been able to deal with a single Blue Star civilization." "Ha ha!" Yu Xiaohou laughed first. Then his face suddenly turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "What the hell is the Blue Star civilization? The reason they can survive today is not because they have the strength to compete with me, but I am still concentrating on dealing with the Night Owl civilization. And the Ptolemy civilization of the Star Trade Group is now trying to protect the Blue Star civilization. It is naturally impossible for me to fight 2 level 4 civilizations at once. But there is no need for me to do anything. The Pleiades civilization will take them down soon." When the two heard this, they roughly understood that Yu Xiaohou had probably given the Pleiades civilization more technological help. With this, it is only a matter of time before the Pleiades civilization destroys the Blue Star civilization. Yu Xiaohou continued, "You two are smart people, and there is no future for you to stay in the Star Trade Group. The unification of the Orion Arm is unstoppable, and even the unification of the Milky Way is only a matter of time. Do you choose to be destroyed with the Star Trade Group, or join us, become a galactic noble, and restore the glory of the ancient galactic empire?" The two were still hesitating, and at this time, Jianggu appeared and said, "Master, it is difficult for the two guests to make a decision. Why not let them visit our Pleiades civilization? And they should know how to choose." "Okay," Yu Xiaohou said. "You go and arrange it. Both of you, please follow me." Jianggu brought Bai Sha and Lan Jiao to a secret place, where they displayed their weapons and equipment. Is the strength of the Pleiades civilization really so strong? Seeing these weapons and equipment, Bai Sha and Lan Jiao were shocked. The progress of the Pleiades civilization has exceeded the speed of normal civilization development by several times. If it continues to develop like this, it will not be a problem to destroy the Blue Star civilization or destroy them. The two looked at each other and understood that the situation was serious, and it was time to stand on the side. Chapter 267 Isolated and Helpless. While the two were still considering, Jianggu added, "The situation is changing now. You two should think carefully whether to prosper with us or become the dust of history. I suggest that you pay more attention to the war in the M35 star cluster. You will definitely be able to find out the situation of the Star Trade Group. We will consider it carefully." At this time, Baisha and Lan Qiao also began to hesitate and did not dare to offend each other. After they returned, they immediately began to investigate the combat situation of the Star Trade Group in M35. As the former main civilization, they still have many information channels. Yu Xiaohou and Jianggu were right. In the M35 star cluster, the situation of the Xingmao group was not optimistic. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before the Xingmao group goes from active combat to passive defense. For the future of civilization, the two had already made a decision. 150 years later, the Sirius star system, not far from the original star furnace, a brand new artificial planet has appeared. Its volume and mass are 10 times the size of a blue star, and it revolves around the star furnace while rotating. In space, a large number of warships, spaceships, and robots can be seen coming and going. He Xingzhou and the builders of the Interstellar Construction Department took the spaceship and approached the mechanical planet. With a clearer view, the entire mechanical planet is busy, and every part of it is filled with precision mechanical parts and industrial equipment. And all these industrial equipment have been transformed into silicon-based life forms by the mechanical heart. These silicon-based life forms can not only complete their work tasks, but also learn and evolve, improve industrial design, mechanism, and improve production efficiency and product performance. Lu Bonqing has met the commander-in-chief and the builders. A voice appeared in their minds, and a silicon-based life form was communicating directly with their brains through radio waves. Its body is right in front of everyone. That is this mechanical planet, a supergiant factory. The mechanical heart is its AI carrier, which can control all other silicon-based life on this planet for easy management. He Xingzhou and others are its creators. After the planet awakened its self-awareness, He Xingzhou named it Lebanxing. Lebanxing. How much has the construction progressed? He Xingzhou asked. Commander-in-Chief, my body is now 72% complete. It will be completely completed in another 30 years. Lebanxing replied. Now I can start mass production of warp battleships. The speed of manufacturing a level 6 warp battleship is more than 1,000 times faster than before. It used to take them decades to build a level 6 warp battleship. But now, this speed will be compressed to within a few months. Materials, energy, and manufacturing will no longer be obstacles for Blue Star civilization. War is coming soon, He Xingzhou said to the interstellar builders around him. We must contact various places now and start mass-producing warp warships before the war between us and the third-level civilization breaks out. We must have enough star-level warships. The worst plan is to fight 3 third-level civilizations at the same time. Hearing He Xingzhou's words, the interstellar builders were shocked. Did the commander-in-chief mean that they would have to fight 3 at the same time in the future wars? In previous wars, they often fought 1-on-1, and rarely 1-on-2. This time it may be 1-on-3. And the enemies are all third-level civilizations. Are the CB civilization and the Fishman civilization really going to betray the Star Trade Group? Xiaowu asked. In the past 100 years, we have also invited them to join the Blue Star Alliance, He Xingzhou said. But their attitude is wavering and ambiguous. I think it is very likely that these two will not join us. The Star Trade Group has been losing ground in the M35 star cluster and has lost more than 2,000 star systems. The Star Trade Group no longer has enough power to take care of us. So we are likely to fight alone in the M45 star cluster. Be prepared for the worst. We can't rely on anyone but ourselves. I understand, Xiaowu said firmly. We will build the strongest star-level fleet before the war begins. Now their warp warships are not as powerful and fast as the star-level warships of the Pleiades civilization, the CB civilization, and the Fishman civilization. But it doesn't matter. Their weapons can also destroy the opponent. As long as there are enough warships, they can still compete. The Planetary factory began to be put into use and mass-produced warp warships. During this period, He Xingzhou asked the intelligence department to strengthen the monitoring of all surrounding star fields. The warships of the Pleiades civilization, the CB civilization, and the Fishman civilization appeared in the surrounding star fields more and more frequently. The Pleiades civilization commanded its subordinate civilizations to attack the Blue Star civilization several times to test its strength, but they were blocked by them. Another 150 years passed, during which the Blue Star civilization and the Pleiades civilization had dozens of collisions of varying degrees. The most dangerous one was when the Pleiades civilization captured 3 star systems of the Blue Star civilization. They succeeded in counterattacking only after the Star Domain fleet stationed by the Star Trade Group came to support them. The M35 star cluster is the most important station of the Star Trade Group and also their last station here. Yun Xiaoho's fleet is attacking here. This station is a ring world. In its center is a young main sequence star, which has been built into a star furnace, providing light, heat and antimatter. All the planets in the star where it is located have been decomposed, and together with the matter of the surrounding star systems, the Star Trade Group has built a world like a ring belt that wraps around the star furnace. On both sides of the ring belt, there are urban clusters, industrial clusters, and living environments similar to the surface of a planet. Before the technology of the 4th level civilization, let alone the roundness of the Earth, it is also possible to transform the world into a ring belt like this. Around the ring world, there is a huge Stargate, which stands empty in the vacuum, without any ships coming and going. Why is there no news from the frontline fleet? The subspace communication is interrupted. The commander of the ring world, Yak, is anxiously waiting for their fleet to return. Yak, the last month, Hosen of the Ptolemaic civilization said to him, if they still have no news, everyone, evacuate the M35 star cluster. They estimated that the expeditionary fleet might have been destroyed. M35 star cluster is the last buffer zone between us and the Orion Royal Court. Without M35 star cluster, we will face the threat directly. Yak was still unwilling. Give me another Galaxy-class fleet. We still have a chance. Yak, you have to understand that we can't lose more in M35 star cluster, Huissen reminded. This starfield needs more protection. This is a slow death, Yak shouted. This is an entire star cluster. 2,500 stars. Without them, we will be completely trapped by the Orion Royal Court. Go according to the plan. Huissen had no choice. They had tried their best, but those galactic nobles still had some super weapons that were once part of the Galactic Empire, causing them to suffer heavy losses. After shutting down the communication, Yak was silent for a long time before saying, prepare to evacuate. General, the subordinates were unwilling to fail, but without support, they were no longer the opponent of Yu Xiaoho. The Stargate opened, and in the ring world, people boarded the Galaxy-class battleship, entered the Stargate, and returned to their own star field. At this moment, the space fluctuation detector sounded an alarm. A space-time distortion occurred, and a wormhole was detected to be forming. Outside the ring world, a temporary wormhole appeared, and then a Galaxy-class battleship flew out of it. Along with it, there were also weapons from the Galaxy-class battleship. A huge gravity bomb fell outside the ring world, and the gravity balance of the entire ring world collapsed instantly. It disintegrated and fell into the star furnace. The star furnace also lost control of the star energy due to the change in gravity. An endless plasma burst out, blowing up the entire star furnace. Without any resistance, this ring world was completely destroyed, and the entire star system was covered by the plasma storm and gamma ray burst during the star explosion. And everything was gone. M35 star cluster, the last stronghold, was destroyed. The Star Trade Group immediately learned of the news. This was within their calculations, but they didn't expect it to come so quickly. From now on, we will lose the initiative in combat and can only passively defend. A leader of the Star Trade Group sighed. The balance of war has tilted, and there is little hope for the future. Recall the fleets stationed in other marginal star regions and return to the defense of this star region. The fleets originally stationed in other regions evacuated one after another. The star region level fleet near the Blue Star civilization also received the order. Huissen also informed He Xingzhou of this decision. Our auxiliary defense fleet is about to evacuate. The situation in this area is bound to change in the future. It depends on you next, Huissen said. He Xingzhou frowned slightly and said, can't you stay for a while? I have made my best efforts, Huissen said helplessly. Do you know how much resources a star-level fleet will consume if it is stationed here for hundreds of years? Now the resources of the Star Trade Group are tight, and all unnecessary expenses must be saved. In the future, you can only rely on yourselves in the M45 star cluster. Huisin did not hide their thoughts. Instead of hiding it from the Blue Star civilization and catching them off guard, it is better to let them prepare directly. Since you want to evacuate, I can't stop you, He Xingzhou said. Your stationing over the years has indeed helped us a lot. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of our civilization. In addition, I have another request. Go ahead, Huisin said. Allocate and use all the military resources of the Star Trade Group in the M45 star cluster to our Blue Star civilization, He Xingzhou said. This way we can better resist the invasion of the Pleiades and the Orion Royal Court. The Pleiades built a number of space outposts and military bases in the M45 star cluster, and they also control many civilizations. This is a huge fortune. If it can be given to the Blue Star civilization, the strength of the Blue Star civilization can be greatly increased. Huisin hesitated, and he said, when the Black Sea civilization was still there, these resources were controlled by the Black Sea civilization. After the disintegration of the Black Sea civilization, these resources are jointly controlled by our Ptolemy civilization and Night Owl civilization. I cannot make a decision on these things. You should know that these resources combined can fully arm a third-level civilization. Then please ask Mr. Huisin to talk to those in charge, He Xingzhou continued. Except for the movable warships, you can't take away other things. You can only destroy them or sell them to others. Why not give it to us? It won't do any harm to the Pleiades. In addition, I have investigated all the members of the Star Trade Group of the M45 star cluster. Now our Blue Star civilization is the strongest. Only we can lead them to war. That's not necessarily true, Huisin said. Don't forget, there are also the CB civilization and the Fishman civilization. They have inherited the legacy of the Black Sea civilization. Now the Fishman civilization is at level 3.2, and the CB civilization is at level 3.3, which is higher than yours. Those two civilizations have long been alienated from the Star Trade Group, He Xingzhou said. If we give them resources, if they turn against us and surrender directly, the Star Trade Group will suffer greater losses. We, the Blue Star civilization, can guarantee that we will fight the Pleiades and the Orion Royal Court to the end. Huisin thought for a moment and said, Okay, I will do my best to facilitate this matter. Wait for my news. After our fleet withdraws, the Pleiades will definitely be unable to resist launching an attack. I hope you can hold on until then. Don't worry. Our strength is not what it used to be. We can't destroy the Pleiades civilization yet, but we can protect ourselves, He Xingzhou said confidently. The weapons manufactured by the Planetary factory in recent years have been deployed in various star regions. Their overall strength has increased more than tenfold. Then I'll wait and see, Huisin wished. I wish you all the best. The Star Trade Group's fleet evacuated, and the Pleiades civilization monitored the entire process. They're finally gone. Zigu had been waiting for this opportunity for hundreds of years. She couldn't wait to contact other Archons. Everyone, our chance to destroy the Blue Star civilization and occupy the entire M45 star cluster has come. In the M45 star cluster, except for the Black Sea civilization that has disintegrated, there is no level 4 civilization at present. Whoever can control this star cluster and become a level 4 civilization is only a matter of time. I have received instructions from Yu Xiaohou. Jianggu appeared in the Archon conference hall. Control the M45 star cluster as soon as possible. So after preparing for these hundreds of years, it's time for us to show our strength. The first one to be destroyed is the Blue Star civilization. We have deduced tens of thousands of battle plans, the other Archon said excitedly. Contact the CB civilization and the Fishman civilization and let them attack together. If you want to fight, you must wipe out the Blue Star civilization in one go. And you can't give them any chance to counterattack or escape, Jianggu said. Their battle this time is by no means a simple attack, but a full-scale encirclement and suppression. The three level 3 civilizations joined forces, and the Pleiades civilization could not think of any way for the Blue Star civilization to resist them. Chapter 268. Where do they get their troops? In the Siren civilization area, construction activities are in full swing. After the Siren civilization joined the Blue Star Alliance, it obtained sufficient resources and energy for development. and the Black Sea civilization technology they inherited was quickly released. Now, the Siren civilization has become the second third-level civilization in the Blue Star Alliance, ranking second in strength. The third is the IC civilization, which is now a 2.9 level civilization. When the Star Furnace is built, our Siren civilization will definitely surpass the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization. The Archons of the Siren civilization are visiting the constructed Star Furnace. Seeing this magnificent structure, they look excited and interested. Otis said with emotion, "Fortunately, we did not reject the Blue Star Alliance at the beginning. Otherwise we would not be here to visit the Star Furnace today, but in interstellar exile." Yes, Otis was against it with all his strength back then. Siren laughed. Otis said shamelessly, "I am also fighting for better conditions for our civilization." As they were chatting, a message came from the space outpost in the Edge Star Field. Outpost L2K45. Unidentified enemies found. Outpost L2K45 has been destroyed, and the enemy is attacking the Starfield defense line at the junction of the Siren civilization and the Pleiades civilization. They built a Starfield defense line with the Blue Star Alliance, consisting of a large number of space outposts and space fortresses. Once the enemy appears, the outposts can ensure that they can detect the enemy immediately, and the fortresses can ensure short-term defense. Enter the headquarters immediately. They immediately connected to the virtual universe and entered the Blue Star Alliance headquarters. The situation of the Starfield defense line has been transmitted here, and He Xingzhou has also arrived with the commanders. Currently, a Starfield-level fleet has been discovered, which is suspected to be the fleet of the Pleiades civilization. Among them, there are 13 level 6 warp battleships and 1 level 7 warp battleship, which should not be the main force of the enemy. With this little strength, it doesn't seem like their role, He Xingzhou analyzed. This should be just a faint fleet. The main force is not here. We have mobilized the defense fleet over there, but our strength is limited, and I am afraid we can't defend it. Siren asked He Xingzhou, "Can the commander-in-chief give us support?" Red Scale of the Siren civilization has retired, and now the highest-ranking commander of the Siren civilization is Siren. He Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Send 20 level 6 warp warships to the Siren civilization star domain defense line." 20 ships? Siren was very surprised. This is not the enemy's main force. Is it necessary to send so many star domain level fleets? However, these fleets are here to protect them, so she naturally has no objection. Odysseus and others were still a little worried and said, "Why not send some warships to garrison other areas?" No need. The commanders of the Blue Star civilization all looked casual. Sending 20 star domain level warships was like sending an insignificant force. This made Siren, Odysseus and others very confused. If the Blue Star civilization sent so many warships out at once, would the remaining forces be enough to deal with it if other star regions were attacked? The support fleet quickly rushed to the star region defense line. A month later, the two sides were in the same star system and began to fight. The attack distance and range of the star region class warships are very far, so the battle started at a distance of about 1 light year. At this distance, any rays or light speed weapons can't reach the opponent at all. The opponent uses warp weapons, including warp kinetic weapons or antimatter missiles wrapped in warp bubbles. Although the Blue Star civilization fleet has fewer warp weapons, it has tachyon weapons to make up for the gap. Both sides began to enter the stage of consuming each other's shield energy, and they were fighting and moving at the same time. After fighting for a whole month, neither side lost any warships, because both sides were testing each other, and the Pleiades civilization intended to preserve its strength. The 20 warp warships of the Blue Star civilization have been dragged here. Zigu was in full command of the Pleiades fleet. After a month of adjustment, she had dragged the 20 level 6 warp warships of the Blue Star Alliance to this star system, and now they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. The Blue Star civilization is suspicious. We are just a branch fleet, but we have dragged down their main fleet. Now notify the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization. Let them start the war at the same time, and blow up all the trump cards of the Blue Star civilization. Yes. Someone was immediately responsible for contacting the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization. These two civilizations have now surrendered to Yun Xiaohou. Baisha and Lan Xiao have also been named galactic nobles. It's time for us to take action. Baisha ordered the fleet. Invade the Blue Star Alliance and occupy more star regions. Fleet, go! Lan Xiao also ordered his fleet to attack. How will the Blue Star civilization respond to the three-way attack? The fleet of the Fishman civilization arrived first, and the place they attacked was the territory of the IC civilization. This made the members of the IC civilization extremely angry. These traitors, who abandoned their homeland because of the Zerg, now surrender to the enemy and fight back. By you cursed. If I catch them, I will definitely execute them. Calm down. How strong is the enemy? Baishurza asked the frontline outpost. The outpost commander replied, currently, a star-level main fleet of the Fishman civilization has been discovered, including 8 level 6 warp battleships and 1 level 7 warp battleship. The defense fleet has been dispatched. Bai Ningxiang did not look very nervous, because the defense fleet stationed in the ISC civilization alone was stronger than them. The defense fleet is not enough. He Xingzhou appeared at the command center and said, I have ordered the Blue Star Civilization Sirius fleet to go there, since they are coming. Don't leave. The Sirius fleet? Bai Ningxiang knew that the Blue Star Civilization currently named its fleet after the name of the star system. The Sirius fleet is naturally a fleet from the Sirius star system. That is where the star furnace is located, a military stronghold, and the Sirius fleet is definitely one of the main fleets of the Blue Star Civilization. Is it a big deal to dispatch the Sirius fleet to deal with the Fishman civilization? Bai Ningxiang asked. No. The Sirius fleet is just right. He Xingzhou's idea is very clear. This time, the enemy's siege station, even if they send out all the warships, they may not be able to defeat the Pleiades civilization. So from the beginning, he adopted a defensive strategy against the Pleiades civilization and the Pleiades civilization's allies, the Fishman civilization and the Sea Beast civilization. Can't let them have an easy time. Soon, Su Jilan sent a message. The Sea Beast civilization fleet has been dispatched. It is a star-level main fleet, including 10 level 6 warp battleships and 2 level 7 warp battleships. I have led the Sun fleet there. Okay, He Xingzhou warned. Stay alert. The enemy may make more moves. Fighting in all aspects has begun. This is a major battle that has broken out in the M45 star cluster in 1,000 years. So the civilization of the entire star cluster, the Star Trade Group, and the Orion Royal Court are all paying attention to this war. In the virtual universe, representatives of many civilizations of the Star Trade Group are paying real-time attention to the battle, including several leaders of the Star Trade Group. The Blue Star Civilization proposed to obtain all the resources and jurisdiction of the Star Trade Group in the M45 star cluster. We are still considering this. If they have the strength, why not give them? They can just help us block the offensive of the Orion Court. If they can't, even if these resources are wasted, they can't fall into the hands of the enemy. Those second and third level civilizations are more worried than the commander of the Blue Star Civilization, the Pleiades Civilization, the Sea Beast Civilization, and the Fishman Civilization. 3 third-level civilizations are besieging, and the Blue Star Civilization is in trouble. Yes, even if it is an ordinary third-level civilization, it is difficult to deal with one. Among these 3 civilizations, the Pleiades Civilization has the support of the Orion Court, and the Sea Beast Civilization and the Fishman Civilization have inherited the technology of the Black Sea Civilization, and their strength is much stronger than that of ordinary third-level civilizations. If they join forces, how can Blue Star Civilization stop them? According to reliable information, the enemy has now deployed more than 30 star-level warships. The total number will be even greater. Hearing this news, the representatives of these civilizations could only sigh helplessly. The enemy is too numerous, and the Star Trade Group cannot provide support. Blue Star Civilization is in danger. In their impression, even if a third-level civilization builds a star-level warship, it is a very time-consuming and labor-intensive task. It takes decades to build one. Although Blue Star Civilization is rich, they have grown too young after all, and cannot have so many weapons. In the virtual universe, Bai Ningxiang and Bai Shizhou are already scolding Blue Shark. Blue Shark, you are a member of the Black Sea Civilization, but you actually surrendered to the enemy and fought against your own people. Do you still have any conscience? Bai Yu questioned. Blue Shark snorted coldly. Don't be naive anymore. The Black Sea Civilization has long been destroyed. There will be no more people in the future. Only enemies. I advise you to surrender immediately. For the sake of our former fellow tribesmen, I will spare one of you and save your lives. Surrender? Bai Ningxiang said with her eyes wide open. Blue Shark, we originally had the ability to destroy you, But for the sake of our fellow tribesmen, we let you live for a few hundred more years. Since you are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. The Fishman civilization will be destroyed because of your stupid actions. You little girl is still so stubborn, Blue Shark said disdainfully. See you on the battlefield. Their fleet has approached the Ice Sea civilization. But before reaching the Edge Star field, it was attacked by tachyon weapons and warp weapons. The Sirius fleet of the Blue Star civilization has arrived. Why so fast? Fei Shi, the commander of the Fishman civilization, was very surprised. He just got the news that the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization was pinned down by the Pleiades civilization at the starfield defense line of the Siren civilization. Sir, the enemy's firepower is too strong. It's difficult for us to even get close to the star system. The captains reported the situation to Fei Shi. With the continuous attacks of tachyon weapons and warp weapons, they had to exit the warp navigation, support the energy shield, and activate the weapon interception system. Even so, the enemy's firepower still made it difficult for them to move forward. Scouting ship. How many enemies are there? Why is the firepower so strong? Fei Shi asked loudly. Their scout ship had been dispatched long ago. After a while, the captain of the scout ship replied, the enemy has at least 10 star-level battleships. What? 10? Fei Shi asked in surprise. Why do they still have so many star-level battleships? Didn't the Siren civilization already have 20 ships? Their Fishman civilization can only build one star-level battleship every 20 years on average. It takes 200 years to build 10 ships, which is about the speed. It took Blue Star civilization only more than 200 years to be promoted to the third-level civilization. Even if they can build a star-level battleship in 10 years, there should be only more than 20. Where did these battleships come from? Fei Shi had no choice but to report the situation truthfully, and said to Lan Jiao, Sir, the enemy's firepower is very strong. We can't get close. We can only passively defend? Passive defense? Lan Jiao was frustrated. He just made a harsh statement to Bai Ningxiang and others. But he couldn't even enter other people's star fields. There are 10 more here. Blue Star civilization can't have more power. Lan Jiao immediately contacted Bai Sha and said, Bai Sha, it's up to you. Haha. It's time for us to show our strength, Bai Sha thought. Now that Blue Star civilization has 30 star-level battleships, other places must be defenseless. If our fleet attacks, won't it be unstoppable? Attack! Attack! We are the protagonists in this war. Dugong, the commander of the CB civilization fleet, shouted to his subordinates. The enemy does not have much defense power. We must take advantage of the friendly forces to take down the Blue Star civilization in one go. It's time for us to make a contribution. The captains can't wait. We have been unhappy with the Blue Star civilization for a long time. A low-level civilization actually bullies our territory and conquers the IC civilization and the Siren civilization. This is our shame. Take down the Blue Star civilization and replace it. Their fleet has arrived at the edge of the Blue Star civilization, but they are still in the warp bubble and have not left. And the warp weapons are opened. Exit the warp bubble. Fight! Dugong commanded. All the warships exited the warp bubble together, and 12 huge star-level warships appeared in space. This is an extremely powerful force. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as they want, they can smash a star system into pieces. All the captains are full of confidence. Such a force is enough to be called the main fleet even in the Black Sea civilization period. Isn't it easy to defeat a Blue Star civilization that is attacked from all sides? However, just as they exited the warp bubble, a more fierce attack came. Tachyon torrents, warp antimatter cannons, and warp kinetic cannons all hit them, covering every warship. The energy shields of several warships were directly penetrated by the tachyon weapons, damaging the hull. Defense? Defense? Dugong immediately realized that they were ambushed. Such dense and fierce firepower cannot be done without 10 star-level warships. Sir, the enemy has appeared. The reconnaissance ship has discovered the Blue Star civilization fleet 1 light-year away. And the captain said in horror, their number is twice ours. Twice. Dugong was shocked and asked, where did they get so many warships? I don't know either. But we have found out that 24 star-level warships appeared 1 light-year away and are attacking us. Chapter 269 War is a waste of money. 24. Hearing this number, all the captains of the CB civilization were not calm. The Blue Star civilization has deployed dozens of star-level warships in other star fields. and can dispatch 24-star level warships here. Is this a magic trick? The other party did not give them much time to think, and directly covered their fleet with firepower, not giving them any chance to breathe or fight back. Various weapons overwhelmed them as if they were free, and all the warships had to maintain their energy shields with all their strength. Otherwise they would be destroyed in the next second. Crazy. Crazy, Dugong shouted. Are they going to fight us to the death from the beginning? War is about burning money. But not in this way. The firepower coverage of the Blue Star civilization is simply burning the planet. My lord. We have been blocked. The number of the enemy's star-level warships is twice ours. Dugong had to report the intelligence to Baisha. Baisha was also shocked when he knew it. Why are there more than 20 star-level warships? Are they the warships of the Star Trade Group? No. Most of these warships are level 6 warp warships. And the warships of the Star Trade Group are stronger. Damn. The Blue Star civilization actually has this trump card. If there is no appropriate response, their offensive fleet will not only fail to break in, but also be in danger of being counter-annihilated by the opponent. Baisha had no choice but to contact the Pleiades civilization in a hurry. The situation has changed. The Blue Star civilization actually has a reserve force. We can't attack. There is still a fleet? The commanders of the Pleiades civilization were also surprised. They had calculated it during the war simulation. The Blue Star civilization has a maximum of 30 star-level warships. When they reach 30, they can only send low-level warp warships to fight. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. 3 civilizations have sent troops together, but they have not tested their bottom line yet? Jianggu was terrified when she thought about it. This must be their last trump card. Zigu firmly believed that the other side could not have more high-end troops. As long as we send out the main force, directly attack the Sirius star system, and blow up their star furnace, the Blue Star civilization will be defeated. The main fleet of the Pleiades civilization has not yet attacked. They originally planned to let the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization consume a certain amount of the strength of the Blue Star civilization, and then reap the benefits. Now it seems that we can't not use the main force. Jianggu thought for a while and said, I can't do it. The remaining forces of the Blue Star civilization can still fight against our main fleet. Let the main fleet go to the Sirius star system and destroy their star furnace. Although the Blue Star civilization has built star furnaces in other star regions, the Sirius star furnace was built first and has the largest energy output, which is equivalent to an arsenal and a military factory. As long as it is destroyed, the support of the Blue Star civilization will be cut off. Main fleet, go! Zigu ordered immediately. This time, she set off with the main fleet. Hundreds of years ago, it was in the Sirius star system that her husband Dongjun was buried. This time, she not only wants revenge, but also wants to destroy the Blue Star civilization. One after another, the Starfield-class warships that had been prepared long ago appeared and entered warp speed. At this time, in the field of Blue Star civilization, the Sirius star system is no longer the original space bridgehead, but the hinterland of Blue Star civilization, because within dozens of light years around, all the affiliated civilizations of the Pleiades have been conquered by the Blue Star civilization. Their main fleet needs to bypass the reconnaissance of these areas and come to the vicinity of the Sirius civilization. This is not difficult to do. In the vast space, even the star system is just a drop in the ocean compared to the vacuum space. Without subspace scanning technology, it is difficult for ordinary civilizations to detect fleets sailing in the vast space. Therefore, most defenses can only be carried out within the star system. Of course, if you rashly enter the enemy's hinterland, the enemy's staff and attack will be very fast. This is why no matter the Pleiades civilization, the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, or the Blue Star civilization, they did not choose to attack deep into the enemy's hinterland. Expeditions to star systems consume huge amounts of energy. Without support, they are isolated and helpless, and often end up waiting for death. Zigu was not worried about this situation, because she believed that the main fleet of the Pleiades civilization was enough to capture the Sirius star system before the support of the Blue Star civilization arrived, and then destroy the solar system, destroying it in one go. In the main fleet of the Pleiades civilization, the lowest level warships are all level 6 warp warships, sailing at more than 400 times the speed of light, and it only takes about 10 days to reach the Sirius star system. These 10 days have different meanings for everyone. In the Blue Star civilization command, the commanders control the battlefield in an orderly manner. Although they are now facing a three-way siege, they are able to deal with all three parties with ease. On the side of the Fishman civilization and the Sea Beast civilization, they are simply living a miserable life. The commander of the Fishman civilization fleet, Fei Shi, has never relaxed since the battle began. The enemy's firepower is too strong, and there are more of them. What worries him most is that the Blue Star civilization's warp warships seem to have more advanced weapons than theirs. This is unscientific. They have just entered the third-level civilization, and we have mastered the technology left over from the fourth-level civilization. Fei Shi looked at the battle information and was unwilling. My lord, our warships have been almost half destroyed. If this continues, the star-level warships we have accumulated for hundreds of years will be destroyed. The captains kept sending distress messages. When they came, there were 9 star-level warships, and now 4 6th-level warp warships have been destroyed, leaving 4 6th-level warp warships and 1 7th-level warp warship. On the other hand, the Blue Star civilization only lost 2 level 6 warp warships. The most fatal thing is that this is the territory of the Blue Star civilization. Their supplies seem to be endless, and the firepower coverage has never stopped. The 4 level 6 warp warships were almost all damaged because of energy exhaustion. The energy shields were knocked off, and the warship armor was damaged. Retreat! Retreat! Fei Shi gritted his teeth. If we don't retreat, this little bit of wealth will be worn out. He reported the decision to the leader of the Fishman civilization, Lan Jiao. It's only been a short time, and you can't hold on? Lan Jiao was very annoyed. He had just pretended in front of Bai Ningxiang and others, and he was beaten back before he even touched their door? We have to retreat, Fei Shi said helplessly. Our original plan was just to involve them, and let the Pleiades civilization and the Sea Beast civilization attack. Now they have made no progress, and we are under too much pressure. If we don't retreat, our fleet will be destroyed. Hearing this, Lan Jiao looked aggrieved. What kind of battle is this? He was still expecting a hardy battlefield, or a crushing victory. He never expected that they would be the first to be beaten back. Retreat, Lan Jiao said. We have done what we can to preserve our strength. Let the Pleiades civilization and the Sea Beast civilization do their part. They withdrew from the battlefield first. They want to retreat? He Xingzhou noticed this situation and immediately ordered the fleet, chase. Kill as many as you can. Yes. The commander of this fleet was Qiu Hong, who led the team to continue the pursuit. Damn it. If we retreat, won't they go to support other places? Fei Shi was about to vomit blood. Speed up. Speed up. The support fleet will come immediately. The Fishman civilization was defeated? Bai Sha knew the situation and cursed. You are too weak. Blue Shark retorted, you are strong. But you are also beaten? Bai Sha was speechless and had to say, at least we didn't retreat. We are still holding on. What are you doing? Pleiades civilization? Where is the main fleet? Jianggu responded, you hold on for a few more days. The Blue Star civilization will not have much strength. In 10 days, our main fleet will launch an attack. Okay. 10 days. Bai Sha gritted his teeth and said, we will hold on for another 10 days. If there is no turnaround within 10 days, we will also withdraw. Blue Shark said, our fleet will pull around. In 10 days, we will decide whether to continue to send more troops. Don't worry. There will be results within 10 days. Jianggu promised. 10 days later, a warp fleet slowly withdrew from the warp navigation on the outskirts of the Sirius star system. It's not that they don't want to move forward, but this is already the important place of Blue Star civilization. A large number of reconnaissance satellites and space outposts are deployed on the outskirts of the star system. If they continue to move forward, they will be vulnerable to attack. During the warp navigation, the warship is still in the universe and has not transcended the space-time dimension, so it will also be attacked. And once the warp bubble is broken by the attack, the warship will suffer a devastating blow. We are still 1 light year away from the Sirius star system. We will soon be discovered by the Blue Star civilization. When the subordinates reported the situation, Zigu said decisively, instead of giving them time to react, it is better to attack directly. Directly attack their space base and star furnace. Start the warp weapons. Warp weapons. Fire! On the warship, warp weapons entered the warp bubble and continued to fly to the Sirius star system at warp speed. Even if they were intercepted, they would not feel bad. As long as the warship was still there, they could continue to fire warp weapons. And this change soon attracted the attention of the Blue Star civilization. Unknown space fluctuations were detected. Suspected warp navigation. Warp weapons have been found. And 3 warp missiles have been intercepted. Enemy targets have been found. And the number is too large. Report to the headquarters. Activate the Star System Defense System. And the Space Defense Matrix has been activated. The Planetary Defense System has been activated. The mechanical planet is temporarily closed, and the defense state is activated. The Star Furnace has activated the Defense Energy Shield. All levels of defense systems have been activated. In the Blue Star Alliance command, He Xingzhou saw the information from the front line and snorted, finally. It's here. The main fleet of the Pleiades civilization. Wow. There are so many. He Hongwei looked at the information from the outpost. At present, they have found out that the enemy's main fleet has 30 warships. 20 of which are level 6 warp warships. And the other 10. 7 level 7 warp warships. And 3 level 8 warp warships. Generally speaking, the combat power of a level 7 warp battleship is 5 times that of a level 6 warp battleship. And a level 8 warp battleship is 10 times that of a level 6 warp battleship. So it can also be converted into that the enemy has sent a force equivalent to 85 level 6 warp battleships. This force is enough to sweep any level 3 civilization, except the Blue Star civilization. I originally thought that we had manufactured enough star-level warships. And the Pleiades civilization also had a lot. The reason why the Blue Star civilization has so many warp battleships is all thanks to the Luban Planet Factory, which has mass-produced warp battleships. Excluding the warships in combat, they can mobilize about 50 star-level warships, most of which are level 6 warp battleships. And the highest is only level 7 warp. Just from the comparison of fleet strength, they can't beat the Pleiades civilization. But the advantage of the Blue Star civilization is that it is fighting at home, with defense equipment and logistical supplies. Show the enemy weakness first. Let the enemy come in more. He Xingzhou did not attack rashly, saying, the Golden Battle Star will set off immediately to form an encirclement. This war, we will severely damage the Pleiades civilization. The Sirius Star System. The blocking war has begun. The fleet stationed in the Sirius Star System began to launch weapons remotely. Bombing with warp weapons and tachyon weapons. Hold up the tachyon shield. Zigu had no expression on her face. They were well prepared and had ways to defend against tachyon weapons. The shield formed by tachyon particles can be immune to the attacks of most tachyon weapons, which immediately destroyed half of the Blue Star civilization's countermeasures. And those warp weapons are also difficult to get close to them. And they are all intercepted by warships. Counterattack. The warp kinetic energy cannons fired from the 7th and 8th level warp warships are powerful enough to penetrate a planet as long as they hit. The Blue Star civilization fleet dare not carry any. If a warp kinetic energy bomb is not intercepted, it will be a huge disaster. 24 hours after the war began, 13 space outposts of the Blue Star civilization were destroyed. The Pleiades civilization fleet advanced 1/10 of a light year, which is very fast. If they continue at this speed, it will only take them half a month to capture the Sirius Star System. Blue Star civilization has already dispatched 15 star-level warships. They are indeed hiding their strength. Zigu has been sending reconnaissance ships to scout. It's just a pity that they are all level 6 warp warships and can't stop us. The Star Furnace has strong defense capabilities. And this star system actually has an extra mechanical planet. She didn't know what Luban Planet was for. The current investigation showed that it seemed to be a space factory. It's a pity to destroy them directly. Jianggu said. You continue to advance. I will negotiate with Blue Star civilization. If we can take down the Star Furnace and the mechanical planet intact, our strength will be greatly improved. Make sure to complete the mission. Zigu continued to let the fleet advance. So far, the combat operation has been going smoothly. In the virtual universe, Jianggu contacted He Xingzhou and others to start negotiations. He Xingzhou, you have seen the situation of the Sirius civilization. Our fleet will be able to take this place within half a month, and then directly attack your hinterland solar system. Jianggu's attitude this time is much tougher, and her confidence lies in their fleet. Chapter 270 Invincible Defense. Half a month? He Xingzhou said with a smile. Within half a month, you will definitely retreat. Are you determined to fight us to the end? Jianggu said. This is the last chance I will give you. I'm different, He Xingzhou said. I can still give you a chance if you choose to surrender. There's nothing more to say. See you on the battlefield. Jianggu thought that He Xingzhou would not cry until he saw the coffin, and he must teach them some painful lessons. Although she really wanted to get the star furnace and the mechanical planet intact, the war still had to be based on victory as the highest premise, since the Blue Star civilization would not compromise. Then destroy them all. Jianggu immediately conveyed the order to Zigu. Blue Star civilization will not compromise. Increase the offensive. Received. Zigu had been looking forward to it for a long time. After receiving the order, she immediately ordered all warships increase the offensive. And the first target is to destroy the enemy's star furnace and mechanical planet. Dozens of warp kinetic energy cannons were fired, and the space around the star furnace and mechanical planet fluctuated. Antimatter cannons immediately aimed at it, and no matter what object flew out of the warp bubble, it was destroyed at the first time. Not only that, a series of destructive death lights appeared around the mechanical planet and the star furnace, and antimatter weapons covered every corner. The captain of the Pleiades civilization realized that their attack could not penetrate at all. "Sir, the enemy's defense is too tight," the captain said helplessly. "They have star furnaces and endless energy. If we fight like this, we will be the ones who are exhausted in the end, unless they can destroy the star." But obviously, this is not the technological strength that a level 3 civilization can possess. Then use gravitational weapons and see how they defend. Zigu had to use her trump card in advance. Generally speaking, gravitational weapons can only be developed by level 3.5 civilizations. The Pleiades civilization also obtained gravitational weapons in advance with the help of Yun Xiaoho. What energy shield? What antimatter weapons? What kinetic weapons? Laser weapons? None of them can defend against gravitational weapons. From the warship of the Pleiades civilization, the warp kinetic energy device was launched again. This time it was not a warp bomb, but a gravity bomb wrapped in a warp bubble. The gravity bomb was destroyed as soon as it left the warp bubble, but its purpose had been achieved. At the same time as they were destroyed, the energy had been converted into a gravitational field, forming a super strong gravitational field around the mechanical planet and the star furnace. Its effect was enough to form tidal gravity and tear apart the giant mechanical structure. Both the mechanical planet and the star furnace were damaged. Expand the defense circle. Attack the warp bubble. And don't let the gravity bomb get close to our giant structure, He Xingzhou ordered. They expanded the defense circle to avoid the attack of gravity bombs and reduce losses. But this is not the solution. He Xingzhou continued. The fleet will take the initiative to attack and force them back. The support fleet and the Golden War Star will intercept them from behind. Move the battlefield 1 light year away. The war between the star domain fleets is enough to destroy the star system as their industrial base. The Sirius star system must be guaranteed to be safe and stable. The warships of the Blue Star civilization began to take the initiative to attack. Seeing this, Zigu was a little puzzled. They are all level 6 warp warships. They don't even have a way to defend against gravity bombs. They can't be our opponents in a head-on confrontation. How dare they take the initiative to attack? Is it a feint? Or do they have another trump card? Expand the reconnaissance range, Zigu ordered. First try to concentrate firepower and destroy this fleet. Received. They gave up attacking the star furnace and mechanical planet and turned to attack the Blue Star civilization fleet. The gravity bombs around the warships immediately had a huge impact on the warships. The gravity field they formed slowed down the warships, and many were also pulled by tidal gravity, and the warships were severely damaged. Gravity weapons are really troublesome. The captains of the Blue Star civilization felt a headache. Gravity bombs were only the most basic gravity weapons, and they were difficult to deal with. The warship stared at the pressure and continued to move forward, but the speed had dropped a lot and began to be damaged. 2 enemy warp warships had been destroyed. 1 day later, the Pleiades civilization fleet had achieved a proud victory. They still won't retreat? Zigu speculated on the other party's thoughts. The other party was still approaching them. Could it be that they wanted to create time and space for the people in the star system to evacuate? This is not scientific. They can move the mechanical planet. But what about the star furnace? They can't move the star too. My lord. Super strong space fluctuations have been detected, and it is suspected that giant weapons have appeared. The reconnaissance ship sent a message. On the instrument, the amplitude of the space fluctuation exceeded that of any warship, and even greater than the impact caused by the warp speed of the warship group. Zigu understood immediately and said, "It's the War Star. Their War Star is coming. Avoid close contact with the War Star." Xigu has seen it before. The Golden War Star fired a star-destroying cannon and was directly destroyed by the Star Devourer. Such power cannot be stopped by the star-level warships. Sure enough, in the warp bubble, a huge monster gradually appeared. This is a huge planet. The mass and volume of the Golden War Star have increased compared to hundreds of years ago. It is obviously transformed by the Blue Star civilization. Its surface is covered with a dense layer of crystal nucleus. It is condensed from the crystal nucleus of the star beast. Gamma rays, plasma weapons, and energy cannons are like scraping. Resonance weapons are useful to it. But it is so massive and has a weapon defense system that ordinary resonance weapons can't do anything to it. Golden War Star. Attack! Let them see the power of the War Star. Menghai shouted from inside the War Star. This Golden War Star is much more powerful than the previous space fortress. Destroy it. Xigu also asked the fleet to adjust the attack target. For a star-level warship, destroying a planet is not difficult. But destroying a war star wrapped in a crystal core is not so easy. Part of the warship's attack was intercepted, and part was blocked by the crystal core. Until this time, the captains of the Pleiades civilization realized the helplessness of facing the star beast. At that time, the Black Sea civilization, as a fourth-level civilization, was beaten to pieces by the Zerg. Now the Blue Star civilization uses Zerg technology, which makes them feel extremely headache. The Golden War Star seemed to have turned on an invincible cheat, advancing towards the fleet. At the same time, more star-level warships appeared in other directions. The Blue Star civilization still has troops. Xigu was shocked. At this time, the number of warships of the Blue Star civilization was 3 times what they estimated. Now, in terms of military strength alone, they are even weaker. The Blue Star civilization actually has this trick. Jianggu and other Archons finally understood why He Xingzhou was so confident. Yuangu sighed, they are making weapons faster than us. If it weren't for the 3 civilizations attacking together this time, we might not be their opponents. Many ants bite the elephant to death. Their level 7 and level 8 warp warships do not have a crushing war suppression power against the level 6 warp warships. So in terms of military strength, their overall strength is actually weaker than the Blue Star civilization. This is a bit unacceptable to the Archons. Jianggu began to worry and asked Xigu, "Are you sure you can defeat them?" Xigu gritted her teeth and said, "Although they have more people, our warships are more powerful. As long as we destroy their war stars, we are still in the upper hand. Be careful," Jianggu reminded. "If it is impossible, cancel this military operation. We cannot lose too much in our main fleet." "I understand." In any case, Xigu could not retreat like this. After planning the offensive plan for more than 100 years, if she retreated at this time, she would fail. Without the suppression of their main fleet, the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization would inevitably be defeated, and they might even be directly counterattacked and taken down by the Blue Star civilization. "Aim all your gravitational weapons at the War Star and destroy it," Xigu ordered. The warships all fired gravitational weapons at the Golden War Star. They first fired gravity field generators. These generators created a huge gravitational field around the Golden War Star, limiting its movement speed. "Destroy them all." Menghai waved his hand, and countless rays of destructive death appeared on the Golden War Star, annihilating these gravity generators. They had an entire planet, and a large amount of energy and antimatter stored. This consumption was a drop in the bucket for them. But it was unacceptable to the Pleiades civilization fleet. They fired gravity bombs again, trying to use gravity to destroy the Golden War Star. Gravity bombs exploded one after another around the Golden Battle Star, and gravity was tearing the Golden Battle Star apart. The expectant eyes of the captains of the Pleiades civilization gradually turned into disappointment, because the mass of the Golden Battle Star was too large. It had a strong gravity. In order to deal with them, the Blue Star civilization had already installed a gravity balance system in the Battle Star. When the gravity bomb exploded, the gravity balance system took effect and minimized the side effects, even if there were some damages on the surface of the Golden Battle Star. Compared with its huge size and mass, these were just superficial injuries and insignificant. It can't be hit at all. It's too hard. This is an armed planet, not an ordinary planet. If we can't break its defense, how can we fight? The captains of the Pleiades civilization were dumbfounded. When they were simulating the war, they thought of many possibilities, but they didn't expect that they couldn't break the defense of the Golden Battle Star. Haha. after wrapping the Golden Battle Star with a crystal nucleus. The Golden Battle Star is indeed much stronger than before. Seeing this scene, the commanders of the Blue Star civilization couldn't help laughing. When they fought the Zerg's crystal nucleus caused them great trouble. Now they have mastered the manufacturing method of the material of the crystal nucleus. And the effect of using it on the Golden Battle Star is amazing. Xiao pondered, in the future, we can use this material to make battleship armor. Which should be good. Sir, we can't defeat it. The captains of the Pleiades civilization asked Zigu for the next instructions. The enemy has surrounded us. Zigu's mood was extremely complicated. Reason told her that if they continued to fight, they would definitely suffer. But she was very unwilling. The Pleiades civilization was a level 3.4 civilization after all. Was it repelled by the level 3.0 Blue Star civilization? And was repelled by other civilizations together? Is this reasonable? She insisted. Fight another round? Yes. The captains continued to fight. The Blue Star civilization had adjusted its strategy. They used star-level battleships to attack remotely and formed an encirclement. The Golden Battle Star was like a huge shield, slowly approaching the enemy. And at the same time, weapons were constantly fired on the Golden Battle Star. Unfortunately, the Blue Star civilization has not yet mastered gravitational weapons. Otherwise it could use the gravitational field to imprison the enemy. And a planet-destroying cannon could annihilate the entire fleet. Watching the Golden Battle Star approaching, the fleet of the Pleiades civilization had no countermeasures at all. Moreover, after the Golden Battle Star joined the battlefield, the Blue Star civilization could attack recklessly. And soon, a level 6 warp warship was destroyed. The enemy has entered the attack range. On the Golden Battle Star, Meng Hai ordered, turn on the planet-destroying cannon and attack the enemy's command ship. A large hole opened on the surface of the Golden Battle Star, which was the magnetic acceleration channel, and countless antimatter poured out from it, shooting at the enemy fleet. Planet Destroyer. They attacked. The Pleiades fleet retreated immediately. No one dared to say that they could take this shot. If this shot could not exceed the speed of light, they would have been wiped out. Even so, due to the limitations of other warships of the Blue Star civilization and the huge attack range of the Planet Destroyer, 1/3 of the warships were still in danger of being hit. Retreat. Evacuate. Zigu's heart was bleeding. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to admit that this surprise attack had failed. The enemy's military strength was much stronger than they had estimated. The Planet Destroyer still hit 4-star level warships, including a 7th level star level warship. The energy shield, tachyon shield, and hull armor of the battleship were more fragile than paper in front of the Planet Destroyer cannon. They were annihilated in an instant and completely disappeared from this universe. Launch the gravity disruptor and start warp travel, Zigu said. They launched the gravity disruptor to interfere with the fleet of the Blue Star civilization, and then immediately entered the warp bubble. This was certainly dangerous, but they had the advantage of speed and still had a great chance of evacuation. Don't let them run away, He Xingzhou shouted. Chase! Break the warp bubble. All the battleships opened fire together to interfere with the formation of the warp bubble. Several more battleships were torn apart by the distorted space because the warp bubble was destroyed. The main fleet of the Pleiades civilization lost more than half of its members. A great shame. A disastrous defeat. We actually lost miserably. The governors of the Pleiades civilization could not accept this result. If it weren't for the fact that the Blue Star civilization did not have advanced star-level warships and gravity weapons, our civilization would have been doomed this time. How could this happen? The governors were extremely regretful at this moment. If they had known that the Blue Star civilization would grow so fast, they should have withstood the pressure from the Star Trade Group and directly killed the Blue Star civilization. Now they have raised a tiger to harm themselves, and they can no longer gain an advantage on the front battlefield. Chapter 271 Strong Crush. The warp bubble of another level 7 warp battleship was broken, and the warship was destroyed along with the warship in the distorted space. The fleeing Pleiades civilization fleet was reduced to only 1/3 of the original. These warships took them hundreds of years to build. If it was a mutual loss, it would be fine. But now the star furnace and mechanical planet of the Blue Star civilization have only been partially damaged, and their Starfield-class warships have only been lost less than 5. All the captains and commanders of the Pleiades civilization felt a deep sense of frustration. Before the Blue Star civilization appeared, their combat was almost invincible, but they repeatedly fell on the Blue Star civilization. Zigu had an uneasy premonition in her heart. Maybe this was the last time they took the initiative to attack the Blue Star civilization. Next time, they would attack and defend in different positions. Can't catch up. In the Golden Battle Star, Ming Hai saw that the space fluctuations on the detector had stopped. The mass of the Golden Battle Star was too large, and the current warp speed could only reach the 4th warp speed. Other warships were even more difficult to chase, and the pursuit could only end here. What a pity. Ming Hai was still unsatisfied. Next time we must fight them at home. He reported the situation to the headquarters. This is also within our expectations, He Xingzhou said. Although we won the defensive battle, we can't be so arrogant as to think that we can defeat the Pleiades civilization. We were able to hold on this time because we have the advantage of terrain. If we really attack, the Golden War Star may not be able to stop us. He Hongwei said, then the defense here has come to an end. It's time to deal with the other two jumping clowns. If it was before, we would still face some risks when attacking the CB civilization and the Fishman civilization. After all, they are all members of the Star Trade Group, and the Blue Star Alliance has their people, Chui Weiman said. Now that they have taken the initiative to attack, it just gives us an excuse. We have to thank the Orion King Court for this. Take down these two civilizations in one go, He Xingzhou said. Commander, he is responsible for attacking the Fishman civilization, and I will command the offensive battle of the CB civilization. Okay. This was decided long ago, and they immediately began to issue orders. Leave 20 star-level warships to take charge of the defense mission. The other warships are divided into 2 teams, attacking the Fishman civilization and the CB civilization respectively. Replenish energy on the Golden War Star and head to the star level of the CB civilization. The star-level warships of the Blue Star civilization have already begun to be allocated, while the Fishman civilization and the CB civilization have just received the news that the Pleiades civilization has retreated. You retreated? The Fishman civilization, Blue Shark, was shocked and asked, how can you retreat? If you retreat at this time, won't the Blue Star civilization aim its firepower at us? Jianggu said, this attack plan is cancelled. Waiting for the next joint. Next time? Lan Jiao said angrily. Is there a next time? Blue Star civilization will definitely not let us go. Jianggu knew that they were in the wrong, but she was unwilling to admit it. Instead, she blamed her teammates and said, in the original battle plan, you were asked to attack the interior of Blue Star civilization, but you did not do it. The same is true for the CB civilization, which caused Blue Star civilization to allocate a large amount of forces to block our attack. The failure of this attack plan is that you have been paddling and not cooperating with our attack. We have tried our best, Lan Jiao emphasized. We sent out the main fleet. He thought of a possibility. Could it be that your main fleet can't even defeat the Blue Star civilization? Jianggu was unwilling to admit it. She said, we have achieved certain results, and now the results cannot be expanded. Retreat is the wisest choice. That's all. After saying that, she hung up the communication directly. Blue Shark was very angry. It was the Pleiades civilization that called for a joint attack. Now they left it alone. What about the Fishman civilization? To make matters worse, the front line sent intelligence at this time. Fei Shi contacted him urgently and reported, my lord, the situation is not good. Another fleet of the Blue Star civilization is coming, and at least 10 more star-level warships have been added. They have no intention of retreating. They are going to attack us. Blue Shark said angrily, the Pleiades civilization has retreated. The Blue Star civilization has withdrawn its troops to deal with us. How can they do this? Fei Shi was shocked and said, we can't stop them at all. There is no way. Blue Shark said, quickly retreat. I will immediately organize the star defense line. I hope I can stop them. Like him, Bai Sha was also cursing at this time. The Pleiades civilization is a bunch of bastards, abandoning their teammates at the critical moment. We are screwed. If they retreat, who will resist the main force of the Blue Star civilization? This is not going to work. The Orion Royal Court is too bad. If we don't launch an attack, we will still belong to the Xingmao group. We have just betrayed the Xingmao group and have been treated as abandoned. Dugong has been sending out distress signals. The front line can't hold on. The firepower of the Blue Star civilization is too strong, and there are more and more supporting warships. The reconnaissance ship found that they also sent the War Star. We don't have any weapons to resist the War Star. My lord, think of a way quickly. Otherwise our main fleet will be destroyed and civilization will be in danger. Baisha racked his brains and couldn't think of any good solution. For this battle, they took out all their tricks. Who would have thought that the Pleiades civilization would retreat so quickly? Wait a little longer. Baisha knew that if this continued, there would only be one result. He wanted to observe the situation. And Lan Yu thought so too. On the front line, the war continued. The warships of the Pleiades civilization, which had warp weapons and gravity weapons, were still no match for the fleet of the Blue Star civilization. Not to mention the Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization. The number of warships was crushed. The weapons were crushed. And the firepower was crushed. There was no way except to retreat. Push forward. All the way to the core circle of the Fishman civilization. The fleet commanded by He Hongwei broke through the starfield defense line of the Fishman civilization in just 1 month. He Xingzhou's side was faster. And the Golden War Star unhindered broke through the starfield defense line and contributed the planet of the Sea Beast civilization. We can't stop them. Lan Jiao had no choice but to contact Baisha and said, we can't fight anymore. If we continue, our civilization will be destroyed. Baisha gritted his teeth and said, the Pleiades civilization has killed us. It's useless to say this now. Lan Jiao said, now we can only ask for peace with the Blue Star civilization. Ask for peace? Do you think they will agree? Baisha asked back. Based on my observation, they will never agree. Do you want to surrender directly? Lan Jiao asked. Baisha said, anyway, let's talk first. The two of them entered the virtual universe and came to the office of the Blue Star civilization to request negotiations. Commanders such as He Xingzhou also entered the virtual universe to negotiate with them. The Blue Star civilization has gone too far. You destroyed many of our warships and captured more than 10 star systems. Baisha came up and accused. He Xingzhou smiled and said, don't say such childish words. You were the first to launch the attack. Reciprocity is the norm. But you have already gained enough. Lan Jiao said, let's stop the war, and the three parties will not interfere with each other. Too late. He Hongwei threatened. You can't fight a war whenever you want. Two elders, do you still have the confidence to say these words now? Bai Ningxiang also stood up and said, you are not qualified to negotiate conditions. I hope you will think carefully about whether to resist to the end or surrender directly. Great. I never thought that the little girl back then could threaten me now. Baisha was very unhappy. But he didn't dare to fight to the end. Because he knew he couldn't win. Su Xilan also said, when we were negotiating, the fleet did not stop attacking. Every day you delay, you will hurt yourself. Baisha and Lan Jiao ignored them. And Baisha said, we can join the Blue Star Alliance. In their opinion, this is the worst plan. However, the commanders of the Blue Star civilization all laughed. And Chui Weiman smiled and said, you too. You can't join the Blue Star Alliance just because you asked to join it now. The Blue Star Alliance only accepts allies, not prisoners of war. What else do you want? Baisha asked angrily. It's very simple. He Xingzhou stood up, stared at the two men, and said, declare unconditional surrender immediately and give up all resistance. Your star field, resources, army, management agencies, etc., will be taken over by us. By doing this, we will ensure the safety of your civilization. If we refuse, before Lan Jiao finished speaking, He Xingzhou said fiercely, Blue Star civilization will destroy all enemies. Remember? Everything. How to decide? Think about it carefully. You are bullying too much. It's not that we don't have the ability to counterattack. Baisha couldn't accept such a result. When he was in the Black Sea civilization, which third-level civilization dared to speak to him like this? Even Yun Xiaoho was respectful and tried to win him over. Now He Xingzhou directly broke through his bottom line. He has no face left. Old stubborn. This is the last chance. Bai Ningxiang said. It was you who weakened the Black Sea civilization in the past. Now you want to drag your own people to die. Maybe your people won't agree. The IC civilization led by Bai Ningxiang also played a role in the war. But it was not a direct battle, but a psychological warfare and spy warfare. They have contacts with their former people and have been calling on them to surrender to the Blue Star Alliance. At first, not many people cared. Now, as the situation reversed, the Pleiades civilization retreated. The Sea Beast civilization and the Fishman civilization retreated step by step. And many people in their civilizations began to think that they had to surrender. If Baisha and Lanqiao resisted to the end, the final outcome would be tragic. Let's discuss this matter later. Lanqiao obviously lost his confidence. Baisha said toughly, "It's impossible for us to surrender. Even if we become a wandering civilization, we will never surrender." The negotiation ended unhappily, and He Xingzhou ordered the fleet to continue to advance. 3 months later, in the territory of the Fishman civilization, the fleet of the Blue Star civilization has reached the core circle. Here, the Fishman civilization used all its defense power. "Attack!" He Hongwei gave an order, and more than 30 star-level warships opened fire together. Tachyon weapons, warp weapons, and antimatter weapons frantically attacked those space fortresses and space outposts. In the face of fierce firepower, these space military facilities fell one after another, and the combat power of the Fishman civilization continued to decrease. "My lord, surrender." Feishi saw no hope of victory, and he said to Lanqiao, "We have no chance." Lanqiao's face turned pale, and he fell limply on the chair, saying sadly, "We asked for help from the Pleiades civilization, but they didn't respond at all." Yu Xiaoho did not respond. "It's over. It's completely over. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place?" He thought that if they had joined the Blue Star Alliance like the ISC civilization at the beginning, perhaps the result would be completely different. "Sir, our defense line has been breached." The commander on the front line sent a message. "Surrender. Surrender." Lanqiao knew that he was powerless to save the situation, so he surrendered to the Blue Star civilization on behalf of the Fishman civilization. "I declare that the Fishman civilization unconditionally surrenders to the Blue Star civilization, and everyone gives up resistance and accepts the jurisdiction of the Blue Star civilization, even if some people are unwilling and want to resist. They are just small fish and shrimps, and can't make any waves." Some people fled on warships and left this star field. The Blue Star civilization quickly took over the Fishman civilization, and this third-level civilization was officially conquered by the Blue Star civilization. The Fishman civilization surrendered. Baisha was furious when he heard the news. Blue Shark is also a coward. The Black Sea civilization was defeated again and again because of these cowards, and had to disintegrate. "Sir, we can't stop it," Dugong persuaded. "Their golden battle star will be able to reach our core circle in another month, and then everyone will face the danger of being destroyed. The lethality of the golden battle star is enough to annihilate a planet at a time. Who can stop it?" "So what? The CB civilization will never give up." Baisha gritted his teeth and said, "Arrange an evacuation plan immediately." "No, we can't evacuate," Dugong said. "We are surrounded by star fields occupied by Zerg, resource-scarce areas, or star fields occupied by Pleiades civilization. We have no way to retreat. Retreat means destruction. Dugong, do you want to rebel?" Baisha realized that Dugong's attitude was wrong. "Sir, you can die, but our people can't," Dugong said. "Someone has to preserve the fire of civilization. We have decided to surrender to the Blue Star civilization," Dugong said. You? Baisha was furious and cursed. "You traitor. Sir, if you are caught, your life will be miserable. The last thing I can do for you is to send you to death," Dugong said, and directly evaporated the white sand with a laser. Then, on behalf of the CB civilization, he surrendered to the Blue Star civilization. "I declare that the CB civilization unconditionally surrenders to the Blue Star civilization. Everyone must not resist and accept the jurisdiction of the Blue Star civilization." So far, the 2 third-level civilizations have fallen under the control of the Blue Star civilization. Chapter 272 Grand Unified Model. In the virtual universe, members of the Star Trade Group also learned the news. In the meeting hall of the Star Trade Group, all the representatives of alien civilizations were shocked. The Blue Star civilization not only repelled the Pleiades civilization, but also directly defeated the CB civilization and the Fishman civilization. The whole process was a complete crushing victory. In the Star Trade Group, they can be said to be second only to the Ptolemy civilization and the Night Owl civilization. The Blue Star civilization has grown too fast. After defeating 2 third-level civilizations in one fell swoop, how can the Pleiades civilization still be their opponent? These civilizations sent congratulatory messages to the Blue Star civilization. The leaders of the Star Trade Group were also surprised by this result. "I thought the Blue Star civilization couldn't stop them. But they actually stopped the coalition of 3 civilizations," and counterattack two civilizations. Wassal sighed. This is simply a miracle. Yes, even a 3.5 level civilization can't do it. I think the rating of the Blue Star civilization can be directly upgraded from 3.0 to 3.5. Black Crow said. Another speaker said, all our resources in the M45 star cluster can be handed over to the Blue Star civilization. With the Blue Star civilization, they can help us share the attack firepower of the Orion Royal Court and attract the other side's attention. That's right. Even if we don't agree, the civilization of the M45 star cluster will take the initiative to throw themselves into the arms of the Blue Star civilization. In this case, why not just give it to them? The leaders have decided to let Blue Star civilization obtain all the resources of the Star Trade Group in the M45 star cluster. In addition to the military facilities they built, there are more than 50 low-level civilization forces. In the virtual universe, Yu Xiaoho was scolding Jianggu. Jianggu, you disappoint me so much, Yu Xiaoho said unhappily. I have already spent a lot of resources to win over the CB civilization and the Fishman civilization. Now all these are wasted. Do you know that other princes are speeding up their attacks? Ming Yuho has already captured the M78 Nebula and the M76 Nebula. Qi Fengho has also captured the M57 Nebula and the M67 star cluster. This prince is the most backward. Jianggu did not fight well. Please forgive me. Jianggu knelt on the ground. The highest governor of the Pleiades civilization did not dare to disobey Yun Xiaoho. Yun Xiaoho said, this marquis has always been clear about rewards and punishments. For this failure, I will punish you to be a beast on the primitive planet for 100 years. Jianggu was trembling in her heart. Yun Xiaoho's punishment was to connect her consciousness to the brain of a beast and let her eat raw meat and drink blood in the body of a beast for 100 years. This kind of punishment is like the punishment of the gods on their servants. And these galactic nobles have always regarded themselves as gods. Jianggu has long been accustomed to a life of superiority. Such a punishment is difficult for her to accept. But she dare not resist. She knew that when she was transformed into the so-called galactic noble, a gene lock had been planted in her genes, and the other party could kill her at any time. Reflect on it carefully, Yun Xiaoho said. Think more about what you should do. In the next 100 years, Yungu will rule the Pleiades civilization. And after 100 years, the Blue Star civilization will be wiped out in one fell swoop. After that, Jianggu was taken away. Her body was frozen, and her consciousness was transmitted to a primitive planet by the subspace communicator. Here, the once high and mighty supreme governor of the Pleiades civilization has become a weak long-haired beast, which needs to worry about food, drinking water, and preventing being hunted by other beasts every day. Because it is a primitive planet, there is no intelligent creature to communicate with. But her consciousness is extremely clear. With the wisdom of a higher life, she has been imprisoned in the body of a beast for 100 years. This loneliness and powerlessness are more cruel than ordinary criminal law. In the Blue Star civilization, He Xingzhou is holding a meeting in the virtual universe. He officially took over the resources of the M45 star cluster from the Star Trade Group. Wassal said, Mr. He, the M45 star cluster will depend on you in the future. There are 59 civilization members here, and they will all be handed over to you for protection and dispatch. In front of He Xingzhou were representatives of 59 Orion-armed civilizations. They greeted He Xingzhou one after another and expressed their respect and obedience. He Xingzhou said, Please rest assured, we will manage the Blue Star civilization in the M45 star cluster. Whether it is security, trade, or technological development, we will also take full responsibility for the attack of the Orion King's court. However, we also ask everyone to abide by the rules we have set. I hope there will be no traitors, like the CB civilization and the Fishman civilization among us. Otherwise the Blue Star civilization will definitely destroy them. Commander He, please rest assured that we will definitely abide by the rules of the Blue Star Alliance. The representatives said one after another. Verbal promises will not work. The key is still to look at strength. As long as the Blue Star civilization is strong enough, they will not betray. If the Blue Star civilization is defeated by the Orion Royal Court, these promises will naturally be invalidated. He Xingzhou signed covenants with them one by one, and these civilizations will become part of the Blue Star Alliance in the future. The Blue Star Alliance's sphere of influence has expanded to 1/3 of the star cluster. According to incomplete statistics, with these civilizations, they can influence more than 800 star systems. 800 star systems. The Blue Star Alliance has become the third largest force in the M45 star cluster. The second largest force is the Pleiades. Except for the obstruction of the expansion of the Blue Star civilization, the Pleiades expansion in other star regions is very smooth. And the largest force in M45 is the Zerg. It turns out that the Black Sea civilization almost completely occupied the M45 star cluster, and now most of their territory is controlled by the Zerg. The star beasts are entrenched there, and no civilization dares to approach easily. The Pleiades civilization is also expanding around the Zerg. Next, we will kill the Pleiades, clean up the Zerg, and completely occupy the M45 star cluster, He Xingzhou thought. For the Blue Star civilization to expand or build hyperspace, it needs at least a star cluster to become a level 4 civilization. The situation in the Orion Arm is not clear now. Generally speaking, the Star Trade Group is at a disadvantage. The Ptolemy civilization and the Night Owl civilization have been retreating, and the three marquises of the Orion Royal Court, Yushao Marquis, Mingyu Marquis and Qifeng Marquis, each control more than 5 star clusters. Among them, the most powerful Mingyu Marquis governs 7 open star clusters and 3 nebulae, and there are more than 50,000 stars in his territory. Once these galactic nobles break through the defense of the Star Trade Group, the Star Trade Group will fall completely very quickly. At that time, the Blue Star civilization can only rely on itself. The Blue Star Alliance is expanding rapidly, and it has to accept the Seed Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, and the resources left by the Star Trade Group. The work is heavy. All the commanders are very busy. He Xingzhou is not good at handling these things. He simply put them all aside and went to the Blue Star Research Institute. As the origin planet of the Blue Star civilization, Blue Star has been undergoing transformation since entering the interstellar era. The surface of the planet still retains the scenery of a natural planet, but outside the planet, they have built various space administrative agencies, logistics centers, energy storage centers, and the most important research institute. The original superstar ring was expanded, and the planetary orbital gun was retired, completely turning into a particle collider research device. He Xingzhou met Su Tingbin, who was obsessed with the study of the Grand Unified Model. After they successfully captured and stored antimatter, Su Tingbin shifted the focus of his work to the establishment of the Grand Unified Model. How did gravity come about? How does it transform with other forces? Su Tingbin could never find the answer. I think we should start from the microscopic particles, He Xingzhou analyzed. If we regard quarks and leptons as different states of the same particle, then is gravity generated by one or several particles presenting different states? It's somewhat possible, Su Tingbin said. I guess there may be a microscopic particle called graviton, because its existence leads to the generation of gravity. And this graviton is actually another form of a certain particle. We control the generation or disappearance of gravitons by changing the particle form, thereby controlling gravity. This idea can be tried. So let's look for the so-called graviton. He Xingzhou actually already has a way to obtain the so-called graviton. He spent 24 energy points on the quantum optical brain, which is equivalent to the energy output of a stellar furnace for 2 years. To unlock the Grand Unified Model, Blue Star civilization began to study the Grand Unified Theory and Model. 33 years later, on the first day of the new year, a warm cheer broke out in the Blue Star Outer Space Research Institute. This was not because the researchers were celebrating the new year, but because after so many years of research, they finally got the so-called graviton. In the experiment just now, they created a group of particles that can generate strong gravity by using electromagnetic force to change microscopic particles. This group of particles generated a gravitational force that is 10 billion times higher than that of normal mass particles. It's a graviton. It's a graviton, Su Tingbin said excitedly. It generates gravity. Electromagnetic force is converted into gravity. We have already mastered the transformation of the other 3 fundamental forces. And now we have also achieved the transformation of the last force. The 4 fundamental forces of the universe will be unified. The Grand Unified Model was born in our era. All the researchers were extremely excited. This is an important event that can be recorded in the history of science and technology of Blue Star civilization. In a sense, it is more exciting than the construction of the Golden Battle Star, the Star Furnace, and the Luban planet. The breakthrough of basic science will be accompanied by countless technological breakthroughs. What gravity bomb is just the most basic application of gravity. Human beings are about to usher in another technological explosion. Congratulations to us. He Xingzhou also smiled and said, today, we have accomplished another feat. I should have announced this to the whole civilization and praised you for your contribution. But we are about to fight with the Pleiades civilization. And the gravitational weapon will become our trump card, which cannot be easily exposed. So your contribution will be remembered first. Wait until we defeat the Pleiades civilization. And let the whole civilization celebrate for you. Commander-in-Chief. We understand. The researchers were not dissatisfied. At this time, they had more confidence than anyone else to defeat the Pleiades civilization. 33 years ago, the Blue Star civilization could repel the Pleiades civilization without gravitational weapons. Now they have discovered the graviton, and are about to build a grand unified model to develop gravitational weapons. After this, the Blue Star civilization will be 10 times stronger. Isn't it easy to deal with the Pleiades civilization? The Research Institute immediately began to build a grand unified model. After breaking through the graviton, the establishment of the grand unified model was much smoother. Only 3 years later, they built the treasure of basic physics, the grand unified model of the 4 fundamental forces. With this model, human technology is enough to make gravity, electromagnetic force, strong interaction force, and weak interaction force transform into each other and use them for human use. He Xingzhou can finally unlock those weapons related to gravity. He immediately turned on the quantum optical brain and unlocked the gravity weapons. Spend 10 energy points to unlock the gravity bomb manufacturing technology. Gravity bombs are the most practical gravity weapons. Small ones can interfere with the enemy, and large gravity bombs can directly tear apart warships and planets with gravity. Spend physical store energy points to unlock the gravitational cage technology. The gravitational cage is to create a strong gravitational field to trap the enemy. He Xingzhou used planets as gravitational cages to deal with enemies before. This gravitational cage technology is to make gravitational field generators more convenient and more powerful. As long as there is enough energy, it can even reach the gravity of the star level. Spend 30 energy points to unlock the gravitational lens technology. The gravitational lens uses strong gravity to distort time and space, which is equivalent to a magnifying glass in time and space. It can be used for scientific research and war. The formation principle of warp bubbles includes gravitational lenses. With gravitational lenses, humans can more easily generate warp bubbles, breaking through the 8th, 9th, or even 9.9 warp speeds. And it is only a matter of time. In addition to these, He Xingzhou also saw a heavyweight gravitational weapon, the gravity cannon. The gravity cannon is not a physical shell, but uses strong energy to convert into strong gravity, creating tidal gravity in space and tearing the target apart. The principle is similar to that of a gravity bomb, but it is more powerful. The gravity cannon on a star-level battleship can easily destroy a battleship of the same level. If a planet-scale gravity cannon is installed on a war star, one shot can instantly tear a planet apart, and even a star will be affected. A war star equipped with gravity weapons is a truly entry-level war star. He Xingzhou decided to develop the gravity cannon before the decisive battle with the Pleiades civilization. He knew without thinking that the last time the Pleiades civilization failed, Yu Xiaohou would definitely give them technological support. The next battle, the strength of the Pleiades civilization will definitely be stronger. Gravity bombs and gravity cages alone may not be enough to deal with them. He Xingzhou went directly to Luban planet, which has become the first military factory of the Blue Star civilization. It has the most complete industrial chain and production efficiency and production technology in the entire M45 star cluster. Here, gravity weapons can be developed and manufactured at the fastest speed. Commander-in-Chief, I have received the design model of the gravity bomb you sent, and the sample is being manufactured on the mechanical planet. The Planetary Intelligence Luban reported the situation. Chapter 27300 years. He Xingzhou directly entered the gravity weapon manufacturing area of Luban planet. The so-called gravity bomb is actually a gravity converter, which uses the strong energy output by the antimatter reactor to convert it into gravity, generating a strong gravity field to attack enemy targets. The larger the mass of the target, the greater the power of the gravity bomb. On Luban planet, gravity bombs are being produced in batches. As long as the Pleiades civilization does not start a war within 10 years, He Xingzhou can equip all the warships of the Blue Star Alliance with this new weapon. Hello, Commander-in-Chief. On Luban planet, humanoid robots greeted him from time to time. These robots are silicon-based life, and are also part of the Blue Star civilization. Commander-in-Chief. Lu Ban's avatar appeared in front of Hixingzhou. It was a suspended spherical robot. How is the manufacturing of the gravity cannon going? Hixingzhou asked. This was what he was most concerned about. Lu Ban said, the gravity cannon does not launch gravity bombs, but artificial gravitational waves. Now our progress has reached the gravitational wave generator. It is estimated that the entire research and development and manufacturing progress will take at least 50 years. What about the warp engine upgrade? Hixingzhou asked again. We are building the 8th level warp engine and the 8th level warp battleship. The 9th level warp battleship is also being developed simultaneously, and it is expected to take 80 years. Lu Ban replied. After they mastered the Grand Unified Model, they created a strong gravitational field to distort space-time and create warp bubbles with higher curvature, which can increase the speed of the warp engine and the level of the warp battleship. Once they can create a level 9 warp battleship, it means that the Blue Star civilization will be officially promoted to a level 3.5 civilization. In the entire M45 Pleiades, civilizations above level 3.5 have not yet eliminated the bug of the Zerg. By that time, the Pleiades civilization must have also had a level 9 warp battleship, Hixingzhou thought. As for the hyperspace jump battleship that surpasses the level 9 warp battleship, even the Orion Royal Court would not grant it to the Pleiades civilization. Hyperspace jump technology is the key to civilization breaking through level 3.5. The 3 Marquises of Orion Arm are only level 4 civilizations. It is impossible for them to share such important technology with their subordinates. It is not ruled out that they will do it themselves. Hixingzhou thought to himself. If Yu Shao Marquis sent a warship, it would be a dimensionality reduction attack on them. This point must be communicated with the Xingmao group in advance. During the Blue Star Civilization War, we must keep a close eye on the Orion Royal Court. Go to the control center. Hixingzhou went to the center of the mechanical planet. He came here for another important thing to do. In addition to the gravity cannon and the level 9 warp battleship, there is something equally important in the war, which can only be manufactured by the planet factory. The Pleiades civilization stopped expanding and has been preparing for war. All forces know that when the two sides go to war, it will be a decisive battle to the death. The M45 Pleiades will be unified. The Blue Star civilization accelerated the acceptance of the property left by the Star Trade Group and built a large number of space outposts and space fortresses in the cluster as strongholds. In terms of industrial construction, the number of star furnaces continue to expand, and the second mechanical planet Luban No. 2 and the second war star also began to be built. In other star clusters in the Orion Arm, the war has been going on. For civilizations above level 3, 35 years is just a fleeting moment. But for Jianggu, the highest governor of the Pleiades civilization, every year is a torment. She is still receiving punishment on the primitive planet. The beast that her consciousness parasitizes has a long lifespan, but is very weak. If the parasitic body dies, it will also harm her consciousness. If the consciousness is not transmitted back in time, she may even die directly. So over the years, she has been fighting against hunger, natural enemies, and the primitive nature of extreme climate. And her life is extremely difficult. Boom! As a huge monster fell to the ground, Jianggu emerged from the cave in a mess. Fortunately, she has high intelligence and can set traps to attack the enemy. Otherwise the giant beast can easily kill her. Even so, she was covered with scars. Today is the last day. On the stone, Jianggu used her claws to carve marks every day to record the time. In the sky, a ray of light enveloped her, and her consciousness was transmitted back to the virtual universe. Yuan Xiaoho was in the palace of the virtual universe. He sat high on the clouds, looked down at Jianggu, and asked, "The 100 years have come. Do you know your mistake?" Jianggu knows your mistake. Although Jianggu hated it in her heart, her expression and words were very respectful. "If my Pleiades civilization can surpass you, I will imprison you in the body of a beast for 10,000 years. She was angry in her heart. It's a pity that this wish is too far away, and I'm afraid there will be no chance to realize it in this life. Yu Xiaoho didn't care whether she was truly repentant or not. Anyway, Jianggu didn't dare to betray him now. He said, "Now the time has come. I have arranged people to help the Pleiades civilization build a strong enough fleet and give you weapons to deal with the war stars of the Blue Star civilization. You go back now and launch the final attack on the Blue Star civilization. Within 50 years, take down the Blue Star civilization And within 300 years, take down the M45 star cluster. Yes, sir, Jianggu responded, and her consciousness finally returned to her body. Sir, you finally woke up. In the Pleiades civilization, Jianggu's frozen body finally woke up. These people didn't know that their respected supreme governor was punished to be a beast for 100 years. They only knew that Jianggu went to Yunxiaohou to study for 100 years. And these people were still envious in private, hoping that they could also become a galactic noble. Jianggu panted heavily, and after a few minutes, she adapted to her body again. I'm going to the military review. Make arrangements immediately. She needed to know. After 100 years, how is the Pleiades civilization stronger than before? Yes. The subordinates immediately arranged. At this time, in the Blue Star civilization, He Xingzhou had been away from Luban planet for 12 years. He came to Luju Star in the ISC civilization, where Jiang Chan, Song Jinghong, Bai Ningxiang, Zhu Yi and others were all here. They have only one purpose here, which is to study the star beasts and try to create biological warships like the Star Devourer. Biological warships once played a great role in the war. But after the Blue Star civilization entered the second-level civilization, biological warships once withdrew from the war stage. This is because after they left the solar system, there were no stronger Zerg as research targets. In the Deerhorn star system, they not only killed the Star Devourer Light Lord, but also captured other Star Devourers and the Lord of Light's split body. In the Deerhorn star, more than a dozen light cocoons are hatching. This is not a Star Devourer, but their work after copying the genes of the Lord of Light and transforming it into a biological warship. It takes at least 10 years for a light cocoon to be made and hatched. And this is the result of our continuous energy catalysis, Jiang Chan said. But after it hatches, it grows very fast. Like the Zerg, the biological warship can continuously devour energy and matter to expand itself. How is its combat effectiveness? He Xingzhou asked. It is a little weaker than a real Star Devourer, but it has the power of a level 9 warp warship, Xingyi replied. He is now the commander-in-chief of the biochemical troops. He continued, we found in actual combat exercises that the defense of the biological warship at the Star Devourer level is equivalent to that of the Golden War Star. Without strong enough weapons, it cannot be destroyed. Its attack method is mainly to use energy to generate gamma-ray bursts, and its output power is stronger than the main gun of the general level 9 warp warship. The weakness is that it is difficult to operate in the face of gravity weapons. Later, we made improvements and installed gravity converters inside the biological warships, and this weakness was overcome. It can be said that as long as there is no firepower like the planet destroyer cannon, the biological warships of the Star Devourer level can be invincible. He Xingzhou nodded. This is normal. After all, it is the Zerg. Even if it is a replica, it is powerful enough. Now they only have 3 biological warships of the Star Devourer level, and the others will take some years to incubate and cultivate. When war breaks out, the role of biological warships is no weaker than that of our warp warships, Song Jinghong said. It can become a surprise force. Yes, Bai Ningxiang said. Our biological warships can also pretend to be Zerg and put pressure on the Pleiades civilization. What about the Zerg? He Xingzhou asked. Are there any intelligence? Not yet, Bai Ningxiang said. Although the Black Sea civilization has disintegrated, the monitoring equipment we left in the star field is still there. There are indeed star beasts in the star field now. They are all evolving in sleep and reaching the star beast level. Each time they sleep, it takes hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to evolve. It has been 1,000 years since the last harassment by the space beasts, so there shouldn't be any problem. Yes, He Xingzhou could only put aside the Zerg for the time being, because even if the space beasts appeared at this time, they would not be able to deal with them. 1 year later, at the Blue Star Civilization headquarters, the commanders were holding their annual routine meeting. Cui Weiman said, according to the intelligence sent back by various star regions, the Pleiades civilization has been active in the past year, and many warships have begun to be transferred to the star region defense line, probably preparing for war. Almost, He Xingzhou said. I talked to the Star Trade Group a few days ago. A year ago, they suffered another major defeat and lost a stronghold. Huisin reminded us that Yunxiaohou now has more energy to pay attention to the M45 star cluster. If it goes as expected, they will start a war in the next few years. In that case, He Hongwei said, instead of passively taking the beating. It is better for us to take the initiative and attack them first. Yes, I think so too. He Xingzhou agreed. The decline of the Xingmao group makes us passive. We must unify the M45 star cluster before Yu Xiaohou is able to attack the M45 star cluster. So even if the Pleiades civilization does not start a war, we can't wait any longer. I've been waiting for a long time, Huangshen said. My fleet has been stationed on the star defense line for 39 years. Just follow the previous tactics? Lei Yuanfeng asked. No, He Xingzhou said. The tactics need to be adjusted. Xuanwu, open the tactical star map. Xuanwu opened the star map, which marked the areas of both sides and important locations discovered by intelligence. The area where the Zerg is located occupies a large area, which is now in a red hostile state. The border between the Blue Star Alliance and the Pleiades is also red, and the two sides will have small frictions from time to time. There, both sides have built starfield defense lines and are well defended. Once a warship or weapon comes, they will find it immediately. Since it is an active attack, it is too stupid to attack blatantly, He Xingzhou said. Our previous plan was to make several gaps from the weak points of the defense line and reach the core circle of the Pleiades civilization. Now I have changed my mind. He Xingzhou pointed to the red area where the Zerg were and said, the detectors left by the Black Sea civilization before were of great help to us. Although this is a Zerg-occupied area, many places were previously the territory of the Black Sea civilization. The Black Sea civilization is very clear about the Zerg branches there, and the interstellar routes. I have asked Bai Ningxiang and others to develop several secret routes to attack in the Zerg-occupied area and catch them off guard. After the Black Sea civilization split, several civilizations all belong to the Blue Star civilization in different ways. So their intelligence and heritage were also taken over by He Xingzhou. If there is a reliable plan, we can bypass the tight defense area of the Pleiades civilization by taking a detour from the Zerg-occupied area, He Hongwei said. But they have strong mobility and can readjust their defenses within a month. In such a short time, we can't break through too deep. At that time, we will be alone and deep in the enemy, and be attacked by both the Zerg and the Pleiades civilization. Chui Weiman also added, according to intelligence, the main fleet of the Pleiades civilization has been upgraded to a level 8 warp battleship. Level 8 warp speed is 1,000 times the speed of light, and this mobility is enough for them to flexibly adjust their tactics. I have also thought about Commander He's concerns, He Xingzhou said. So we have to launch attacks on the front battlefield to attract the enemy's firepower. I'm afraid we don't have enough warships. Luan said that the Luban planet and other military factories of the Blue Star civilization were working at full capacity, and the number of high-end warships they manufactured was not enough. After all, the time was too short, and it was only 100 years since the last war. During this 100 years, they spent most of their time upgrading warships and warp engines, and installing gravity weapons. He Xingzhou smiled and said, this requires our secret weapon. In ancient times, we saw enemies everywhere. Now, we can also use technology to achieve this effect. Spreading suspicious troops, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and hitting him by surprise. A fake force? Can it fool the enemy's detectors? Everyone was puzzled. This was the interstellar era. How could there be any fake forces? The trick they used before, using obsolete warships to disguise as the main force, was no longer effective now. The enemy's reconnaissance ships and detectors could quickly see through it. Moreover, a star-level warship was not something that ordinary warships could disguise, and the speed of the warp engine could not keep up. Chapter 274 Probe. Gravity weapons may have unexpected effects. He Xingzhou smiled mysteriously and said, I have made relevant arrangements in the past few decades. Now, let's discuss the specific implementation. The Blue Star civilization began to arrange the plan to send troops. The member civilizations of the Blue Star Alliance also received some relevant notifications. But the Blue Star civilization did not inform them of the plan to go to war, because there must be spies from the Pleiades Society and the Orion Royal Court among these member civilizations. The Blue Star Alliance only asked them to strengthen their defense, cooperate with the military operations of the Blue Star civilization, and be vigilant of the movements of the Pleiades civilization. In the territory of Blue Star civilization, the main fleet of Blue Star civilization had already arrived in the IC civilization area more than a decade ago. This place is close to the Zerg area. Recently, they have been clearing the interstellar route. in order to avoid disturbing the star beasts. The routes are all cleared by biological warships. After receiving the command from the headquarters, our unit will set off immediately, passing through the secret route in the Zerg area and detouring to the Pleiades area. At the edge of the Ice Sea civilization, Huang Sheng, who was stationed, received the order and flew into the Zerg-occupied area with the Blue Star civilization's newly built war star for 100 years. All the main forces of our unit are dispatched. Chini also flew into the Zerg-occupied area with the biological fleet. And their routes were different. Warriors, it's time for us to go out. Chiohong led the main force of the warp warships and also entered the danger zone. The three forces have different interstellar routes. They will launch attacks from 3 directions at the same time and approach the core circle of the Pleiades civilization, at the junction of the Blue Star civilization and the Pleiades society. The Blue Star civilization is also mobilizing a large number of fleets. The Blue Star civilization has been active recently, and it seems that it wants to fight a decisive battle with us at the border. Yu Gu, who is in charge of intelligence work, said to other Archons. According to the news from the intelligence system, the important forces of the Blue Star civilization are being mobilized. It seems that they are planning to fight with us. Jianggu's face was solemn. She didn't want to make another mistake. With Yun Xiao's temper, she would be doomed next time. And Yu Xiaoho can support a new puppet at any time. Our attack plan is advanced, Jianggu said. Contact those spies, and let them be ready to create unrest at any time. The Pleiades Society does have some spies in the Blue Star Alliance. Most of these people are members of the Star Trade Group, and were later incorporated into the civilization of the Blue Star Alliance. Although their strength is average, they can create some unrest and distract the attention of the Blue Star Alliance. Find the location of the opponent's war star. Use secret weapons to destroy it. Then, in one go, directly take down the entire Blue Star Alliance. Jianggu was already confident at this time, and she had a way to deal with any war star she encountered. This is the secret weapon given to them by Yu Xiaoho. Even the most powerful weapon of war of Blue Star civilization is vulnerable to it. The frontline commander for this battle is. Jianggu looked at everyone. Zigu stood at the end. After several failed battles, her status plummeted. If she hadn't had a lot of supporters in the Pleiades civilization, she would have been kicked out. My lord, please let me. Before Zigu finished her application for the battle, Jianggu said, for this frontline battle, let Qinggu command. Bai Gu will be responsible for the defense, and the rest will perform their duties. This time, no mistakes are allowed, whether the future of the Pleiades civilization will prosper or perish. This battle will be fought. We will go all out. Everyone's expression was serious, even if their factions had conflicts of interest. In the decisive battle with the Blue Star Alliance, everyone's interests were the same. Let the Pleiades civilization win. It was what they had to do. Qinggu obtained the command of the main fleet. In addition to the main fleet, the first fleet, the Pleiades civilization has stepped up the manufacture of weapons in recent years. There are also 2 star-level fleets, the second and third fleets. Regarding the battle plan, the Pleiades civilization has also discussed countless kinds in recent years. Qinggu chose a more stable tactic. The Blue Star civilization often has weapons or means beyond our prediction. If the main fleet attacks directly, it may encounter their traps. Qinggu said to the commanders, let the third fleet go first and conduct a tentative attack on the Wolf 1055 star system. The second fleet will attack the Siren civilization territory and break through the relatively weak defense area of the Blue Star civilization. The main fleet is temporarily on the sidelines and is ready to assist at any time. The lowest level of their first fleet is the 8th level warp warship, which is 1,000 times the speed of light. No matter where they go to provide support, it is very fast. Qinggu emphasized, remember, our goal is not to occupy those marginal star systems, but to destroy the enemy's main force. As long as the war stars and main fleets of the Blue Star civilization are destroyed, all star systems will be ours. Once you encounter an emergency, you should retreat to reduce losses. Coveting the gains and losses of a few star systems will only blind you and put you in a passive position. What Lord Qinggu said is that our previous wars were all about the gains and losses of 1 or 2 star systems, and we were repeatedly found flaws by the Blue Star civilization. The subordinates responded one after another. Zigu's goal when commanding was to occupy the star system, which led to isolation and helplessness within the territory of the Blue Star civilization. Although they had weapon advantages, They failed in the battle. And they had 3 powerful star-level fleets. As long as they eliminated the enemy's main force, they could fight wherever they wanted. The 3rd fleet of the Pleiades civilization, with 30 star-level battleships, set off, with the target being the Wolf 1055 star system on the edge of the Blue Star Alliance. This star system used to be the territory of the Pleiades, and was controlled by a 1.5 level civilization called the Sandman civilization. After the Blue Star civilization attacked, the Sandman civilization resisted a little, but found that they could not win, so they surrendered directly. The Sandman civilization is located at the junction of the Blue Star Alliance and the Pleiades. Recently, the 2 sides have been on the verge of a fight, and the Sandman civilization is also very nervous. If the gods fight, they will become cannon fodder if they are not careful. For this reason, Huang Sha, the leader of the Sandman civilization, contacts Lei Yuanfeng, the commander of the interstellar defense line of the Blue Star Alliance, every day, requesting to send more warships to garrison. General Lei, our defense here needs to be strengthened. Huang Sha complained to Lei Yuanfeng in the virtual universe again, saying, in the past, our trade starships were robbed by star pirates on the border. But now the Pleiades don't even pretend to be, and they just run their warships over. Our starships dare not fly out at all, for fear of being hit by long-range weapons. Lei Yuanfeng comforted him, and said, don't worry. We will do our best to ensure the safety of the Sand People civilization. I will send the patrol fleet to go again to clean up the star pirates. The patrol fleet is useless. Huang Sha just said that. Lei Yuanfeng frowned. He quickly changed his words and said, I mean, the star pirates are the fleet of the Pleiades society. It is too dangerous to send the patrol fleet. Do you mean to let the main fleet garrison your Huangsha civilization? Lei Yuanfeng asked. Huang Sha laughed and said, this is not impossible. After all, our territory is in a special location. It would be better if we set up defense points. Lei Yuanfeng said, as for how to defend, we are free to arrange. You don't have to worry all day long. Just tell your civilized people this. We Blue Star civilization can guarantee that as soon as the enemy invades, our main fleet will arrive within a month. How about it? Hearing his words, Huang Sha was overjoyed and said, General Lei promised so. I naturally believe it. Blue Star civilization has always kept its promises. Since he said so, Huang Sha also got the guarantee from the civilization. Back to the Sandman civilization. Huang Sha immediately relayed Lei Yuanfeng's words to the senior officials. He said, this is the greatest security guarantee we can get, as long as we expand the reconnaissance area far enough. Even if the enemy invades, we will have time to react. The Blue Star Alliance has provided various reconnaissance technologies to each member civilization, such as reconnaissance satellites for detecting space fluctuations, specializing in finding warp warships, and building space outposts throughout the star defense line to find enemy movements in advance. The senior official said, if the Blue Star civilization is willing to send the main fleet, then it will be good. I'm afraid they are just talking. Huang Sha said, no matter what they do, we must make plans ourselves. Once the war spreads, we will move directly. The Blue Star civilization and the Pleiades civilization are both level 3.5 civilizations. For them, a level 1.5 civilization, any star-level warship can destroy them. This kind of war is not something they can participate in. Therefore, Huangsha civilization has already prepared an evacuation plan. Once the war breaks out, the entire civilization will move to the rear of the Blue Star Alliance. There are still some undeveloped star systems there, which can be rented or purchased from the Blue Star civilization. They are discussing the evacuation plan, and the alarm spreads throughout the civilization. It is an alarm notification from the nearest space outpost. Strong space fluctuations are found. Suspected enemy attack. Please prepare for war. Here they come. They are really coming. Huangsha's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted, I declare that the emergency plan will be activated immediately, and everyone will evacuate their homes. Although they don't know how many enemies are coming, their bottom line is that as long as there are enemies, run quickly. The enemy can make a few mistakes and lose some star-level battleships. But if they make a mistake once, the entire civilization will be destroyed. The members of Huangsha civilization immediately boarded the warp warship of the Blue Star Alliance Interstellar Transport Group to escape from their home planet. At the same time, Huangsha was also paying attention to the situation of the space outpost. The outpost was guarded by robots, and the robots immediately sent out a large number of reconnaissance satellites and reconnaissance ships to find out the situation. Launch gravity bombs. The space outpost launched gravity bombs at places where space fluctuated. The gravitational field generated by the gravity bombs can interfere with the warp bubble. If the warp warships are still flying at warp speed in such an environment, they will be directly torn apart by the distorted space. One after another, the warp warships exited the warp flight mode and started sublight speed flight. The reconnaissance ships also found out their situation. There are 30 warp warships, and the highest level has an 8-level warp warship, one of the main fleets of the Pleiades civilization. The outpost immediately reported the situation. Huan Sha also hurriedly asked Lei Yuanfeng for a change. General Lei, the enemy is really coming. If it is not necessary, who is willing to evacuate their homes? The entire Sand People civilization is worried that under the war, all traces of the Sand People civilization will be wiped out, and the planet where they live will be blown up, leaving them rootless duckweed. Don't worry. We will do what we say. Lei Yuanfeng immediately mobilized the defense force. At the same time, the Blue Star Alliance command also received the news. We will attack. And the enemy will attack too, He Xingzhou said confidently. The strength of this fleet is the same as the main fleet of the Pleiades civilization 100 years ago. But it is definitely not the main force of the Pleiades civilization now. The enemy cannot be so stupid. Without powerful weapons, they should not take the initiative to attack. They want to test, He Hongwei said. Then let them do as they wish. He Xingzhou smiled and said to Lei Yuanfeng, let's fight with them first and test the situation. Wait for the opportunity while preparing means to respond. Understood, Lei Yuanfeng immediately ordered. The border defense fleet will immediately go to the Wolf 1055 star system to fight, and the nearby space outposts and fortresses will immediately prepare for the attack. Other defense areas enter defense mode. The main forces of the Blue Star civilization are sailing in the Zerg occupied area at this time, and they do not have too many troops fighting on the defense line. Now the war has just begun. No one can let the other side know their true situation and combat force deployment. The border fleet quickly rushed to the Wolf 1055 star system. At this time, the third fleet of the Pleiades civilization had easily destroyed the nearby space outpost. For them, it was just a matter of a few shots. Qinggu ordered Yuzhe, the commander of the third fleet, don't waste energy to destroy the planets in the Wolf 1055 star system. Just clean up the space military base. You need to make a step-by-step gesture to attract the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization. Got it. Yuzhe ordered the fleet to fly into the Wolf 1055 star system. Now that the Sandman civilization has fled, many resources have not been taken away in time. He ordered his men, use the robot troops to go to the planets and stars to take over the resources. The engineering team began to build space defense facilities. We will be here and wait for the Blue Star civilization fleet to come. Before the Sandman civilization withdrew, it left a large number of reconnaissance equipment in the star system. The fleet of the Pleiades civilization could not clean it up for a while, and their actions were exposed to the vision of the Blue Star civilization. Are they really going to stay? Lei Yuanfeng was a little confused. He thought the enemy would faint and wait for their main fleet to rush over, but turn to attack other star regions. Judging from the situation, the enemy seems to want to fight head-on. Report. The border fleet is about to arrive at the Wolf 1055 star system. Our fleet has encountered gravitational weapon interference and has exited warp navigation. The commander of the border fleet reported the situation. Direct attack, Lei Yuanfeng said. See how strong they are. Although many warships of the border fleet of the Blue Star civilization are still level 6 warp, their weapon systems have been upgraded and renovated. They all have weapons such as gravity bombs and sufficient antimatter energy. In terms of firepower, they are not inferior to more advanced warp warships. After receiving the order, they immediately opened fire, directly firing tachyon weapons, warp weapons and gravity bombs equipped with warp engines, hitting the target at a distance of 1 light-year. Chapter 275 Planetary Disintegrator. The war has begun. Yuza has been waiting for a long time. The last time they were frustrated, it was mainly because of insufficient energy reserves. This time, in addition to the main fleet, they also carried a sufficient number of transport ships with sufficient energy shields, tachyon shields, warp weapon interception systems, etc. were all turned on, and the fleets of both sides conducted high-intensity shooting. This time, both sides have gravity weapons, and gravity bombs restrict the movement of the two fleets. They need to resist the pull of gravity while adjusting their positions and combat directions. The commanders of both sides are waiting patiently. The initial battle is just a small contest to test the performance of the warships of both sides, the strength of weapons, and command. Within a few hours, ships on both sides were destroyed. But neither side was hurt. Now they have enough warp warships. So it is acceptable to destroy a few ships. It is impossible to rush through. In 5 hours, we have moved less than 0.1 light years. The commander of the border fleet reported the situation. Under the enemy's firepower and gravity field, we can only barely defend. Lei Yuanfeng also expected this situation. After all, the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization is not here, and it is good enough for the border fleet to defend. He issued a new order, saying, form a formation, release engineering ships, and create a space defense network. Yes, the captains immediately executed the order. A large number of engineering ships were released from their warp battleships and flew to various places in the Wolf 1055 star system. These engineering ships deployed gravity field generators and warp jammers everywhere, which could cause great interference to the enemy fleet. Yu Zhe, the commander of the third fleet of the Pleiades civilization, naturally noticed the opponent's actions. They gave up the attack and began to arrange the starfield defense line? He thought for a moment. The enemy's posture seemed to want to fight a protracted war with them here. If we fight a war of attrition, they have a steady supply of star furnaces and mechanical planets, and we will definitely suffer. Yuza said to Chingu, My lord, I think we should continue to advance, no matter what strategy the enemy uses. It is always right to destroy their fleet. Accurate? Chingu did not hesitate. She also determined that this fleet was not the main force of the Blue Star civilization. The Blue Star civilization must have other forces. The mission of the third fleet is to force out the enemy's main force and find out the bottom card of the Blue Star civilization, and then formulate a comprehensive strategic plan. Advance to the enemy's position. After Yuza issued the order, the third fleet began to increase the intensity of the attack and accelerated to the enemy's position. The Pleiades civilization has more experience in the application and defense of conventional gravity weapons. They can quickly destroy the gravity field formed by gravity bombs and the gravity cage formed by gravity generators, allowing the warships to maintain high speed. During this period, the various weapons on the warships never stopped attacking, maintaining fire suppression on the Blue Star civilization fleet while destroying their engineering ships and damaging the starfield defense line. Overall, the Pleiades civilization fleet has always been in the upper hand. The fleeing Sandman civilization and other civilizations of the Blue Star Alliance have been paying attention to this place. The war between the Blue Star civilization and the Pleiades civilization will determine the fate of all their civilizations. They are even more nervous than the two warring parties. Why does the Blue Star civilization fleet feel inferior to the other side? The senior officials of the Sandman civilization became worried. Everyone wait patiently. The Blue Star civilization fleet has not retreated yet. They must have a backup plan. Huasha tried to comfort everyone, but he was panicking. 24 hours later, the third fleet of the Pleiades civilization had advanced 0.5 light years. They adopted a new way of advancing the war, which was segmented advancement. In war, warp speed sailing is very dangerous and easily affected by enemy firepower. These warships are divided into several sections, one for fire suppression and the other for ultra-short warp sailing. Step by step. This feels like playing the space version of 123 Wooden Man. As long as the firepower of the Blue Star civilization border fleet cannot reach them temporarily, they will quickly advance a distance to cross the battlefield distance of light years. Seeing this, He Xingzhou said, their warp engines are really good. This kind of warp navigation that starts and stops quickly requires extremely high performance from the warp engine. General warp engines are prone to energy out of control under this operation. Only warp warships above level 7 in the Blue Star civilization can perform this operation. At this speed, they can break through our temporary defense line within a day. He Hongwei said. We can't let the warships lose too much. Yeah, He Xingzhou said. General Lei, let's start the show. It's already started. Lei Yuanfeng grinned, and he shouted to the commander in front, soldiers, let's start the show. Received. The border fleet began to adjust its formation again. They were originally in a defense wall position. That is, forming a firepower network and defense wall in space to resist the enemy's attack. After receiving the new order, The warships quickly pulled apart and formed a sphere, as if to surround the enemy. They adjusted their formation? Yuza reevaluated the enemy's tactics. At present, the enemy's warships were not as good as theirs in performance and firepower. But they dispersed their firepower and formed this spherical space encirclement network. Either they are crazy and want to die, or they have other means to deal with it. With this formation, are they going to send out the main fleet? Yuza became excited and reported to Chingu, "My lord, the enemy can no longer withstand our firepower. And it seems that they are going to get serious." "Very good," Chingu said. "Take them out." The second main fleet is reaching the support location. The second main fleet of the Pleiades civilization is only 30 light years away from them. The entire fleet has turned on the stealth mode. Once the war starts, this main fleet can quickly support, and their strength will directly surpass the Blue Star civilization. In order to prevent the Blue Star civilization from taking out any advanced weapons again, Chingu also made an extra preparation and called on part of the power of the First Fleet. All ships are ready to evacuate. The ships of the Border Defense Fleet of the Blue Star civilization seem to be forming an encirclement. But in fact they are already preparing to evacuate, fighting a decisive battle with the enemy in the Wolf 1055 star system? This is not the intention of the Blue Star civilization. At this moment, their main fleet is sailing at the highest warp speed in the Zerg-occupied area. Report. The device is ready. A fleet reported. Okay. Start the device immediately. Lei Yuanfeng ordered. After the enemy starts the war, all personnel will retreat 1 light year away and rearrange the defense line. Received. Start the device. With an order, space fluctuations began to appear in the Blue Star civilization position area, and the space fluctuations became stronger and stronger. The detectors and reconnaissance ships of the Pleiades civilization soon noticed the impact. Such a strong space fluctuation. A large mass object is sailing at warp speed. The subordinates reported the situation. "Sir, the enemy's main fleet may have been attracted. Should we attack the abnormal space area directly?" "No." Yuze smiled and said, "If we attack now, they are well prepared, and the effect will not be great. Why not let them all come and catch them all at once?" The spatial fluctuations continue to expand. And finally, an 8th level warp battleship left the warp bubble and appeared in the field of vision of their reconnaissance device. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The number of warships increased and formed a formation. Here they are. Finally here. Yuze became excited. In the past 100 years, the strength of the Blue Star civilization has indeed increased greatly, and the main battleships have been upgraded to 8th level warp battleships. But it's still a little weak against us. Launch an attack. Yes. The ships of the Pleiades civilization attacked again, and this time their firepower was much stronger. All those warships held up energy shields, and were still firing warp weapons. The fierce collision that Yuze expected did not happen. The main fleet of the Blue Star civilization seemed to be very weak, and all the warp weapons were intercepted by them. Only for show. Yuze laughed. It turns out that their warp warships only reached the speed of level 8 warp, and other performance has not kept up. On the battlefield, the border defense fleet has begun to evacuate, and where the space fluctuations appear, those main battleships have replaced them. These warships are not strong in attack, but they are strong in defense. It is difficult for the Pleiades civilization to destroy them. Moreover, the number of the main fleets of the Blue Star civilization is increasing, and has exceeded the number of the 3rd fleet of the Pleiades civilization. Seeing this, Chingu ordered, "The 2nd fleet will be dispatched to annihilate the enemy." The 2nd fleet has been dispatched just now, and is now very close to the battlefield. They have formed a large encirclement outside. The main fleet of the Blue Star civilization will be destroyed here by attacking from both inside and outside. If I were the commander of the Blue Star civilization, what would I do now? Chingu was thinking about the response method of the Blue Star civilization from another perspective. First, evacuate immediately, so that they will inevitably suffer losses, and we can occupy at least 5 star systems. The Wolf 1055 star system is not far from the core circle of the Blue Star civilization, which will directly endanger the safety of their core circle. They would not choose this decision unless they had no choice. If they choose to continue the war, they must send out stronger weapons. The War Star. Chingu has been waiting for the War Star for a long time. In the last war, the Blue Star civilization forced them back with only the Golden War Star. This time they are ready. The second main fleet of the Pleiades civilization quickly rushed to the battlefield and launched an attack. The effect of their joining was immediate. The two main battleships of the Blue Star civilization could not withstand the attack and were destroyed in a vacuum. The energy shields of other battleships were also getting weaker and weaker. Strange. Why is their attack intensity so low? It's not normal. Yuze has already found something wrong. The main battleships of Blue Star civilization have exceeded 30. But the attack strength is not as good as the previous border fleet. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. Are they deliberately showing weakness to the enemy? Yuze guessed. In this case, let's launch more gravitational weapons and destroy more of their battleships to see how long they can hide their weakness. Launch the gravitational wave oscillator, Yuze ordered. This is one of their hidden useless secret weapons, using gravitational wave vibrations to directly tear the target apart. Its power is thousands of times higher than that of gravity bombs. Ordinary gravitational balance systems can't stop it at all. Sure enough, after the gravitational wave oscillator was launched, Blue Star civilization quickly lost 3 level 8 warp battleships. Blue Star civilization seemed to finally be unable to sit still. And another larger space fluctuation appeared. Here it comes. It's finally here. The commanders of the Pleiades civilization were all excited when they noticed this change. It's the Golden Battle Star. This time we have to avenge our previous defeat. After the warp bubble burst, a huge golden battle star, which was wrapped in a crystal core with a density comparable to that of a white dwarf's core, appeared. The most powerful weapon of the Blue Star civilization. Except that its warp speed has not reached level 9. Its attack power has exceeded that of a level 9 warp battleship. Target: Golden Battle Star. Chingu stared at the huge target on the battlefield and said firmly, "Destroy it immediately. Let the Blue Star civilization know that the Golden Battle Star is not as indestructible as they imagined. The secret weapon that Yin Xiaoho prepared for them is finally going to come in handy." After the Golden Battle Star appeared, it was propping up a huge planet-sized protective shield to resist various attacks. Its attack speed is not fast, and the one that attacks faster than it is the secret weapon of the Pleiades civilization. Mechanical devices flew out of the warp bubble, and they quickly surrounded the Golden Battle Star. He Xingzhou had seen this scene. The mechanical planet of the Xingmao group was destroyed by Yin Xiaoho using this weapon. Today, this scene is staged again. After these mechanical devices surrounded the Golden Battle Star, they began to work. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the Golden Battle Star was rapidly cracking, and the energy shield and the crystal core shell were completely ineffective. The speed at which a planet was broken was beyond imagination. Seeing this scene, the commanders of the Blue Star civilization were surprised, but they did not show any regret. He Hongwei said with emotion, "No wonder they want to attack. It turns out that they have mastered this weapon. I misjudged it. He Xingzhou has learned the type of this weapon through the detection device left at the original place. I thought it was a resonance weapon at first, but it is not," He Xingzhou said. "It breaks the planet so fast that resonance does not have time to occur. This is a gravitational wave weapon. It uses the generation of powerful gravitational waves to create huge tidal gravity and directly break the planet apart. Our war planet really cannot deal with this kind of weapon." "Planet disintegrator," Su Jilan said. "Marquis Yishao has lost all his dignity. The level of this weapon must be above level 3.5. It was smashed." At this time, the captains and commanders of the Pleiades civilization couldn't help but cheer. The Golden Battle Star that gave them such a headache was destroyed by the planet disintegrator. It was smashed without any resistance. The tactics were successful. Without the Golden Battle Star, what can the Blue Star civilization use to resist us? Yuza was in high spirits. The first battle was a great victory. What a great achievement! It went much more smoothly than I thought. Chingu didn't expect that the plan would go so smoothly. Maybe the Blue Star civilization thought that the Golden Battle Star was strong enough to deal with various attacks. Unexpectedly, our planetary splitter can perfectly restrain it. This weapon bestowed by the Queen of Clouds is truly a war artifact. Without the Golden Battle Star, let's see how they can resist. The captains are eager to fight and can't wait. It's time to make a contribution. Our first fleet hasn't even been dispatched yet, and the Blue Star civilization has been defeated. Yuze was about to issue a new attack order, but a shocking message came from the reconnaissance ship in front. "Sir, something is wrong. We hit the wrong target." Chapter 276 Gravitational Illusion. Hit the wrong target? Yuze asked in surprise. How could we hit the wrong target? The target is so big. The target is an entire planet. How could we hit the wrong target? The scout's voice was also full of disbelief, saying, we didn't hit the golden battlestar just now. We hit the illusion. What? Yuzei and other captains of the Pleiades civilization were shocked and angry. Illusion? Such a big planet, with gravitational induction and energy radiation. How could it be an illusion? This is not a virtual universe. Their warships have clearly locked onto the target. How can the illusion have gravitational induction? Our gravitational sensor clearly detected a planet there. Its gravity is real. And the planetary material was broken apart after we hit it. Yes. Its energy radiation is also very real. Can the Blue Star civilization create the illusion of an entire planet? They couldn't figure out what happened. At this time, in the detector's image, the golden battlestar that was broken into countless fragments disappeared into the universe. Energy radiation, gravitational effects, disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if nothing had ever existed. What's going on? Yuzei was like seeing a ghost. Even if the golden battlestar was broken, its broken parts should have the same mass. Why did these masses disappear in an instant? Sir, not only the golden battlestar, but also the warships we just attacked were illusions. We missed. The reconnaissance ship found more clues. They had already approached the warships. And then, they found that what they were shooting at was a group of light and shadow. This group of light and shadow not only had energy radiation, but also had a strong gravitational field, which misled their detection satellite. Sir, look! A reconnaissance ship reported the latest intelligence it had discovered. They came to a warship, and the detector directly penetrated its energy shield and armor. In the light and shadow, a miniature warship was suspended. This machine created a strong gravitational field, and some space automatic weapons were attacking. They created the illusion? How did they do it? Yuzei asked in surprise. If it was just a light and shadow effect, they would not have noticed it at the beginning. The reconnaissance ship wanted to capture this machine, but the machine seemed to have sensed the enemy's invasion and self-destructed. They didn't even get the fragments of the machine. The scientists on the ship analyzed. This should be a gravitational illusion maker. It is equipped with an antimatter reactor and a gravitational field generator. A strong gravitational field can bend spacetime, and light will also be distorted along with spacetime, causing a gravitational lens effect, allowing observers to see one or more images formed by the bending of light. The Blue Star civilization probably used this point, using micro-battleships to create one or more illusions, using strong gravitational fields to simulate the gravity of the battleships themselves, and also energy radiation. Our reconnaissance equipment mainly determines enemy targets based on 4 points: light, gravitational effect, energy radiation, and space fluctuations. And their gravitational illusion maker can cover up these 4 types of information at the same time, making us mistakenly believe that there are real warships or war planets. What do you mean? The Golden War planet just now is just a large gravitational illusion maker? Hearing their explanation, Yuzei was shocked and angry. They spent so much effort, and even brought out the trump card planet splitter given by Yu Xiaoho. But in the end they hit a vacuum. We were fooled. The captains reacted and realized that something was wrong at the first time. Their 2 main fleets are playing illusions here. So what about the enemy's main fleet? Warning. Star Defense Line. An enemy fleet appeared outside the 24 space base, suspected to be the main fleet. Their worries immediately became a reality. And the warning came. The 24 space base is more than 100 light years away from here. It will take some time for the main fleet to rush over. Sir, we must return to defense immediately. Yuza hurriedly requested for help. On the other side, Chingu was annoyed. She finally took control of the fleet, and thought she would win the first battle. Who knew that she was fooled by the Blue Star civilization with gravitational illusions? Although they didn't suffer any losses, this incident would greatly damage her prestige. The second fleet returns to defend, and the surrounding defense fleets provide support. Chingu ordered. You stay here. Occupy the Sandman civilization. Build a defense system, and prevent the enemy from attacking again. Yes. Yuzei was holding back his anger, and had nowhere to vent. The Blue Star civilization is so cunning that they actually have something like a gravitational illusion maker. This is a difficult situation for us. Let the Academy of Sciences analyze it, and develop a reconnaissance tool that can break the gravitational illusion as soon as possible. This gravitational illusion maker is really useful. At the Blue Star Alliance command, The commanders couldn't help laughing when they saw the scene of the Pleiades civilization fleet hitting the air. The enemy wasted so much artillery fire in this wave, and all of it ended up hitting the vacuum. Planet splitter. Split in vain. This time we got their planet splitter, He Xingzhou said. Our war star must not face the planet splitter directly. This is a super weapon that can only be made by civilizations above level 3.5. And we can't deal with it for a while. So the next tactics must be adjusted. Before we are absolutely sure. We can't meet the enemy's main force. Take advantage of them not breaking the gravitational illusion. Let them be afraid of everything. Luan smiled. I have arranged it. And the Pleiades civilization will start to attack day and night. The second fleet of the Pleiades civilization hurried back to defend the number 24 stronghold of the Star Domain defense line. When they arrived, the defense measures of the stronghold had been removed by the Blue Star civilization. But their fleet did not continue to attack. It seemed that they were waiting for the arrival of the second fleet. Attack! The second fleet did not dare to slack off and immediately attacked the fleet. However, when they opened fire, they found that only some unmanned warships and gravitational illusion makers were left here. Were we deceived again? The captains were so angry that their teeth were itching. Qinggu took a deep breath and said, It can be predicted that they will repeatedly harass us in this way. Next time, send a small team to assist in defense. After confirming that it is the main force of the enemy, the main fleet will rush over. Just as she finished her words, another alarm came from the intelligence system. Warning. Star defense line. Enemy fleet found at base 47. Suspected to be the main fleet. Golden Battlestar found. Golden Battlestar appeared. Request support. This, send a small fleet? The subordinates hesitated. If this fleet was real, Golden Battlestar could push their defense line all the way. Without the main fleet and the planetary splitter, they could not stop the attack of the Blue Star civilization. Once base 47 is breached, the enemy can quickly hit our core circle. The subordinate reminded. Qinggu gritted her teeth and said, Let the first fleet go to intercept. She didn't dare to gamble, because the enemy could feint 100 times. And if she lost once, the Pleiades civilization would suffer a huge blow. The first fleet rushed to the 47th base. When they arrived, the Blue Star civilization had also taken down the base here. The Golden Battlestar, with the main fleet, had even taken down a star system, and was breaking through the core circle of the Pleiades civilization. Attack with gravitational weapons first. This time, the captains of the Pleiades civilization learned their lesson, and attacked the Golden Battlestar first to see if it was real or not by looking at the effect feedback. The gravitational weapons passed through the warp bubble, and before they reached the Golden Battlestar, they were disturbed by the strong gravitational field. The warp bubble was broken, and the weapons exploded on the spot. This Golden Battlestar should be real. They were roughly sure. Use the planet splitter. The planet splitter was also loaded and transported by a level 9 warp battleship. The planet splitter flew to the side of the Golden Battlestar and started to work. The gravitational waves split the Golden Battlestar in a very short time. But after the split, they found that it was empty again. This Golden Battlestar is more realistic. It is not a gravitational illusion, but a real planet. It is equipped with a warp engine, but it is not a battle star. The Blue Star civilization used a barren planet to disguise itself as a battle star, and with the effect of the gravitational illusion maker, it deceived them again. The gravitational illusion just now was a pure illusion, but this time, it was equivalent to a puppet doll. The Blue Star civilization had long anticipated their vigilance, and the means of disguise had also been upgraded. Damn it! Qinggu finally realized the frustration of Zigu leading troops to fight against the Blue Star civilization. It was really hard to defend. The Blue Star civilization did not give them time to think, react, and upgrade their reconnaissance methods. The warning sounded again. Warning. Starfield defense line. Number 2. Number 7. Number 11. Number 14. Number 22. Number 26. Number 89 strongholds simultaneously discovered the enemy fleet, requesting support. This time, the warning notice directly confused Qinggu. More than 30 strongholds were attacked, and every notice was suspected to be the enemy's main fleet. Just the bases of the Golden War Star have been discovered. More than 20. The Blue Star civilization must not have 20 war stars. Otherwise they would have unified the M45 star cluster long ago. But who knows which one is real? Their main fleet has no time to take care of so many bases. Chingu suddenly realized that she was already completely passive just after the war started, and was completely led by the enemy. Not to mention attacking. She couldn't even take care of defense. Which one is real? Chingu asked her subordinates. And the space military experts of the think tank also hesitated and couldn't say anything. Someone said, "It's not a good idea for us to guess like this. It's better to just ignore it and attack the Blue Star civilization area directly to force their main fleet to return to defense." Chingu thought for a moment and said, "Let the third fleet continue to attack, and the second fleet and the first fleet will split up to defend, and quickly gather after discovering the enemy's real main force. We have the advantage of mobility. Even if a few strongholds and star systems are captured, we can quickly take them back. And the core circle of the Pleiades civilization is still safe." What Chingu didn't expect was that none of the more than 30 main fleets were real. Originally, He Xingzhou's plan was to let the Golden War Star lead the border defense fleet to attack a few star systems. But now that the planet splitter has appeared, he has no way to deal with it. So he simply lets the Golden War Star and the border defense fleet continue the defense mission. There are a large number of unmanned fleets mixed in the gravitational illusion, which can also destroy the enemy's strongholds and defenses. The border fleet returned to the vicinity of the Sandman civilization again to defend against the attack of the third fleet. The easiest way to defend against the planet splitter is to destroy it directly. But our reconnaissance machine found that it did not fly at warp speed, and our defense system could not defend it immediately. Xiaowu reported some of the findings about the planet splitter to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou said confidently, "It is 0.5 light years away, and it arrives almost instantly, and we can't detect it. So there is only one possibility. The planet splitter approaches the target through hyperspace jump, so we can't deal with it. Hyperspace jump technology is a technology that can only be mastered by civilizations above level 3.5. Its navigation method is different from warp navigation. When it is warp navigation, ordinary detectors cannot see it because it creates warp bubbles, distorts space, and moves too fast, causing light and other information to not be transmitted to the observer in time. Hyperspace jump means leaving this space dimension and going to other dimensions in a short time, achieving an effect similar to instant movement through high-dimensional shuttle, similar to the subspace information transmission device. It uses the effect of information transmission in the subspace to cross countless light years. Hyperspace jump means that the physical matter passes through a higher dimension, because it is not in three-dimensional space when it is sailing. These conventional detectors naturally cannot find its location, nor can they lock and destroy it. If it is a hyperspace jump, this question is beyond the scope, Xiaowu said helplessly. At present, we have no understanding of the hyperspace jump technology. We also have no weapons to attack hyperspace and destroy the planet splitter. He Xingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "You are right. We really can't destroy the planet splitter that can jump in hyperspace. But we can interfere with it." "Interfere with hyperspace jump?" Xiaowu asked in confusion. "Yes," He Xingzhou said. "Our weapons can't lock the target, nor can they reach other dimensions. But gravitational waves can transcend dimensions. The influence of strong gravity not only affects the three-dimensional world, but also affects the low-dimensional and high-dimensional worlds. The planet splitter is also a gravitational wave weapon. We are not proficient in gravitational wave weapons, but we should be able to create some interfering gravitational waves, release a large number of gravitational wave disruptors around the war star, and the hyperspace jump of the planet splitter will inevitably be affected, just like gravitational weapons will interfere with warp speed navigation. As long as it exits the hyperspace jump state in advance, we have a chance to destroy it before it starts. That's worth a try," Xiaowu said. "It's just right to take advantage of this wave of feints and try the gravitational wave disruptor." At this time, the Pleiades civilization was anxious, and they were also thinking about how to see through the gravitational illusion. Before they see through the gravitational illusion, they will remain passive. As for the attack of the third fleet, He Xingzhou is not worried at all. If he wants to break through the Blue Star civilization without sending the first and second fleets, the commander of the Pleiades civilization also underestimates them. After so many years of interstellar construction, all kinds of space facilities are available in the territory of the Blue Star civilization. The space fortresses and space outposts built alone are enough to resist the attack of a star-level main fleet. The two sides are attacking and defending each other. The three main fleets of the Blue Star civilization in the Zerg-occupied area have also approached the border of the Pleiades society. Chapter 277, Real and Fake. Report to the headquarters. Our unit has safely passed the Zerg-occupied area and is now only 10 light-years away from the Pleiades interstellar defense line. Xiao Hong was the first to report the situation. He led the main fleet, with an average warp speed of more than level 8. So the speed was faster. Stand by. He Xingzhou ordered. Yes. Report to the headquarters. Our unit has had friction with some Zerg, and is now 50 light-years away from the Pleiades interstellar defense line. Huang Xing reported. There is a war star in their fleet, which is slower and too large a target, and it also alarmed the Zerg during the voyage. At this moment, a star devourer is attacking them. Gravity cage locked. Today's blue star civilization is completely fearless in the face of star devourer. The gravitational cage generator is suspended around star devourer, generating a super strong gravitational field, as if a star is binding it. Star devourer struggles as hard as it can, and its energy radiation makes the gravitational cage vibrate. Destruction cannon ready. Huang Xing activated the planet destruction cannon on the war star, and while Star Devourer was still struggling, the destruction death light completely enveloped it. No matter what means Star Devourer uses to defend, antimatter will annihilate it completely. Eradication completed. Huang Xing reported the situation again. Antimatter is overconsumed, and we will spend 10 days to replenish energy. There are engineering ships in their accompanying fleet, which can collect matter to create antimatter to provide energy for the main station. Okay. You move to the defense line 10 light-years away and wait. Received. Chini also reported, my unit has also arrived. Are you waiting here? Yes. He Xingzhou said. Now we have to determine the location of the enemy's first fleet. Once the first fleet is involved, it's time for us to attack. They are waiting for the opportunity to attack, and the Pleiades civilization is also waiting for the opportunity to attack. Up to now, the Pleiades civilization has not determined the location of their main fleet, so the main combat units of the first fleet have not appeared. Dozens of feints gave the Pleiades civilization a headache, and their forces had been further dispersed. But according to intelligence, these warships dispersed to various bases were only level 8 warp warships, level 9 warp warships, and higher level 9.9 warp warships, and they never appeared. Base number 44 is also a gravitational illusion. Qinggu was eliminating the feints one by one. How long will it take to identify the gravitational illusion? Qinggu urged her subordinates. The subordinates said, the Academy of Sciences has come up with a plan, and our identifier is being manufactured. Speed up the progress, Qinggu said unhappily. With the forces dispersed, the Blue Star civilization will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to enter. She was sure that among these illusions, there must be a real main fleet attacking. How is the progress of the third fleet? Qinggu asked Yuze. The attack was blocked, Yuze reported truthfully. The Blue Star civilization is heavily guarded, although there is no main fleet. The space fortresses are equipped with gravity weapons and warp weapons. Our progress is very slow. Withdraw the level 9 warp battleships, Qinggu ordered. Other battleships continue to attack. The first fleet and the second fleet are the same. All level 9 warp battleships withdraw from the battlefield and wait for combat orders. Since the troops were dispersed, Qinggu simply decided to draw the elite from the 3 main fleets to form an ace fleet, all composed of level 9 warp battleships. They have a sailing speed 1,000 times the speed of light, and a firepower coverage of 10 times the speed of 1. In this way, no matter where the Blue Star civilization chooses to launch an attack, this ace fleet can quickly rush to the battlefield and give the enemy a devastating blow. Both sides are still fighting. Each has losses, but they can still bear it. He Xingzhou also found that the opponent's elite forces never appeared, and they gradually became able to distinguish gravitational illusions. If it drags on like this trick of seeing enemies everywhere will not work. Huang Xing. Have the resources of the War Star been replenished? He Xingzhou contacted Huang Xing. 80% have been replenished, Huang Xing replied. Can't delay any longer. Approach the defense line and prepare for the attack, He Xingzhou said to the commanders of the 3 fleets at the same time. We will launch an attack here to attract the enemy's main force and hold them back. Then you will attack at the same time and march straight into the core circle of the Pleiades civilization. Got it, He Xingzhou said to Lei Yuanfeng at the same time. General Lei, you can act now. Got it, Lei Yuanfeng immediately ordered. Meng Hai, take your people and attack from the enemy's stronghold 55. Hit deeper and harder, and make sure to attract all the enemy's main forces. Yes. Meng Hai responded in the Golden War Star. And he immediately ordered, everyone, prepare to attack. Target Space Stronghold 55. Is the gravitational wave jammer ready? Ready! Okay. Enter warp speed. The Golden War Star entered warp speed with a team of level 7 and level 8 warp warships. The Pleiades Civilization Star Defense Line Stronghold number 55 is a full 1,000 light-years away from the Zerg occupied area. Even for a level 9 warp warship, it would take nearly a year to support it. On a level 9 warp warship, every decimal point increases, and the curvature multiple increases exponentially. The 9.0 level warp speed is 1,516 times the speed of light, while the 9.9 level is 3,052 times. The 9.99 level is 7,912 times. Only the 9.9999 level warp speed is nearly 200,000 times the speed of light. He Xingzhou concluded that the Pleiades civilization must not have warships with a warp speed of 9.9999. Otherwise, at this speed, they would have flown directly to the core circle of the Blue Star civilization, and the Blue Star civilization would not be able to stop them, and there was no need to attack from the outside. The Pleiades civilization star field defense line. At the 55th stronghold, a strong spatial fluctuation appeared, and then a familiar scene appeared in front of the stronghold observer. A huge, crystal core-wrapped Golden War Star and a powerful fleet appeared 1 light-year away from the stronghold. Another illusion? The defense soldiers of the stronghold were no longer as panicked as other strongholds. In the past, they had seen through 19 gravitational illusions. The enemy's attack force seemed powerful, but in fact it was just a few unmanned warships and a gravitational illusion maker. The head of the base, Rhea, ordered everyone be on alert. Launch the reconnaissance device. This was a reconnaissance device that had just been transported not long ago. As long as it was launched to the target, it could break the gravitational illusion. If it was just a gravitational illusion, Rhea did not want to make a big fuss and waste resources. The reconnaissance device was loaded into a small warp transport device and launched 1 light-year away. Before the reconnaissance device left the warp bubble, the warp bubble was broken by the jammer, and the reconnaissance device exploded in the space distortion. As the reconnaissance devices were launched one by one, Rhea finally figured out the truth. He shouted, "This is not an illusion. This is a real enemy. Fire! Fire!" Leah panicked. The enemy's main fleet could not be stopped by their small base. He immediately reported the situation to Qinggu. "My lord, this is base 55. We found the main force of the enemy. It's not a gravitational illusion. Are you sure it's a war star? Not an ordinary planet?" Qinggu was afraid that the enemy had upgraded its camouflage technology, such as using a whole wild planet for camouflage last time. Leah was hesitating, but saw the outpost of the base exploded in space. It was an attack by tachyon weapons. Then, countless space fluctuations appeared in the surrounding space, and a large number of warp weapons were fired. The muzzle of the tachyon cannon on the War Star was aimed at the direction of the base. "I'm sure." This was the last communication sent by Leia. The next second, he was shot into microscopic particles by the tachyon torrent. Finally appeared. Qinggu was not surprised that a base was taken down. She immediately ordered, "Elite Fleet, the enemy is at base 55. Received." Those level 9 warp warships immediately set out, carrying planetary disruptors, and headed for base 55. "The base has been taken down," Meng Hai commanded. "Keep moving forward." They began to move towards the first star system, which was not the territory of the Pleiades civilization, but the territory of a second-level subordinate civilization. As soon as the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization arrived, the subordinate civilization immediately declared unconditional surrender. They knew very well that resistance would only make them die faster. In the battle between level 3.5 civilizations, level 2 civilizations were not even cannon fodder. Meng Hai's troops continued to advance, and within 2 months, they occupied 3 star systems in succession. Finally, they came to the real territory of the Pleiades civilization, where they finally encountered strong resistance. The enemy's space outpost has strong firepower and can create a strong gravitational field. Our fleet cannot advance, the captain of the forward battleship reported. Gravity lock. Golden Battle Star. Advance? Meng Hai directly asked the Golden Battle Star to open the planet-destroying cannon and solve the target with 1 shot. No matter how strong the enemy's space outpost is, it cannot withstand such an attack and is directly annihilated. The fleet of Blue Star civilization has officially entered the territory of Pleiades civilization. This news shocked the top leaders of Pleiades civilization. Jianggu asked, "How long will it take for the interception team to arrive?" "It's already here," Qinggu responded. "I sent someone to intercept their retreat. Now they are alone and deep in the territory. It is impossible for them to return. Then we can wipe out their main fleet. For her tactics, it is worth sacrificing 1 or 2 star systems." The other Archons did not object. Although this may cost hundreds of billions of people. For them, it only takes a little time, and these populations will recover soon. When the Golden War Star led the fleet to conquer the second star system inside the Pleiades civilization, the Ace fleet commanded by Qinggu finally arrived. A level 9 warp warship first appeared in the occupied area behind the Blue Star civilization. The temporary space outpost had just put up its shield when it was torn into countless pieces by a gravity cannon. Then, several more warships were stationed here, cutting off the backup of Meng Hai and others. Then, the Golden War Star also encountered the enemy. 3 level 9 warp warships stopped them. Attack! Meng Hai tried to collide with the opponent, and their tachyon weapons, warp weapons, and gravity weapons were fired together. In the face of these attacks, the opponent's level 9 warp warship first put up a tachyon shield, and then generated a stable gravitational field around the warship. The gravity bomb exploded before entering the gravitational field and could not affect them, which was equivalent to a gravitational protective shield. Gravity cannon. Meng Hai also opened the gravity cannon on the Golden War Star. The gravity cannon fired, vibrating the gravitational field, and could destroy the gravitational shield. But the following power still failed to destroy these level 9 warp warships. "We need gravity cannons and other weapons to work together to destroy them," said the subordinates. "I'm afraid there is no chance," Meng Hai judged, because the enemy's attack had already arrived. They also have tachyon weapons, gravitational weapons, and gravity cannons, and they are more powerful. An 8-level warp warship was unable to defend in time, and was destroyed in the first battle. Meng Hai made a prompt decision and said, "Give up the attack. Defend with all your strength, and escape from the battlefield." Their goal was not to destroy the enemy, and they did not have the ability to destroy the opponent. So all the warships gave up the attack and switched to full defense. At the same time, they ran their engines and fled to the surrounding space. They also hid behind the planets and used the planets as shields to resist the attack. "Still running? Blow it up," Qinggu gave an order, and a planet used as a shield was blasted into gas. "Use the planet splitter." The planet splitter jumped through hyperspace and arrived in front of the Golden War planet in an instant. But before it flew out of the hyperspace, a strong gravitational wave vibration affected the stability of the hyperspace channel, and the planet splitter was directly torn apart by the power of space in the vibration of the hyperspace channel. The planet splitter crashed into the hyperspace channel and has lost contact. This news made Qinggu frown. Has the Blue Star civilization found a way to defend against the planet splitter? These are difficult to deal with. Other warships are fine, but the defense of the Golden War Star is too strong. It really can't be destroyed in a short time, Qinggu thought. They have more than one planet splitter. If you want to destroy the Golden War Star, at least you have to destroy its gravity defense system first. Keep firing, no matter what. In front of their ace fleet, the Golden War Star can't get an advantage. And those level 7 and level 8 warp warships are not their opponents at all. The time has come. Attack! At the same time, He Xingzhou finally gave the 3 main fleets of the Blue Star civilization an attack order. Biological fleet, attack! The biological fleet led by Qin Yi attacked first. They disguised themselves as Zerg and rushed to the Pleiades territory. Because of the war on the front line, the defense here is relatively weak. The first moment they saw the biological warships, the local person in charge was shocked. Zerg attacked. It's over. Why is it at this time? There are star devourers. Run quickly. Seeing the biological warships of the star devourer level, they had no intention of resisting and fled one after another. Qin Yi took this place almost without bloodshed. Open fire. In another place, Xiao Hong ordered to open fire, and the tachyon weapons and warp weapons directly destroyed a stronghold and entered the Pleiades civilization territory. Kill! 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 Huang Sheng also took the second war star of the Blue Star civilization, the Water War Star, to fight. Chapter 278 Core Circle Decisive Battle. When Chingu received the news, she was shocked. Now their main force is still fighting with the Golden Battle Star. And other ships are scattered everywhere because of the gravitational illusion. Who would have thought that the enemy appeared from the Zerg-occupied area? Intelligence shows that the Zerg has not made any unusual movements recently. And how did the Blue Star civilization pass through the Zerg-occupied area? No. We don't have enough power to defend them now. Even if we provide support, it's too late. From that direction, they will soon be able to advance into our core circle. The commander of the Pleiades civilization was caught off guard. Chingu gritted her teeth and said, "Let the Blue Jew go to support. Only its speed is enough to support." The Blue Jew is the 9.9 warp warship of the Pleiades civilization. And it is also their most advanced warship. At this time, the Blue Jew is attacking the Golden Battle Star. "Sir, within a month, we can destroy the Golden Battle Star." The captain of the Blue Jew was very unwilling. They had already suppressed the Golden Battle Star. "Support immediately," Chingu said sternly. "This is an order. Even if you are not here, the Golden Battle Star has been surrounded by us, and will be destroyed sooner or later. Once our core circle is conquered by the enemy. What does it matter even if the Golden Battle Star is destroyed?" "Yes." The captain of the Blue Jew could only order a turn, and use the advantage of the 9.9 warp speed to support the battlefield. At the same time, Chingu began to mobilize the forces in the surrounding areas for defense and support. Her remedial measures seemed very weak under the attack of the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization. In a star system, the Water War Star approached quickly with a main fleet. Use gravity bombs and gravity cages. The person in charge of the Pleiades civilization in charge of defense shouted. Their goal was not to defeat or repel the enemy, but to use these defensive measures to delay the arrival of the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization, and give the support fleet time to react. In the periphery of the star system, the force field generator enveloped the entire fleet, and the gravity generated was as strong as a star. The navigation speed of the Water War Star dropped sharply, becoming a target for enemy weapons to attack, and a large number of attack weapons came over. The Water War Star has an energy shield and a crystal core protective shell, and most attacks are blocked. Huangshen grinned and said, "You want to intercept the War Star with this little firepower? Let me show you what a real War Star is." In terms of performance, the Water War Star is more powerful than the Gold War Star, because the shortcomings of the Gold War Star have been improved, and its gravity control system is more powerful. A War Star with gravity weapons is a real War Star. Warp forward. The Water War Star ignored the enemy's jammer, and went straight into warp sailing. The defenders wanted to break the warp bubble, but the opponent's warp engine was too powerful, and the warp bubble was extremely strong. So their jammers failed to work. This is relying on the crushing of its own mass and energy, forcibly ignoring attacks and interference. Extremely domineering. Having heard of warp speed, the Water War Star quickly approached the target. Gravitational cannon ready. Target local space outpost. Attack! On the Water War Star, a huge muzzle was erected, and the energy gathered by the antimatter reactor was converted into a gravitational wave attack and fired. Gravitational waves, in physics, refer to ripples in the curvature of spacetime, which are emitted outward in the form of waves. And this wave transmits energy in the form of gravitational radiation, which can cause drastic changes in matter and energy. The gravitational waves launched by the gravity cannon attacked the space outpost, and the energy shield and tachyon shield of the space outpost had no effect at all. The powerful gravitational waves had the same effect as their planetary splitter, directly splitting an asteroid-sized space outpost into countless pieces. Due to the explosion of the antimatter energy pile, most of the fragments exploded and annihilated themselves. One shot destroyed an enemy stronghold. If we can't stop it, how can we stop it? Seeing that the stronghold they had worked so hard to build was destroyed in an instant, the defenders in other warships and military facilities had lost their fighting spirit. This was a crushing defeat of combat power, and courage alone could not defeat the enemy. Retreat! Retreat! The highest commander here had been killed in front of the gravity cannon just now, and all the defenders chose to evacuate without any prior agreement. Similarly, in another battlefield, the biological fleet led by Qin Yi was also killing people everywhere. Damn it! Why would the Zerg attack at this time? Until now, these defenders have not been able to recognize that this is the biological warship of the Blue Star civilization. All three routes are advancing, and the main force of the Pleiades civilization is completely involved in the junction with the Blue Star Alliance. The Water War Star relies on its domineering firepower to advance the fastest. It attacks strongholds and star systems almost flatly. Blow it up. A mechanical planet built by the Pleiades civilization was destroyed by the Water War Star with a planet-destroying cannon. This mechanical planet is a military factory built by the Pleiades civilization in imitation of the Blue Star civilization. It is as fragile as a balloon in front of the War Star. The Water War Star quickly advanced to the core circle of the Pleiades civilization. The core circle of the Pleiades civilization has a total of 7 star systems. And these 7 star systems are controlled by 7 archons. Each star system is an important center of science, commerce, politics, and culture of the Pleiades civilization. No matter which one is lost, it will be an unbearable blow to them. They have already reached the core circle. Jianggu was furious when she heard the news and asked Qinggu, "Where are the troops you led?" Qinggu was unable to defend herself and said, "We were distracted by them on the front line." Who would have thought that they would actually detour to the Zerg-occupied area? Can the core circle be defended? Jianggu asked. Yes, Qinggu assured. The Blue Absolute and several level 9 warp battleships have arrived nearby and will definitely be able to stop their attack. I don't want to stop them. I want to destroy them. We can definitely destroy them, Qinggu said with a firm look in her eyes. We still have a secret weapon that we haven't used yet. Even if they can interfere with the planetary splitter, they can definitely block our secret weapon. The defense of the core circle of the Pleiades civilization is more solid. Although their main fleet is not there, their defense system is very tight. There are space outposts and fortresses 10 light years away from the star system. These military facilities are equipped with all kinds of weapons. The fleet led by Qiu Hong was blocked first. And then the biological fleet led by Qin Yi was also blocked. Only the Water War Star was smoother. Report to the headquarters. Our troops cannot break through in a short time. The enemy's defensive firepower is too strong and our energy consumption is too high. Qiu Hong sent a letter to the headquarters. Our troops have also suffered a lot of losses. We have lost a biological warship of the Star Devourer level. Qin Yi said that they only have 3 biological warships of the Star Devourer level. If one is lost, the main combat power will be directly reduced by 1/3. Then let's join forces, He Xingzhou said. Use the Water War Star as the main force, and serve as the left and right wings respectively to assist them in the attack. Received. The 3 teams began to merge. The star system attacked by the Water War Star is the strongest of the 7 star systems of the Pleiades civilization. The Jianggu star system under the command of Jianggu is also the military center of the Pleiades civilization. There are 3 stars in this star system, and the number of planets exceeds 50. Many of them were transported from other star systems. There are countless space facilities, and there are 3 mechanical planets alone. In addition, there is a half-built star furnace. Before, the Pleiades civilization did not have a star furnace, and this star furnace was also built with the help of Yu Xiaohou. It can be said that the Jianggu star system is as solid as a rock. With that half-star furnace, they don't have to estimate the energy consumption problem at all. As long as we take this place, the Pleiades civilization will be defeated. The 3 commanders knew very well that without this star system, the other star systems in the core circle of the Pleiades civilization would not be able to resist them. And at that time, the Pleiades civilization would only have one way to defeat. Outside the star system, the defense of the Pleiades civilization has been deployed, and various mechanical giants are suspended in the universe, including plasma towers, armed planets, space fortresses, sentry tower arrays, Titan cannons, etc. With this situation, if only one main fleet of level 8 warp battleships came over, they would be annihilated in minutes. My goodness, the Pleiades civilization has so many cards. Wang Sheng sighed after seeing the information reported by the reconnaissance ship. This family is much richer than ours. That's right, Qin Yi said. After all, they have been a level 3 civilization for a long time, and have opened alien colonies everywhere, and have stored a lot of resources. It would be great if they could surrender directly, Wang Sheng said. We can get a lot of money at once, and it won't be a problem to capture the entire M45 star cluster. As long as the core circle is captured, the Pleiades civilization will inevitably be torn apart, and someone will definitely surrender at that time, Qiu Hong concluded. Then let's fight. The forces of the 3 parties have been united, and the 3 parties have begun to confirm the attack targets separately. At this time, the enemy's attack has actually arrived. They use tachyon weapons and warp weapons, and have been attacking continuously at a distance of more than 10 light-years. Attack. This is a collision between weapons and energy. In space, energy is exploding all the time. The light, heat and radiation emitted by the war cover the surrounding star fields. The surrounding star systems can see that it has become bright here. On the 50 or so planets in the Jianghu star system, the night has even been lost, and the sky is bright 24 hours a day. Various radiations have increased by hundreds of millions of times. They started to clean up the Sentry Tower arrays. The firepower of these things is not inferior to the main warp battleships. When they form an array, they can even reach the firepower of the 8th level warp battleship. Although the defense power of the Pleiades civilization is considerable, it is still being worn down bit by bit. They can stop the biological warships and the main warp warships, but they can't stop the attack of the water war star. Report. We have reached the battlefield. The 9-level warp warships led by the Blue Jew finally arrived. Immediately engage in combat. Destroy the enemy at all costs. Qinggu has been waiting for this moment for a long time. At this time, the interstellar defense line and the operations of the Third Fleet are not important. The outcome of this battle will determine the outcome of the war between the two civilizations, and no one can afford to lose. Received. The Blue Jew arrived at the battlefield first at a warp speed of nearly 8,000 times the speed of light. It appeared almost instantly behind the Blue Star civilization fleet, and then a gravity cannon accurately hit an 8th level warp warship. The gravitational wave oscillation broke the warp warship into a pile of space debris in just a few minutes. After the attack, the warship entered the warp again and moved to the other end of the space battlefield. And the weapons that attacked it all hit nothing, using the maneuverability advantage of the 9.9 level warp. The Blue Absolute was like a ghost in the space battlefield, an assassin with full agility, force, and critical hit points. Every time it appeared, it could take away a main battleship. Trouble is coming. Xiaohong looked at the battle situation. They couldn't lock on to the Blue Absolute at all. Even if they locked onto it, as a 9.9 level warp warship, almost the pinnacle of warp warships, their attacks would hardly penetrate its defense. Unless we focus our fire, or the war star hits it directly, we can't do anything with it, Xiaohong said. Other level 9 warships are coming too. Xin Yi was directing the biological warships to dodge, and several level 9 warp warships joined the battlefield. And the situation suddenly reversed. Not only were their attacks blocked, but they were even forced to retreat some areas. Contract the battle zone. Launch jammers. And let me deal with it, Wang Xing said. They began to launch a large number of warp bubble jammers into the battlefield. After all, the level 9 warp warships were not war stars, and the warp bubbles could not be that strong. So the movement of the Blue Absolute was affected. The water war star gave up the attack and locked its target on the Blue Jew. Attacking. Fire. Both sides fired gravity cannons at the same time. The gravity cannon of the Blue Jew hit the water war star accurately. The gravity cannon that could bomb the planet was blocked by the gravity balance system of the water war star. The water war star was intact, while the Blue Jew was hit by a cannon and part of the hull was damaged. This war star, the captain of the Blue Jew, was a little envious of his opponent. Although the Blue Jew was fast, its firepower and defense were not as good as the water war star. It can't be stopped. Wang Xing realized that the opponent was not a match for the water war star, and laughed. Make a concerted effort and lock it with a gravity cage. The water war star is releasing the gravitational cage, but the enemy has already started. My lord, we are ready. The captains of those level 9 warp warships reported to Qinggu at the same time. Okay. Start the device, Qinggu ordered. Gravity strangulation field. Start. These level 9 warp warships are distributed in various areas of space, and together with the mechanical devices they released, they form a supergiant gravitational field. The range of this gravitational field is as large as the range of the star system, and the device at the center is the star furnace. And those warships are the generators and amplifiers of the gravitational field. The entire battlefield immediately turned into a supergiant gravitational cage. The movement speed of all warships slowed down sharply. Because of its large mass, the water war star was affected even more, and it could no longer enter the warp navigation state. Chapter 279, we still have a kinetic weapon. As soon as the speed dropped, the fleet of Blue Star civilization immediately became the enemy's target of attack. They were madly attacked by firepower, and they could only use shields to resist. Disperse. Leave the gravitational field. and destroy the enemy's force field generator. The commanders of Blue Star Civilization responded immediately. Some warships at the edge of the gravitational field are easier to leave, but those in the center are difficult. And the one in the center is the Water War Star. The enemy's gravitational field is designed for it. Wang Sheng asked the Water War Star to defend while destroying the force field generator. This speed is not fast, because the enemy directly uses the 9th level warp warship as a force field generator. Unless it can quickly destroy all these warships, this gravitational field will always bind it. The tiger is in the cage. Qinggu smiled and said, "Start the slaughter." Gravitational wave oscillation. Start. In the gravitational field, strong gravitational waves suddenly emitted, causing violent reactions of matter and energy. The entire gravitational field was oscillating. At this time, there was no distinction between friend and foe. The primary equipment of the Pleiades civilization was immediately destroyed by the gravitational waves. The fleet of the Blue Star Civilization was not in a good situation either. All the warships sounded warnings, and the hulls were being damaged. The amplitude of the gravitational wave oscillation is increasing. At this frequency, all the warships can't stop it, Qiu Hong said hurriedly. Even the Golden War Star can't stop it. Wang Sheng became serious. This is an enlarged version of a planetary cracker with a super range attack. No, it should be called a star system splitter. Everyone was shocked. They thought that the planet splitter was the trump card of the Pleiades civilization. Who knew they had this trick? Their jammers can interfere with the planet splitter. But how can they interfere with the gravitational field of the star system? They can't interfere. As long as they are bound by this gravitational field and constantly vibrated by gravitational waves, all warships, including the Water War Star, will collapse sooner or later. That's why the Pleiades civilization called it the gravitational strangulation field. The gravitational strangulation field was originally what we were going to use to deal with the giant beasts in the starry sky. Qinggu said to herself, "Using it on you now is the greatest respect for you." As soon as the gravitational strangulation field appeared, the Blue Star Civilization immediately went from an advantage to a disadvantage. The main fleet could only struggle on its own and had no power to launch an attack. The constraints of the gravitational field, the vibration of gravitational waves, and the attacks from the enemy made the captains anxious. No one knew which battleship would be destroyed in the next moment. Perhaps the only good news is that in order to generate the gravitational strangulation field, the 9th level warp battleships of the Pleiades civilization must fully maintain the gravitational field and emit gravitational waves, so they themselves cannot launch additional attacks. Otherwise, the main fleet of the Blue Star Civilization will collapse immediately. If this continues, we will lose. A few hours later, the Blue Star Civilization lost more than 10 main warp battleships. At the command center, He Xingzhou has built a battlefield model and began to analyze the battle situation. Other warships can run, but the Water War Star, as the central area, cannot escape, He Xingzhou affirmed. Few other warships can escape either, He Hongwei said after calculation. If we forcefully break free from the gravitational stranglehold, we will lose at least 2/3 of our main warships. Such a large loss is equivalent to defeat. The enemy's main fleet is still rushing back. How can they fight after losing too much power? The only way now is to destroy this gravitational stranglehold. He Xingzhou frowned. Xuanwu analyzed. The gravitational stranglehold is centered on the star furnace, with many warp warships and a large number of gravitational generators and space facilities as fulcrums. According to my calculations, our firepower is not enough to destroy it before we are destroyed. Now they are in a dilemma. If they fight, they will die. If they don't fight, they will die. We must fight. The key is how to fight? He Xingzhou thought about how to destroy the gravitational stranglehold. The captains are also trying. They try to destroy those force field generators and warp warships, but the effect is very limited. The enemy can always replenish the force field generators, and the enemy's warships are not always stationary. They are always moving. With their own defense, it is impossible to penetrate in a short time. Under this intensity of gravitational cage and gravitational wave oscillation, we have no way to carry out precise attacks. The captains reported the situation. All energy must be used to ensure the normal operation of the engine, to get rid of the control of the gravity field and maintain gravitational balance. The Warstar can't attack either. Wang Sheng sent the same message. All attacks will be interfered with. Warp weapons cannot form warp bubbles under the interference of gravitational waves, and tachyon weapons are not enough to penetrate the opponent. The attack method was also blocked by the gravitational stranglehold, which was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Watching the fleet of the Blue Star civilization struggling in the gravitational stranglehold, the Archons of the Pleiades civilization were in a good mood. Finally, these guys were defeated. Can they break into the core circle of the Pleiades civilization whenever they want? Fortunately, we have an extra hand. Otherwise we may not be able to deal with them with just the planetary splitter and the 9th level warp battleship. Then they can only fight desperately, Chingu said. With the star furnace, we can continue to maintain the gravitational stranglehold. But their energy is not enough for them to resist for a long time here. Should we trap them and force them to surrender? Yungu suggested. No. Destroy them all. At this point, Jianggu didn't want any accidents to happen. Even if the enemy's warships and war stars were very tempting, she didn't want to cause trouble. The war was still going on, but it had become a hunting time for the Pleiades civilization. Every once in a while, warships of the Blue Star civilization were destroyed. All the warships that came here were the main battleships, which cost the Blue Star civilization a lot of resources and efforts. The losses they suffered now are greater than those in the past 500 years. We can only wait for death if we continue like this. It is impossible to destroy the warp battleship, and destroying those force field generators is just a drop in the bucket. He Xingzhou locked his target on the star furnace and said, directly blow up the star furnace, and this gravitational strangler will definitely break. And the enemy's entire defense system is centered on the star furnace. Once the star furnace is broken, their defense system will collapse instantly. Although their star furnace has not been completely built, the defense force guarding it is very strong. We have lost our means of attack. How can we destroy it? Luan asked. Use the most primitive means of attack, He Xingzhou said with a determined heart. Kinetic weapons. Kinetic weapons? Everyone was thinking. What kind of kinetic weapons can destroy the star furnace? The star furnace is a supergiant structure built on a star. Even if it launches asteroids and planetary orbital guns, it will not hurt it. Moreover, the main fleet is not equipped with any advanced kinetic weapons, but gravity weapons and warp weapons. In such a gravitational field, kinetic weapons are also difficult to play a role. Su Jilan thought of a possibility and asked in surprise, do you want to use the War Star as a kinetic weapon? That's right, He Xingzhou said. The War Star itself has enough mass and power, and the kinetic energy it carries is very terrifying. I have calculated that our War Star is not an ordinary planet. The strength and density of the crystal core on its surface are the same as the core of a white dwarf. It will not be destroyed by colliding with ordinary planets or space giants. As long as the Water War Star is launched as a kinetic weapon, the enemy will not be able to stop it unless they destroy it immediately. Cui Weimin took over his words and said, at this time, the enemy's main force is trying to maintain the gravitational strangulation field and cannot launch an attack. If they want to stop the Water War Star with all their strength, they must give up maintaining the gravitational strangulation field. At that time, it will not be us who will be in a dilemma, but them. And the offense and defense will be out of place. Great, He Hongwei said. Sure enough, the most sophisticated tactics are hidden in the simplest attack methods. He Xingzhou immediately issued the latest instructions to Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng, give up long-range weapon attacks. Open up full firepower. And hit the star furnace. Hit? Huang Sheng looked at the star on the star map. His eyes brightened, and said, got it. Why didn't I think of it? Just hit it directly. He ordered, all energy is concentrated on the thrusters and gravitational balance. We have to hit the star furnace. Under the gravitational stranglehold, it is difficult for them to travel at warp speed. But it doesn't matter. They are close enough to the Jianggu star system. In the previous war, the Water War Star was about to destroy the star furnace, so it traveled at warp speed to the interior of the Jianggu star system. At this time, their coordinates, if they travel at sublight speed, will only take a week to hit the stellar furnace. And with the mass of the Water War Star and the sublight speed, it can already have terrifying kinetic energy. The initial actions of the Water War Star did not attract the attention of the commander of the Pleiades civilization. They thought that the Water War Star was trying to escape the gravitational stranglehold. After a day, the Blue Star civilization lost 3 more warp warships. Other warp warships have escaped the gravitational stranglehold and are dealing with the rest of the warships of the Pleiades civilization. Something is wrong. Qinggu observed the movement trajectory of the Water War Star. The Water War Star did not escape outward. but was heading towards the inner part of the gravitational stranglehold. In this direction, their target is the stellar furnace. They want to destroy the star furnace and destroy our gravitational strangulation field and defense system. After seeing through the enemy's intention, Chingu and a group of commanders began to think of ways. At their speed, they can reach the vicinity of the star furnace in another 6 days. Can they destroy them within this time? Chingu asked. The subordinate said with some embarrassment, I'm afraid not. The gravitational strangulation field has a large range of action, which is different from the targeted planetary cracker. It will take at least half a month to destroy such a large planetary weapon. Our other firepower is useless at this time. If it really hits the star furnace, we will fail. Chingu gritted her teeth and said, no matter what, we must stop it. Open fire first to stop it. Yes. The Pleiades civilization began to try to attack the Water War Star with various weapons. The Water War Star had given up the attack, and all its energy was used for defense. Those weapons must first break through its automatic defense system. And secondly, these weapons will fail after entering the gravitational stranglehold. Gravity does not distinguish between enemies and friends, and treats everyone equally. The remaining attack weapons fell on the outer shell of the crystal core of the Water War Star, and the impact caused was really limited. The crystal core of the Water War Star is thicker than that of the Gold War Star, more than 10 times thicker. He Xingzhou's plan is that the entire War Star will eventually be made of a crystal core, so that the War Star itself is a super white dwarf. At that time, its gravity, density, and mass will be enough to make it an interstellar killer. The gravitational stranglehold has become their most natural protective shield. Chingu suddenly realized that facing the attack method of the Blue Star civilization, they really couldn't find any good way. 3 more days passed. During these 3 days, the Pleiades civilization tried various methods, but still failed to stop the Water War Star from moving forward. Should we give up the gravitational stranglehold and use warships to stop them? The commanders of the Pleiades civilization were extremely entangled. This gravitational stranglehold was set up with great difficulty. Once it stops, the Blue Star civilization will not be fooled next time. Moreover, if they give up the gravitational stranglehold, the advantages they have gained with great difficulty will disappear. It is hard to say how the battle will turn out. Is there any other way to stop it? Chingu asked everyone. After everyone thought for a long time, one of them said, Sir, since they have decided to use the Water War Star as a kinetic weapon to attack the stellar furnace, we can also stop them in the same way. Our mechanical planets also have high-powered thrusters. We can directly collide with them with mechanical planets and destroy each other. Even if we can't destroy them, we can stop the Water War planet. What a good idea, everyone said. Although mechanical planets are precious, as long as we can destroy the Water War planet, everything is worth it. Yes, without mechanical planets, we can create them again, as long as we take down the Blue Star civilization. Are we still afraid of not having resources? Okay. Chingu immediately discussed with Jianggu. We will collide with them with mechanical planets and request to mobilize a mechanical planet. 1? Jianggu said. I don't think one can stop it. After all, the opponent is a war planet. There are 10 mechanical planets in the star system. Send them all over. These 10 mechanical planets are the foundation of the Pleiades civilization, and countless military weapons are made from them. Jianggu has spared no resources for victory in the war. Okay. With 10 mechanical planets, Chingu is more confident. All mechanical planets immediately accelerate to the gravitational strangulation field. Hit the Water War planet and smash it into pieces, Chingu ordered. In the star system, 10 mechanical planets accelerated together and rushed into the gravitational strangulation field to fight the Water War planet. This will be a planet-level collision, and it will be the most primitive and brutal collision. Before the war, neither side thought that their war would turn into this. Chapter 280 Planetary Collision. After accelerating at full speed, the Water War planet kept approaching the core device of the gravitational stranglehold, the stellar furnace. The enemy's mechanical planets moved faster, and soon, a mechanical planet flew towards the Water War planet, under the traction of the gravitational field. Both sides had no room to hide. In order to ensure that the Water War planet was blocked or destroyed, the mechanical planet also converted all its energy into kinetic energy and collided. In the Water War planet, the soldiers also became nervous. They had never used this kind of fighting method. In the space battlefield, 2 large mass celestial bodies of the size of planets kept approaching. It's about to collide. Everyone enter the weightless stable space. Huang Sheng shouted. When the planets collide, there will be violent shocks. In order to protect the safety of the people inside, they all have to enter the zero-gravity space, which can isolate the impact of the collision and protect the human body. 10, 9, 8, 7. The planet intelligently calculated the speed and distance of both sides and began to count down. Both sides of the war are paying attention to this place. On the screen of the detector, the two huge celestial bodies finally collided with each other. In an instant, the kinetic energy was transformed into terrifying energy and exploded in space, like countless hydrogen bombs exploding at the same time. The metal structures on the surface of the mechanical planet were destroyed in an instant, and then vaporized into plasma by enthusiasm. The shock wave was transmitted quickly. The mechanical planet was originally synonymous with hardness and solidity. At this moment, it was like a water ball hitting the wall, quickly deforming and breaking, until it exploded into countless pieces. The light and heat emitted by the explosions of various mechanical equipment and reactors illuminated the entire star system. This scene was even more spectacular than when Xingzhou ordered the use of Dyson rays to blow up Venus. On the other hand, the crystal nucleus on the surface of the water warp planet was also under the influence of high temperature and impact. But what is amazing is that the water warp planet did not explode like the mechanical planet. It at least slowed down its forward speed. But the structure of the planet was still intact, and it was still moving forward. How could it be? It is actually fine? Seeing this scene, Qinggu was shocked. The mechanical planet was smashed, but this water warp planet was intact. Its structure is too stable. Inside the water warp planet, the soldiers survived the great shock of the planetary collision in a gravity-free stable space and returned to their posts. The outer layer is damaged by 1%, and the inner layer is damaged by 2%. The speed is reduced by 16%. No casualties. The war star is reporting the situation intelligently. Huang Sheng shouted, "Repair the damage immediately. Keep accelerating. Show them what a war star is. The mechanical planet wants to stop us, and we want to eat them. The water war star is so strong that it can withstand the impact." Xingzhou was relieved when he saw this. The mass of the crystal core of the water war star accounts for more than 40% of its total mass. This crystal core is equivalent to the mass and density of the core of a white dwarf. Its density can reach 10 tons per cubic centimeter. Ordinary carbon steel has a density of 7.85 grams per cubic centimeter. If the water warp planet is compared to a stone, the mechanical planet is not even an egg. During the collision, the loss of the water warp planet almost all came from the impact of the shock wave on the internal electronic parts. The strength of the water warp planet has exceeded that of the gold warp planet by a lot, He Hongwei said with emotion. This is thanks to the research on the Zerg. Song Jinghong said. If it weren't for the Zerg crystal nucleus, we don't know when we can complete the smelting of such a large mass of the water warp planet. Most of the crystal nuclei on the water warp planet were collected from white dwarfs, and some were smelted directly from the Zerg. Each of those star beasts has a mass comparable to that of a planet. They condensed all of this mass into crystal nuclei, which were killed by humans and then collected and used. Mechanical planets. Continue. Qinggu, who was on the Pleiades civilization side, could no longer care about anything else and ordered all other mechanical planets to accelerate and hit the water warp planet. This time she did not hold back and let all the mechanical planets go together. 9 mechanical planets were connected in a line and accelerated to hit the water warp planet. Guys, get ready. Huang Sheng once again asked his men to hide in a zero-gravity space. Collision! 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 In the space battlefield, the water warp planet collided with 3 mechanical planets in a row, and without exception, all the mechanical planets were smashed to pieces. The speed of the water warp planet has slowed down to less than 50%. The internal losses are even greater, because they not only have to face collisions, but also gravitational wave oscillations of the gravitational stranglehold. These losses are more from the attack effects of gravitational wave oscillations. Keep hitting. The water warp planet crashed into the 5th mechanical planet, and it was another terrifying scene of a planet shattering. This grand space fireworks has stunned everyone. Some people have seen the scene of a planet exploding, but who can see that several planets exploded in succession? Low-level civilizations simply cannot imagine that a war can be fought like this. The 6th planet. The 7th planet. The speed of the water warp planet has slowed down to less than 20% of the original speed. and the collision and explosion have caused some cracks on its surface. It worked. Chingu's spirits lifted. No matter how strong the water war star is, it is not a real white dwarf. Its mass is tens of billions of times worse. It is definitely not indestructible. The eighth. With the impact of the eighth mechanical planet, the crystal cores on the surface of the water war star have begun to break, and some have been evaporated by the high temperature. The ninth. The speed of the water war star has dropped to 0, and it is completely bound by the gravitational field. The 10th. The last mechanical planet hit the water war star. This time, the water war star was hit and flew backwards, and a large number of crystal cores on the surface fell off, turning into countless fragments that flew to various places in the space battlefield. Water war planet was destroyed by us? The commanders of the Pleiades civilization couldn't help but cheer. Although 10 mechanical planets were sacrificed, the loss was huge. But as long as the water war planet was destroyed, the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization would soon perish. It was worth it. Inside the water war planet, Huang Sheng's consciousness connected to the war planet intelligence to check the situation of the war planet. The external damage is 53%. The internal damage is 39%. And it is being repaired. The basic functions are intact. And the war planet engine is restarting. Do you want to start the shell repair function? Start. After Huang Sheng finished speaking, the water war planet began to release a strong gravitational force, which attracted some flying debris, the wreckage of the mechanical planet, and all the plasma to the surface of the planet. This scene seemed familiar to everyone in the Blue Star civilization. When the star beasts are attacked, they will do this. Their purpose is to devour the mass and repair their bodies. And today, the water war planet is going to do the same thing. Although it has lost a lot of energy, its core is intact, and the exploding mechanical planets around it are its food. Under the action of gravity, these masses have gathered on the water war planet, and began to melt and compress, and the crystallized core body appeared on the surface of the planet again. It can also repair itself. Seeing this scene, the commanders of the Pleiades civilization were dumbfounded. The water war planet is repairing itself, and at a very fast speed. The crystallized core body is rewrapping its shell, and they no longer have mechanical planets to hit. At this moment, they finally felt the fear that the Blue Star civilization had felt when facing the unkillable Zerg. Oh my god! The water war planet is being repaired. How should we deal with it now? The mechanical planets are all shattered. The gravitational strangulation field failed to take the opportunity to destroy it. It is accelerating and rushing back to the stellar furnace. They noticed that the water war planet, which had been knocked back, stabilized its retreat and began to accelerate forward. The gravitational strangulation field must be closed. Someone said, use the firepower to deal with the water war planet. It's too late, sighed an interstellar builder. If we choose to close it at the beginning, we still have time to deal with it. The water war star has approached the star furnace, and the gravitational stranglehold will not be eliminated instantly. So our warp warships cannot intercept it at warp speed, and warp weapons cannot be launched in a short time. So, we can only watch it crash into the star furnace? Yes. The words of the interstellar constructor made the commander's scalps numb. Sir, we may need to retreat. This star system is about to become a battlefield. Chingu had to report the situation to Jianggu. Once the star furnace is destroyed, the defense system will collapse, and the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization will soon come in. Retreat? In this battlefield, only victory is allowed, not defeat. Jianggu didn't want to be imprisoned in the body of a beast by Yun Xiaoho again. She ordered, I will be in charge next. Close the gravitational stranglehold. Mobilize all nearby forces, and fight a decisive battle with the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization. Yes. The Archons knew that this was the most helpless choice. They were clearly at home, but they had lost their home advantage and had to compete with the enemy in firepower. They were not confident because the planetary splitter and gravitational stranglehold used to deal with the water war star did not play their due role. Although their level 9 warp battleships were fast, they could not destroy the water war star in terms of firepower. The chances of winning this war had dropped to less than 50%. The gravitational stranglehold was not something that could be stopped immediately. During the closing process, the water war star had already rushed towards the stellar furnace. The star furnace is wrapped around the blazing star. It is more complex and magnificent than the Dyson sphere, and the energy it provides exceeds that of the Dyson sphere countless times. The gravitational stranglehold of the entire star system is formed by the energy it provides. In front of its huge size, the water war star is like a tiny dot. However, it is this tiny dot that, under countless attacks, crashed into this supergiant structure. Explosions and destruction are constantly happening. Because of the impact of energy, the plasma on the surface of the star also began to explode, and the huge waves formed by the plasma soared hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The hot energy and rays are released from the star to the surrounding space. From the perspective of space, the water war star is like a small black dot that detonates gunpowder, and wherever it goes, it turns into a sea of fire. The chain reaction has been formed, and the riot of the star plasma ocean and the explosion reaction of the star furnace itself are constantly intensifying and spreading. The destruction of the star furnace is unstoppable. The Pleiades civilization quickly cut off the connection between the defense system and the star furnace. Without the energy support of the star furnace, the gravitational strangulation field began to weaken. Their warp warships were freed and began to attack. The gravitational strangulation field has weakened. It's time for us to attack. Chiu Hong has been waiting for a long time. It was the water war star that was performing just now. Now it's their turn. All warships, follow me to attack. Qin Yi was also issuing a target at the same time. All biological warships, attack together. The target is the enemy's level 9 warp warships. The head-on collision finally began. The water war star destroyed the main structure of the star furnace at the fastest speed. After confirming that the star furnace could no longer function, the water war star also joined the battlefield. At this time, the Blue Absolute of the Pleiades civilization cooperated with other level 9 warp warships and still had the upper hand. The main fleet of the Blue Star civilization had lost more than one-third. Dregs, your grandfather is here. After Huang Sheng drove the water war star to the battlefield, the situation changed immediately. Below the level 9 warp warship, it can't cause any damage to it. Just guard against the planetary splitter. The water war star is almost invincible. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. Wherever the water war star went, the warships of the Pleiades civilization were quickly defeated. In other areas, many captains and soldiers of the Pleiades civilization witnessed the power of the Blue Star civilization warships for the first time. Their firepower is too strong. Although their warp speed level is not as good as ours, their firepower is not weak at all. This biological warship is as abnormal as the Zerg. How to fight it? Not only is it powerful in attack, but it can also devour matter to repair itself. Just now, it was hard to destroy one ship, but now it has resumed combat. The number of our warships is too big, and it cannot be compensated by a few level 9 warp warships. Until now, most of the main warships of the Pleiades civilization are still on their way back to support. At this time, Lei Yuanfeng commanded the border defense fleet to attack and pursue, delaying the speed of their support. The main force of the Pleiades civilization is more than twice that of the Blue Star civilization. In the core circle, the main force of the Blue Star civilization is more than twice that of the other side. This is all due to the gravitational illusion at the beginning of the war. A level 9 warp battleship was destroyed, and Jiang Gu's face turned pale, watching the loss of another main force she could command. According to this loss rate, the support fleet will not be able to catch up. Qin Gu had to tell the truth. If we fight like this, we will only lose. My lord, why don't we give up this star system and retreat to other star systems? Retreat? Jiang Gu's voice was full of fatigue. She said, this is the star system with the strongest military strength in the core circle. If we can't defend this place, we can't defend other star systems. We can give up half of the star system. Yuan Gu persuaded. Although we have lost a lot of strength, the main fleet is still there. If we retreat, we still have a chance to turn the tables. And we still have the support of Yun Xiaohou. Support? Jiang Gu smiled bitterly. There is no support. Next time, he will come by himself, and we will no longer need to charge. Chapter 281: The Strongest Civilization in the M45 Cluster. Jiang Gu was chosen by Yun Xiaohou very early to work for him. At the beginning, Yun Xiaohou supported more than one civilization in the M45 cluster. The reason why we can't see them now is because the Pleiades civilization is rising rapidly, and other civilizations have become Yun Xiaohou's abandoned children. Now the Pleiades civilization is no match for the Blue Star civilization. In the entire M45 cluster, there is no other civilization that can compete with the opponent except the Zerg. Naturally, Yuan Xiaoho will not be willing to invest more resources to help them. The star furnace was destroyed. The core circle was breached. And the 10 mechanical planets were gone, which is equivalent to the arsenal and energy depot being destroyed. How can this war be fought? As long as the enemy controls this place. The main fleet outside is nothing but rootless duckweed. Without support and supplies, it will be destroyed sooner or later. They are doomed to fail. Continuing to resist is just a way to survive. What should we do then? The Archons were anxious and looked at Jianggu. Failure is inevitable, Jianggu said firmly. Some people will continue to resist with their tribesmen. Some will surrender to the Blue Star civilization. And some will go to other star clusters and join Yuan Xiaoho. Only in this way can our civilization keep its fire. If you bet on 3 sides, you may lose everything, Yugu said. You will lose if you don't bet. Jianggu glanced at them and said, Everyone, this is the last order I issued. You can decide whether to execute it or not. I'm leaving first. Where are you going? Before everyone could react, Jianggu walked into the equipment that had been prepared. A flash of light passed by, and her whole body was evaporated into plasma, completely disappearing from this world. She knew that if she really lost the war, Yuan Xiaoho might imprison her consciousness and let her eat raw meat and drink blood on the primitive planet for thousands of years. Rather than having such an ending, it is better to end her life early. Jianggu committed suicide. The other Archons were horrified. The highest Archon of the Pleiades civilization actually ended his life at this time. How to fight next? Jianggu is right, Baigu said. On the surface, we can still compete with the Blue Star civilization. But in fact, it is just a slow death. It's better to surrender. At least we can preserve the fire of civilization. I will never surrender, Zigu insisted. Our main fleet has not been destroyed. As long as Yuan Xiaoho continues to support us, we will definitely win. After Jianggu died, none of the other 6 Archons could convince or order anyone. We are all for the Pleiades civilization. Since we have different ideas, let's choose our own path. The 6 Archons were divided into 3 factions. Zigu and Qinggu insisted on fighting because they basically controlled the military power of the Pleiades civilization. Of course, they were unwilling to give up. Baigu and Yugu decided to surrender and stop fighting. Yuangu and Miaogu decided to take some of their people away from the M45 star cluster and go to other star clusters. Their split opinions made the Pleiades civilization exist in name only. The enemy's resistance seems to have weakened. The fleets fighting on the front line soon noticed the changes in the Pleiades civilization. They should have given up this star system, Huangshen said. We detected that some space military facilities were flying away from this star system. Yes, the enemy's level 9 warp battleships have also evacuated, Luan said. Keep fighting, He Xingzhou said. Now the enemy's will has collapsed, and we will directly take down their core circle in one go. The support fleet and the supply fleet are on the way. Received. The warships continued to attack and pursue, and the Pleiades civilization was defeated. Some captains even gave up resistance and surrendered. Baigu and Yugu also began to contact He Xingzhou, expressing their idea of seeking peace. In the virtual universe, He Xingzhou's attitude was clear. There is no such thing as peace. You can only choose surrender in war. The two were very helpless and said, we can only represent our own forces. We can surrender, but we ask for kindness and obtain the status of a member civilization of the Blue Star Alliance. Okay, He Xingzhou agreed first. If he accepted this force, it would be easier to conquer the Pleiades civilization. At that time, he would give them various restrictions. Although we surrender, we will not participate in the war against our people. We choose not to fight this time. Your fleet can garrison our star field, but you must not attack us. The two sides began to discuss the terms in detail. Without them, the Pleiades civilization was equivalent to losing another arm. The following battles were much smoother, and the Water War Star led the main fleet all the way forward. On the star field defense line, the Gold War Star and the Border Defense Fleet were also constantly advancing. After Jianggu's death, the Pleiades civilization fell apart. Some commanders learned the news, gave up resistance, and surrendered directly. The war was getting smoother and smoother. 5 months later, the Pleiades had lost 2/3 of its territory. This is nothing. 2 of their core 7-star systems were captured. 2 surrendered, and it is only a matter of time before the remaining 3-star systems are captured. At this point, the power of the Pleiades civilization is no longer enough to fight against the Blue Star civilization. and can only delay the time of its own demise. Pleiades civilization. Yu Xiaohou was angry at the failure of the Pleiades civilization. I raised them from the 2nd level civilization to the 3.5 level civilization, and also gave them the planetary cracker and the gravitational strangulation field. But they were still defeated by the Blue Star civilization. Their defeat completely disrupted my plan. The M45 star cluster is still in the hands of the Star Trade Group, and the Star Trade Group can breathe for hundreds of years. Sir, why don't we send troops directly to capture the M45 star cluster? The subordinate was eager to try. No. Yu Xiaohou calmed down and said, now is the critical time to fight the Xingmao group. We can't be distracted by them. As long as we destroy the Ptolemy civilization. What does the Blue Star civilization matter? The M45 star cluster will be mine sooner or later. 3 months later. The M45 star cluster. A star field. The most powerful battleship of the Pleiades civilization. The Blue Jew was now covered with scars and was shaky. The loss rate was 78%. And the Blue Jew couldn't hold on. On the ship, Zigu looked sad and said, if Jianggu had been ruthless at the beginning, regardless of the Black Sea civilization and the Pleiades, and directly attacked the Blue Star civilization, today would not be the ending. It's too late to say anything. Qinggu sighed. After losing the Jianggu star system, we lost the supply of munitions and energy. During the battles these days, our warships have been damaged and cannot be repaired or replenished. And our enemies are replenishing their strength while fighting. Our fate is doomed. Since the choice has been made, don't regret it, Zigu said. Fight to the last moment. Give up defense and concentrate all energy on the gravity cannon. She ordered. Attack! The Lanju's gravity cannon locked onto a Blue Star civilization warship, and the gravitational wave was launched to completely destroy the warship. The next second, the defenseless Lanju was also hit by the gravity cannon of the Blue Star civilization and exploded in space. The last resistance of the Pleiades civilization was finally destroyed. It's over. Seeing the destruction of the Lanju, Luoan said with regret. If they surrender, we can still get the 9th level warp battleship. What a pity. Send the news of the destruction of the Lanju to other star regions immediately. The main fleet of the Pleiades civilization has been destroyed. Those scattered soldiers? See what they can do to resist. He Hongwei issued an order. The destruction of the Lanju became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Pleiades civilization. After learning that the main fleet had been completely destroyed and the 2 Archons had died, most of the members of the Pleiades civilization who were still trying to resist chose to surrender. Only a small number of them boarded warships and fled to other star regions. They will become wanderers in the Milky Way, drifting in the vast sea of stars, or buried somewhere, as the last star system of the Pleiades civilization was occupied. He Xingzhou announced at the Blue Star Alliance Members Conference, I declare that we have won a complete victory in the war between the Blue Star Alliance and the Pleiades. From now on, in the M45 star cluster, there will no longer be the Pleiades. The Pleiades civilization. Only the Blue Star Alliance. The audience was all representatives of other civilizations in the M45 star cluster. They looked at He Xingzhou with respect and fear. From now on, in the M45 star cluster, except for the Starry Sky Beast, the Blue Star civilization is the strongest. This place will usher in the era of the rule of the Blue Star civilization. I wish the Blue Star Alliance will get better and better and eliminate the Zerg as soon as possible. Siren, the leader of the Siren civilization, was the first to congratulate. I wish the Blue Star Alliance to grow stronger. All the representatives congratulated. Even the Star Trade Group sent representatives to congratulate. Wasen congratulated. The performance of the Blue Star civilization in the war really surprised us. You defeated the Pleiades civilization and defended the M45 star cluster, which created a huge breathing space for the Star Trade Group. Mr. He Xingzhou, I believe that under your leadership, the Blue Star civilization will soon become the main civilization of the Star Trade Group. Thank you for your good words. He Xingzhou smiled. Wasen's meaning was very clear. The Star Trade Group urgently needed a strong ally to maintain its status and peace. If the Blue Star civilization can grow a little more, it will be able to have an equal status with them. After defeating the Pleiades civilization, the Blue Star civilization ushered in a precious period of development. While dealing with prisoners of war, they accepted the territory and heritage of the Pleiades civilization. The strength and territory of the Blue Star civilization grew rapidly. The entire M45 star cluster, except for the Zerg-occupied area, was their territory. Before we break through to level 3.6 civilization, don't provoke the Zerg, and focus on developing technology and strengthening military strength. He Xingzhou instructed the commanders and civilizations. The war also made them lose a lot of strength. And now is the time to vigorously develop. With more resources and population, He Xingzhou can do more. He replanned the M45 star cluster and formulated a star cluster outpost plan to spread space outposts throughout the star cluster. In various resource areas, star furnaces and mechanical planets were built to develop the economy and military. At the same time, He Xingzhou also absorbed elites from various civilizations and entered the Academy of Sciences, or the Interstellar Construction Department, to let them contribute their wisdom to the development of Blue Star civilization. Next, our military plan is to explore the strength of the Zerg while expanding to the M44 and M46 star clusters. He Xingzhou announced the next phase plan to the headquarters. In terms of economy, we will not only conduct large-scale interstellar trade in our own star cluster, but also conduct more in-depth economic exchanges with the Star Trade Group. In terms of scientific research, our next goal is to break through the hyperspace jump technology and build a Stargate. He Xingzhou himself naturally invested in the hyperspace jump technology. He turned on the quantum optical brain and unlocked related technologies. Spend 100 energy points to unlock the hyperspace engine technology. This hyperspace engine technology includes various related technologies. Spend 500 energy points to unlock the hyperspace channel technology. A stable hyperspace channel is more difficult to manufacture than a hyperspace engine. A hyperspace engine can only allow one carrier to make a hyperspace jump, while a hyperspace channel can allow countless objects to make a hyperspace jump. More advanced than warp ships are hyperspace ships. Similarly, hyperspace ships are also divided into levels 1 to 9. The definition of a level 1 hyperspace ship is that it can perform preliminary hyperspace jumps, and no other capabilities are required. Level 6 hyperspace ships can not only perform hyperspace jumps, but also perform hyperspace strikes. That is, launch hyperspace weapons. At that time, it was also called a Galaxy-class ship. At the Academy of Sciences, He Xingzhou was studying the issue of hyperspace jumps with tens of thousands of top scientists. Our biggest problem is how to get a three-dimensional ship into four-dimensional space, Xiaowu said. We initially think that we should take a similar approach to the warp engine to create a space bubble to wrap the ship and let it travel in four-dimensional space. Let me give you an analogy, Xiaowu said. Suppose we are a land creature living on a water ball full of water. The underwater world is another world for us. When we move on the surface of the ball, we move on the outer surface of the ball, which is very slow. If we go underwater and move to another point through the inside of the ball, it is equivalent to taking a shortcut and reaching the destination in a shorter time. Now our question is how to enter this underwater world. Scientists spoke one after another, putting forward their own conjectures and thoughts. They discussed for several months, but still could not find a suitable way. Someone suggested that if the warp bubble is further strengthened and exceeds the 9.999 level, it may be possible to achieve hyperspace jump. This view was supported by many people. He Xingzhou stood up and said, "The idea of strengthening the warp bubble is indeed very good. But can we change our thinking? Have you ever thought about why our highest warp speed is 9.999 and cannot be further improved?" Someone answered, "Because exceeding 9.999 level is no longer distorting space, but tearing three-dimensional space. Just like humans cannot lift themselves, we who are in three-dimensional space have no ability to tear the space we are in." "Yes." He Xingzhou nodded and said, "If we cannot enter the high-dimensional space, we cannot achieve hyperspace jump. Since we can't open the high-dimensional space, why don't we find a way to let the high-dimensional space take us in?" Chapter 282 Hyperspace Jump. Let the higher-dimensional space take us in? Everyone was a little confused. Do you mean look for natural wormholes in the universe? No, He Xingzhou said. In Xiaowu's analogy just now, it is assumed that we live on a big water ball. Our warship is like a bubble on this water ball. The bubble moves on the surface of the water ball, and the distance it travels to reach a certain point on the water ball is farther than passing through the water ball directly. And we don't have the ability to let the bubble drill into the water ball, because it will be bounced out by the water ball itself. In a special case, the water ball will swallow the bubble itself and help it move. That means this water ball is no longer calm, but has ripples. When the calm lake water ripples, you can wrap the bubble in it and move it with it. Everyone roughly understood what he meant. Xiaowu asked, then how can we make the calm lake water? The high-dimensional space? Ripple? Throw a stone in. He Xingzhou said. Let the space-time matrix change. The space-time matrix changes? A cosmologist seemed to be inspired and said, when we observe the universe, we find that some stars will have violent explosions at the end of their evolution. We call it a supernova explosion. Supernova explosions will produce super-gravitational waves covering the entire Milky Way galaxy, accompanied by super-strong gamma-ray bursts. This energy can change the space-time matrix. In other words, it is enough to cause ripples in high-dimensional space. So, if we can imitate this natural phenomenon, we will have the opportunity to use artificial machines to interfere with hyperspace, causing it to cause ripples in space-time, wrapping our warships in it, and making hyperspace jumps? Yes. This is my guess? He Xingzhou praised. We can definitely try this, and use gravitational waves and gamma-ray bursts to disturb high-dimensional space. With theoretical conjectures, the next step is practice. The Blue Star civilization already has the equipment to create strong gravitational waves and gamma-ray bursts. They found a huge vacuum space to start the experiment. The process from scratch was very difficult, and the tens of thousands of experiments at the beginning did not produce any results, until they created a device that can focus gravitational waves, so that gravitational waves and gamma-ray bursts act on the same point of space. This space-time finally changed. Space anomaly detected. In the last moment, a micro-instant wormhole appeared in the target space. The experiment finally ushered in the first result. Although it was a fleeting micro-wormhole, it was a result worth celebrating for every researcher. Our theory is correct. This method can temporarily open the high-dimensional space and form a hyperspace channel, collect data, continue to expand, and stabilize the hyperspace channel. If we continue like this, we will be able to make a hyperspace jump engine sooner or later. Finally, it's on track. He Xingzhou was relieved. Over the years, the Blue Star civilization has also cultivated a large number of elite scientists. With this discovery, they can continue to improve the device, while promoting the research and development of hyperspace engine technology. He Xingzhou is also promoting the development of various gravitational weapons. In addition to the further maturity of gravity bombs and gravitational cages, He Xingzhou has unlocked some gravitational wave weapons. For example, gravitational wave beams, gravitational wave oscillators, which are Yishao's planetary decomposers, and gravitational strangulation fields were also cracked by him. The Blue Star civilization is now also capable of creating a gravitational strangulation field within the scope of the star system. As for warships, after recruiting scientists from the Pleiades civilization, they quickly broke through the 9th level warp warships and began to manufacture 9.9 level warp warships. As for the 9.9999 level warp warships, He Xingzhou chose to skip it because it was not necessary. Wouldn't it be stronger if the hyperspace warships directly crossed the warp? 100 years passed quietly. For members of the Blue Star civilization, 100 years is just a short concept of time. Some people have lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Brother, I have simulated this gravitational strangulation field many times, and it has a poor effect on the star beast. On the Luban planet, He Mengyao was explaining her research results over the years to He Xingzhou. According to the existing information, the mass of the star beast is equivalent to that of a star. Its own mass and gravity are large enough. If we want to trap it with a gravitational field, we need at least 3 star furnaces to create a gravitational field. In a real combat situation, it is impossible to arrange it so well, and the star beast can make hyperspace jumps. It opens a wormhole and runs away directly, and the gravitational strangulation field can't work. What's your method? He Xingzhou asked. I think we can make a breakthrough in the direction of the planetary splitter, He Mengyao said. Theoretically, as long as the power is increased, the planetary splitter can also split stars. The starry sky monster will destroy it, He Xingzhou said. He Mengyao smiled proudly and said, Of course, I have considered this problem. So we can't use the planetary splitter in the same way as before. If we let a planet start to split from the inside and explode, as long as it is used properly, even the starry sky monster may not be able to defend it. He Xingzhou became interested and said, Tell me what you think. Combine the planetary splitter with our previous resonance weapons, He Mengyao said. The resonance weapons we used before: impact resonance, electromagnetic wave resonance, These are difficult to play a role after our civilization enters the third-level civilization, because the enemy won't give us that much time. And these energy transmission methods are too inefficient. Brother, can't gravitational waves affect other dimensions? Yes. It can also transmit energy. He Mengyao continued to explain. So we use gravitational waves to transmit resonance directly. Its transmission efficiency is higher. And even if the enemy hides in the wormhole, it can't escape its influence. Higher efficiency and greater destructive power. Not bad. You are worthy of being my sister, He Xingzhou praised. This idea can be made into several new types of gravitational wave resonance weapons. For example, Star Blaster, He Mengyao said. Using gravitational wave resonance, it can blow up planets faster than planet splitters. Not only planets, but even stars. It can also be made into a hyperspace jammer, He Xingzhou added. Use gravitational wave resonance to interfere with the enemy's hyperspace jump and destroy the stability of the wormhole. Yes, that's my idea, He Mengyao said excitedly. Brother, I want a professional team to do research. Approved, He Xingzhou said decisively. A star system, including a star furnace and a mechanical planet. He Mengyao's starburst idea requires a lot of resources, and even a third-level civilization dare not try it easily. The Blue Star civilization is now rapidly expanding, and has enough wealth to support such a level of research consumption. Brother, you are generous, He Mengyao smiled. 50 years later, at the Space Research Base for Hyperspace Jump Technology, Xiaowu finally brought good news to He Xingzhou. Commander-in-Chief, we finally achieved the first stable hyperspace jump. We sent a small experimental warship to a place 200 light-years away within 10 minutes of real time. Very good, He Xingzhou praised. Your experiment will be recorded in the history of the development of Blue Star civilization. Because from today on, we will officially break through the 3.5 level civilization and become a 3.6 level civilization. This news has not been announced to the public yet, but the hyperspace warships of Blue Star civilization have begun to be manufactured, and various mechanical planets have begun to produce and manufacture related accessories. With the experience of opening temporary hyperspace channels, the research team of wormholes, or Stargates, also began to speed up their research. Wormholes require stable hyperspace channels and require more energy. Star furnaces can provide enough energy, but because the stars themselves have huge mass and gravitational effects, they will affect the stability of hyperspace. Therefore, the location of the Stargate must be far enough away from the stars. He Xingzhou selected the site for the first Stargate, which is in the core solar system of the Blue Star civilization and the Deer Horn star system of the IC civilization. At present, their main enemy is the star beast that is still in the process of evolution. This arrangement can mobilize troops to attack the Zerg in the fastest time, without the interference of the Pleiades civilization. The development speed of the Blue Star civilization increased by more than 10 times. Another 100 years later, except for the Zerg-occupied area, the Blue Star civilization has absolutely controlled the area of the M45 star cluster, and military forces are deployed everywhere. At the same time, the Blue Star civilization also occupied hundreds of star systems in the M44 and M46 star clusters next to it. These two star clusters are both open star clusters, which are more barren than globular star clusters in terms of resources, and neither of them has yet produced a level 4 civilization. The Blue Star civilization is the strongest civilization in these two star clusters, expanding very quickly, and most of the civilizations it encounters choose to join the Blue Star Alliance. If the Blue Star civilization can occupy the M44, M45, and M46 star clusters, its strength will become the strongest civilization in the star trade group, and it will be on par with the 3 Marquises of the Orion Royal Court. The last problem that hinders them is the Zerg. Except for the Starry Sky Behemoth, the other Zergs of Blue Star civilization can be defeated. But He Xingzhou ordered not to attack the Zerg-occupied areas for the time being. Once the war starts, they can't stop it just because they want to. Without absolute certainty, it's better not to provoke a strong enemy. The Zerg don't think so. To them, all civilizations are enemies. In the ISC civilization, Bai Ningxiang is calling He Xingzhou. What's wrong? He Xingzhou's virtual appeared in the civilization meeting hall of the ISC civilization through the subspace communicator. We detected the signal of the Starry Sky Behemoth, Bai Ningxiang said with a serious face. It is more powerful than more than 1,000 years ago. The space beast that ravaged the Black Sea civilization and caused its collapse is still alive. Back then, the Black Sea civilization only seriously injured it. After more than 1,000 years of recuperation and evolution, it is more powerful than before. Where is it? He Xingzhou asked hurriedly. In recent years, their biological warships and detectors have been searching in the Zerg-occupied areas, but they have never found the space beast. Here, Bai Ningxiang called up the picture, which was a dead star system. In the entire star system, there is no planet or other celestial body, only a white dwarf floating alone in the starry sky. Is this white dwarf the space beast? He Xingzhou asked in surprise. Yes, the energy fluctuations are coming from it, Bai Ningxiang said. More than 1,000 years ago, its form was not like this. At that time, its form was similar to the Lord of Light, emitting light and heat all the time, like a young star. Now it seems that after evolution, it can better converge its energy. Jiang Chan analyzed on the side. This may be a self-protection mechanism for it. Just like creatures in nature, which can disguise themselves as leaves and stones to protect themselves. Because of its own mass and size, the star beast disguised itself as a white dwarf. So we have never found its trace. I thought so too. But unfortunately our detectors can't get close to it. There is a strong gravitational stranglehold around it. Any detector that gets close will be destroyed. So we can't get other data, Song Jinghong said with regret. Is it about to wake up? He Xingzhou asked the people of the IC civilization. What was it like when it woke up last time? Bai Shizhu said, it may be about to wake up. Our research on the star beast is also very limited, and we don't know what state it is in now. I think it will wake up soon, Qini judged. In the past 10 years, our detection system has found that the frequency of Zerg activities has increased, and the hatching rate of star beasts on some star nests has increased a lot, which shows that they are consciously preparing for war. The Blue Star civilization has star furnaces, and the Zerg also has star nests. Just like the Lord of Light produced light cocoons on some stars. After the transformation of the Zerg, some stars have become nests specifically for breeding star beasts, and even have attack and defense means. It seems that the war is earlier than we expected. He Xingzhou has become accustomed to this situation. The enemy never waits for them to be ready before launching an attack. Now they have just built the first batch of first-level hyperspace battleships, and it is almost impossible to deal with star beasts. Strengthen defense and monitoring. In addition, launch a small-scale sneak attack to destroy the enemy's star nest, He Xingzhou said. Yes. Qini also understood that since the enemy was ready to fight, they could no longer maintain defense. Reducing the number of enemies in advance would be more conducive to combat. Xingzhou, our current weapons are definitely not its opponent. I am sure, Bai Ningxiang reminded. The IC civilization sent a whole hyperspace fleet. It is now more powerful than before. Even if the war star is sent over, it will be destroyed by it. I understand, He Xingzhou said. It seems that I have to go to Mengyao again. I can't just rely on the war star and the hyperspace battleship. Chapter 283 Stargate. He Xingzhou went to the test site of He Mengyao and her team. Their test site was an entire star system with a star furnace and a mechanical planet. In space, a battleship flew towards a dwarf planet in the star system, and several mechanical devices flew out. In less than 3 minutes, the dwarf planet was broken into pieces and turned into a pile of fragments. In the third test, the dwarf planet was shattered, and it took 2 minutes, 48 seconds and 79 seconds. The intensity of the gravitational wave has been recorded. The resonance process has been recorded. On the battleship, He Xingzhou, He Mengyao, and a group of researchers were counting the experimental data. What just destroyed the dwarf planet was their first version of the Star Blaster. Although the power is a bit low, the direction is feasible, and it is more efficient than our previous electromagnetic resonance weapons. He Mengyao was quite satisfied with the experimental results. Next time, just increase the strength by 10,000 times, He Xingzhou said. Next time, let's go directly to the planet for the experiment. He has already selected a rocky planet to use as a weapon test site, and arranged the jump engine. Using the jump engine, you can quickly approach the enemy and quickly start the Star Blaster. In this way, its power will be much stronger than the planetary splitter. He Xingzhou continued to experiment and research. Another 100 years passed. Within 100 years, the Star Trade Group's operations failed again and again. This time, the Night Owl civilization lost half of the star cluster. Under pressure from the enemy, many members have withdrawn from the Star Trade Group, and the number of members in the Star Trade Group is less than half of the heyday. Inside, the Zerg's turmoil became more and more frequent, and there were often star beasts and star devourers harassing the border. But they were all blocked by the Blue Star civilization. The Blue Star civilization advanced the hyperspace engine to the second stage and began to build a second-level hyperspace battleship. The technology of stabilizing the hyperspace channel has also been broken through. In the Solar System and the Antler Star System, the construction of Stargates began at the same time. The Stargate uses the star furnace as its energy source and has a super powerful hyperspace engine, which is enough to maintain the hyperspace channel for a long time. In the Zerg-occupied area, Tan Xiong, one of the commanders of the biological fleet, was driving a Star Devourer-level biological battleship here. Their goal is to find the star nest and explore whether there are other star beasts. The Black Sea civilization only encountered one star beast back then. He Xingzhou is worried that after more than 2,000 years, new star devourers have evolved to the level of star beasts. Captain, a large number of radiation sources appeared 10 light-years ahead. The reconnaissance ship in front reported. What's the situation? Tan Xiong said. Find out. Expanding the reconnaissance range. Ahead of them is a star system. The mark of this star system on the star map is called Poseidon Star System, which was once one of the star systems in the core circle of the Black Sea civilization. More than 2,000 years ago, it was very prosperous. The Black Sea civilization once built a Stargate here, connecting the M45 star cluster and the M35 star cluster. The merchant ships from the Star Trade Group pass through the Stargate to trade and communicate with the Black Sea civilization. Later, it was occupied by the Zerg. In the star map, it has always been a red area, and the Black Sea civilization has never been able to take it back. In the Poseidon star system, there are more than 20 Star Devourer-level radiation sources. Tan Xiong was shocked. A mature Star Devourer has the combat power equivalent to a level 9 warp battleship. Only the War Star can resist them. More than 20 Star Devourers gathered in the Poseidon star system. What are they doing? Captain, are we going in? The subordinate asked. Can't go in. Tan Xiong knew that if they were discovered by the bugs, they would not be able to escape. Put some biological detectors in, and we will keep at least 3 light-years away for observation. Tan Xiong ordered. Yes. A large number of biological detectors that can travel at warp speed were released from the warship. These biological detectors entered the Poseidon star system and observed various areas. No planets can be seen in the Poseidon star system. According to the records of the Black Sea civilization, there were originally more than 300 planets here, all of which were transported from other star systems. Its main star Poseidon is still intact, but its brightness has dropped a lot compared to more than 2,000 years ago. For a star with a lifespan of tens of billions of years, more than 2,000 years is just a moment. The obvious decrease in brightness can only mean that the star has consumed excessive mass and energy. The biological detector found that the radiation source is gathering. Star Devourers are at least the strongest Zerg in one or several star systems. They generally choose to live alone in their own territory. One Poseidon is not enough for these Star Devourers to devour. A biological detector quietly approached the Star Devourers, where they gathered, in an open area in the star system. These giant beasts gathered together, and there was a huge ring structure in the middle of them. It is similar to the superstar ring of the Blue Star, but it is not a mechanical structure, but the secretion of the bugs. These star beasts secrete substances from themselves to build this ring-shaped creation. They are building something. We need more information. Let the detectors get closer, Tan Xiong ordered. If you get closer, you will definitely be discovered. Just discover it. Collecting intelligence is more important. Tan Xiong has a hunch that this thing built by the bugs must be a huge threat to humans. Biological detectors approached this ring structure and began to obtain information. There are even biological detectors trying to take samples for analysis. At this time, the Star Devourers have noticed the existence of biological detectors. Although these biological detectors are all in the shape of bugs, but no low-level bugs dared to approach these Star Devourers. Human biological detectors. They have discovered this place. Destroy them. The energy ray sent the surrounding biological detectors and Star Devourers into warp flight, heading towards Tan Xiong's warship. Retreat. Tan Xiong evacuated directly, and the gravity field that the warship had already arranged began to take effect, hindering the pursuit of the bugs. And they successfully escaped from the Poseidon star system area. They escaped? The Star Devourers were communicating. The information here has been leaked. Don't worry. We are almost done anyway. Even if humans know. What can they do? We didn't spend this much effort to deal with the Black Sea civilization back then. Now everything is ready. We just need to wait for our Lord to wake up. And then we can directly attack the human area and completely occupy this star cluster. Tan Xiong reported his discovery to the Blue Star Alliance headquarters. When Yi Xingzhou entered the headquarters, the commanders had already started discussing. Star Devourers gathered together to build something. What is it? LV Mei was puzzled. Shui Weiman looked at the intelligence data and said, this ring structure is very strange. Most insect nests are spherical structures. Ring structures are not ruled out. But the energy and resources of this structure are obviously not as convenient as stars. It should not be an insect nest. Could it be some kind of biological weapon? Song Jinghong was also analyzing and said, the data we collected shows that this ring structure itself has a lot of radiation. And its structure is an energy crystal structure. It can also generate gravity comparable to that of a star, distorting the surrounding space. It may be a super weapon that can release gravitational weapons or energy cannons. Yi Xingzhou carefully read the intelligence data. In addition to the 2 points mentioned by Song Jinghong, the detector also showed that the gravitational field next to the ring structure is very strong. Have you encountered it before? Yi Xingzhou asked Bai Ningxiang. No. Bai Ningxiang also looked puzzled and said, there is no relevant data in the records of the Black Sea civilization. The Zerg had never built anything like this before. With so many Star Devourers gathered here, what they built must be something important. What exactly is it? Yi Xingzhou pondered. A piece of information caught his attention. The Poseidon star system was once the place where the Black Sea civilization built a Stargate. According to the intelligence of Tan Xiong and his team, not to mention the Stargate, hundreds of planets in this star system have disappeared. Maybe it's not a weapon, but a wormhole, Bai Shizhi suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. And he continued, the location of the Poseidon star system was the location of the Black Sea civilization Stargate. This ring structure is too similar to the Stargate we built before. During the war, the Stargate was destroyed, and we lost the channel to quickly contact the Star Trade Group. The Zerg should also have a way to create a Stargate, or a wormhole. The Poseidon star system is a location we carefully selected. The mass of Poseidon is large enough, and its gravity distorts the surrounding space and time. Building a wormhole nearby consumes less energy, and can directly use the energy of Poseidon. When he said this, everyone woke up. Yes, it is entirely possible that the Zerg are building a wormhole. If it is a wormhole, the strong radiation and energy detected can be explained. And the surrounding space is also very distorted. Do they want to fly to other star clusters? Meng Hai guessed. It's possible, He Hongwei analyzed. But I think they want to come to our star field more. Think about it. Our interstellar construction capabilities are second to none in the entire Star Trade Group. Over the years, we have built a large number of defense facilities at the junction with the Zerg. Even the Star Devourer finds it difficult to break through our defenses. What if the Zerg built a wormhole and directly bypassed our star field defenses and came to our hinterland? Everyone was shocked. The situation He Hongwei said was very likely, and the harm was also very serious. How did they defeat the Pleiades civilization? They tied up the main force of the Pleiades civilization at the star field defense line. And then the main fleet took a detour and directly entered the core circle, destroying their military factories and supply areas. And the Pleiades civilization gradually fell. If the Zerg directly skipped the starfield defense line through the wormhole, all their defenses on the border would become decorations, and they would directly face the attack of the Zerg army inside, which might not be able to stop it. Even if they could stop it, the Blue Star civilization would be seriously injured. No wonder the Zerg didn't attack us directly. It turns out that they have this trick, Yi Xingzhou analyzed. I also think that the Zerg created a wormhole and attacked us with a high probability. Generally speaking, a stable wormhole should have 2 entrances, just like we build 2 Stargates at a time. No traces of wormholes have been found in our territory, which means that either the wormholes of the worms are in other star clusters, or they built a temporary wormhole. That is, a one-time wormhole, so only one entrance is used. After opening it, there is no need to consider the problem of returning. Luan said, so, we need to destroy their channel and the wormhole will be destroyed directly. That's what I said. But it's not that easy, Tan Xiong said. The vicinity of the Poseidon star system is equivalent to the hinterland of the Zerg occupation area, and it is not far from the sleeping area of the Star Beast. If our army wants to fight there, we will inevitably face the main force of the Zerg and the Star Beast. If we can really achieve that, whether or not to destroy the wormhole will not have much impact on the war situation. So before we start a large-scale war, it is impossible for the surprise attack force to destroy this one-time wormhole. Yes. He Xingzhou nodded. Even if the hyperspace fleet jumps over, there are more than 20 mature Star Devourers there. The risk is too high. The Lord of Light they fought against back then had just evolved into a Star Devourer, and was not strong enough. A mature Star Devourer is much stronger than the Lord of Light. In that case, we must make another preparation. That is, the situation where the Zerg opens a wormhole to attack us. Everyone pondered. They could not determine the coordinates of the end point of the Zerg wormhole. The area must be in the core circle, because if they jump to other tendencies, we still have time and space to respond. The core circle is full of our military factories, economic zones, and energy depots. We cannot accept the loss of any of them. If the enemy adopts our strategy against the Pleiades civilization and first pins down our hyperspace fleet at the starfield defense line, it will be even more troublesome for us to deal with them. It's not that bad, He Xingzhou said. The situation you are talking about is that the Zerg will definitely succeed in sneak attacking us through the wormhole. But what if they can't successfully pass through the wormhole? Then they will suffer heavy losses. Meng Hai took over his words and said, Yes. So we have to redeploy in the core circle and place new defensive weapons, He Xingzhou said, which was also one of the defensive weapons proposed together with the Star Blaster. After detecting that the Zerg were building a wormhole, the Blue Star civilization made a second deployment, this time mainly in the core circle. The Zerg were also very alert and sent more Star Beasts to guard the wormhole, which made it impossible for the Blue Star civilization to find a chance to destroy it in advance. Both sides are preparing for war, and the focus of the war is currently on the White Dwarf. That is, the Star Beast that once destroyed the Black Sea civilization. The Lord of the Abyss. Chapter 284 The Flashing Enemy. Mankind has tried to detect or attack the Lord of the Abyss disguised as a white dwarf several times, but failed. Its own strong gravity is enough to destroy ordinary weapons approaching it, and its high density and mass are the most natural protective shield. One biological detector after another wanders around and monitors. A few decades later, the Solar System and the Antler Star System, the two star systems, are holding celebrations at the same time. This is the completion ceremony of the Stargate. After hundreds of years of research and construction, the Blue Star civilization has finally completed these two Stargates. From the core circle of the Blue Star civilization to the outermost defense line, a distance of more than 1,000 light years, through the Stargate, can be reached within a few minutes. In the vacuum, a huge circular metal structure is suspended. Magnificent and spectacular. Open the Stargate, He Xingzhou shouted at the ceremony. The instrument was activated, and the powerful gravity and gamma-ray burst caused the high-dimensional space to fluctuate, thus generating a space vortex-like channel. The energy of the star furnace was continuously output to maintain the stability of the channel. Let's start the first hyperspace channel navigation test. Xia Wu observed the state of the Stargate and said, Experimental ships number 1, number 2, number 3. Enter the channel. 3 unmanned experimental warships of different specifications entered the Stargate. The next second, they disappeared from people's sight and the records of the detection equipment. A few minutes later, more than 1,000 light years away, in the Deerhorn star system, at the other end of the Stargate, 3 experimental warships flew out. The experimental warship has arrived. The researchers hurriedly reported the situation. The experimental warship status is being tested. Experimental warship number 1 is intact. Experimental warship number 2 is intact. Experimental warship number 3 is intact. The Stargate status and hyperspace channel stability are being tested. The Stargate energy output is stable. The hyperspace channel is stable. The Stargate is initially judged to be stable, He Xingzhou concluded. With the Stargate, the control of the Blue Star civilization will truly transcend the limitations of distance, He Hongwei said excitedly. It will not be a problem to open up other star clusters or even other galaxies in the future. Our hyperspace fleet can already perform hyperspace jumps, and the Stargate has a greater effect on commercial trade and interstellar logistics. Cui Weiman smiled and said, I remember a long time ago, we had a saying that if you want to be rich, You must first build roads. In the interstellar era, roads are hyperspace channels. Stargates are equivalent to airports and high-speed railways at that time. Strict defense measures must be established around the Stargate. The construction of this Stargate is more difficult than that of a star furnace, and it consumes more resources and cannot be lost. Lei Yuanfeng added. Everyone nodded. A Stargate requires a star furnace to replenish its energy at all times, and a stable hyperspace channel requires 2 Stargates, which are 2 star furnaces. Adding the resources required for construction and the manpower and material resources required for maintenance. There is no doubt that for the Blue Star Civilization and the Blue Star Alliance, the Stargate is currently their most important industrial creation. Its position in economy, management, and interstellar logistics is just like the position of the War Star in the military, ranking first. Now it is just an initial experiment, He Xingzhou said. Next, the Stargate needs to be further improved. The hyperspace channel will be expanded. Energy consumption will be reduced. And multi-directional Stargates, that is, hyperspace stations, will be studied. When the time comes, we will open the Stargate channel to M44, M46 and other star clusters, and our power will increase exponentially. They were discussing future plans when an urgent message came from the front. Tan Xiong sent the latest intelligence. This is the biological reconnaissance fleet. We have discovered that the Zerg has made large-scale abnormal movements and are suspected of launching an attack on our star field. Enter the headquarters. The commanders immediately realized that they had entered the headquarters in the virtual space. The Blue Star Civilization already had the technology to manufacture subspace communicators, so they also built their own virtual universe. This headquarters is in the Blue Star virtual universe. Tan Xiong has transmitted the reconnaissance intelligence back. In the picture of the headquarters, countless Zergs are moving in the star systems occupied by Zergs. They wake up from planets and stars and fly to the Blue Star Civilization area. Some Zergs are even pushing the star nests to move. What about the wormhole? He Xingzhou frowned. Why is there no information about the wormhole? The detectors around the wormhole have been destroyed. A large number of Zergs have gathered near the Poseidon star system. Our reconnaissance ships can no longer get close. Tan Xiong replied. This is difficult to deal with, He Hongwei said. The enemy may open a wormhole at any time and launch a surprise attack. Enter alert immediately, He Xingzhou said. Both inside and outside. Qin Yi, how is the Lord of the Abyss? Qin Yi replied, in the past few days, the frequency of radiation bursts from its body has increased, and it may wake up within a few months. It should be, He Xingzhou concluded. The Zerg has decided to go to war with us. The main fleet must take the initiative to attack and set the battlefield in the Zerg-occupied area. The hyperspace fleet remains in place. The warp battleship fleet, the gold battle star, the water battle star, the wood battle star, and the biological fleet set off to fight. The wood battle star is the 3rd battle star they have built in the past few hundred years, because it is the 3rd generation. The technology is more mature and the performance is more powerful. Received. The commanders of each department responded at the same time and began to implement the battle plan. These warships are distributed throughout the territory of the Blue Star Alliance. The ships near the solar system directly enter the Stargate and arrive at the Antler Star system a few minutes later, advancing into the Zerg-occupied area. In the vicinity, the Zerg army has already attacked in full force. Their attack target is also very clear. That is the Antler Star system. If they are allowed to destroy the Stargate or occupy the Stargate, it will be a very bad thing for the Blue Star Civilization. Therefore, a head-on battle between the two sides is inevitable. The Vanguard fleet and the Zerg have already started exchanging fire. Their battles are all separated by more than 1 light year. The Blue Star Civilization has tachyon weapons, warp weapons and gravity weapons, and the Zerg can also achieve similar situations. In the initial battle, the Blue Star Civilization showed their war all the way and their rich experience in fighting the Zerg. On the battlefield, gravity cages are generated one by one, locking the star beasts. And then the tachyon weapons destroy their defenses, and the gravity bombs coming at warp speed tear them apart. The entire war scene is like a monster-killing game, and the fleet of the Blue Star Civilization has a complete upper hand at the beginning. Restriction, shield breaking, attack, volley, cross-attack, all kinds of weapons coordinated. Bai Shurzi, Bai Yu and other members of the former Black Sea civilization were stunned when they saw the war scene. It's really beautiful. If we had this coordinated operation and so many weapons in the past, we wouldn't have lost so badly to the Zerg. The star beasts have become battlefield cannon fodder. It's terrible. In their impression, each star beast is extremely terrifying, and the Star Devourer is even more synonymous with destruction. In this battle, under the firepower of the Blue Star Civilization fleet, the star beasts are just killing units, and the Star Devourers are also blocked by powerful firepower and cannot plunder the main fleet of the Blue Star Civilization. After the last battle with the Pleiades Civilization, obtained the technology and resources of the Pleiades Civilization. Now the average level is 8 level warp battleships. There are also 9 level warp battleships among them. In terms of firepower alone, they are not inferior to those hyperspace battleships. Therefore, the Zerg discovered that the opponent they were facing was not the declining Black Sea civilization, nor the Pleiades civilization that hid from them, or other weak civilizations that allowed them to perish, but a powerful opponent who dared to confront them head-on and could suppress them with firepower. As the war progressed, the Zerg army not only failed to enter the Antler star system, but was forced back dozens of light years, and more than 30 star systems were occupied by humans. Unfortunately, there are no resources in these star systems. Almost all the planets have been devoured by the Zerg, and the mass and energy of the stars have also decreased a lot. There used to be a blue giant and 13 planets here, but now there is nothing. Bai Ningxiang saw a vacuum battlefield somewhere and said angrily, the Zerg should be killed, even if they were occupied by other civilizations. These civilizations would not destroy stars and planets. Wherever the Zerg went, it was no longer possible to describe it as barren. They were going to destroy the foundation of all civilizations. He Xingzhou did not speak. He continued to pay attention to the war situation. The war continued. 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. The war between the two sides was too far apart, so it could not be ended in a short time. Until 2 months later, the Blue Star Civilization still had the upper hand. 1/3 of the star fields in the Zerg-occupied area had been taken back by them, relying on the Stargate to transport supplies and replenish backup. Even in the face of these Zerg with extremely strong continuous combat capabilities, the fleet can still maintain a high combat effectiveness. In the Poseidon star system, a group of Star Devourers quietly floated around the wormhole. Around them was the real main force of the Zerg. A large number of star beasts gathered here, waiting for the attack order. The Star Devourers were communicating. I wanted to use these troops to consume the power of mankind, but the result was not satisfactory. The Blue Star Civilization is different from other civilizations we have encountered. Their logistical capabilities are not inferior to ours. According to our intelligence, there are more than 30 star furnaces in the Blue Star Civilization. There are more than 50 mechanical planets that can manufacture weapons. This number is already more than our Star Devourers. If they keep fighting like this, they will reach the Poseidon star system in 10 days. My lord has awakened. It's time to counterattack. Open the wormhole. The Star Devourers surrounded the wormhole and began to supply energy to it. A huge gravitational force was being generated around the wormhole, and the space-time matrix became unstable. All the star beasts have awakened and flew over. Soon, the wormhole opened, and a Star Devourer flew in first, followed by the second, the third, and the swarm of insects behind it. In the Blue Star Civilization, there was a strong space fluctuation in the solar system. Abnormal space fluctuations. The enemy has invaded. The Blue Star Civilization had already prepared detection equipment. In the solar system, a huge hyperspace channel is forming, and a Star Devourer flies straight out. When it flies out, countless weapons are aimed at it. It condenses a spherical light shield to resist. The tachyon torrent penetrates the light shield, and the antimatter cannon annihilates its body. It soon falls under the attack. But this is just the beginning. More Zergs rushed out, and the firepower is not enough to destroy and stop them. Quick! Start the hyperspace jammer. A super weapon floating in the solar system is activated. Its principle is the same as that of the Stargate, using gravitational waves and gamma-ray bursts to stir the hyperspace. But it is not to open the hyperspace channel, but to interfere with the generation of the hyperspace channel. This is the countermeasure prepared by He Xingzhou. As soon as the hyperspace jammer was activated, the hyperspace channel began to fluctuate. A Star Devourer had just poked its head out when the hyperspace channel behind it twisted. The force of space tore its body apart, and its head fell out of the channel and was directly annihilated by the antimatter cannon. In the channel, there were still a large number of star beasts that failed to fly out and were crushed by the unstable space. The hyperspace jammer took further effect, and this temporary wormhole collapsed directly. 3 star devourers and a dozen star beasts stayed here. They attacked frantically, and the defense forces of the solar system hurried to block them. The enemy's main force has been dispatched, and the hyperspace fleet will go to support immediately. The hyperspace jammer was turned off, and hyperspace fluctuations appeared again in the solar system. But this time it was not the Zerg that came, but the human hyperspace warship. They released the gravitational cage to bind the enemy and began to attack. The wormhole is closed. In the Poseidon star system, the Zerg army had only entered a part of it, and the wormhole had been interfered and closed. Open again. Change the end coordinates of the channel. The worms did not stop, but restarted the temporary wormhole and changed the end coordinates to another star system in the core circle of the blue star civilization. Soon, the scene that happened in the solar system was staged in the Sirius star system and other star systems. The enemy's main force appeared, and we suffered great losses. Not every Zerg raid could be blocked in time, and buildings and planets in the core circle of the blue star civilization had been destroyed. The star furnace of the Sirius star system has been blown up. Sujilon shouted. A star devourer rushed into Sirius and destroyed the star furnace with a gamma ray burst. At this time, Sirius was exploding with energy. How long will it take to stabilize them? He Xingzhou asked the commanders everywhere. At least a week. We destroyed the wormhole. The number of invading Zerg is not large, and they can all be eliminated. The commanders can still control the situation. If there is no hyperspace jammer, the Zerg will all descend on a certain star system, and they will definitely not be able to stop it. Now the Zerg is forced to disperse to various star systems. Combined with the local defense forces, they are sure to eliminate all these invaders. The Zerg seems to have realized this, and they began to fight back more forcefully. The Star Beast, the Lord of the Abyss, has completely awakened. Chapter 285: The Abyss Lord's Big Move. This massive white dwarf began to release powerful gravity and energy, and the surrounding space fluctuated violently. Then, the high-dimensional space was torn apart, and a hyperspace channel appeared. The Abyss Lord flew into the hyperspace channel. Oh no! The Abyss Lord is also making a hyperspace jump. The commanders became nervous. If the Abyss Lord flew slowly, they would still have time to deal with it. It jumped directly, and no one knew where it would appear. The Star Beast could easily destroy any of their defense systems, and they might not be able to restrict its movement. A few minutes later, a strong space fluctuation appeared in the frontline space battlefield. The huge body of the Lord of the Abyss appeared from the hyperspace channel. Quick! Use the hyperspace jammer. This is where the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization is located. The fleet immediately turned on the hyperspace jammer and tried to interfere with the hyperspace channel. However, the gravitational field around the Lord of the Abyss was extremely stable, and the hyperspace jammer had no effect. It still appeared smoothly from the hyperspace. Attack! At this moment, hundreds of main battleships fired at the Lord of the Abyss at the same time. Various weapons were fired at the Swarm Master. Even the Star Devourer would be annihilated in an instant in the face of such firepower. However, around the Lord of the Stars, there was a strong gravitational field that blocked all attacks like a protective shield, or tore the weapons apart. Even if a few weapons attack it, it doesn't matter. The Lord of the Abyss continues to fly to the center of the battlefield. As it flies, the gravitational field around it becomes larger and larger. If you use lines to describe this gravitational field, it is a gravitational vortex with the Lord of the Abyss as the center. The gravitational vortex attracts all the matter in the field to the center, similar to a black hole. We are trapped. At this time, the fleet discovered that more than 70% of the main battleships were in this gravitational vortex. Leave quickly. Although I don't know what the enemy is going to do, it's right to leave here. All the warships are running at full speed to try to escape in the gravitational field, let alone opening a hyperspace channel. Even the warp bubble cannot be formed. The limitation of gravity means that they can only travel at sublight speed, but it will take at least several months to escape the gravitational vortex at this speed. Meng Yao, send the Special Operations Fleet immediately. He Xingzhou quickly contacted He Mengyao. Received. Already set off. He Mengyao replied. The Special Operations Fleet does not have many ships. Only less than 10. But they are all second-level hyperspace battleships, all of which can perform hyperspace jumps. The Star Blaster they worked hard to develop and manufacture is carried on the Special Operations Fleet. The situation is not good. Intelligence came from the front line. The gravitational vortex around the Lord of the Abyss has trapped our main fleet. And the radiation it emits has reached 1 million times before. Battle Stars, assist in the attack immediately. He Xingzhou ordered. Received. Battle Stars of gold, water, and wood will arrive at the battlefield in 3 hours. Now their hyperspace engines are not enough for the battle stars to make hyperspace jumps. So the nearby battle stars need to use the 9th warp speed to rush to reinforce. The Lord of the Abyss trapped more than 70% of the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization with a space beast. At this time, the bugs were not idle either, and launched a powerful counterattack. There are more and more bugs entering the core circle of the Blue Star civilization through temporary wormholes. Now we are attacked from both inside and outside. Once either side can't hold on, it will cause our defense to collapse quickly, and the war will fail. He Hongwei took a deep breath and said to He Xingzhou, I will lead people to defend the core circle and deal with the space beasts. It all depends on you. Good. He Xingzhou's attention was directly transferred to the Special Operations Fleet. At this time, the Special Combat Fleet had arrived near the battlefield after a hyperspace jump. But now they can't launch an attack. The gravitational vortex of the Lord of the Abyss is too strong. The warships can't get close. And the Star Blaster can't be launched. The Lord of the Abyss is glowing and radiating. Luan stared at the Lord of the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss was originally very dim. But now it is as bright as a star. And the brightness is still increasing. Brighter than the brightest blue giant. At the same time, the body of the Lord of the Abyss is expanding. It originally had an extremely high density. But now its density is decreasing, and its volume is rapidly expanding. Soon, its volume exceeded that of the Sun, and it was still increasing. Its radius gradually expanded to 10 times, 100 times, and still expanding. The Lord of the Abyss is about to use a big move. He Xingzhou realized the danger and ordered, all supporting fleets should avoid here, including the War Stars and Special Operations fleets. Use long-range weapons to interfere with the edge of the gravitational vortex and help the warships escape. They have been trying to help the main warships escape, but the effect is very limited. So far, less than 1/10 of the warships have escaped. What is it going to do? Everyone can see the dazzling huge starry sky monster in the star map. Its diameter has reached 300 times that of the Sun, and the light and heat it emits are enough to roast and evaporate everything in a star system. It wants to destroy our main fleet at once. He Xingzhou had guessed its idea, but at this time, he had no way to rescue the fleet. It's a nova explosion. A cosmologist sighed. Our main fleet can't escape. It's a nova explosion. It can actively release a nova explosion. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. A nova is not a new celestial body. It is a stage of a star. When a star is about to die, it will explode all its matter and energy. It is the hydrogen accreted on the surface of a white dwarf being heated by the high temperature of the white dwarf, causing a violent nuclear explosion. Astronomers used to mistakenly think that this was a brand new star, so they called it a nova. But in fact, it is the funeral of a star. In just a few days, its brightness can increase by more than 10,000 times, and its luminosity can reach 100,000 times that of the Sun. The energy accumulated by a star for millions of years can all burst out in these days. After the nova explodes, the radiation and energy it produces can even trigger the formation of new stars in distant time and space. The ability of the Lord of the Abyss is beyond their imagination. It can actually actively trigger the energy of the nova explosion level. There is no doubt that the entire Blue Star civilization has no weapons that can withstand this level of energy explosion. Our main fleet is finished. Everyone's heart was covered with a layer of haze. The Lord of the Abyss trapped the main fleet with the gravitational vortex, and now used the attack of the nova burst, and the trapped ships will be annihilated, and they can only watch the scene, powerless. Even support and defense are difficult to do. He Xingzhou can only issue a decision to support the fleet to evacuate. Everyone was silent. This time their losses exceeded any previous war, and the soldiers on those warships have also realized that they are about to face death. On the warship, looking at the most dazzling star in the starry sky, the soldiers have mixed feelings in their hearts. I really want to rush over and die with it. I'm really unwilling to die like this. It's enough to have come this far. I have participated in hundreds of battles, and this day has finally come. Commander-in-Chief, can we destroy them? A captain asked. Yes. He Xingzhou gritted his teeth and said, a new star explosion will completely kill a star. Even if the Lord of the Abyss does not die, it will suffer heavy losses. Our war stars and special operations fleets will definitely destroy it. That's worth it. The captain's got the answer. To go to the starry sky, someone has to pave the way. We have sacrificed so many martyrs. And now it's our turn. No matter how powerful the enemy is ahead, no matter how unknown and dangerous it is, humans can never retreat. Someone else sang a song called The Road to the Starry Sky, which was written by a composer specifically for the Star Fleet. The brightness of the Lord of the Abyss has reached its peak, and the energy it has accumulated for thousands of years suddenly burst out. Countless particles radiate to every part of the gravitational vortex with it as the center. The energy shield and hull armor of the first battleship to be attacked did not last for a second before they were completely destroyed by the collision of heat energy and particles. The intensity of the gamma-ray burst caused the space-time matrix here to vibrate. The white light enveloped everything. Battleship number 7 has lost contact. Battleship number 44 has lost contact. Battleship number 52 has lost contact. The information of lost connection keeps popping up. When the radiation and light reach the place, the warship is destroyed. Until all the main warships trapped in the gravitational vortex are all lost. They are all destroyed. Alas! Bai Shizhou sighed and said, 2,000 years ago, it was not so powerful. Starry Sky Beast. A terrifying existence that caused the collapse of the 4th level civilization. Bai Yu recalled the fear of being dominated by the Starry Sky Beast. They will not die in vain, He Xingzhou said in a deep voice. War Star dispatched. Target. Trap the Lord of the Abyss. Received. On the 3 war stars. The soldiers' eyes were red. There were many of their comrades and friends on the destroyed warships, now under the attack of the Lord of the Abyss. They have all sacrificed. How can they not avenge their deep hatred? After dodging the energy of the nova explosion in the distant space, the 3 war stars, Gold War Star, Water War Star and Wood War Star, entered the battlefield area again and besieged the Lord of the Abyss. Normally, after the nova explosion, most of the matter of the White Dwarf will be thrown out, and it will be completely dead. But the Lord of the Abyss is not a real White Dwarf. It can consciously control the energy intensity of the explosion. In this attack, the Lord of the Abyss lost half of its mass and energy. Although its mass and energy are still large, it does not have much advantage compared to the war stars. The Lord of the Abyss made a prompt decision and thought that he could not fight the war stars head-on. So it forcibly opened the hyperspace channel and prepared to jump away. Stop him! The 3 war stars simultaneously activated the hyperspace jammers. The gamma-ray bursts left by the planetary explosion were still raging. The moment the hyperspace channel was opened, it collapsed due to instability. The Lord of the Abyss failed to escape by jumping. You guys think you can stop me? The Lord of the Abyss saw that he could not escape, so he started fighting. It released the gravitational vortex again. This time, the gravitational vortex was much weaker than before in terms of both intensity and range. I won't let you do that again. The 3 commanders simultaneously activated the gravitational strangulation field. At this time, there was no star furnace to provide energy, but the energy stored in the 3 war stars was enough to activate the gravitational strangulation field for a period of time. The gravitational field confrontation has begun. The chaotic gravity forces both sides to draw out a lot of power to deal with it. Attack! Planet destroyers, gravity cannons, tachyon torrents and other weapons continue to bombard the Lord of the Abyss. The mass of the Lord of the Abyss is still decreasing. It is unwilling to be outdone and begins to fight back. It can still emit strong gamma-ray bursts and gravitational waves. The 3 war stars are also damaged. The war star shell that even the 9th level warp battleship cannot break is cracks. Special Operations Fleet. Attack! He Xingzhou shouted. The long-hidden Special Operations Fleet finally appeared, and they were divided in the space around the Lord of the Abyss. Strengthen the gravitational field. These warships assist the war stars and strengthen the gravitational field, restricting the movement of the Lord of the Abyss. Turn on the Star Blaster. Every warship is part of the Star Blaster. When the Star Blaster is turned on, the gravitational waves of a specific frequency will resonate to the Lord of the Abyss, and it can act on the surface and body of the Lord of the Abyss at the same time. Those supersolid crystal cores cannot maintain their stability and solidity under strong resonance. The Lord of the Abyss sensed something strange. It thought that its strong body was enough to withstand all attacks. But it didn't expect that humans actually had gravitational wave resonance weapons. The power of the Star Blaster can destroy a star in a very short time. What's wrong with these guys? The Lord of the Abyss began to panic. When facing the Black Sea civilization more than 2,000 years ago, it didn't have this feeling. Because the Black Sea civilization only attacks it from the outside and cannot hurt its roots. The Star Blaster will blow it up from the inside out. Must leave here. The Lord of the Abyss tried to escape, and 3 war stars blocked it. Now the thing blocking the Lord of the Abyss is the Golden War Star. The Lord of the Abyss accelerated his flight, trying to escape the gravitational strangulation field and the attack range of the Star Blaster. Facing the Golden War Star, it did not slow down at all. You are so stubborn. You want to collide? Then collide, Meng Hai ordered. Everyone enter the zero-gravity space, increase horsepower, and crash it to a stop. The 2 huge mass objects collided with each other, and the heat energy generated caused the crystal nuclei on their surfaces to regenerate nuclear reactions, releasing a large amount of gamma rays. The kinetic energy impacted their material structure, and the outer shell of the Golden Battle Star began to shatter. And the surface of the Abyss Lord also shattered. The Battle Star is seriously damaged and can't continue to fight. This time, it was not the enemy that was damaged, but the Golden Battle Star. The Abyss Lord was too fierce and directly crashed the Golden Battle Star into scrap. Now the Golden Battle Star can only try its best to keep itself from exploding. Continue, He Xingzhou shouted. The Star Blaster will take some time. Even if all 3 battle stars are destroyed, we have to kill it. Chapter 286 Explosion. Stop it! The Water War Star and the Wood War Star also changed their orbits and flew towards the Lord of the Abyss. After colliding with the Gold War Star, the Lord of the Abyss was also injured. The shock wave and energy burst from the collision made it more difficult for it to maintain the stability of its body structure. The impact of the Star Blaster on it was intensifying. The 2 war stars moved quickly and blocked the Lord of the Abyss. How could there be 3 war stars? The Lord of the Abyss realized that he had underestimated the enemy. When it woke up, it received intelligence that the Black Sea civilization had been destroyed. The Blue Star civilization was less than a 4th-level civilization. But even such a Blue Star civilization has now surpassed the original Black Sea civilization in terms of military strength. Now the Lord of the Abyss had no other choice but to go head-on and collide with the War Star. The Water War Star also collided with it. Because it was damaged just now, the Lord of the Abyss was not able to destroy the War Star like last time. A large number of cracks appeared on its surface, and the shockwave brought a large number of crystal core fragments into the universe. The speed of the Lord of the Abyss almost stagnated, and its mass was reduced by 1/3. Continue. The Wood War Star did not give the Lord of the Abyss a chance to breathe, and directly hit him from behind. Another energy explosion. The energy of the collision of the War Stars was almost comparable to the energy of the new star explosion used by the Lord of the Abyss just now. If there are planets around, they will be blown up by the bursting energy and debris. The Lord of the Abyss can no longer bear it. It feels that its body is shaky and almost on the verge of collapse. No. If I don't leave, I will really die here. The Lord of the Abyss fought for his life. It wanted to take a gamble and make a hyperspace jump. It's anxious. This is the time. He Mengyao has been waiting. When she saw the Lord of the Abyss trying to make a hyperspace jump, she shouted, "Detonate." There is another reason why the starburst is called a starburst instead of a star splitter. That is, it can emit a sufficiently strong gravitational wave in a short period of time. This gravitational wave is like a supergravity cannon, which directly makes the target reach the critical point of explosion and then detonate. All the components of the starburst device were turned on in overload mode, and the energy output was adjusted to the highest level. A super strong gravitational wave acted on the Lord of the Abyss. Its body was already overwhelmed by the resonance and impact. At this time, the forced hyperspace jump in the gravitational field consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, the Lord of the Abyss could no longer maintain the balance of the internal force and structure of the body. The crystal nucleus reached the limit of what it could bear. From the inside out, the body of the Lord of the Abyss exploded rapidly. The tighter the combination, the more thoroughly it will be shattered when it explodes. At this moment, the Lord of the Abyss used his life to perform a nova explosion for mankind again. It exploded all its own matter. At the moment of the explosion, the gravitational strangulation field was closed, and the 3 war stars tried their best to support the shield and escape from the center of the explosion. The terrifying energy illuminated the night sky again. Perhaps many years later, a certain civilization at the other end of the remote-controlled galaxy would be able to observe that a bright star in the sky flashed twice. This phenomenon would trouble their scientists. It was hard for them to imagine that this was a scene of the Blue Star civilization fighting against the Zerg. The Lord of the Abyss was blown up. Seeing this scene, the tribesmen of the Black Sea civilization shouted one after another, "By Scherzo, and by you had moist eyes." After 2,000 years, it finally died. Star Blaster. If we had a Star Blaster and a War Star, it would not have ended like this. Bai Ningxiang is right. The Blue Star civilization does have more potential than us. If we can destroy the Lord of the Abyss, the hundreds of millions of our dead people can rest in peace. Finally killed it. Bai Ningxiang's eyes were also filled with tears. Her relatives also died in the battle with the Zerg. And all the commanders of the Blue Star civilization and the Blue Star Alliance felt relieved. The Lord of the Abyss put too much pressure on them. The Pleiades civilization did not destroy their main fleet. But the Lord of the Abyss destroyed 70% of the main fleet at once. If they did not have 3 War Stars and Star Blasters, the Lord of the Abyss, a giant star beast, might be able to completely destroy them. "Soldiers, we have avenged you," He Xingzhou whispered. "What's the situation of the war planet?" He Hongwei asked the front. "The Gold War planet is severely damaged and has lost its combat capability. Its repair capability has also been destroyed. We request interstellar rescue. The Water War planet is damaged in the eye and has lost its combat capability. We are still able to repair ourselves. The Wood War planet is 60% damaged and still has combat capability. The Gold War planet and the Water War planet are evacuated to a safe area. The rescue fleet is on the way. The Wood War planet will immediately return to the Antler Star system. The rest of the fleet will return to the interstellar defense line. Our main task now is to eliminate the Zerg in our territory." Received. The various combat fleets began to make adjustments. Although they destroyed the Lord of the Abyss, they also lost too much of their own combat power and currently have no ability to take down the Zerg-occupied area. So the Blue Star civilization decided to defend first and attack after resting. The news that the Lord of the Abyss was killed was immediately spread to all the Star Devourers and Star Behemoths. "My lord was killed by humans. This civilization actually has weapons to fight against us. They also suffered heavy losses. Should we continue to attack or evacuate?" "Attack? Without the Star Behemoths, we can only occupy a dozen star systems at most. And then, they will destroy us one by one. The Zerg are not afraid of death. But they cannot go to die." In the Poseidon star system, a Star Devourer stopped supplying energy to the wormhole. Following its move, other Star Devourers followed suit. And the wormhole was completely closed. Those Zergs that had already flown to the core circle of Blue Star civilization would be isolated and helpless. And eventually destroyed by humans. "We can't stay here. If you retreat now, they will take this place down sooner or later. So what? All the resources here have been eaten up by our fellows. And there is no point in staying. In that case, let's just leave this star cluster and go to other star clusters." A Star Devourer suddenly stopped talking in the middle of the conversation. The other Star Devourers did the same. And they formed a circle and gathered in front of the wormhole again. The Star Devourers delivered energy to the wormhole one by one, opened the wormhole again, and then flew in one after another. This time, their destination coordinates were not in the core circle of the Blue Star civilization, or even in the M45 star cluster, when only the last Star Devourer was left. All its energy had been exhausted, and it fell in front of the closed wormhole. A group of star beasts came forward and dismembered its body. A biological detector that had just broken through the defense circle witnessed all this. Have all the Star Devourers left? He Xingzhou was puzzled. They are still fully capable of fighting. And the Lord of the Abyss is dead. Logically speaking, no Zerg can control Zerg of the same level. Why did the last Star Devourer sacrifice itself and let its companions leave? Is it really a selfless guy among the Zerg? It's a pity that we can't perform hyperspace positioning. Otherwise we would know where they went. We can only intensify the search, Chui Weiman said. Since the Star Devourers have left, the Zerg strength is no longer enough to resist us. So let's take the initiative to attack directly. That's right, He Xingzhou said. Let the hyperspace fleet attack. And the rest of the fleet defend, so that the Zerg will not catch us off guard. In the core circle of the Blue Star civilization, there was no follow-up support, and the invading Zerg were quickly eliminated. the hyperspace fleet was able to free up its hands and go to the Zerg-occupied area to attack. The entire Zerg-occupied area has completely lost the trace of the Star Devourers, and there are no other star beasts. The hyperspace fleet can jump to a star system and kill the main star beasts in the star system within a few hours. The rest of the Zerg will be left to the follow-up fleet to clean up. There is also a supply fleet among them, which constantly makes hyperspace jumps to replenish energy for the remaining ships. The fleet's advancement speed is extremely fast. It doesn't look like it is attacking the Zerg at all, but rather it seems to be opening up an uninhabited star system. 3 months have passed, and the hyperspace fleet has almost traveled through all the star systems in the Zerg-occupied area. During this period, they have eliminated hundreds of star beasts and destroyed more than a dozen star hives. But no star devourer was found, and they seem to have really left this star cluster. We have taken back all the territory occupied by the Zerg, He Xingzhou said. It's a pity that it has become a barren star field. In the star map, most of the star systems that were once rich in resources now have only a lonely star, and these stars are extremely dim. The Zerg ravaged and devoured a large amount of resources. No civilization can survive and develop in this star field. The Blue Star civilization occupied this place and got almost no useful resources. The only useful thing is the corpse of the Zerg, which can be used for research on star beasts, or directly use their bodies to build war stars and biological warships. When the hyperspace fleet attacked the last star system in the Zerg-occupied area, the entire M45 star cluster and all star systems were included in the jurisdiction of the Blue Star Alliance. At this point, the Blue Star civilization became the only overlord of this star map. Before the Blue Star Alliance began to celebrate, the Star Trade Group sent a message. Wasson sent a message: "Congratulations. You have accomplished a feat that the Black Sea civilization has not accomplished, and destroyed the Star Beast. From now on, you are a civilization that owns an entire star cluster. Congratulations to the Blue Star civilization. The Blue Star civilization has won a great victory. You can destroy the Star Zerg, and you will definitely become a 4th-level civilization. Congratulations." Other civilizations in the Star Trade Group also sent congratulatory messages. Wasson even said, "Now we have decided that the Blue Star civilization will become the 3rd leading civilization of the Star Trade Group, and will share the same status and treatment with our Ptolemy civilization and Night Owl civilization. Thank you, everyone. Our Blue Star civilization is not able to take on such a heavy responsibility at the moment. If it were normal times, He Xingzhou would have agreed directly. But now, he couldn't agree. They weren't even a level 4 civilization. But the Star Trade Group was scrambling to make them the leading civilization. There was only one reason. The war ahead was intense, and they wanted the Blue Star civilization to join the war immediately. The Blue Star civilization was seriously injured in the battle with the Zerg. Without hundreds of years of recovery time, rushing into battle would be courting death. Hosen sent another letter. "The Star Trade Group needs you now. We understand the principle of the lips and teeth being cold," He Xingzhou replied. "But our losses were too heavy, and it would take at least 500 years to recover. 500 years later, we will jointly shoulder the responsibility of resisting the Orion Royal Court." After He Xingzhou sent the letter, Wasson said, "Okay. Then 500 years. I hope we can still hold on in these 500 years." He did not expect the Blue Star civilization to fight the Orion Royal Court now. After all, the opponents were all level 4 civilizations. No matter how strong the Blue Star civilization was, it was still one level behind the enemy. Now it could only be cannon fodder. Everyone, 500 years from now, we will do our best to build the Blue Star Alliance and develop the M44 and M46 star clusters. 500 years later, there will be stronger enemies waiting for us, He Xingzhou announced to the entire Blue Star Alliance. After the elimination of the Lord of the Abyss, the morale of the Blue Star Alliance soared. They did what the Black Sea civilization had never done. All members believed that the Blue Star civilization would surpass the Black Sea civilization of the year. As long as they were given time, it was possible to surpass the Ptolemaic civilization and the Night Owl civilization. Following such a civilization, all members of the Alliance could usher in better development. During the period of rapid development, each member civilization was full of energy. The first step of the Blue Star Alliance was to repair the military force and thoroughly clean up the areas that had been occupied by the Zerg. The mechanical planet started working at full capacity to repair warships, war stars, and other military weapons. The fleet cleaned up the Zerg in the form of an interstellar space network and spread space outposts throughout the star cluster. In addition, Song Jinghong also arranged to set up Zerg monitoring points in each star system. The vitality of the Zerg is very tenacious, and it is impossible to completely eliminate them. What the Blue Star civilization needs to do is to control the evolution of the Zerg forever. As long as there are no star beasts, these Zerg will not pose a threat, but will become the biological material of the Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou himself put the focus on more advanced hyperspace battleships and hyperspace stations. He asked the Interstellar Construction Department to build more Stargates, not only to connect to the M44, M45, and M46 star clusters, but also to connect to the star clusters where the Ptolemy civilization and the Night Owl civilization are located, in preparation for future joint operations. He Xingzhou also plans to build a star disk world as the core of the Blue Star Alliance. It is somewhat similar to a ring world, with a star furnace as the core. It builds a flat world with a diameter of 1 light-year. Gravity is completed by the gravitational balance system. It is divided into 2 layers, upper and lower. From the perspective of space, it is like a huge star disk. This star disk world will not only become the core of the Blue Star Alliance, but also the core of the entire Star Trade Group in the future. Chapter 287 Star Domain Level Ultimate Weapon. With the current technological capabilities of Blue Star civilization, it is definitely no problem to build a star disk world. All it needs are resources. The Blue Star civilization, which owns an entire star cluster and is also developing 2 other star clusters, is undoubtedly richer in resources than the original Black Sea civilization. So the construction of the star disk was immediately put on the agenda. 200 years have passed. In the solar system, the structure of the star disk has initially emerged, and a huge disk base surrounding the sun has been formed. It has its own gravitational balance system to maintain the gravitational effect of its huge mass and volume. The entire base is made of the same materials as the core crystal nucleus of a white dwarf. These materials alone are enough to make 10 war stars. On the star disk base, the Interstellar Construction Department and various interstellar development groups of the Blue Star Alliance are building in the areas they have purchased. At the outermost, there is a military defense circle. The star disk must have sufficient defense capabilities. Then the interior is divided into industrial areas, living areas, scientific research areas, biological areas, etc. He Xingzhou was walking on the star disk with Su Jilan, pointing to one area after another. After several genetic modifications, their bodies are now as strong as the Zerg, and they can survive and move directly in a vacuum. It's really spectacular. If it is built, the scene must be beautiful. Su Jilan looked into the space with joy. At a glance, they built a space covering the entire star system. The original Blue Star, Mercury, Jupiter and other planets were also moved by them, rotating in the upper and lower spaces of the star disk world, using gravitational balance devices to keep them in artificial orbits. In addition to these planets in the solar system, humans have also moved some planets from other star systems. They have their own characteristics, and there are different races living on them, making this world more colorful, controlling the stars, creating the world. In mythology, gods with such power are all at the level of creator gods, and the power of technology can do all this. The two came to a special interstellar building. Its scale and structure are as huge as a planet. From a human perspective, it looks like a planet, but it is not. It is not spherical, but a giant structure of a regular icosahedron. This is the hyperspace station that He Xingzhou wants to build. A multi-directional Stargate. Each side of the icosahedron is an independent Stargate, through which 20 hyperspace channels with different terminal coordinates can be opened. And there are currently 5 of these hyperspace channels available. 2 leading to the distant area of the M45 star cluster, 1 leading to the M44 star cluster, 1 leading to the M46 star cluster, and 1 leading to the M34 star cluster, where the Ptolemaic civilization is currently located. Other Stargates will be opened one by one. When it is completely completed, our Blue Star civilization will be a level 3.9 civilization, He Xingzhou said. The performance of hyperspace battleships has been steadily improving. They can already manufacture level 3 hyperspace battleships, and are not far from level 5 hyperspace battleships. By then, they will not only be a level 3.9 civilization, but also a peak level 3 civilization. I hope the Star Trade Group can withstand the pressure. Su Jilan is a little worried. The war between the Star Trade Group and the Orion Royal Court has more defeats than victories. Now the Ptolemy civilization and the Night Owl civilization have lost 3 star clusters. We can't count on them. We have to rely on ourselves, He Xingzhou said. 300 years later, we will probably have to join the war. 280 years later, the Star Disk World. He Xingzhou lives in the core circle of the Star Disk World, the central area of the Blue Star Alliance. He was sitting in his retro courtyard with his eyes closed. And Lu Mi, dressed in the retro female costume of the Blue Star civilization of the last era, was playing the piano and music. The 10th hyperspace channel of the hyperspace station has been successfully opened. The Interstellar Construction Department passed a message to him. Then, the quantum optical brain prompted, the hyperspace station has been built and can unlock a star-level ultimate weapon. Mentioning this, He Xingzhou became interested and hurried to check the situation. Gravitational wave mid-terminal station, a giant tractor beam transmitter that can move all kinds of celestial bodies, including planets, stars, and even black holes, throughout the Milky Way through hyperspace. Because the tractor beam emits as great energy and can travel through hyperspace, it can easily be used as a weapon to destroy ultra-long-distance targets at a long distance. It turns out to be a planet-moving tool and also a hyperspace weapon. He Xingzhou understood that the main function of this gravitational wave mid-terminal station is to move celestial bodies. As a third-level civilization, the gravitational wave mid-terminal station they built naturally could not move black holes. But moving stars and star systems should not be a problem. If the traction wave speed is concentrated and launched through hyperspace, it will become a super destructive weapon. It can directly strike through hyperspace and kill enemies thousands of light years away. You call this the ultimate weapon of the starfield level? He Xingzhou couldn't help but complain. As far as I know, hyperspace weapons are weapons that can only be developed and manufactured by level 4 civilizations. I'm afraid that Ptolemy civilization and Night Owl civilization don't have such things. The quantum optical brain continued, you can continue to upgrade your civilization level. After upgrading to level 4 civilization, new interstellar structures and galaxy-level ultimate weapons will appear. He Xingzhou, okay. There is a long way to go. He immediately began to study the so-called gravitational wave mid-terminal station. It is more complex than a Stargate, and the control of gravitational waves and beams is larger, stronger, and farther in range, intensity, and distance. Just its basic function, using gravity to move planets across thousands of light years. If this is achieved, I am afraid that low-level civilizations in distant space will think it is a miracle, and attacking is even more incredible. He Xingzhou put himself in their shoes. If the enemies of Blue Star civilization use this weapon to attack them, can they stop it? The answer is undoubtedly that they can't stop it. I am afraid that they don't even know where the enemy is, and they will be killed across countless light years. The gravitational wave mid-terminal station is indeed complex, but He Xingzhou is full of interest in it. As long as it can be built, it will become a powerful weapon of Blue Star civilization in the war with the Orion Royal Court, which may be more useful than war stars and hyperspace fleets. It took He Xingzhou a full 10 years to study the design drawings, and then another 10 years to organize a team in the Interstellar Construction Department to let the team members understand and master the design plan, and began to build the gravitational wave mid-terminal station. For safety reasons, He Xingzhou decided to build the gravitational wave mid-terminal station 50 light-years away from the Star Disk World, so as to avoid accidents that would affect the Star Disk World. At this time, the 500 years agreed upon by He Xingzhou and the Star Trade Group had already arrived. In the virtual world, the Star Trade Group found He Xingzhou again, hoping that he would fulfill his promise 500 years ago. In the meeting room of the Star Trade Group, He Xingzhou met Zhel, the leader of the Ptolemy civilization, and Lei Fu, the leader of the Night Owl civilization. The Blue Star civilization is already strong enough, and we sincerely invite you to become the leader of the Star Trade Group. Zhel and Lei Fu said, we always keep our promises. He Xingzhou knew that they were almost unable to bear it. Blue Star civilization can accept the invitation. Welcome. The next step is to sign various agreements, which will naturally be handled by professionals. What He Xingzhou needs to do is to negotiate with them on the issue of joint operations. Lei Fu of Night Owl civilization said, we are facing the greatest pressure. Mingyu Ho and Qi Feng Ho have joined forces to attack us. Now we only have 2 star clusters that are safe. I hope Blue Star Civilization can come to our star field to cooperate in the operation. Gur of Ptolemy Civilization also said. Yu Xiaoho is not weaker than them. And we also need reinforcements. He Xingzhou said, You too? Your enemies are stronger than us. Now as allies, we should help each other. The Orion Royal Court is our common enemy. No matter which side loses, it will be very bad news for our entire Star Trade group. We will send a support force to Ptolemy Civilization and Night Owl Civilization respectively for coordinated operations. The follow-up situation will depend on the war situation. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, Jill worriedly said, You want to assist in 2 ways? Do you have enough troops? Our enemies are all level 4 civilizations. He Xingzhou certainly knew. So he wanted to send a fleet to explore the strength and intelligence of these level 4 civilizations. As for the number of fleets, He Xingzhou is not worried at all. The most powerful part of Blue Star Civilization is its manufacturing and construction capabilities. As long as there are corresponding technologies and resources, they can quickly build a hyperspace fleet. Lei Fu thought for a moment and said, Come on. Let's go to the battlefield first. Lei Fu was worried that the Ptolemy Civilization had more contact with the Blue Star Civilization and was closer to it. If the Blue Star Civilization only helped one side, it would probably choose to help the Ptolemy Civilization. It would be better to bring some support to our own civilization. Then it's decided. You too. Should we share your specific combat situation with our allies? He Xingzhou asked. It should be so. Both of them took out the intelligence and showed it to He Xingzhou and the commander of the Blue Star Alliance. The previous intelligence only had general information, but the current intelligence is more detailed, and other members of the Star Trade group are not qualified to know it at all. After He Xingzhou read it carefully, he found that the situation was worse than he expected. First, on the Ptolemaic civilization side, their original M35 star cluster had been taken down by Yu Xiaoho, and now the M34 star cluster was also under attack. The Night Owl civilization was even worse. Their M78 diffuse nebula and M93 spar star cluster were taken down by Mingyu Ho and Qi Feng Ho respectively, and now they were just defending their base camp. The M97 spar star cluster. The Star Trade group also controlled 2 spar star clusters and a ring nebula. But the resources in these 3-star regions were relatively scarce, and most of the Star Trade group members were in these areas. Let's do this, He Xingzhou said. We will send a star region level fleet to the M34 star cluster and the M97 star cluster for coordinated operations. Each fleet includes 20 level 4 hyperspace battleships, 3 level 5 hyperspace battleships, and a hyperspace battlestar. The Blue Star Civilization has upgraded its Battlestar engine from the original warp engine to the hyperspace jump engine. Hearing He Xingzhou's words, the two were somewhat surprised. No matter how strong the Blue Star Civilization is, it is only a level 3 civilization. They originally planned that the Blue Star Civilization could send some hyperspace battleships, and they didn't have to fight. It was enough to help them with transportation and logistics. Who knew that the Blue Star Civilization already had so many hyperspace battleships? And even a hyperspace battlestar. They didn't know the performance of the battleships, but they knew the battlestar, which defeated the Pleiades civilization and the Star Beasts. In this way, even if they face the main battleships of the Orion Royal Court, they can still fight. Then it's settled. Jill was afraid that He Xingzhou would go back on his word. So he said, We will sign the agreement now. All the materials and energy you fight in our star cluster will be supplied by us. The same goes for the Night Owl civilization. Lei Fu promised at the same time. Okay. He Xingzhou agreed. They signed the agreement immediately, and He Xingzhou returned to the Blue Star Alliance command to start making arrangements. Commander, he will go to the M97 star cluster to assist the Night Owl civilization in the battle. Commander Luo will go to the M34 star cluster to assist the Ptolemy civilization in the battle. I will continue to lead the overall situation, and commanders at all levels will act according to the established plan. Received. Commanders at all levels took action immediately. In the hyperspace station, 2 hyperspace fleets of the Blue Star Civilization passed through the Stargate and headed for the M34 star cluster and the M97 star cluster respectively. M34 star cluster. Ptolemy Civilization. Commander Carmen welcomed the Auxiliary Defense Fleet. The battlefield between us and Yunxia Ho is currently in the edge of the M34 star cluster, which is also our key defense area. You should go to the number 19 stronghold. We have suffered heavy losses there, and there is no fleet to replenish it. You will have all the command and jurisdiction of the number 19 stronghold. Okay. We will take over the number 19 stronghold as soon as possible. Lewin has learned about the battle situation. The defense task of the number 19 stronghold is not difficult. Compared with other fronts, it only faces a small enemy force. This shows that the Ptolemy civilization is still not confident in the strength of the Blue Star civilization. So they have arranged a relatively safe area for them. The Blue Star civilization's auxiliary fleet of the Night Owl civilization received the same treatment. Neither Lewin nor He Hongwei raised any objections to this, because they were not very clear about the strength of the 4th level civilization. They did need a certain amount of time and space to understand the enemy, compare the strength of both sides, and adjust their combat ideas and methods. M34 Cluster. Number 19 Stronghold. A barren star system. For the sake of war, the fleet used local resources and had exhausted the resources of this star system. The planets here were broken and all turned into nebula materials. Only one lonely star was still intact, and its condition was only slightly better than that of the Zerg-occupied area. Good fellow. This is not a weak defense. It's clear that there is nothing. Lewin came here and found that there was not even a decent defense weapon here. Only a space outpost. And this space outpost had basically no attack capability, and could only provide early warning. I'm afraid that the enemy was too lazy to occupy this stronghold, because there were no resources. Start building defense equipment immediately, Lewin ordered. Yes. The fleet released engineering ships to directly collect nebula materials and build defense equipment in the star system. This is their strength. Chapter 288 Vacuum Zero-Point Reactor. In 2 years, Lewin built a defense system at the 19th base, and the new space fortress and force field generator have been completed. During this period, the enemy was not unaware, and the enemy also had reconnaissance ships coming and going. Is there another fleet stationed at the 19th base? Commander Fu Long under Yin Xiaohou noticed this phenomenon. My lord, this fleet does not look like the fleet of the Ptolemy civilization. Their ships are lower level. All of them are level 4 hyperspace battleships. You mean, this is the fleet of the Blue Star civilization? Fu Long asked. It may be. Our intelligence shows that this fleet is not closely connected with the fleet of the Ptolemy civilization. This base 19 had been abandoned by them before, and now it is probably left to the defense of the Blue Star civilization. The subordinate analyzed. A mere level 3 civilization wants to wade into the muddy water here? Fu Long understood the situation and snorted coldly. Send a fleet over to wipe them out. Yes. They immediately dispatched troops and sent a hyperspace fleet to base 19. Outside base 19, hyperspace fluctuations appeared, and a fleet quickly jumped in. Their jump was almost instantaneous, and the hyperspace jammers did not work. Warning. Enemy attack. Warning. Enemy attack. The space outpost issued a warning. Here they come. Lewin immediately arranged the fleet to fight. The information of the enemy fleet was also obtained by the reconnaissance device. According to the analysis of energy radiation and hyperspace fluctuations, the lowest level of these warships are all level 7 hyperspace warships. And there are also level 8 hyperspace warships. Lewin also contacted Carmen, the commander of the Ptolemy civilization, and asked him to mobilize the fleet to assist in defense. The war has already started. Before the weapons of the Blue Star civilization fleet hit the opponent, a large number of weapons appeared in front of them, including various gravity bombs, kinetic weapons, and gravitational wave weapons. These weapons seemed to appear in front of the warships in an instant, and the Blue Star civilization fleet was blocked in the stronghold before it was dispatched. Defense? Full defense. Although the captains were mentally prepared, they did not expect that they would be blocked by various weapons before they even left their home. Can we attack? He Xingzhou, who was also watching the war here, asked. No way to attack, Lewin said. The other side used hyperspace weapons to attack us instantly, under the interference of the gravitational field. We can't even launch our weapons. If we hadn't built defense facilities, we would have been hit hard in the first round. Now we can only attack by the hidden warships arranged in advance outside the base. We should be able to attack by sending out the War Star. First, do your best to defend and collect enemy intelligence. If you really can't stop it, retreat. Wait for the staff of Ptolemy civilization to arrive before attacking, He Xingzhou warned. Now, he didn't expect the Blue Star civilization fleet to be able to defeat the opponent. Now he asked them to accumulate experience and collect scientific and technological information of the 4th level civilization. Got it, Lewin ordered. Defend with all your strength. And make the preservation of the warship the first goal. Got it. The ships began to execute. Although they could not attack, it was impossible for the enemy to quickly destroy them. They delayed for a while. And the support fleet of the Ptolemaic civilization also jumped in through hyperspace jump and attacked the enemy. Support is coming. Send out the War Star, Lewin shouted. The destroyed and rebuilt Golden War Star went to battle. And it directly faced the enemy's firepower and rushed out of the base. What a powerful War Star. Carmen saw the War Star and was full of envy. Although the Ptolemaic civilization was a 4th level civilization, it did not build a War Star, because their interstellar construction capabilities were not very high. Is this the War Star? Its defense is really amazing. Fu Long was also observing. But its mobility is still much weaker than ours. As long as we are not trapped by the gravitational field, it can't reach us at all. Their warships are moving or jumping quickly, adjusting their positions to attack. The Golden War Star cannot lock its attack target. The support of the Ptolemy civilization has arrived. Retreat. Fu Long has determined that this is the fleet of the Blue Star civilization. The intelligence has been mastered, and there is no need to continue fighting. They retreated directly and jumped away using hyperspace jumps. The fleet of the Ptolemy civilization locked the opponent's position and performed jump tracking. They sent the coordinates to Lewin, and the fleet of the Blue Star civilization also performed jump tracking. After one jump, they did not catch up with the enemy. The fleet of Ptolemy civilization continued to jump, but the warships of Blue Star civilization had to return, because an embarrassing thing happened. The energy on the warship was insufficient, and the hyperspace jump consumed a lot of energy. If they jumped twice, the warship would be out of fuel. Seeing that the Blue Star civilization fleet was no longer following, Carmen also ordered a retreat. There was no loss in the first collision between the two sides, but Blue Star civilization had exposed its own shortcomings. 5 years have passed. Not only was the Blue Star civilization fleet attacked in the M34 star cluster, but also in the M97 star cluster. The fleet of Blue Star civilization was repelled many times, lost more than a dozen hyperspace battleships, and lost its base twice. The record was very ugly, and there was no victory. So much so that the Fox Hunting Court did not send the main fleet to fight against them. Otherwise, they could be eliminated in one go. If it weren't for the War Star, our fleet would have been destroyed long ago. He Hongwei sighed. The gap is too big. Yeah, He Xingzhou said. I almost understand. The gap between us and the enemy lies mainly in 2 points. The first point is that the enemy has hyperspace weapons, and we don't, so we can only passively take the beating. The second point is that the enemy's hyperspace warships have more stable jumps, longer jump distances, and stronger endurance, and can jump multiple times. Our warships need to consume 70 to 80% of their energy when they jump 2 or 3 times. The enemy also knows this, so they jump multiple times to consume our energy when fighting us, which also makes us passively take the beating. That's it. Does the science department have a solution? He Hongwei asked. Give us some more time. We are already thinking of a solution, He Xingzhou said, before our new technology breaks through. Continue to maintain a defensive posture. In the past few years of testing, He Xingzhou not only did not feel afraid of the Orion Royal Court, but felt that the other party was not as powerful as he imagined. The weapons they used, except for the ability to jump to hyperspace, have similar performance to the weapons of the Blue Star civilization. Then we only need to consider one question. Increasing the reactor energy will increase the endurance and create a small one-time hyperspace jump engine for weapons. He Xingzhou believes that all the problems they are facing now show that the energy output of the antimatter reactor is no longer enough. The enemy's warships can jump multiple times and still retain a lot of energy for fighting. They are definitely not using antimatter reactors. Otherwise, how can they store so much antimatter on the warships? He Xingzhou pondered. There is only one possibility. The enemy uses more advanced energy technology. He turned on the quantum optical brain and found the answer. Vacuum zero-point reactor. The so-called vacuum zero-point reactor is a reactor that draws energy directly from the vacuum to power weapons and equipment. This sounds very mysterious, but it is very scientific. The vacuum is not nothing, but a system composed of rotating wave packets of positrons and electrons. The energy associated with this phenomenon is called zero-point energy. That is, even at absolute zero, This vacuum activity is still maintained. Dirac described the vacuum state from the perspective of quantum field theory, comparing the vacuum to a fluctuating sea of energy. The vacuum zero-point reactor draws energy from the sea of energy of the vacuum. This is a kind of dynamic energy, compared with nuclear reactors and antimatter reactors. Its biggest advantage is that it can be drawn at any time. No nuclear fuel or antimatter is needed. The warship can draw energy from wherever it goes. As long as there is a vacuum, the warship can keep going. On the surface, it seems a bit like a perpetual motion machine. But it is not. After the energy of the positive and negative electrons in the vacuum is absorbed, the vacuum will collapse. In a figurative sense, the reactor consumes space to power itself. If it is in a fixed space, doing so will reduce the volume of the space, which is not conducive to long-term development. But they are in an expanding universe, and the shrinking space is nothing compared to the expanding universe. Consume 100 energy points to unlock the vacuum zero-point reactor technology. He Xingzhou unlocked this technology and began to study it. As long as they conquer the vacuum zero-point reactor, their hyperspace battleships can break through level 5 and reach the standard of Galaxy-class battleships. At that time, the battleships can repeatedly perform hyperspace jumps in battles, and conquering hyperspace weapons is not a problem. The Blue Star civilization can even be promoted to level 4 civilization because of this, which is of great significance. He Xingzhou's research has begun. The war between the M34 and M97 star clusters is still going on. In the first few decades after the Blue Star civilization's defense fleet arrived, although it was always defeated, the losses were not much. As the enemy fully understood their weaknesses, the war became more and more difficult, and the losses were increasing every time. Even the two war stars were almost blown up and sent back for repair twice. The Ptolemy civilization and the Night Owl civilization had no energy to take care of them. They themselves were trapped in the quagmire of hard fighting, and the defense line around the star cluster was being eroded step by step. The Night Owl civilization was worse than the Ptolemy civilization. Half of their external space had been blocked. Qi Fengho and Ming Yuho deployed a large number of hyperspace detectors and jammers outside the M97 star cluster, so that the Night Owl civilization now needs to be extremely careful if it wants to communicate with other civilizations or exchange resources. If they are discovered and destroyed, they will be injured once. In the Star Trade Group, many members have realized that it is not good and began to surrender to the Orion Royal Court. The power of the Star Trade Group is weakening every day. In order to prevent the Allies from falling too quickly and leave room for development, the Blue Star civilization decided to send a large number of interstellar engineering teams and transport teams to build defense measures, energy measures, transportation resources, etc. for the Allies. This did relieve their pressure to a certain extent, but the real threat of the enemy has not been lifted. M4 Star Cluster, a starry sky science test site. He Xingzhou is testing the vacuum zero-point reactor designed and developed by himself. This reactor is suspended in a vacuum, with nothing around it. There is no electricity, solar energy, nuclear energy. The reactor starts. He Xingzhou began to operate. The vacuum zero-point reactor began to operate, and it began to absorb the energy of the electric particles in the vacuum. This energy was collected by the device and converted into various energies. 1 minute later, the data showed that the vacuum zero-point reactor collected almost 1 kilowatt-hour of energy. This energy was pitifully small, but it was a surprise to the researchers. For anything, the process from scratch is the most difficult. Once it is developed, it is much easier to upgrade and improve. We have absorbed the vacuum zero-point energy, He Xingzhou said with satisfaction. The design idea is correct. Lu Mi, detect the device, analyze the reaction data, and prepare to make improvements. Okay, Master. Lu Mi began to analyze the data. After more than 150 years of improvement and tens of millions of experiments, the vacuum zero-point reactor finally got a vacuum zero-point reactor that can function as a hyperspace battleship. Because the technology is not yet fully mature, the vacuum zero-point reactor cannot be said to completely allow battleships and war stars to endure infinitely. So He Xingzhou used it and the antimatter reactor to design a reactor group. Let the antimatter reactor and the vacuum zero-point reactor provide energy at the same time. Compared with the previous level 5 hyperspace battleship, the new reactor group has a continuous combat capability that is more than 100 times that of the previous one. Hyperspace jumps can also be done multiple times without rushing back to replenish energy. At this point, the Blue Star civilization has naturally broken through to the 4.0 level civilization. After solving the problem of the vacuum zero-point reactor, the Military Research Institute quickly broke through the hyperspace weapon. The Blue Star civilization recalled the warships fighting outside in batches and upgraded them one by one. And the ultimate weapon of the star field, the gravitational wave mid-terminal station, has also been built for the most part and will be completed in a few years. M34 Star Cluster. The transformed Blue Star civilization warships came here again, and their base has been changed from number 19 to number 122. The previous bases have all been occupied by the enemy. Fu Long, the commander under Yin Xiaoho, once again explored the situation of the Blue Star civilization fleet. The Blue Star civilization fleet is stationed at point 122. This is our chance, Fu Long said. Compared to the Ptolemy civilization fleet, the Blue Star civilization fleet is weaker and more suitable for our breakthrough attack. The Ptolemy civilization is also at its wit's end. Asking the third-level civilization to help defend the point is not giving us territory. Pass the order down. The fleet will attack immediately. Just like before. Using a quick flash attack method. Flashing directly to the face. Got it. The subordinates understood and jumped directly into the opponent's defense zone. Bombing. If the Ptolemy civilization fleet came to assist in defense, they would temporarily evacuate. The opponent has no ability to pursue. And after repeating this several times, a point can be captured at a very small cost. Over the years, captains have regarded the points defended by the Blue Star civilization as a welfare. Whoever can discover it in advance is equivalent to picking up a military merit for free. Chapter 289 Still Flash. At the number 122 stronghold, Fu Long led the fleet to jump directly outside the stronghold. Open fire. He ordered the attack without saying a word. According to past practice, this wave of fire suppression would make the fleet of the Blue Star civilization breathless. However, this time, he miscalculated. Their warships had just exited the hyperspace channel when they were concentrated by countless weapons. Some warships were hit before they had time to fire. Even 2 level 7 hyperspace warships were destroyed on the spot. When the warships make hyperspace jumps, the warships need to use energy to support a zero quantum field. This zero quantum field is similar to a warp bubble, which protects the warships from being torn apart by various particles during the hyperspace jump. Therefore, in the short time when the warship leaves the hyperspace, it is temporarily unable to attack, and the defense has not yet been switched. If it is attacked at this time, it is very easy to be destroyed. Under normal circumstances, the hyperspace fleet will not directly flash to the enemy's face, just to avoid being attacked before landing, taking advantage of the Blue Star civilization many times. Fu Long ignored this point. Unexpectedly, this time, the enemy's hyperspace weapons are faster than them. Intelligence? What's going on? Isn't this the fleet of the Blue Star civilization? Fu Long scolded the intelligence officer. Sir, this is indeed the fleet of the Blue Star civilization, the intelligence officer said. It may be that the Ptolemaic civilization helped them equip hyperspace weapons. We were ambushed by them. Fu Long calmed down and said, Start the conventional combat mode. Even if it is the fleet of Ptolemy civilization, it is no match for us in a head-on battle. Ptolemy civilization is willing to give them hyperspace weapons and help them upgrade their warships. Adjust the formation and continue to attack. Yes. Their ships opened the formation, arranged defenses, and began to attack. Both sides attacked with hyperspace weapons, and the fluctuations of hyperspace continued to come. Micro-instant wormholes continued to appear, projecting various weapons into the enemy camp. Fu Long thought they could quickly gain an advantage, but he miscalculated again. The enemy's hyperspace weapon attack frequency was no less than theirs, and because they were in the enemy's base, the enemy also set up a gravitational stranglehold, and their warships had to divide part of their power to fight against the gravitational stranglehold. 10 minutes after the war started, they lost 3 warships. These are Galaxy-class warships, each of which is very expensive. Sir, the enemy's firepower is also very strong, and we can't attack them, the subordinate reported. They are hiding in the base. Unless it is the main fleet, it is difficult to hurt them. Fu Long adjusted his tactics and said, Evacuate. See if they chase us. Yes. Their warships retreated, and after reaching a safe distance, they began to hyperspace jump to leave the battlefield. Luan had been observing the enemy's movements. When he saw the enemy begin to withdraw, He immediately ordered, "Chase them immediately. They have fooled us for so many years. It's time to take revenge. This time, they must not return." Received. Attack. The modified warship sailed out of the base, locked the coordinates of the opponent's hyperspace jump, and jumped and chased at the same time. "We must get back at them this time." Ming Hai also took the golden battle star to attack. "They dare to chase?" Fu Long sneered. "Jump a few more times and use up their energy. Hyperspace warships cannot sail in hyperspace all the time. After each jump, they must temporarily exit the hyperspace channel and then jump again." Fu Long's fleet jumped 3 times in a row. According to previous experience, the fleet of Blue Star Civilization would start to retreat due to lack of energy at this time, and they can use the advantage of their vacuum zero-point reactor to replenish energy from the vacuum and fight back. When preparing to fight back, Fu Long found that the enemy's warships did not retreat and were still chasing. What's going on? Have they even upgraded the reactor? Fu Long was confused. What's going on with Ptolemy civilization? This is the key technology for promotion to the 4th level civilization. Now the sphere of influence of Blue Star civilization is larger than theirs. If the technology of vacuum zero-point reactor is also given to Blue Star civilization, won't Ptolemy civilization become a vassal of Blue Star civilization? Why would they do this? A level 8 hyperspace battleship was about to jump and escape, but a bunch of space fluctuations appeared around it, and several hyperspace jammers flew out, directly interrupting the hyperspace channel that was about to be formed. At the same time, a gravitational cage was generated, trapping it inside. Then, several battleships concentrated their fire and attacked it frantically until it was destroyed. Retreat. Retreat. Fu Long realized that the enemy's attack capability was not weaker than theirs. They were just a branch fleet of Yu Xiaohou, not the main fleet. And there were not many of them. When the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization was upgraded and had a vacuum zero-point reactor and hyperspace weapons, it would be difficult for these branch battleships to defeat the opponent head-on. Their warships began to jump in the direction of Yang Xiaohu's stronghold. Want to run? Ming Hai targeted a command ship, which was a level 8 hyperspace battleship. Ming Hai remembered it. The last time the Golden War Star was damaged, it was attacked by it. "Every day, you flash and ride on my face. Today, I will let you taste the feeling of flashing billiards," Ming Hai ordered. "Start the jump and hit it directly. If you want to shoot down this battleship with weapons, it may not be able to blow it up in a short time, and it may even let it escape." So Ming Hai chose the simplest and crudest way. Hyperspace jumped to the opponent's side and hit it directly. The battleship that Ming Hai targeted was the command ship that Fu Long was riding on. Strong hyperspace fluctuations detected. Hyperspace jammer is being activated. Jammer activation failed. Defense system activated. On the battleship, all defenses were fully activated. But the crew on the battleship did not feel the slightest sense of security. But all looked horrified, because they saw a huge war star made of crystal nuclei appear next to the battleship and hit it with irresistible force. What defensive measures can withstand such an attack? At least Fu Long can't find one now. Without a doubt. After the Golden War Star hit the command ship, all the energy shields and hull armor of the command ship were shattered in an instant. And then the entire battleship exploded into a pile of space junk. Fu Long flipped over. It flipped over completely, with no chance of escape. The command ship was destroyed. The captains were even more panicked when they saw this. The commander and the command ship were destroyed. So what was there to fight? They fled for their lives, and the Blue Star civilization fleet chased them all the way. The Golden War Star destroyed several more warships, and other warships were also besieged in large numbers. When the remaining warships fled back to Yuan Xiaohu's base, there were less than 1/8 of the warships left. The entire branch fleet can be declared disbanded. The branch fleet failed to raid and was destroyed instead. The commander of the main fleet was Yu Xiaohu himself. He was furious when he heard the news and cursed, "Fu Long is a fool. If he doesn't die, I will make him never reincarnate." "Sir, the Blue Star civilization has obviously been promoted to the 4th level of civilization, and also possesses hyperspace weapons and vacuum zero-point reactor technology," the subordinate reminded in a low voice. "They have occupied 3 star clusters, and now their territory is larger than the Ptolemaic civilization and the Night Owl civilization. I think that if the Blue Star civilization has upgraded all its warships, then their strength may be stronger than the Ptolemaic civilization and the Night Owl civilization. And they are our #1 enemy. Yuan Xiaoho said dissatisfiedly. A primitive civilization has grown into my number one enemy in more than 2,000 years. This is really due to your contribution. He was referring to the Pleiades civilization and Fu Long and others. Logically speaking, the Blue Star civilization should have been destroyed long ago. But they are getting stronger and stronger, and have actually become a fourth-level civilization. If he had known this earlier, Yuan Xiaoho would have ignored the Ptolemaic civilization and directly went to the M45 star cluster to destroy the Blue Star civilization. People always make mistakes. From the perspective of that year, the Ptolemaic civilization was obviously more threatening than the Blue Star civilization, and his decision was not wrong. But who knew that the Blue Star civilization would grow so powerful in such a short time? Enemies such as the Pleiades civilization and the Zerg could not destroy them. This Ho now suspects that this Blue Star civilization is either supported by other forces behind it, or has obtained the technological heritage of the Galactic Empire. Yuan Xiaoho guessed. Otherwise they can't grow so fast. Sir, we think so too. The subordinates agreed. So this Blue Star civilization must be eliminated immediately. My lord, why not tell this to Marquis Mingyu and Marquis Qifeng, and ask them to speed up and wipe out the Night Owl civilization to support us in the battle? Marquis Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, it should be so. These two guys are stronger than the Night Owl civilization, but they have not yet eliminated them. It's nothing more than wanting to see me fight with the Ptolemy civilization for a few more years to consume my power, now that a Blue Star civilization has appeared. If they drag it on, they will also create trouble for themselves. Thinking of this, Marquis Yunxiao turned on the communication device with Marquis Qifeng and Marquis Mingyu. Two phantoms appeared in his cloud hall. Qifeng Ho asked, Yunxiao, why are you looking for us at this time? Is there something wrong? Yuan Xiaoho snorted. The war between the two of you has dragged on for too long. And there are variables. What variables? Mingyu Ho asked. Blue Star civilization. Yuan Xiaoho said. Not long ago, Blue Star civilization destroyed one of my branch fleets. They already have the strength of a fourth-level civilization. The war stars of these guys have also been upgraded, and their strength is no weaker than our main fleet. How can it be so fast? Mingyu Ho was surprised. It has only been 1,000 years since they became a third-level civilization. It seems that something has happened that we are not in control of. Qifeng Ho said. No matter what, the Blue Star civilization cannot be left. That's good to know. Yuan Xiaoho said. I will speed up the attack on Ptolemy civilization. You too. Destroy the Night Owl civilization as soon as possible, and then attack the Blue Star civilization directly. We must not give them any more breathing space and growth space. Good. The two agreed at the same time. Yuan Xiaoho's guess was indeed correct. When he informed the two allies of the threat of the Blue Star civilization, Mingyu Ho and Qifeng Ho finally showed their true strength. The number of their main fleets doubled, and the attack speed increased greatly. In the M97 star cluster, the Night Owl civilization was losing ground, and the Blue Star civilization's auxiliary fleet could only barely protect itself under the enemy's fierce offensive, unable to take care of too much. Similarly, the Ptolemy civilization was also losing ground at an increasing speed. The Blue Star Alliance held another meeting, and they had realized that the two allies were almost unable to hold on. The current situation is not good. Chui Weiman showed the intelligence. In the M97 star cluster, the Night Owl civilization only has half of the star cluster left, and its sphere of influence has further shrunk. According to our guess, the number of their main fleets has shrunk by 70%, and now they have completely lost the ability to fight back, and can only rely on defense facilities to shrink in the remaining star field. Under this situation, the destruction of the Night Owl civilization may happen within 300 years. Maybe even faster. The situation of the Ptolemaic civilization is slightly better, but it can only last for 500 years at most. Without these two allies, the enemy's next target of attack will be us. At that time, we will face the three great princes of the Orion royal court at the same time. Together, they control dozens of star clusters, with extremely rich resources. They can kill us with just the number of warships. If we continue with the current tactics, we will just sit there and wait for death. We must change our tactics. Su Jilan said. I suggest giving up the M97 star cluster. He Hongwei said. At present, it is impossible to defend the M97 star cluster. The Night Owl civilization has also lost its fighting spirit. Some of their high-level people have contacted us. hoping to seek refuge in the Blue Star civilization. We might as well help them defend and gather a group of Night Owl civilization elites. When the Night Owl civilization is defeated, we will accept their remaining forces. Everyone agreed. He Xingzhou said, we can't give up on them too quickly. At least in the next 300 years. We can't let the Night Owl civilization be defeated. We need time to make more weapons. Then we need to send another war star. He Hongwei said. The Wood War Star was upgraded not long ago. Send it over. He Xingzhou said. As for the Ptolemy civilization, He Xingzhou said, my idea here is to defend it. Not only to defend it, but also to defeat Yu Xiaohou. If we lose all our allies and are besieged by the three great princes, it will be a desperate situation. But if we can preserve the Ptolemy civilization, defeat Yu Xiaohou, obtain his star cluster and resources, we will have the capital to compete with Mingyu Ho and Qin Feng Ho. So, we need to increase our troops in the M34 star cluster? Lei Yuanfeng asked. Yes. He Xingzhou nodded. Not only the hyperspace battleships we built, but also our biological fleet, and the newly built Earth War Star will be sent over to directly fight Yu Xiaohou to the end of the war. We have just been promoted to the 4th level civilization. It is a very risky decision to fight like this, He Xingzhou emphasized. But we have no time. We must take down Yu Xiaohou before the Night Owl civilization is defeated. The industrial equipment in the base camp is fully open, and weapons can be manufactured and upgraded while fighting. Chapter 298 Critical Strike Across Space. He Xingzhou has decided that instead of waiting to die, it is better to go out and attack, and let the last strength of the Night Owl civilization create space for them. Reinforce the M34 star cluster. Eliminate Yu Xiaohou. In the M44, M45, and M46 star clusters owned by the Blue Star Alliance, a large number of warships entered the Stargate and headed for the M34 star cluster. In the Ptolemy civilization, they are also worried about the change of the situation. The situation is getting worse and worse. More and more civilizations surrendered to the Orion royal court, and we have been defeated. Sooner or later, we will face a catastrophe. The Night Owl civilization may not last long. What can we do to resist the three great princes who will attack together? Someone didn't speak. Some members of the Ptolemy civilization were inclined to surrender. Gur, the leader of the Ptolemy civilization, also knew that it was not optimistic. He comforted everyone. We still have a chance. If it doesn't work, we will ask for support from the civilizations of other spiral arms. The other 4 spiral arms of the Milky Way are all galactic nobles. They are the same as Yu Xiaohou and his men. Asking them for help is like inviting wolves into the house and seeking death. Someone else objected. They argued endlessly and couldn't come up with any feasible plan. At this time, He Xingzhou contacted them. The Blue Star civilization is preparing to launch a large-scale attack on Yu Xiaohou. I hope that the Ptolemy civilization can cooperate with it with all its strength. There is only one chance, He Xingzhou said. Are you really planning this? Gel never expected that the Blue Star civilization far away in the M45 star cluster would be more courageous than them, and would directly cross the star cluster to fight the enemy. In war, the Blue Star civilization has never been afraid. We have never betrayed our allies, He Xingzhou said. His words made Gel and others feel ashamed. As a 4th level civilization, they were timid. Now you are also a 4th level civilization. Since the Blue Star civilization has such courage, our Ptolemy civilization cannot fall behind. Gel made up his mind. Ptolemy civilization will also go all out to attack Yu Xiaohou. Okay. I hope we can fight smoothly. He Xingzhou did not count on them. He only hoped that Ptolemy civilization could hold back half of Yu Xiaohou's troops, and it would be considered a success. The Blue Star civilization was promoted to the 4th level civilization in a short time. The quality and quantity of the main fleet could not keep up with Yu Xiaohou, so the allies had to contribute. He Xingzhou discussed the battle plan with Gear. They decided that the Ptolemy civilization would send the main force to attack the enemy in the M34 star cluster with all their strength. The Blue Star civilization fleet simply went directly to the M35 star cluster to capture the star cluster occupied by Yu Xiaohou. The M35 star cluster was once the territory of the Ptolemy civilization, so they could provide enough intelligence information to facilitate the battle. Okay. That's it, He Xingzhou said. You must at least guarantee that there will be no problems within 30 years. We will strive to capture the M35 star cluster within 30 years. 30 years? Gear was not worried that they couldn't do it. but that the Blue Star civilization couldn't do it. The wars of the 4th level civilizations were very long-lasting. For example, they fought for hundreds of years. This is because their territory is vast, and they often cross star clusters. Moreover, Galaxy-class battleships are difficult to build. Even if they have the advantage of battleships, they may not dare to directly attack the opponent's base, because the opponent also has various defensive weapons, such as super-strong gravitational strangulation fields, gravitational vortexes, etc. These super defensive weapons can destroy an entire fleet at one time. In this way, the time and space of the war are stretched very long. That's it, He Xingzhou said. M35 star cluster. Edge Stargate. This is the key point for Yun Xiaoho's fleet to communicate with the 2-star clusters. After occupying this star cluster, he had people build military and industrial facilities in this star cluster. Weapons manufactured from the M35 star cluster were transported to the M34 star cluster for war. If the Blue Star civilization can cut off this, the Ptolemy civilization can gain an advantage in the M34 star cluster and put more pressure on Yun Xiaoho. The Edge Stargate, after hundreds of years of construction, has become a solid stronghold. A main fleet is stationed here, and there is also a gravitational vortex generator here. Once a hyperspace fleet approaches, it will be locked by the gravitational vortex, and then torn or destroyed. Lock on the target and prepare to attack. He Xingzhou personally commanded this battle. Forward. Vanguard battleships. A fleet composed entirely of level 7 hyperspace battleships jumped outside the base and directly launched a hyperspace weapon attack. Enemy found. Activate the defense system. The enemy's reconnaissance system immediately discovered the space fluctuations, activated the hyperspace jammer, and the hyperspace weapon defense system. Many hyperspace weapons were shot down, but a few successfully hit the target and destroyed some defense measures. Sir, the M35 star cluster has discovered the Blue Star civilization fleet, and they are raiding our Edge Stargate. The information was also sent to the main commander under Yun Xiaoho, Kaifeng. Kaifeng is a winged person, and the woman Yun Xiaoho trusts the most. Blue Star civilization took the initiative to attack? Or the location of the Stargate? Kaifeng frowned and said, the enemy must be prepared. Mobilize a fleet for support, and each area should be well protected. The main fleet will continue to attack Ptolemy civilization. She did not panic because of the sneak attack of Blue Star civilization. Kaifeng had a clear mind. Because of the existence of the Stargate, the fleet and resources of the Edge Stargate can be quickly supported. Moreover, the defense there is strong, and it is difficult for Blue Star civilization to break it. Since Blue Star civilization came to sneak attack them, Ptolemy civilization has lost a great help. It is better to take this opportunity to attack Ptolemy civilization and give them a heavy blow. The enemy is attacking, and 5 strongholds have been attacked. Kier finally understood why He Xingzhou asked them to hold on for 30 years. There is no doubt that Yun Xiaoho now regards the Ptolemy civilization as a soft persimmon. The main fleet does not attack the Blue Star civilization, but attacks them. He has no choice but to quickly mobilize forces to defend. At the edge of the M35 star cluster, the first round of attack by the Blue Star civilization fleet was blocked. The Stargate opened, and warships flew out one after another, sending out a defensive formation, as if they were going to fight a protracted war with the Blue Star civilization. This is their territory, and a protracted war will definitely be in their favor. He Xingzhou observed the situation. The average level of the warships is actually comparable to ours? Is this looking down on us? The main fleet is not coming? The Blue Star civilization has long been accustomed to defeating the strong with the weak. They sent out a level 7 hyperspace battleship, and the enemy should have sent out a level 8 one. Now the enemy's battleships are almost the same level and number as theirs, which is just underestimated in front of the commanders and soldiers. Meng Hai, Huang Sheng, push the Battlestar over to me and break through their defenses directly. He Xingzhou shouted. Received. The Gold Battlestar and the Water Battlestar simultaneously started hyperspace jumps. With their powerful gravity, they ignored the hyperspace jammers and jumped directly into the star field, flying towards the battleships and stargates respectively. As they flew, various weapons poured out. These battleships tried to block, but the effect was extremely limited. Moreover, the war stars not only rely on long-range weapons, but also use themselves as kinetic weapons and directly hit them. Obviously, these warships alone cannot resist the war stars. Turn on the gravitational vortex and launch the second-generation planet splitter. Kai Feng was still calm and composed. She had imagined the current situation. In order to deal with the war stars of the Blue Star civilization, they specially upgraded the planet splitter. Now their planet splitter has the same function as the Blue Star civilization Star Blaster. As long as there is enough time, it can also split the war stars made of crystal nuclei. And in order to restrict them, the gravitational vortex is indispensable. You are so arrogant. You should pay a lesson, Kai Feng thought to herself, rushing directly into the enemy's territory. Does the Blue Star civilization really think that their war stars are invincible? As galactic nobles, they have seen all kinds of high-tech of the Galactic Empire. How could they not have the means to deal with war stars? After the gravitational vortex is opened, the powerful gravitational field distorts time and space, forming a vortex. It not only firmly sucks the war star, but also constantly pulls it to the center of the vortex. The gravitational vortex alone is enough to destroy the war star. At the same time, they also launched the second-generation planetary crackers, which can cooperate with the gravitational vortex attack and start to crack the war star with gravitational waves. The war star is under attack, and the gravitational balance system exceeds the processing capacity. Please leave the current area immediately. The two war stars sent a message for help at the same time. At this time, their fleet was powerless. After the gravitational vortex was opened, the hyperspace weapons could not open the hyperspace channel normally. They could only avoid it, and could not provide support. It's a bit tricky indeed, He Xingzhou commented. The strength of Yangxiahu is much stronger than that of Ptolemy civilization. If Ptolemy civilization has these means, we don't have to work so hard. Xuanwu, lock the coordinates and open the gravitational wave mid-terminal station. Directly destroy the opponent's gravitational vortex and Stargate, He Xingzhou ordered. Yes. Xuanwu immediately opened the gravitational wave mid-terminal station. Although it is the ultimate weapon of the star field level, its lethality is not weaker than some galaxy-level weapons. The huge gravitational wave mid-terminal station is opened, and a hyperspace channel connecting distant time and space appears. The gravitational wave passes through the hyperspace and acts on the target. At the Stargate at the edge of the M35 star cluster, it is like a black hole appeared out of thin air, and its powerful gravity directly toward the gravitational vortex. Moreover, its gravitational waves are still constantly shifting and oscillating. The intensity of its gravitational waves is stronger than when the Lord of the Abyss uses a nova explosion, comparable to a supernova explosion. When a supernova explodes, it is the late years of a star, and it will eject all its energy within a few months. The energy radiated by a supernova is comparable to the total energy radiated by the Sun in its lifetime. Its gravitational waves are a powerful source of galaxy gravitational waves. Fortunately, the gravitational wave radiation range of the gravitational wave mid-terminal station is not a full coverage attack, but a concentrated attack on the Stargate. Otherwise, both war stars will be blown up by it. The gravitational wave hit the Stargate. There were numerous defense facilities around the Stargate, including the gravitational defense field. But in front of the gravitational wave mid-terminal station, these defense measures were useless and were instantly penetrated. This magnificent Stargate was also blown up by the gravitational wave and exploded into countless fragments in space. The hyperspace mid-terminal station only attacked once, and the Edge Stargate was destroyed. The main interstellar transportation fortress of Yuxiaoho's contact with the M34 and M35 star clusters came to an end. With the destruction of the gravitational vortex, the two war stars regained their freedom. They immediately destroyed the second-generation planet splitter and began to attack recklessly. The Edge Stargate was destroyed? Kai Feng was horrified when she saw this scene. They didn't even know where the other side launched the attack. According to speculation, it was at least thousands of light years away. At such a long distance, they took down one of their interstellar fortresses. Has the Blue Star civilization been so outrageous? The Order Alliance doesn't plan to block their account. Retreat. Withdraw part of the main fleet to defend the M35 star cluster. Kai Feng reluctantly modified the order. Her plan was completely disrupted by a hyperspace attack from the Blue Star civilization. Now she must find the weapons used by the enemy, and how to deal with them. The Blue Star civilization took down an important stronghold in the first battle, and it took less than a month. This surprised the top leaders of the Ptolemy civilization. In disguise, it also strengthened their confidence in resisting Yun Xiaoho. And He Xingzhou's offensive has just begun. He knows that he can't give the enemy a chance to breathe. Therefore, after a simple rest, He Xingzhou immediately let the fleet continue to advance and head to the next stronghold. Before the enemy found a way to crack their offensive, they advanced very smoothly by relying on the War Star and the gravitational wave mid-terminal station. In 1 year, more than 500 star systems were captured, equivalent to a quarter of a star cluster, and the enemy's connection in the M34 and M35 star clusters was almost cut off, making combat difficult. In 1 year, more than 500 star systems were lost. It took us hundreds of years to capture the M35 star cluster. Are we going to lose it within a few years? Yun Xiaohou said to Kaifeng. Kaifeng, I have always trusted you. But this time, you let me down. Sir, I'm sorry. This is Kaifeng's fault. Kaifeng first admitted her mistake honestly, and then said, Sir, the Blue Star civilization has a powerful gravitational wave weapon that can attack us through hyperspace. Our existing defenses and weapons have no effect on it. According to our research, this weapon requires extremely strong energy to activate, and the opponent can only activate it once a month. Every time it is activated, it is when they attack, and it is difficult for us to deal with it. I ask you to help us. Hyperspace gravitational wave technology. Yun Xiaohou certainly knew the situation on the battlefield. Otherwise, he would not just blame Kaifeng. I will solve this problem myself. Try not to have any more losses during this period. Yes, Kaifeng thought. Is it my decision whether it is a loss or not? Unless you can ask the Blue Star civilization not to attack, He Xingzhou will certainly not stop attacking. And as more and more hyperspace warships are produced in recent years, and more resources are occupied, their strength is also increasing, and the speed of attack is still accelerating. In order to deal with the attack of the gravitational wave mid-terminal station, Yu Xiaohou had no choice but to ask for help from his teammates.